Vincent was a well-known hunter in the region who lived with his beautiful wife, Olena. But sadly, they struggled with infertility and couldn't have children. However, one night, Vincent kept hearing soft crying coming from the stable. At first, he thought it was just some wild animal, but when he grabbed his axe and went to investigate, Vincent was stunned to find a fair-skinned, blonde-haired baby wrapped in swaddling clothes lying in the middle of the stable. Years passed, and that child grew up blonde hair, blue eyes, incredibly beautiful and adorable. The boy was named Siron, our protagonist. Vincent and Olena always treasured him as their own flesh and blood. Every day when Vincent went into the forest, he brought his son along. While he chopped wood, Siron would be deeply engrossed in reading the magic books his father bought for him. Their family life was warm and cozy, but the village kids didn't seem to like Siron much. The reason was pretty ridiculous. He was always focused solely on his books, and on top of that, he was thin and looked as delicate as a girl. Not at all like Vincent's tall, muscular build. The village gossips often whispered to each other that Siron was just a child Vincent and his wife had picked up from some corner. Naturally, the village kids knew about this too. Even though it was true that Siron was adopted, Vincent couldn't stand people gossiping about the child he considered his greatest treasure. Vincent always felt that Siron being ostracized by the village kids was his own fault. Of course, he couldn't just rush over and smack every one of them. So, to make up for his guilt, he could only take his son out often to broaden his horizons. The next morning, Vincent took his son to Chris City, on the outskirts of the Tomia Kingdom. This was Siron's first time in a city. The luxury and bustle of the place left him dazzled. Vincent still had some business to attend to, so he stopped the carriage in front of a fruit stand owned by an acquaintance named Ma Yu and told his son to stay put until he returned. Although Siron was usually very well behaved, this was his first time in a city after all. So, Vincent kept reminding his son not to go into any shady alleys or bump into any nobles before driving off. Left at the fruit stand, Siron tried to prove his usefulness by writing a sign to help Ma Yu. The man seemed surprised that a country kid like him could read and write, and he seemed quite clever and sharp too. While Ma Yu was busy admiring the beautiful child, Siron suddenly asked curiously, "Mr. Ma Yu, do you know anything about magic?" "What? Law? No, I mean magic." Siron excitedly held up the big magic book Vincent had bought for him. Ma Yu chuckled. "Kids will be kids. They all love high-flying stuff, dragons, heroes, mages." But seeing the sparkling, expectant look in Siron's eyes, Ma Yu couldn't bear to disappoint him, so he pointed toward the alley in front of them. "I don't know much about magic, but over there are plenty of books about it." Siron followed Ma Yu's gesture, his eyes lighting up immediately. Behind the alley was a large bookstore. With Ma Yu's permission, he dashed toward it. But once he entered the bookstore, Siron was blocked by the arrogant shopkeeper. She wouldn't let him touch the books on the shelves, claiming that these expensive books weren't for poor, lowly trash like him. Just then, the bookstore welcomed a VIP guest. The owner called him the head butler. It wasn't clear which prestigious family he served. But while the shopkeeper was busy attending to him, Siron quickly flipped through a few books on the shelf and realized the content wasn't that interesting anyway. He left the store listlessly, just in time to see a man carrying a bin of books walk by. Siron, being a huge book lover, didn't hesitate to follow him. To his shock, the man dumped the entire bin of books into the trash. "So this is where Dad gets my books?" Siron stood dazed for a few seconds before walking up to the trash pile, carefully picking up each book to look at it. Just then, some laughter reached Siron's ears. He turned and saw two noble ladies chatting happily, each holding a book. Siron was deeply confused, wondering what was so different between him and these people. Why did his father warn him not to bump into nobles before leaving? And why were they allowed to read the books they liked, while he wasn't? Thinking about this, Siron subconsciously followed the two girls, but before he could catch up, he was held back by a tall guard. "Hey kid, this isn't a place for someone like you to be loitering. Beyond this gate is an area reserved for nobles. Where are you from? Where are your parents?" My dad is just nearby," Siron replied, flustered. Just then, another guard approached. A glance at Siron was enough for him to find the boy suspicious, because he didn't look like any of the local kids. They assumed Siron was either an orphan or a scout for thieves, so they tried to drag him off for interrogation. But he was quick. He slipped out of his outer coat and escaped. Siron hid behind some bushes, his hair messy, and his clothes covered in dirt. Yet, he felt lucky he hadn't been caught. Just as he was about to retrieve his shoes and go back to Mr. Ma Yu, Siron heard voices coming from behind a large wall. "So now, we will discuss the topic of what magic is." "No, headmaster, breathe some fire for us to see." A few people responded with great excitement. Siron looked up at the wall, which was twice or three times his height, and of course, he couldn't see a thing. Wait a minute. Could this be a magic academy? His interest was piqued. Siron pressed his ear against the wall, listening intently. Inside, the person called the headmaster was continuing to ask his students questions. He asked what the most important thing when learning magic was. Some said knowledge, others said hard work, and some thought money was most important, but no one had answered correctly yet. Siron tried to listen closely, and finally, he heard the headmaster's answer. The most important thing when learning magic is clarity. The noble students inside were all about his age. When they heard him mention clarity, they all looked blank. What is that? The headmaster didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Does anyone here not know how much 1 plus 1 is?" "Who doesn't know that? It's 2, obviously," the students shouted. "Then, can anyone explain why it equals 2? The headmaster asked. The students looked at each other. None of them could answer. That strange feeling you have right now is clarity. There was a time when people didn't know that 1 plus 1 equals 2, and many scholars had to work hard just to prove it. But even without hard evidence, we still understand that 1 plus 1 equals 2, don't we? That's because it's a law that has always existed in this world. It's also why we don't need to study it, we just naturally understand and accept it. Magic is the same way. It's been here since the dawn of time. We can sense and embrace it simply by opening our minds. That is why it's far more important than mere knowledge or hard work. The headmaster explained it all in one breath. The children at the academy were still trying to digest everything he said, but Siron, eavesdropping from the outside, felt his heart pounding wildly. The most important thing, when learning magic, wasn't money, nor was it noble status, it was an open mind. So, could a kid like him actually become a great mage, too? At that thought, Siron was both thrilled and nervous. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest when the headmaster spoke up, the child behind the wall. "I want to hear your thoughts." Siron jumped in surprise. He hadn't thought he'd be discovered behind such a thick wall. Should he run away, or should he answer the question, especially since he looked so dirty and disheveled? Siron was terrified that the headmaster and the kids inside would be just like the bookstore owner or those 2 guards looking down on him for being poor and filthy. But he was also afraid that if he missed this chance, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. And so, with a sudden burst of courage, Siron used his small body to climb up the wall, step by step. He looked a mess, for sure, but his eyes were shining bright. Siron saw the headmaster of the Magic Academy sitting under a tree with a few children. The man looked incredibly kind, nothing like the bookstore owner or the guards. As soon as he saw Siron, he spoke first. "Hello there. Did you come to join us?" That noble headmaster was named Anfas, a 4th-rank mage and the founder of the Anfas Magic Academy. Siron summoned all his strength to jump down from the wall and stepped forward. The children sitting around Anfas were all nobles, looking clean and polished, a stark contrast to Siron. A few of them, seeing his appearance, immediately knew he was a commoner and tried to shoo him away. But Headmaster Anfas wasn't like that. "It's all right, come here. Was there something this old man said that caught your interest?" The headmaster's gentle demeanor made Siron feel even more self-conscious. Even though he was quite timid, he managed to speak his wish. I want to see magic. I've only ever seen it in books, never with my own eyes." Before Anfas could reply, the students surrounding him started clamoring. They called Siron a liar. How could a commoner even know how to read books? Siron knew he had no voice here, so he bowed his head low and pleaded, "Please, perform any spell you'd like. I just want to witness magic with my own eyes." Anfas chuckled. "Ha ha, that's simple enough. I'll show you a spell that can create wind." As soon as Anfas finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind swept up, lifting Siron into the air. It wasn't just him. The kids around the headmaster were lifted up too. But while the others seemed to be enjoying it, Siron was both terrified and confused. After reaching a certain height, he and the other children began to fall. While the others seemed excited, Siron's heart was about to burst from fear. This was his first time falling, and from such a terrifying height, too. Siron felt like he was going to shatter, so he squeezed his eyes shut in pure terror. After what felt like a long time, the whistling wind in his ears faded, replaced only by the giggling of the other children. Only then did he dare to open his eyes, finding himself hovering just 1 meter above the ground. The academy students started teasing him for being such a scaredy cat. Headmaster Anfas couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh at the sight. How was that? That is what magic is. Siron landed safely, but his heart was still pounding from the fright. So, this was what magic really felt like. It was so profound, surpassing everything he had read in that book. "What exactly is magic, Headmaster?" Siron hadn't yet recovered from the shock. He asked. Anfas stroked his long beard, seemingly looking for a simple example to explain it to him. But Siron was too impatient and urged him on. Please, tell me the truth. His voice was loud enough that outsiders might think Siron was being rude to the headmaster. The noble students were shocked. No one had ever dared to raise their voice at Anfas like that before, not even the school teachers. They were sure Anfas would fly into a rage and punish Siron, but seeing the boy's intelligent face and bright eyes, Anfas couldn't bring himself to be angry. Haha, if you want to know that badly, I'll explain it, though it might be a bit complicated. Stroking his beard, he explained to Siron what true magic really was. It lies beyond the realm of common sense. In other words, it is an expansion of the mind to discover the truths of the world. It's unrealistic, but perhaps because of that, it's closer to the truth? Siron asked suddenly. Anfas couldn't hide his excitement, because what Siron just said was something even the noble students here hadn't realized on their own. Did you read that in a book? No. But I saw the patterns between many books. Many ideas from great thinkers were once considered absurd and shunned, but in the end, they all had to accept those ideas as newly discovered truths. So, the truth is actually hidden within those absurdities. That's what I thought. Anfas nodded continuously as he listened. He seemed very pleased with this clever, bright child. Despite his difficult circumstances, he still tried to absorb and filter the meager information he had to understand the core of the problem. It was just a pity he was only a commoner. Resources, after all, couldn't compete with these noble children. To help Siron understand magic better, Anfas called over a pink-haired girl named Suin and asked her to enter her mental state. Then, he took a handful of coins from his pocket and asked Suin to guess how many he was holding. Suin didn't even need to think, answering 6 immediately, and surprisingly, the answer was perfectly correct. Siron was stunned, 100,000 questions racing through his head. Anfas guessed he would be thinking just that, so he explained that when a mage focuses, their mind becomes sharp enough to sense everything around them. Superior mages could even count the leaves on a tree from a great distance away. That's what you call a highly sensitive state of mind, or the mental world. As Anfas explained this, he kept swapping the coins, and this time, Siron guessed every single one right. A mage capable of entering the mental world can perceive the outside world through supernatural senses, and ultimately, it can allow them to master reality itself. It's not just small things like counting coins. They gain the ability to perceive the entire situation unfolding right before their eyes. This is the foundation Anfas wants Siron to master if he truly wants to become a mage. After all, not just anyone can enter this mental world state. First, you need to feel your own existence. Try practicing in a quiet place. Then, clear all those aimless thoughts from your mind. Once you manage that, a whole new world will open up for you to explore. Do you understand? It means if you can't perceive yourself, then you won't be able to control your own thoughts, right? Siron asked back. Anfas was constantly surprised by Siron's questions. He told the boy to try and feel himself right there and then. After all, if Siron couldn't do that, he would have no talent for learning magic. But what exactly is the self? Siron began searching for the answer. While the brain is just an organ, the reality and senses he could perceive couldn't possibly exceed the limitations of his brain. Siron didn't need to analyze the meaning. He needed to feel it. After a long while, Siron opened his eyes. Before him stood Headmaster Anfas and the students, but something felt different. Anfas looked at him with anticipation and asked, "What did you feel?" Drenched in sweat, Siron replied, "Sound. I heard all the sounds." The other children burst into giggles. Of course he could hear sounds. Anfas didn't show it, but he seemed quite disappointed. He assumed Siron hadn't achieved what he had hoped for, because the things that happen within the mental world exist in another dimension. There, one perceives events through completely different senses, much like synesthesia, a neurological condition where the brain processes information through multiple senses at once. You can smell sounds, taste light, and feel scenery through your skin. Since Siron only mentioned hearing sounds, it proved he hadn't truly entered the mental world. Still, this wasn't something just anyone could do. Anfas stood up slowly and patted Siron's head comfortingly. "You did well. If you keep practicing, you'll be able to hear even more." With that, Anfas turned to the students. "All right, the special lesson is over. Let's head back to school." Even after leaving, Anfas couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Finding a child as clever as Siron wasn't easy. He felt that if the boy had been born into a noble family and trained from a young age, his achievements might have far surpassed all those other kids. As for Siron, he climbed over the wall and headed back outside. but his mind was in total chaos, because he knew he had actually entered the mental world earlier. Siron had only told Anfas about hearing the sounds, but he didn't mention what happened afterward, that beyond that shocking wave of sound, he felt as if his very being had been torn into hundreds of pieces and scattered across the world. He felt that he was no longer a small, individual entity, he was the entire world. That sensation made tears stream down Siron's face uncontrollably. He couldn't help but tremble before the vastness of the world. It was just a brief moment, but Siron had truly escaped his body and dissolved into the infinite world. He ran blindly, as if trying to vent the overwhelming feelings in his heart. Because of that emotional turmoil, Siron accidentally slammed right into a passerby. He was the only one who fell backward because the stranger was quite tall. Siron apologized frantically, but the man didn't seem ready to let him off the hook. He had a few other guys with him, and the one Siron bumped into immediately grabbed him by the collar. "Are you crazy? You think you can just run into people without paying for it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Siron was so panicked he started stuttering. "Just an apology isn't enough. Are you part of some guild? Did they send you here to take me out?" Siron didn't know what guild the man was talking about, but if things kept going this way, he'd either end up severely beaten or lose his life. While he was panicking, a girl's voice rang out. "What are you doing? Is something interesting going on? Lady Ami, why are you here? Bored again?" The thug quickly turned to greet the newcomer, though he didn't let go of Siron's collar. The girl called Lady Ami was a young noble with striking red hair. Siron had initially wanted to call for help, but upon seeing she was a noble, he immediately abandoned that thought. As for the thugs, after greeting Ami, they went right back to business. First, Siron took a knee to the stomach, causing him to collapse, his whole body trembling in pain. Bullying a small child like Siron didn't make these guys feel ashamed. On the contrary, it excited them. The gang started circling him, using vile language to provoke Siron, even insulting his parents with the most hateful words. Hearing them talk about his parents like that, the look in Siron's eyes shifted from fear to pure indignation. The thugs noticed his anger, but Siron had no chance to retaliate, because immediately after, he was kicked square in the head. The group of large men swarmed him, beating the child together. Siron couldn't fight back. He could only curl up and protect his head. A moment later, Ami couldn't stand it anymore and stepped closer. "Stop it. At this rate, he's actually going to die." She sat down next to Siron and asked, "Are you okay?" "I didn't do anything. I was just passing by." Siron felt a flicker of hope from the girl, so he started crying and explaining. "Yeah, that's enough," Ami said. "Aren't there any more fun games to play? I thought I might get a kick out of this." Unexpectedly, this girl who looked like an angel was even more monstrous than the thugs. In her eyes, Siron was truly just a toy. "We were planning to finish beating him and then sell him to the village in the south. Since he's just a commoner, there's nothing to worry about," one of the thugs suggested. Siron immediately fell into despair. He began to regret not staying put with Master Anfas. If they really sold him, would he ever be able to see his parents again? Ami looked at Siron with a judgmental gaze for a long time, then suddenly broke into a twisted smile. "Slaves shouldn't have any flaws, should they? If that's the case, why don't we verify it ourselves?" The thugs surrounding her burst into mocking laughter. "Ha, Lady Ami, are you actually going to check? Did you hear that, kid? She's telling you to strip." Hearing those words, Ami's expression shifted, and she instinctively stepped back. She had only intended to toy with Siron a little before letting him go. She hadn't expected these lunatics to actually go through with it. Plus, Siron looked like he was about to snap. The thug's menacing laughter began to fade from Siron's mind. Instead, he started to hear the distinct sound of a fly's wings buzzing past him. Then, the world seemed to freeze. Siron felt his consciousness drifting back a few hours. He saw Headmaster Anfas, sitting with the students under that old tree, chanting a spell to create wind just to show him what something called magic looked like. Siron didn't doubt it anymore. He was deep within his own memories. Anfas's incantation became crystal clear in his mind. It all poured into him, transforming into his own hard-won knowledge. While Siron's soul was wandering through the world of memory, his physical body stood there stiff as a board. Seeing him completely unresponsive, the thugs flew into a rage, grabbing his collar once more. "You little brat! Are you deaf? Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Only Ami noticed something off. She hurriedly shouted for them to stop, but it was already too late. Relying on the memory he had just unearthed, Siron subconsciously unleashed that wind spell. Just like Anfas had done back then, he created a whirlwind powerful enough to sweep the entire group of thugs into the air. By the time Siron regained his senses, they were already in freefall. And from that height, it was no surprise they ended up with broken arms and legs. With a single move, Siron had taken down nearly a dozen thugs several times his size. In truth, he didn't even know how he had managed to do it. Ami shrieked and lunged forward, briefly jolting Siron back to reality. What the hell are you? Where did you learn magic? How can a commoner like you possess magic power? Just then, a few people ran over, drawn by the loud commotion. Not wanting to deal with the messy crowd, Ami quickly slipped away. Siron was stunned to see her scamper up to the building's rooftop like a squirrel before vanishing. But that wasn't what mattered right now. What mattered was the chaos in front of him, and he bet these newcomers wouldn't give him a chance to explain. Siron had to run. He couldn't get caught again. And so, he bolted, running for his life out of that alley. His first trip away from the village had left Siron with far too many traumatic experiences. He felt this world was terrifying. He just wanted to return to the safety of his parents' arms. That was all. Meanwhile, Ami had returned home. Her family, the Kamise clan, were high-ranking nobles. Ami returned in a foul mood, fuming that she had been defeated by a commoner brat. As soon as the family head, Sakura Kamis, saw his daughter return, he guessed she had been causing trouble again. Back so soon? Did you skip school today, Ami? I've already learned everything, father. It's not fun at all. Ami replied sulkily before heading to her room. Sakura sighed, at a loss with his daughter. Sigh, I wonder when you'll ever grow up. Even if you're a genius, you can't be this careless. Otherwise, one day, someone will outshine you. Sakura said it casually, but the last sentence seemed to strike a nerve. She actually had been outmatched today. And worse, it was by a commoner boy. Seeing his daughter suddenly go quiet, Sakura felt unsettled. Normally, if he criticized her like that, Ami would be throwing a tantrum. But today was different. She stayed silent for a long time before asking something that didn't sound like her at all. Father. That magic. Do you know anyone at the Magic Academy who could mentor me? After that harrowing ordeal, Siron finally found his father. As soon as he caught sight of Vincent, he dove into his arms, crying and telling him he had been lost. The two returned to their small village, but Siron's demeanor had changed completely, and winter had arrived. The next day, after returning home, Vincent found his wife knitting. Olina said Siron had gone to the logging area to gather more firewood, even though a heavy snowstorm was raging. Worried, Vincent went to find him. Even though they weren't blood-related, Vincent had raised Siron and treated him like his own since he was little. With that fatherly instinct, he could clearly sense the shift in his son after that first trip to the city in the spring. And even though Siron claimed he had just been lost, Vincent always felt there was more to the story. Just then, the boy was in the forest chopping wood. Even though days had passed, Siron couldn't forget the day he subconsciously unleashed that magic on those thugs. Since then, he hadn't been able to use it even once. He had successfully triggered the spell through pure instinct, but without any foundational knowledge, he couldn't replicate it. Even so, Siron had now mastered entering that mental state. Within this mental realm, he could perceive everything. Just like now, from the sensations, the shape, to the scent, he could sense every single detail about the tree in front of him all at once. He could even see the tree's weakest point. That focus helped Siron swing his axe and fell a tree 5 or 6 times his size in a single stroke. Vincent witnessed the entire scene. As an experienced hunter, he could tell that what he had just seen was a critical strike, the phenomenon of felling a tree with one hit by striking its exact weak point. But how could Siron? How could such a small, thin child do something that even a seasoned hunter like Vincent struggled to master? Watching his young son carefully sawing the wood in the freezing winter air, Vincent couldn't help but tear up. Meanwhile, Siron seemed quite exhilarated, because this was the first time he had successfully executed a critical strike after countless attempts, just like how he had successfully summoned the magic back then. Siron knew he didn't have the advantages of noble-born children, but that didn't stop him from hungering for the foundational knowledge of magic. And tomorrow, the next day, and the days after that, Siron would keep practicing to feel the magic, because he believed that, eventually, his chance would come. True perseverance finally brought Siron some achievements. Time flowed on. 3 years later, Siron had grown much taller, his hair had grown out, and he was now landing critical strikes with perfect accuracy. By now, he seemed to have become one with nature itself. Siron could even feel the trembling of every single bush, the movement of insects, the way nutrients are absorbed through the roots of every tree. But Siron knew that wasn't everything. If he continued his training, a new world would open up for him. Today, he had already spent 5 hours meditating in the forest to hone his mental realm. After achieving the results he wanted, Siron gathered his firewood and headed home. On the way back, he spotted 2 white horses, a rare, precious breed that wouldn't normally appear in such a remote area. A luxurious carriage was parked in front of Siron's house. He immediately guessed they had guests, but when he stepped inside, both his parents looked incredibly tense, which made Siron a bit anxious. "You're back? Come here and meet this person," Vincent called out. The owner of that luxurious carriage was the assassin butler of the Owent family. He introduced himself as Temeran. Siron had no idea why this man was looking for him. Even though the Owent family was the second most powerful noble house in the entire kingdom, he responded with courtesy. Temeran stepped forward, carefully observing Siron's face and physique, as if he were inspecting a precious commodity. "Can you read?" he asked. "I learned a little when I was a child." Temeran looked thoughtful, then began to nod, continuing to examine Siron. "You seem well raised, just a hunter's son, yet you know how to read. You're a good kid, too. Wait, could you explain to me why you're here?" Siron was losing patience, and finally, Temeran revealed the true purpose of his trip. He had come to recruit Siron to work for the Owent family, though the boy didn't understand how he even knew about him. The job was to move a total of 10,000 books out of the main library at the mansion, many of which were highly important. This task would be carried out over the course of 2 years. The physical transport would be handled by others, but the sorting would be done solely by Temeran and Siron. The moment he heard the word library, Siron's heart began to race. Moreover, it was the library of the Owent family. It would definitely be filled with vital knowledge for a mage. However, Temeran continued that the only people who knew about this were Siron's family. If even one book went missing or word of this project leaked out, the lives of both him and his family would be extinguished. Only then did Siron understand why his parents looked so worried. Of course, because the task was so dangerous, the Owent family agreed to pay a massive sum. It was an amount of money that Vincent could never earn in his entire life, even if he hunted every single day. Naturally, he wasn't so greedy for wealth that he was willing to sell his precious son. He only agreed to Temeran's request so that his son could satisfy his thirst for reading in the Owent library. The amount of money he was offered was truly significant. It was worth all the effort he had put into raising his son over the past few years. Temeran seemed very satisfied with Siron and turned to speak to Vincent, but his words sounded like Vincent had only raised Siron all these years just to trade him for money. Because of this, he immediately stood up and slammed the table. "I'm not doing this for money. I only want our Siron to be able to fulfill his dreams." Temeran suddenly let out a shrill laugh. "Haha, why are you overthinking it? Do you think the kid is going to have a career? Stop dreaming. If you aren't doing this for money, then what reason could you possibly have for begging me to choose your son?" His tone was dripping with mockery. "Because you said he can read," Vincent nearly shouted. Thinking back, Olina had taught Siron a few words for fun when he was little, but they never expected that by the age of 5, he would start reading on his own. Vincent still remembered clearly how obedient and adorable Siron was back then. But more importantly, he was a bright child. Every time he looked into the boy's beautiful, sharp eyes and watched him reading so intently, Vincent couldn't help but wonder if his adopted son actually came from noble blood, and if he were raised by a noble family instead of a family of hunters like them, would his life be better? Throughout those days, Vincent had struggled internally in great agony. On one hand, he just wanted to keep Siron for himself and raise him to be a hunter, a woodcutter just like him. But seeing Siron spend hours in the forest, diligently chopping wood, made his heart ache. That was why Vincent himself had taken the initiative to reach out to Temeran after hearing the Owent family was looking for a commoner child who could read. All Vincent wanted was for Siron to go there and read the books he desired. That was why he had begged and pleaded with Temeran. But he never expected this arrogant man to think Vincent was selling his son for money. This truly enraged him. "I don't need your money. If I had known you would look at me with that gaze, I wouldn't have come to ask you for anything. Now, get out of my house immediately." Temeran was also a proud man. After being cursed out like that by Vincent, he prepared to leave. But just as he reached the door, Siron called out to him. He said that he would accept the job, regardless of the danger or the fact that Temeran looked down on his family. "Are you serious? I'm not threatening you. Let me tell you, even a small rumor could cost you your life," Temeran warned him. But even so, Siron remained firm. He asserted that he could keep his mouth shut under any circumstances, and if anything unexpected were to happen, he would not resent Temeran or the Owent family. Seeing the young man's determination, Temeran stopped trying to dissuade him. He said he would send a carriage to pick Siron up in a week. During that time, if he changed his mind, it would be fine. But once Siron stepped into the Owent mansion, he would not be allowed to leave until the work was finished. Once Temeran had finished his instructions, he didn't stay long. Left alone as a family, Vincent frantically asked his son, Siron, "Why did you agree to such a request? Those bastards just need someone to pay the price for them. This is my fault. I'll take responsibility. So please, turn it down." Vincent's face was streaming with tears, and now, Siron began to cry as well. But he wasn't crying because he blamed Vincent for throwing him into the fire. He was crying with gratitude for such a great gift. Because being able to step into the Owent library and read those precious magical books was an opportunity Siron never even dared to dream of in his entire life. "Father, thank you so much," Siron cried, but his lips wore a radiant smile. Vincent quickly hugged him tight, not stopping his comfort. "Don't worry, Siron, and remember to come back safely. I guarantee that they won't be able to touch a single hair on this family's head." At that moment, Vincent truly didn't know if he was doing the right thing. Even Olina couldn't hold back her tears, worried sick for their son. But since he was determined to go, there was no stopping him. A week later, Timoran arrived right on schedule to pick up Siron. After having Vincent sign an agreement, they whisked him away in a hurry. The carriage door shut, and they started moving. Siron immediately retreated into his own inner world. He could see Vincent and Olina clinging to each other, sobbing uncontrollably. Deep down, Siron wanted to reach out to them, but his last shred of reason forced him to pull back. That's right, this opportunity was a double-edged sword. Even though working for the Owent family was dangerous, it would bring Siron so much in return, and he refused to tremble or back down anymore. As for the Owent family, their main estate was located in Chris City within the Kingdom of Tomia, quite far from the capital, Basuka. The Owent family were warriors who specialized in training orthodox swordsmen. The former patriarch was a level 3 swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Ozent, was a level 4 orthodox knight. In short, they wielded enough power to control the local forces within the city. After some time, the carriage finally arrived in front of the Owent mansion. This was Siron's first time setting foot in a noble household, let alone one of the second-tier nobility with such massive influence in the kingdom. The sheer grandeur before him left him truly overwhelmed. The two men in charge of his arrival led him to the administrative office, which also served as the butler's quarters, the place he would call home for the next 2 years. Timoran was already waiting there. He didn't give Siron any time to rest, immediately leading him to the family's grand library to explain his duties. Stepping into the Owent library, Siron felt even more overwhelmed. He had never seen so many books in his life, and for a book lover like Siron, this was paradise. Because the Owent family was building a new library, the books here would be moved over there, and Siron's job was to organize them. He would receive a list every week, then find and collect the books according to the titles on that list. Work hours were from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening every day. Outside of those hours, Siron was allowed to rest, but he wasn't permitted to leave, and he wasn't allowed to enter the main manor without permission. Since Timoran was the head butler, he was quite busy, but other butlers would also be there to teach him the etiquette of the household. "Do you have any questions?" Timoran asked. Siron was still processing everything he had just been told. He felt like this was truly an opportunity worth risking his life for. "When do I start working?" Siron replied with a question of his own. "Starting tomorrow." Just like that, the next morning, Siron changed into a brand new butler's uniform and headed to the grand library with his list. After racking his brain all night, he finally understood why a family as large as the Owents would only hire one person for the job of shelving books. They probably needed a consistent standard for organization. For example, if you had to shelve a book titled History of Swordsmanship, everyone would have a different opinion on whether it should go under professional swordsmanship or general history. Another thing Siron realized while navigating these systems was that all knowledge is interconnected, and the core thread that connects it all is history. Knowledge is built layer by layer along a line called history. History is the backbone of knowledge. After studying history thoroughly and using it to reinforce other fields, Siron's reading speed increased significantly. Out of the 10,000 books here, about 850 were history books, and he planned to finish them all within his 2 years here to achieve his ultimate dream, becoming a mage. Time slowly slipped by, and Siron adapted to his job very quickly. That evening, while sneaking in some extra reading in the library, Siron heard footsteps. It was Timoran with an assistant butler. Siron quickly hid the book in his hands. After all, reading for pleasure here wasn't exactly permitted. "Have you finished organizing? Are you working overtime again?" "Yes, sir." Siron hurried to stand straight and answered seriously. Timoran didn't seem suspicious, just warning Siron not to overwork his body to the point of exhaustion. After all, he had 2 whole years in this library. More importantly, he had to take full responsibility for everything he did. If he got too tired and made a mistake, he could lose his head before he even knew it. After leaving a new list, Tamaran walked away, but after a few steps, he suddenly turned around and walked straight towards Siron, making him incredibly tense. What was this? Could he have found out he was secretly reading library books while working overtime? Thankfully, Tamaran only came over to straighten the ribbon on Siron's collar. It's not just the butlers in this library. The master and the young masters visit as well. Pay attention to your uniform and make sure you aren't bringing shame to the Owent family name. Tamaran also reminded Siron to trim his long hair before finally leaving for real. Siron let out a long breath of relief. He started thinking about tying his hair up neatly, just like his father. But there was a more pressing matter. The knowledge in the books was incredibly difficult. After Tamaran and the assistant left, Siron went back to struggling with that massive pile of information. He wanted to memorize it quickly, but if he wanted to access the knowledge in a book, at any given moment, Siron had to understand every single event in it clearly. And so, he forced himself to absorb even more. But after working hard all day, Siron couldn't fight off the sleepiness for long and slumped over the desk. Just as he fell into a deep sleep, a hand reached out and picked up the book he had been reading. It was Tamaran, who had returned without him noticing. "Well, you really are a fool." He clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. "You've been holding that same book for a whole month. Do you think you can succeed just by studying? If you had been reading books of practical value, I would have banned you from coming here after hours. Still, it's lucky, I suppose, because you're just a fool with willpower." 3 months had passed, and Siron had started to get used to working at the Owent family's grand library. He had also learned many other things from the maids. After 3 months, Siron realized one thing. The nobility didn't really care if 1 or 2 books went missing. That meant there probably weren't any critically important books in the library. But that didn't mean Siron was any safer. So, he kept the same mindset he had when Tamaran first confronted him. He was not allowed to make a single mistake. As he was lost in thought, the grand library doors were suddenly thrown open. "I can't afford to make any mistakes." As he was lost in thought, the grand library doors suddenly swung wide open. Next came a voice that nearly shattered Siron's eardrums. "You damn old man!" Siron jumped, looking up to see a tall, blue-haired young man storming into the room. From what Siron knew, this was the youngest son of the estate, Ran. Right behind Ran, another voice boomed, this one even more terrifying. "Ran, how dare you run away? When I catch you, you're running another 100 laps." Ran scrambled towards Siron, diving under the nearby desk. Before hiding, he hissed at Siron, warning him not to tell the newcomer where he was. Ran's large frame already felt overwhelming to Siron, but the man who burst into the grand library was even more massive. "I know you're hiding in here, Ran. Is that pea-sized, blue-haired brat in here?" Siron was speechless. If that blue-haired kid was pea-sized, what must his own scrawny frame look like to this old guy? Still, the man looked terrifying. Siron decided to test the waters first. "Pardon me, sir. Who might you be?" "I'm a swordsmanship instructor, and I'm the one authorized to beat that pea-sized brat to a pulp." "Got it?" That 2-word question nearly pierced Siron's eardrums. He felt like if he didn't answer, he'd be digging his own grave. So, even though the young master had strictly warned him, Siron had to fess up and point to the space under the bookshelf. Ran's instructor immediately grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. "Master, it's just a misunderstanding." Ran panicked, trying to explain, but the man didn't give him a chance. The instructor tossed Ran to the floor and dragged him away by the ankle. "Come with me, you brat. If you want to skip training, you need to be taught some discipline." Ran looked absolutely devastated. Siron could clearly read his lips as he was dragged away. "You're going to pay for this." But seeing as the instructor seemed to hold even more power than the head of the house, Siron really had no other choice. After that day, Siron heard rumors that the young master had been sent away to the mountains for training, so for the following days, no one else burst into the library, yelling and making him jump. During his time at the Grand Library, Siron continued to balance his chores with his reading. It took him 20 days to finish the first book, but once he grasped the basics, he devoured 82 books in just 4 months. Everything went exactly as Siron had anticipated. The beginning was tough, but after that, none of the books contained entirely new information. If he could build a foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 would be much easier to digest. As Siron read about the history and origins of magic, he started to wonder if studying the origin of magic at this stage was the right choice. But since he had already learned about the formation of all things, he felt even more certain that his decision was correct. After all, if a scholar creates a theorem, a mage does the same. But mages have to put that theory into practice. Thus, a mage is much like a scholar. However, not every scholar can become a mage, because not everyone can enter the state of divine senses within their consciousness, that is, the spiritual world. Siron became more convinced that with his own spiritual world, if he could just absorb the vast amount of knowledge in these books, he could eventually become a mage. Honestly, he thought those peaceful days would last forever. Until that evening, when Ran returned, furious. "Hey, you jerk! I've been through hell waiting for this day." It was the same blue hair, the same imposing build, and the same ear-splitting voice. Siron secretly broke into a cold sweat. This young master was persistent. After being put through such rigorous mountain training, he still held a grudge about being exposed in the library. Ran was so angry his teeth were literally chattering. "Do you have any idea how much trouble I've been through, you coward?" He started ranting about how his master had tortured him from climbing cliffs countless times until his fingers had no strength left. Yet, every time he felt like he was going to die, Ran remembered the grudge from the library and the person who had put him in that situation, which fueled him with renewed strength. Siron sighed internally. This young master wasn't just holding a grudge, he was obsessive. It seemed like his anger had been building up and had finally reached its boiling point. "Are you too scared to open your mouth? I asked you for help and trusted you, but you turned around and sold me out to my master. Looking at a coward like you makes me sick." As he spoke, Ran grabbed Siron by the collar. "It's not like that. I was just telling the truth. Don't try to justify yourself. You should have just said you wouldn't follow my orders back then." Siron sighed to himself. It seemed he couldn't reason with someone who was furious and possessed overwhelming power. "So, young master, what would you like me to do?" Ran seemed surprised by Siron's calm question. Then, he let out a laugh and dragged Siron to the training grounds, even though it was already the middle of the night. Siron figured the guy intended to beat him up with his sword until he felt better. He didn't want to lose the job his parents had risked their lives to secure for him, so he prepared himself to just take the hits. But after glancing at the weapons on the rack, Ran grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Siron. He demanded that Siron spar with him. "I'm not a coward like you. This is the price for looking down on me. You're destined to be a great swordsman. You'll face the wrath of my blade." "What did I do that was cowardly, young master?" Since he kept being labeled a coward, Siron felt a surge of agitation and retorted. "As a servant of the Owen family, you're supposed to protect your own, but you sold me out to the master just because you were afraid of getting hit. Isn't that the definition of cowardice?" When Ran said this, Siron could clearly see the look in his eyes change, turning quite vicious. Siron instinctively gripped his sword tightly, which was exactly what Ran wanted. Since there was such a large gap in their skill levels, Ran allowed Siron to strike first 3 times. Siron was incredibly nervous, even though it was just a wooden sword and couldn't kill him. Wood was hard. If he suffered a broken bone, Siron would be sent home and lose his job. His mind raced with questions about what to do. After a few seconds of thought, Siron gripped his sword and launched a powerful attack, but Ran easily dodged that first strike. When Siron attacked a second time, he used his sword to block it. Unlike Siron, who was trembling while holding his blade, it was clear that Ran had a much stronger foundation and far superior power. Sweat was already pouring down Siron's neck. He only had one chance left to strike, and if he failed this time, Siron would definitely lose. He focused all his mental energy and entered his spirit realm. Within the spirit realm, Siron could sense the weakest point on his opponent's sword, just like those times he successfully managed to use a lightning strike while chopping wood. After spotting the target, Siron launched his attack immediately. Ran raised his sword to defend, even mocking him for such a ridiculous stance. But when Siron's blade came down, Ran couldn't laugh anymore, because the sword in his hand had instantly shattered into pieces. Ran looked absolutely horrified. He stared at his broken sword in shock for a long time. Siron's sword had snapped too, but he had succeeded. Ran had given him a 3-move handicap, and he used the first move to gauge the force, calculated the timing for his opponent's second move, and executed his plan on the third. This was the lightning strike he had spent the last 3 years perfecting. "Hey," Ran trembled as he spoke, "where did you learn swordsmanship?" "This isn't swordsmanship, it's just a lightning strike," Siron replied honestly. "Huh?" Seeing Ran's confused expression, Siron even explained diligently that his father was a woodcutter and he'd been following him up the mountain to chop wood since he was a kid. Because his physique was too weak, he couldn't chop wood the normal way. So, he figured out this technique to make the work easier. And lightning strike was just the name the woodcutters had given it. The more Ran heard, the more bewildered he became. A powerful strike like that was figured out while chopping wood? Meanwhile, he'd been holding a sword for 15 years, yet he'd lost to a woodcutter's son. Furthermore, What Siron just called a lightning strike was actually a lethal sword technique. It was a secret art of the Owent family that Rand's older brother, Gi, had learned when he was only 12. Back then, Rand had been defeated by Gi using that very same move, and today, he had been defeated by Siron using that same skill. "I won't accept this." Rand clenched his hands into fists and couldn't help but shout. Seeing the look on his opponent's face growing more serious, Siron, who had just started to relax, grew tense again. "Young master, did I upset you?" "Shut your mouth," Rand snapped. Then he pulled out another sword, this one was the real deal, and tossed it towards Siron. "Since both of our weapons were destroyed, this match isn't over yet. If you've mastered a lethal sword technique, then I should treat you accordingly." Siron's heart felt like it was going to leap out of his chest. Please don't tell him the young master was crazy enough to duel him with real swords now. Luckily, Rand wasn't that insane. The duel with real swords was happening, yes, but first, he would give Siron a month to prepare. A month sounded like a long time, but for someone with absolutely no sword foundation like Siron, it was essentially useless. He held the sword in his hand, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. If it were a real sword, he could actually lose his life. Siron didn't want to gamble with his life, so he begged Rand to reconsider, saying how could he possibly duel when he had never learned swordsmanship in his life. But Rand had no intention of taking back his words. "That's exactly why I'm giving you 1 month. If you're capable of mastering a lethal sword technique just by chopping wood, then you'll find a way to do this too. And don't even think about running away, because I'll definitely surpass you." The sword in his hand wasn't that heavy, but Siron felt like it was crushing his heart. After returning to the Grand Library and gathering information, Siron finally understood why the youngest young master reacted so intensely. It was said that the people of the Owent family possessed either black or blue hair. The family head, Bove Owent, had black hair and had fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son had black hair and was already a level 6 swordsman. The eldest daughter had blue hair and possessed such exceptional musical talent that she worked as a court musician instead of following the family's path of swordsmanship. The second son, Gi, also had black hair, and was considered a genius who had mastered the lethal sword technique at age 12. Rand, however, was said to be completely different from his siblings. The household servants all agreed that he was quite untalented, even with his own personal instructor. Siron's mood was completely devastated. He started regretting not just letting Rand beat him up with the wooden sword, rather than fighting back and getting into this mess. Rand's pride had been severely wounded, and it seemed he was determined to win a match against Siron to shed that psychological burden. Siron even cried from the sheer stress. If he lost his life in the match against Rand in a month, his parents would surely never have peace again. Thinking of his parents, Siron refused to let himself lose his nerve any longer. "Think, you're going to become a mage, right? Siron," he thought to himself, then started looking for books in the library. Back when he lived on the mountain, Siron had been very confident in his stamina, so he felt that if he learned a few defensive skills, he could definitely survive. And so, Siron began studying everything within his capability. Meanwhile, Rand threw himself into insane training. His sudden enthusiasm caught his sword instructor completely off guard. Even the kid who had always skipped practice was now demanding more rigorous training methods. The instructor wasn't stupid. He quickly realized something had happened to Rand, but the boy only replied that it was nothing. Seeing Rand so determined, he didn't press further. Instead, he began assigning him a training regimen many times more brutal than before. While Rand was sweating buckets on the training field, Siron was carefully studying the force map. It was considered a simple diagram of the human body. If mages had the spirit realm, then swordsmen had the force map to help them visualize their own bodies. The force map could push their limits to the extreme. Those who mastered the force map could perfectly use and control every cell in their body. This was the most important element to becoming a swordsman. In this aspect, it was completely opposite to the spirit realm Siron had unlocked. But it also piqued his interest. Should I give it a try? Siron thought to himself. And he did what he thought. Siron closed the book in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to perceive himself. This was the first step in unlocking the force map, and it was quite simple because it was similar to entering the spirit realm. If opening the spirit realm forced a person to manifest their true power, they have to peel back their own layers, forcing them to dig deep into their very existence. In truth, Siron didn't want to pour all his efforts into the schematic because it went against the nature of his domain. So, he shifted his focus to mastering basic swordsmanship, using his existing domain as a foundation. Siron carried a mountain of swordsmanship manuals to the backyard. He started with the absolute basics, the 8 directional strikes. Meanwhile, Ran was pushing himself to train so hard that even his master was starting to get scared. The master had never seen his student this agitated, even though he had been teaching him since he was a little boy. Ran's mood was incredibly complex. In reality, Siron was just the final straw. The core of the problem was that Ran was constantly being compared to his older siblings, and the fact that, after 15 years of sword practice, he still hadn't unlocked his schematic, marking him as the failure of the Owen family. His master, though seemingly stern, was actually deeply affectionate. Seeing the frightening change in his student today, he actually shed a tear. "Ran, that's enough. Let's call it a day." The sword in Ran's hand was caught by the master. Only then did Ran realize every muscle in his body was aching. He obediently put down his sword, sat down, and began to stare into the distance. "What are you thinking about?" his master asked while wiping the sweat from his brow. "I'm thinking. My arms hurt like hell. Ran, you know what? I never knew you could push yourself this hard. But I think you've done a great job." "Have you ever thought about what you've done best so far?" the master asked suddenly. "I don't know. I only know what I'm bad at." "Yeah, exactly. That's why you aren't a genius." Ran felt stung. He thought his master was mocking him. But when he turned around, Ran saw the master's face was very serious, his eyes heavy with hidden burdens. The master explained that every genius knows exactly what they are best at, and they only invest their effort when they are 100% confident they will succeed. But geniuses also have a fear: the hard work required to achieve the impossible, a burning will to challenge the unattainable. That grit and determination, that is the natural enemy of geniuses. "Thank you, master." Ran gave a faint smile. Of all the encouragement he had ever heard, he liked these words the best. His swordmaster wasn't just spouting nonsense. Those words truly ignited Ran's fighting spirit. If talent wasn't something he had from the start, then he would grit his teeth and forge it through sheer, grueling hard work. Ran wanted to use his own determination to turn the impossible into the possible. He wanted to win, and coincidentally, that was the same mindset as Siron, who was struggling to master basic swordsmanship. Right now, Siron was also taking his first swings with deadly seriousness. Swordsmanship is the process of learning actions designed to take another person's life, so its dark side is a high-stakes psychological war of life and death. With no training partner, Siron could only grip the sword Ran had thrown him and imagine an invisible enemy in front of him, one capable of attacking from any direction. In reality, there are 8 major directions in sword combat, and through extraordinary effort, Siron had forged those 8 strikes himself, as well as the counters to them. He kept practicing, eventually realizing that the path of the sword was as infinite as magic. Yet, everything Siron had learned on his own was just a grain of sand in the desert. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can come home anymore," Siron whispered to himself, his voice filled with sorrow. But from the moment he stepped into the Owen family, he had never once regretted it. Even though the path he walked faced the specter of death, he had also seen a magnificent world. A month flew by, and Siron arrived at the training ground on time to begin the life-or-death duel with Ran. In just one short month, he could clearly feel that the aura around the other person had changed completely. And that was exactly what Ran felt about Siron, because just a month ago, he had looked like a complete mess in terms of both posture and balance. Yet now, Siron was incredibly steady. Even holding a real sword for the first time, he remained remarkably calm. This forced Ran to associate Siron with his older brother, making him want to win even more. Ran was the one who lunged first. Siron was extremely tense, because even though this young master was called incompetent by the servants, his swordsmanship level was still in a different league compared to his own. But fortunately, thanks to his relentless effort over the past month, Siron could still sense the trajectory of the blade. Siron's calmness and his way of tracking the sword only caused more hot blood to rush to Ran's head. Is he not afraid of this blade? Ran wondered deeply. He thought that Siron wasn't just some reckless daredevil with a death wish, but that he had completely mastered his emotions. On his end, Ran continued to attack. This time, the sword came from the right side, and Siron managed to block it again. But while the first few strikes were light, from the subsequent swings, the speed of Ran's blade kept increasing, beginning to surpass the speed at which Siron could track it. Finally, the tip of Ran's sword successfully carved a shallow cut across Siron's chest. As the blood began to flow, Siron knew he was about to lose. He hurriedly changed tactics, retreating with all his might. Alongside the pain radiating from his chest was a confusing question. Ran looked into his eyes, seemingly understanding that confusion, which only made him more smug. What he had just used was the Owen family's sword technique for training greatswords. Every swing was the result of Ran's bone-crushing effort, so the impact was completely different from a standard strike. After wounding Siron, he became even more bloodthirsty. In Rand's eyes now, there was only one goal: to crush Siron with his power. They continued into the second round, but this time, Siron felt puzzled. If Rand had swung upward after hitting his chest, Siron would have been gutted. But Rand's subsequent attacks didn't seem like finishing blows. This meant that his grasp of sword theory was actually lower than Siron's. Rand could swing a sword skillfully, but he didn't truly understand how to use his techniques effectively. This was the opening for Siron to turn the tide. He immediately changed his combat plan by pouring all his strength into an attack. Siron had learned basic swordsmanship, so his strikes were relatively decisive. And Rand was truly shocked once again. Why is he suddenly attacking? Isn't he exhausted already? He was incredibly bewildered, questioning himself. And Rand was even more confused because, even though the moves Siron used were quite simple, he somehow couldn't block them. Rand went from holding the upper hand and attacking relentlessly to suddenly being on the defensive. Noticing his opponent's stamina starting to fade after a few clumsy blocks, Siron felt a glimmer of hope that he might actually make it out of this alive. He just needed to pace himself and keep up this rhythm to secure the win. Meanwhile, Rand was a mess of conflicting emotions. Siron's aggressive pressure had dredged up old ghosts from his past. Rand thought back to his older brother, the one their father constantly hailed as a genius, the one who had crushed him with a single, lethal sword technique. Remembering the arrogant, smug smirk his brother wore after beating him, Rand's fury boiled over again, and he took all that anger out on Siron. Rand's sudden loss of composure made Siron think he had given up, but that's when the real problem started. Rand wasn't calm, but that explosive rage sent his sword speed skyrocketing. It was so fast that Siron couldn't even track the incoming strikes. During the final blow, Siron felt as if the Grim Reaper was tapping him on the shoulder. But, being the main character with such immense plot armor, this guy wasn't about to kick the bucket today. Neither of them landed a hit. Siron had managed to deflect Rand's blade with his own. Rand stood there, dazed and confused, while Siron was so winded he could barely breathe. Even through that final flurry, Rand clearly saw that Siron had read his movements, changing his grip in the blink of an eye. Siron's blade pointed upward, clashing directly against Rand's downward strike. With every last drop of his remaining stamina, he had won by knocking Rand's sword away. Siron gasped for air. He had won, but he couldn't quite believe it. Even after winning, Siron felt incredibly awkward. This was supposed to be a friendly spar, but Rand was a noble, and he had just trampled all over the guy's massive pride again. He had no idea what Rand would do next. Siron was on edge, unable to imagine how much crazier the guy's next outburst might be. But this time, Rand wasn't angry. He just hung his head and muttered 3 words: "I lost." While Siron was still processing that, Rand scratched his head and repeated, "I lost," a few more times, looking completely flustered. "I lost, and you won. Since I lost, if you decide to take my life, I have no room to complain." Siron was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Rand to be so gracious in defeat, let alone offer up his own life. But he was a noble. How could he possibly survive if he dared touch a single hair on his head? "What kind of ridiculous nonsense are you spouting, young master?" Siron nearly shouted. "Rand, we fought with our lives on the line, and you've admitted you lost. So, you have the right to take my life, don't you?" Rand replied, looking oblivious. Siron shot back. "You were the only one betting your life on this. I'm just trying to stay alive here." Siron yelled, "Honestly, I thought this whole fight was absurd from the start. Why were you blaming me and trying to beat me up when you were the one? Who was dodging your mentor just because you didn't want to train?" The anger rushed to his head, and Siron, no longer afraid, openly criticized the young master in front of him. Rand wasn't about to back down, firing back with his sharp tongue. "Hold it right there, you jerk. Who should be blaming who? Exactly. This is all because you're a coward. Even if it was our first meeting, you should have shown me some respect, don't you think?" "Respect? Are you kidding me?" Siron snapped back. "Have you ever thought about how hard you made my life? I was stuck between the Lord's son and your sword instructor. If you were actually worthy of respect, you wouldn't have put a lowly servant like me in a position like that." Siron got more heated the more he spoke, venting all his bottled-up frustration right into Rand's face. To be honest, this young master was a total blockhead. He challenged Siron because of his own fragile pride, not because he actually wanted to kill him, but Siron had truly thought he was done for. After giving Rand an earful, he was so exhausted he just sat down on the ground. Across from him, Rand had just been chewed out by a servant, like never before. But strangely, he wasn't angry. In that moment of Siron's outburst, Ran felt the cold, composed warrior he had just been fighting vanish. In his place was a teenager just like himself. And most importantly, even though Ran felt Siron was clearly a genius, he didn't mock him the way his brother had. Instead, Siron had given his all partly to protect himself, but also out of respect for his opponent. Because of this, Ran saw the boy in front of him differently. "Hey, what's your name?" he suddenly asked. "Siron." Siron didn't know what he was up to but answered anyway. "And I am Ran Owent," he said clearly. Siron was confused again. Everyone knew this blue-haired guy was Ran Owent. His confusion reached a peak when Ran suddenly reached out to pull Siron to his feet. Along with it came an offer. "Let's be friends." And just like that, the duel ended. Siron went back to his work. A year passed in the blink of an eye since he first stepped into the Adrian estate. In total, Siron had catalogued 702,810.453 books. His progress far exceeded expectations, and even someone as difficult as Timoran couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Since the number of books left to catalog had dropped significantly, his work efficiency improved even further. On top of that, he only had 200 books left out of the 850 history books he wanted to read. He read 3 books every single day, and soon enough, Siron would master the foundation of knowledge he had always dreamed of. Not only that, thanks to Ran, he had experienced real swordsmanship and understood the nature of fear. Because of this, it seemed his internal energy was growing stronger as well. Even though the start had been slow, he knew that as long as he didn't give up, he would reach his goals. And most importantly, Siron had found the first real friend of his life, the very same person who had screamed at him during their first encounter. After that duel, Ran pretty much planted himself in the Great Library to talk to Siron. And he realized that Ran was actually quite sensitive and had a very cute side, completely opposite to his imposing appearance. Even though Ran still gave Siron a headache sometimes, like when he'd mess up the books he had just organized, all in all, this friend was well worth it. Truth is, after getting close, Ran started slacking off on training. Like today, right after finishing the basic drills, he told his master he wanted to head to the library to study, and then he just planted himself there. Siron knew that this seemingly lazy guy was actually a slow-burning fire that could explode at any moment. Ran would get stronger whenever the chance arose, so there was no need to push him to overtrain for nothing. And so, Siron agreed to let Ran stay in the library to read with him. But only 10 minutes later, Ran was already exhausted by the mountain of text in the books. "Siron, didn't you say you wanted to become a mage? Do you really have to read this many books? 800 of them? You're insane," Ran grumbled. "Of course, actually, I'm still falling behind. Before coming here, I never had the chance to study anything. But now that I've finished over 600 history books, I've learned almost everything." Ran had no interest in reading, so he just focused on watching Siron. And every time he saw him working, he was struck with amazement all over again. Siron's reading speed was unbelievably fast, to the point where Ran felt like Siron could get sucked into the book at any second. Bored to death, Ran would read a few words and then start chatting with Siron again. Whenever the two of them were together, it was as chaotic as a free-fire waiting lobby. Because of that, Siron couldn't concentrate on his reading. The two started debating over the book in Ran's hand. It was about the most common comparison made on the continent. If a swordsman and a mage were to face off, who would win? Obviously, the swordsman would win. A voice rang out from behind the bookshelf. As soon as Siron heard it, he jumped to his feet. Because the owner of that voice was Owen, the second young master of the Owent house, and the older brother that Ran despised to the bone. Siron was incredibly tense, fearing that the two of them had just been overheard by Owen. A servant who dared to speak disrespectfully to nobles wouldn't get off easily, and Owen's gaze right now felt like it was trying to pierce right through him. Seeing Siron looking so uneasy, Ran had to step in to bail him out. "Why are you talking like you already know the result? Are you sure you're not just taking the swordsman's side because you're a swordsman yourself?" "Oh, I didn't think you paid so much attention to these things, little brother. Just look at the status of swordsmen and mages on the continent, and you'll see it immediately." Ran laughed out loud. "We're talking about fighting here. What the hell does their social status have to do with it? Do people choose their positions on the battlefield based on army ranking? You can't be saying something that nonsensical, right?" Ran clearly showed his opposition, but Owen didn't even bother to care. Instead, he turned toward Siron, who was standing to the side. "Oh, you standing there. What do you think?" It was a completely normal question, but Siron felt invisible pressure coming from the other man. He couldn't guess what Owen's objective was, or if he would be safe if he didn't give the answer the guy wanted. Even so, Siron couldn't just ignore the question. so he could only cautiously state his point of view. He argued that if a swordsman and a mage were of equal level, the swordsman would have a hard time winning once the mage had entered their domain. But if a swordsman used their superior physical strength to strike before the mage could enter their domain, they could definitely win. No, you're wrong, Owen cut Siron off. Before anyone realized it, he had already walked right in front of him. Owen was taller than Siron, so his presence was incredibly overwhelming. You're wrong, the mage would lose. As he said those words, a smug smile appeared on Owen's face. This familiar, arrogant posture made Rand glare at him. This trait of Owen's had been present since they were little. Whenever he felt annoyed by someone, he loved nothing more than to trample on the things they held dear. Before it was Rand. Now he wanted to put the pressure on Siron. You seem to love history, don't you? I'm sure you've heard of the 5 divine armors, right? The holy relics capable of shattering a mage's mental world. I'm talking about anti-magic. Siron was stunned by Owen's words. Is a mage's innate ability their domain or their mental world? When fighting a mage, inside their domain, it's no different from fighting sharks in the deep sea. However, there is something that can stir the water and distract the school of sharks. That is the reason why the thing called anti-magic that Owen just mentioned was created. If the mental world can't be affected, then magic can't either. Once someone possesses a holy relic with this property, a mage won't be able to do anything to them. But in the end, this is still just a theory. In the past, anti-magic was a precious power created from the mana flow in a dragon's heart. That fact alone made its value incredibly high. Besides that, because of the wave frequencies, no matter how much wealth was poured into them, their effectiveness couldn't be increased. Even a master-level mage like Ra could only use 65% of the 5 divine armor's potential. So, the cost to obtain a holy relic is sky-high. Of course, in this day and age, it also carries historical value. Therefore, the value of anti-magic is worth the annual budget of an entire kingdom. But the most problematic issue here is that the people who created anti-magic were mages themselves. They created things to counter their own kind because the demand was so high, making it very easy to profit from. Those mages are lining up just to get hired. A mage is just a profession for pathetic people who try to sell their own weaknesses just to make money. Owen's voice was dripping with contempt. Rand was extremely frustrated because he knew Siron was nurturing a dream to become a mage, and here Owen was, blatantly insulting that profession. However, the person who should have been angry, Siron, didn't seem to have much of an emotional shift. That is the very nature of being a mage. He suddenly smiled brightly and said, this attitude from Siron caught both Owen brothers by surprise, especially Owen. What did you say? He thought he had misheard him, so he asked again. You aren't wrong, sir. Anti-magic was indeed created by mages. It is used to limit the ability of magic within restricted zones, and it is also used effectively to support the training of magical students. Siron's knowledge was in no way inferior to Owen's. He knew that anti-magic was indeed used to counter mages, but its existence was like an intellectual achievement meant to serve good purposes. And because of that, Siron still held to his view that Owen's belief that a swordsman is nobler than a mage was just a completely biased, wrong opinion. Owen, as the second young master of the Owent house, had always been a trash talker who enjoyed trampling on others. Today, right in his own home, he was being pressed by Siron's calm and collected tone, but his attitude. You're still so proper, aren't you? It's impossible to find any fault in you. The theories you talk about are worlds apart from reality. No matter what you say, the fact is, mages will never defeat swordsmen, Jenna said, storming off in a huff. Only then could Siron finally breathe a sigh of relief. When young Master Jenna showed up with that terrifying look just now, he thought he was done for. Rand was also happy, because finally, he'd found someone with a sharp tongue to fire back at his rival. After that incident, Jenna stopped coming to the library to cause trouble. Siron was finally able to focus on his work. 6 months later, as winter arrived, he finished the task of organizing over 10,000 books. He'd finished ahead of his 6-month schedule. Timoran seemed very relieved that the books, which had been neglected for 20 years, were finally properly sorted. Siron had fulfilled his contract and was technically free to go home, but the Owent family's butler seemed reluctant to lose such a useful worker. He tried to force a contract extension on Siron with some ridiculous excuses, but Timoran wouldn't have it. Meanwhile, at the Grand Library, Siron had finished reading the final book he needed. He had wrapped up a year and a half of borrowing knowledge from the noble Owent family. Ran, who was practicing his swordsmanship, rushed over in a panic the moment he heard Siron had finished his task. He was worried Siron would just pack up and go home. Seeing that Siron had read over 800 books, Ran looked even more excited than Siron himself. To celebrate, Siron wanted to do something special and asked Ran to take him on a tour of the family estate. Even though they lived on the same grounds, they mostly only saw each other in the library, and it was always Ran taking the initiative to visit, since Siron was just a worker, with no chance to see how a true noble lived. As luck would have it, today the entire Owent family was out, and wouldn't be back until after the afternoon. So, Ran readily agreed to his request. Siron had thought the grand library was huge, but when he stepped inside the mansion, he was truly overwhelmed. A single room here was probably the size of his entire house. Ran was the heir to a wealthy family, yet he wasn't arrogant at all. In fact, he was a bit of a free spirit. Ran took Siron to see his bedroom, which was the smallest room at the end of the hallway. Siron had braced himself, expecting to be dazzled by opulence as soon as he walked in. But in reality, Ran's bedroom was much simpler than the others, and more importantly, it was packed with training gear and swords, and that messy bed looked more like a place to crash after a hard workout. Siron couldn't believe his eyes. A young master like Ran lived in a place this simple? You really can't judge a book by its cover. After the tour, Siron and Ran decided to play poker, but Ran kept groaning about losing every hand. Hey, you're using your mana field to cheat, aren't you? What? Who do you think I am? Do you really think I'd play dirty like that? As he spoke, Siron revealed how he'd guessed his cards. That was how he won. You have a habit of putting your aces on the outside, and the way you bet when you have a pair is also pretty easy to spot. Ran, caught red-handed, felt like rolling on the floor and throwing a tantrum. Observation skills only work when you're not hyper-focused on one thought. When you're watching an opponent, you have to observe all of their actions. Then you can figure out what they're thinking. Siron gave Ran some sincere advice, hoping he'd break through to a new level soon. But before he could finish his thought, Ran had already drifted off to sleep. Siron was about to head back to his quarters when he heard a melodic sound. The melody, the tone, the tempo, it was perfectly controlled by the player. Siron followed the music involuntarily. He knew that in this world, only one person could play with this level of mastery. It was Rena Owent's older sister. What do you think of my sonata? After the music stopped, Rena suddenly asked. It made Siron, who was hiding behind the door, jump out of his skin. Realizing he'd been spotted, he stopped hiding and walked straight up to her. I think it's wonderful. Siron's nerves started acting up again. Maybe it was because he was in front of a noble lady, or maybe it was just because Rena was so beautiful. Greetings. We haven't met before. Are you a new recruit? Rena continued. Yes, milady. I'm in charge of sorting the library books, and I've been here for a year now. Rena let out an "oh" of surprise, having heard the name Siron before as the smart kid who managed to organize over 10,000 books all by himself. If that's the case, have you ever played the piano before? Siron desperately wanted to refuse because, other than Ran, he didn't want to get involved with any other members of the family. Furthermore, Rena was known for using complex patterns while performing, so he wanted to steer clear of her. Just that morning, Ran had said she had the worst personality in the mansion. That's why Siron responded so timidly. Not yet, milady. Then let me teach you. Come here. With that, she placed one hand on the keys and patted the seat next to her with the other. Siron was stunned by the invitation, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. He grew increasingly nervous, his inner voice screaming, "What? Sit there?" Rena was sharp enough to notice his tense expression. She calmly reassured him. "It's fine. I gave you permission, so no one will blame you." He bit his lip, hesitating, his mind in a constant struggle. She insisted on this, and I have no right to refuse. He reluctantly sat down, feeling both nervous and thrilled, his heart racing. He told himself, besides, when would he ever get another chance to sit in front of a piano? He sat up straight and listened to her explain the basics of music. She enthusiastically guided him through each note. Now, these keys are C, D, and E. Try pressing all three at the same time. He quickly followed her instructions, his 3 fingers gently pressed down together. A sound rang out that left him a bit flustered. The sound was clear, soaring, and tugged at his heartstrings. He marveled at how beautiful it sounded. She turned to look at him, surprised. A good start. His heart was in a chaotic state. He felt shy, and his eyes couldn't hide his confusion. "I'm sorry if I'm asking for too much, but may I try playing it?" She was surprised by his request, but didn't think twice before agreeing. "Very well." Siron bowed his head, realizing his behavior might have been a bit rude. The last suggestion seemed a bit much, and he felt it wasn't a great idea at all. "I don't think that would be a good idea, milady." Rena offered a gentle smile and told him, "That's how everyone gets started, you know." Deep down, however, a question couldn't help but arise in her mind. Did he know more about music theory than what she'd just taught him? Siron placed his hands on the piano keys, lightly brushing against them. He began to move his fingers, gracefully pressing the black and white keys. A clear, enchanting melody rang out note by note. Rena was so astonished she covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on his hands. She was amazed she couldn't believe he was playing it all wrong, yet he pressed the keys without a hint of hesitation. Should I stop him? Rena watched Siron play, sweat beads forming as a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. She focused on the piece he was playing. Her expression wasn't rigid anymore. It was strange. His playing was completely off, yet even though the sound wasn't perfect and felt a bit chaotic, she still found herself enjoying it. But then, Jay suddenly noticed something. Her eyes widened in amazement as she watched his hands moving skillfully across the keys. She was stunned to realize, yet it was remarkably similar. Siron seemed to melt into the melody. In that moment, she realized that he could perfectly mimic the feeling of the piece she had just played. The harmony in every note left her truly shocked and bewildered. His eyes suddenly glowed with a turquoise light. Siron seemed to fall into a matrix of musical notes. Sitting together at the center, the soft light created a magical and captivating space. Under his nimble fingers, the melodies and sounds continued to pour forth. His hands moved elegantly, gliding gently over the keys. The notes seemed to dance around them, following the rhythm. As Siron's fingers pressed down, the keys shimmered, accentuating his grace and finesse. Rena frowned, her eyes narrowing. It seemed he was getting back on track. She pondered, listening intently as it began to sound more accurate. His hands rose and fell, moving incessantly like a true artist. She sat there, captivated, savoring every melody he painted. Rena stared, stunned, at the man before her. What was unfolding in front of her was hard to believe. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. What was this? You couldn't just call it a performance. But did he have the insight to grasp the very essence of it? Rena observed every gesture and move Siron made. Several questions surfaced in her mind. Why on earth was this kid a butler? Especially since he looked so much like a nobleman. Seeing her pensive expression, he realized something. I'm sorry. But before he could finish, Rand's challenge rang out. Don't be so loud, you annoying little gremlin. His shout tore through the soft, melodic atmosphere, leaving Siron feeling quite anxious. Sweat began to break out on his forehead. Rand looked annoyed, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. He stood at the door to Jenna's room, running a hand under his shirt to scratch, revealing his toned six-pack. He kept yelling, "Now that you're home, just get some rest. Why are you acting like a maniac, huh?" Looking into the room, besides her, the person next to her also made his skin crawl. He looked at him with surprise and confusion. Wait, you're here too? Siron found himself in an awkward spot, meeting Rand like this. Siron's expression was shy and embarrassed as he clumsily replied, Yes, that's right. Rena, sitting beside him, was bewildered, not quite understanding the situation. She asked, completely surprised, "Oh, you two know each other?" While Rand stood motionless, Siron looked back and forth between them, feeling flustered. He stammered, "No, it's just the music." He didn't know how to answer the question, cold sweat dripping down his face, a sense of unease rising within him. My friendship with Rand is going to be exposed. Why do I feel like I've committed a crime? Behind him, Rand scratched himself and said nonchalantly, "Oh, you mean Siron?" Rand was fully awake now. His eyes lit up as he introduced Siron to Jenna. "He's my friend." Siron felt like he'd been frozen solid, slumping down to the floor in panic, staring at him in horror. "What are you saying, Rand?" He likely knew in his heart that he was afraid this secret friendship might cause trouble. Rand grinned, hands on his hips, turning toward Jay. He reassured Siron, telling him not to worry, even though the witch Gremlin had a tough personality. She didn't care about things like that. Siron's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was hearing. His inner world was in turmoil. What? How could that be? Why wouldn't she care? Just as he was wondering how to face her, Rena spoke up first. "So, your name is Siron, is it?" She crouched down beside him, her attitude gentle and caring. She placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. "Don't worry. If Rand says you two are friends, then that's a good thing. He's a bit of a brat, truly, but he's very responsible for his words." Her reaction was beyond his wildest imagination, making him feel a bit nervous. Rena didn't care whether he and Rand were friends or not, but what she was more curious about was his thought process. She asked curiously, "So, what were you thinking while you were playing? I'd really love to know." The question startled him. A barrage of question marks appeared in his head, wondering what she was up to. Rand was also caught off guard by her question. "Wait, what? Siron was the one playing? I thought you were just acting crazy in here." Witnessing this scene, 16 years of logic were collapsing. His wall of preconceptions crumbled in an instant, and he kept wondering, she doesn't care that her brother is friends with a commoner? Siron turned to him. And besides, Ran, why did you lie? Your sister is a beautiful, kind-hearted lady. Hearing these words, she couldn't help but be amused. In contrast to her expression, R's face turned pale. He looked serious, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. What are you talking about? Don't let her fool you, she's a witch. Who knows when she'll latch onto you and devour you? Hearing this, Siron couldn't help but be shocked. She leaned in close, covered her mouth with her hand, and gave an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. My younger brother is a bit childish. I'm glad he has you as a friend. Please take care of him. Siron looked at Rena's smiling face and replied, It's nothing at all. Actually, I'm the one who owes you a debt of gratitude. Her warmth left him feeling shy. Rena showered Siron with praise. Oh my, you are truly adorable. Seeing this, Ran wore a mischievous grin. Since he's so cute, why don't you just keep him? You could even let him join our family while you're at it. Rena was surprised by Rand's suggestion. She offered an intrigued, intimate smile. Aren't you afraid he might steal your sister away from you? Rand laughed gleefully. What are you talking about? You're not the one I'm worried about. It's Siron. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand grabbed him tightly by the collar. The two of them started fighting. She didn't hold back at all, not even caring that he was her younger brother as she laid into him. You think just because I don't say anything, you're all that? They wrestled on the floor. Rand couldn't take it anymore and shrieked, That hurts. Siron stood there watching the two siblings go at it. Confused thoughts swirled in his head, leaving him feeling adrift. Just when he thought he had learned something about the nobility, they became even more mysterious. After getting beat up, Ran huffed coldly, shouting at her with defiance. Ugh, why did you even come home? You just had some time off not long ago. She casually brushed off her hands. Don't you know? GI is preparing for the certification exam. I came to pick her up. We're leaving tomorrow, and Father has gone to visit a friend. He'll be back later, Ran gasped in shock. What? Are you crazy? He lowered his head, his voice trailing off. Is it really that far away? He watched him looking downcast, his mind looping over everything she had just said. The certification exam is the standard and requirement for mages and swordsmen to be recognized, not just within the kingdom, but across the entire continent. Every year, over 1,000 people participate, but not everyone succeeds each time. Besides that, there is also the uncertified status. If one graduates from an academy recognized by the kingdom, like the Anfis Magic Academy, they have a chance to become a rank 10 uncertified mage. After gaining achievement points through organizations and guilds, they can be promoted. Hundreds, thousands of people flock here. The line of people stretches out so far, you can't even see where it ends. But wherever there is wealth and prestige, people will naturally gather. Even with uncertified status, people still never stop longing to earn that official certification. That is the legendary exam that GI is preparing to take at 18. Ran looked on in awe. A genius really is different, huh? Plus, they have the full backing of their family. He let out a sigh, his mood dampening. Rena walked over to him and patted his head to comfort him. It'll be fine. I'm going to go prepare dinner. It's seafood from the royal palace, so I have to prepare it myself. She turned to him and gave a bright smile. It was a pleasure meeting you, Siron. Let's meet again sometime. He looked at her, dazed. Yes, have a wonderful day, my lady. He secretly wondered if he would ever have the chance to see her again. Recalling the scene just now where she taught him how to play the instrument, that feeling was absolutely amazing. He didn't know if he would ever see her again, because he was leaving the estate tomorrow. Rena Owent went outside, leaving Siron and Ran behind. He turned to him and hesitantly started to speak. Ran, your sister, are you looking at me? He looked off into the distance, his eyes determined. He asked him, does she have a lover yet? The question made Ran freeze, stunned for a moment. Seeing his expression, Siron knew he had crossed the line. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. It's nothing, really. Ran couldn't stop grinning, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He quickly reacted to his attitude. I was just curious. Forget I asked. And before he could even finish his sentence, he bolted toward the door, shouting, Sister! Siron knew something was about to happen, and called out after him. I said, it's nothing. He gritted his teeth, his face anxious. Seeing Ran about to run out the door, he also quickly chased after him. An anxious feeling filled his heart. He blamed himself for slipping up because he felt so sad. Meanwhile, Ran was using his top speed to rush outside, his mouth not forgetting its mission as he screamed loudly. Sister, Siron has a question for you. Ran stood on the landing, gripping the railing as he leaned over and shouted down. If you have a boyfriend, Rina Owent was leading the maids as they prepared a meal from the royal palace. His shout echoed throughout the hall. Rand's words rang out once again. Do you have a lover yet? That question made everyone stop in their tracks and turn their heads to look at him. Siron reached out from behind, tightly covering Rand's mouth, and pulled him back, making him let out muffled, incoherent sounds in surprise. From behind, he kept holding him tight and covering his mouth. The unintelligible, muffled sounds made everyone below start whispering. Huh? What the heck? A lover? Inside, she felt her heart racing. Seeing the maids turn to look, she could only force an awkward smile, hiding her embarrassment. She laughed aloud and said to them, "They're just teasing each other, don't mind them." Rina and the maids continued on their way. As she walked, she said, "Now that we've finished separating the toxins, we need to steam them." They all responded in unison. "Yes, my lady." Behind a nearby wall, the head butler had been standing there for a long time. All of the previous events had fallen under his watchful eyes. He called to someone behind him, "Haynes, did the young master have a guest today?" The man bowed. "There was no schedule for that, sir." Upstairs, Rand was still trying to say more. Siron, he told him that he saw he was about to cause trouble again, so he pulled his hand back. The head butler spoke coldly to the other man. "I've heard that voice before. Now I remember." He turned his face, his eyes sharp as knives. He ordered his subordinate, Tel Temeran, to come to my office immediately. He sent him off and then shouted immediately. The sky was clear blue, and the forest was covered in tall trees. The sound of breathing and the sounds of Rand training echoed in the air. A shout rang out. "Stop, 10-minute break." He was panting, unable to catch his breath. His left hand held a training stick, while his right hand constantly wiped away sweat. Kaito looked at him and stroked his beard. He pondered to himself. He's become more enthusiastic again. It's been about a year, hasn't it? Watching him train so intently, he remembered how quickly he used to lose heart. He glanced at him, deep in thought. But I'm sure that once Gi goes to the royal palace, the boy will change. The problem is having to grasp the master plan. Beads of sweat rolled down Ron's face. Suddenly, a desperate voice called out, "Young master." He jumped in surprise and glanced toward the voice. A man wearing a hat, looking frantic and urgent, ran toward him. His voice reached him from afar. "Young master, Miss Rina requests that you return to the estate immediately." He was about to lift his water bottle to drink but was annoyed by the man's words. "Her? If it's to praise my brother, then I'm not interested. Tell her to do whatever she likes." The servant denied it decisively. "It's not to praise you, sir. The lady said that Master Siron is in danger. He might die." Hearing that, the water in his mouth instantly sprayed out. Rand grabbed the water bottle and stood up, looking at the servant with a worried and anxious expression. "What? Why? I thought he was going home today." The servant was gasping for breath from running so fast. The head butler reported it to the head of the family. "I don't know. But the lady said, it's because of your relationship with him." Rand hurriedly grabbed his jacket and threw it on haphazardly. You frantically turn back to Kaito and say, "Master, I have to go see my father." Seeing your expression, he knows something is definitely wrong. He demands, "What's going on?" You're a bit frazzled. "A butler named Siron is my friend. And somehow, my father found out." With no time to waste, you're on pins and needles as you tell him. "I'm sure father will forgive him if I just explain. I'll train later." As soon as you finish, he tries to stop you. You can't. You stop in your tracks, stand up straight, and stare at him. Not believing your own ears, you ask, "Why?" He takes his sword and steps in front of Ran. You cry out, "Master." The magnificent estate lies before the mountain, vast and imposing. Inside the main hall of the manor, Siron is kneeling. Servants, men and women, are lined up on both sides. Sitting in the center is the head of the Bav Owent family. To his sides are his daughter and his son, with the head butler behind them. Siron kneels on the ground, his heart racing with anxiety. The man's commanding, authoritative voice echoes through the hall. Siron Aryan, Bav Owent, radiates an air of high-class nobility. He holds a report in his hand, glaring at him with fury. "You are to be executed." A shockwave ripples through the main hall. Everyone whispers incessantly. How could this be happening? The maids can't help but feel worried and terrified. One maid leans in and whispers to another. How could a commoner dare to do such a thing to a noble? The murmurs grow louder and louder. Another person scoffs that he doesn't know his place, even if he were ignorant. He should have known these rules. Every bit of judgment and criticism is heard by Tamura. He only glances at the maids without saying a word. The three sit on the bench. Bov Owent holds the file in his hand, staring at it with intense focus. Gi sits to the side, looking a bit arrogant and unbothered, while Rina Owent is fidgeting, feeling like she's sitting on needles, With so much she wants to say to her father, unable to hold back any longer, Rena Owent speaks up, her tone urgent and anxious. "Father, wait. I have something to say." As he flips through the documents, he retorts, asking what else there could possibly be to discuss. The stack of papers in his hands is being scrutinized thoroughly. On the report provided by the head butler, a long line of servants stands rigidly, all trembling in fear. Bove Owent uses the file to accuse Siron, citing testimonies from many servants, claiming that this boy has acted recklessly in front of Ran. He turns to Rena Owent and questions her. "You read the contract details, so you shouldn't have any objections. Anything else you want to say?" Siron, bowing his head, hesitates for a moment, but then the words slip out. "I would like to ask one thing." He looks up at him with a wary gaze. "If the young master and I are friends, what will happen to the young master?" All the servants are absolutely horrified. Everyone thinks he's finished. Does this guy not understand his situation? Shouldn't he be begging for his life? Bove Owent is livid. "You dare ask me that?" Rena Owent looks at her father, then back at Siron. Even in such a life-or-death situation, he still has the courage to ask about Ran. She silently wonders, is he worried about Ran, even after ending up in this spot? Her father erupts in a rage, hurling insults at him without mercy. "Typical commoner, how foolish. Do you think a noble would suffer just for playing around with someone like you?" Siron bows his head, sighs, and then flashes a smile. He lifts his head, looks straight at Bove Owent, and clearly admits it. "It's true, Ran and I are friends." Under everyone's gaze, he confesses once more, "We have been friends for a year, and I declare that we always will be." The servants are terrified to hear these words come directly from his own mouth. They gasp in fear. This guy. A murderous glint flashes in Bove Owent's eyes. Even the other servants are curious. "Why aren't you afraid?" Bove Owent warns him in a tone filled with contempt. "That's right. It seems you look down on the Oyan name." Bove Owent, losing his composure, shouts, "Head butler, take care of him quickly. Do not let news of this leak out." He hands the file to the head butler. The man bows respectfully and takes the documents from his hand. Two guards step forward, each grabbing an arm to drag him out for punishment. Rena Owent screams to stop him. "Father, wait. Please, just listen to me." She bows, her face unable to hide the worry and fear she feels toward her volatile father. Seeing her try to obstruct his decision, he turns his wrath toward her. He admitted it. "And as the head of the family, I have made my decision. Once I make a decision, I do not retract it." The servants are on edge, all fearing for their own lives. The blonde one feels it's unfair, and he turns to the head butler. "Head butler, isn't this a bit too extreme?" The guy named Mock next to him is also unwilling to sit still and decides to speak up to protect himself, arguing that there is no reason for all of them to lose their lives because of one person. Hearing this, the blonde guy looks over at him, his face darkening in terror. He scowls and rants, "This family is our life. To protect it, we must eliminate all conflict that arises, no matter how small it may be." As Siron is led away by the two men, the head butler watches and says cryptically, "You might think this is wrong now, but one day, you will be grateful for this choice." Suddenly, the doors burst open, a shout echoing throughout the manor's main hall. "I won't let that happen." Ran appears, looking hurried and intense, holding his master's sword in his hand. Rena Owent is overjoyed, unable to hide the relief on her face. He's finally back. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settles. She calls out to Ran. Unlike her anticipation, Bove Owent's face darkens. He crosses his arms, looking at his son with a stern, joyless expression. Siron looks up at him, but in his eyes, there isn't the same hope as Rena Owent's. There is only a resigned, submissive gaze. Waiting for whatever punishment may come, perhaps he is simply afraid of implicating Ran. With impatience and fury, Ran screams uncontrollably, "Who dares to kill my friend without my permission?" His father looks at him with cold, decisive eyes, speaking with a calm that shows the true weight of his authority in this family. Below them, Ran uses every word he can to defend Siron. He can't understand why his friend has to face such a bitter end just for being friends with him. Betting Siron's life on their friendship, he questions his father. "Why? He hasn't committed any deadly sin. He's just friends with me." Rena Owent stands up, anxious. She is just as worried for Siron as she is for her younger brother. Her father realizes his son has the audacity to question him over a commoner. He treats human lives as if they were worthless, as if you have to commit some fatal mistake to be worthy of death. Matters involving nobility are so complicated, you can't even imagine it, Ran shouted back in anger, refusing to back down. His words were sharp and unwavering. "Our family is dealing with this complex situation, and I'm already enjoying the privileges of being a nobleman's son. But if those privileges demand that I kill my friend, then I don't want them. Bob stared at him with an arrogant gaze. He was the type to force his opinions onto others, his words reeking of class prejudice. Such a child. You ask why he must die? Being friends with a noble means the relationship must be equal. As he spoke, 2 guards held him, but his indifferent expression and his clear, bold proclamation from earlier only fueled the older man's irritation. Seeing him, Bob didn't even hesitate to throw out insults and derision. Do you really think that commoner considers you a friend? Based on what? In this world, there are so many people who want to use nobles, Ran yelled, fiercely opposing his father's condescending words. Siron would never do that. Bob looked at him with disdain, his patience with his son clearly wearing thin. So what now? Bob stared at him, his hard words striking at Ron's psyche. How can I trust you? Prove to me that you and Siron are truly friends. His words left Ran stunned. Prove it? He was at a loss. How could he? Doubts swirled in his mind. He was in real trouble now. Rena Owent, standing nearby, hadn't expected her father to demand such a thing either. She looked at him, tense. Their father was staring right at Ran, smirking with a look of smug triumph. Ran's thoughts were a chaotic mess. If he said he couldn't prove it, then it would all be over. He felt crushed by the weight of the question, hesitating for a long moment before finally saying, "It's about how I feel." He asked himself, could anyone truly prove the depth of human emotion? He fell into a spiral of doubt, knowing he couldn't just blurt out nonsense. He tried to put himself in Siron's shoes. If he were Siron, he could easily take down the man in front of him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if he were Siron? He glanced at his friend, observing a face that was carefree, relaxed, and devoid of any fear or anxiety, yet those eyes remained determined and strong. Looking at him, Rand sank into deep contemplation. Those eyes seemed to take everything in. They looked just like they did when they were sparring. Rand stared straight into them, as if Siron were guiding him. Recalling his friend's words, Rand remembered how sometimes, not focusing on the trivial details could lead to better results. He followed the memory back to when they were playing cards. When his hand wasn't going his way, he had rested his chin on his hand, feeling dejected, while Siron held the ace of spades. Siron had taught him not to get hung up on the small details of an opponent's play, but to look at the big picture instead. Ran had doubted him. Look at the big picture? Siron had flipped the ace of spades toward him. That way, you can see their true intentions. Ran had tucked that lesson away. Now, it gave him courage. Look at the big picture. Look at the man standing right in front of him. Father, he was nothing more than a second-rate noble, head of the Og family, of the black-haired lineage, and a 4th-rank knight. He gripped the sword his master had given him, silently affirming that this wasn't just a petty argument between father and son. This was a duel. Thinking back to 30 minutes ago, when he had received the news and tried to leave, only to be blocked by his master, he had shouted at the old man, "Master, why won't you let me go? My friend might die." The master had remained calm, ignoring his urgency. "True, you're talking about that kid who works in the library, right?" The master hesitated before continuing. "But that kid is just a commoner." Ran had been frozen, silenced by those words. "Master, I didn't know you were like this. You were the one who taught me." Ran couldn't believe that the person he had always respected most held such arrogant, old-fashioned views, just like his father. His spirit truly collapsed in that moment. He lost control and screamed out his heart, saying that if he could pick up a sword to speak his mind, then anyone could be his friend. The master looked at his student calmly and began to lecture him. "Ran, don't you understand what is most important to a noble? Isn't it natural for a noble to eliminate anything that threatens the family's status?" The master explained the dangers to his family. "Have you ever thought about the weight your friend carries when his value is no more than that of a fly? Did you consider the consequences before befriending him?" Hearing those words, Ran gritted his teeth, his throat tightening, his shoulders trembling as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Each tear felt like a testament to his helplessness and the pain in his heart. The master advised him, his voice low and warm but firm. "Do not even think about resolving this through debate." Ran clenched his hands into fists, his fingers tightening until they turned white. He spoke to the master, his tone full of resolve but showing his desperation. "But I can't just stand here and do nothing. I was the one who asked to be his friend first." Ran raised his hand, his eyes burning with fire and intense determination as he spoke loudly. "I don't want to be a coward." His words felt like a challenge to fate itself. His resolve was evident in every gesture and glance. The master looked at him differently now, secretly impressed. Good determination. The boy is very emotional, honest, and pure, but that alone won't make a great swordsman. I have high hopes for you, and I will be rooting for you. The master held out his own sword, offering it to him. Luckily, the old man wasn't truly a slave to old traditions and class prejudices. The master gave him one last warning. I will let you go, but only if you take this with you. But if you aren't prepared for what comes next, don't even dream of taking a single step out of here. Rand took the sword from his master, his eyes locked onto it, reflecting his firmness and gravity. Now, Rand had to make a choice that stayed true to his own convictions. His eyes shone, filled with unshakable confidence and resolve. Master, I will never forget this kindness. His words were like a vow, carved into his heart and mind, becoming the motivation he needed to face the challenge ahead. The master glanced at him. Remember, to discard a friend is like discarding a part of your own body. These words serve as a stark reminder, a wake-up call. Your heart is a turbulent sea right now. This is a duel where you are wagering your very life. Back in the present, before the manor's great hall, Rand finally grasps the truth his master taught him. Griping his sword, he throws his head back and laughs loudly. The laughter echoes through the manor, sending chills down everyone's spines. Truly, father, I almost let you break me. He roars in defiance. You want to prove we aren't friends? I believe we are, because I trust that Siron and I are friends. He adds that his very existence, being Siron's friend, is proof of their bond. Bov is driven mad by this ironclad rebuttal, grinding his teeth as he hisses. Absurd! This isn't a debate about you, he bellows in rage. Even now, the prestige of countless noble houses is crumbling. His words leave the servants trembling in shock. He continues his frantic rant. If it means avoiding the ruin of this family, I am even prepared to disown my own son. The moment those words fall, Rena and the crowd of maids are horrified. Rena screams out, Well then! Rand steps into a firm, steady stance, his voice resolute, without a hint of hesitation. If that is what it takes to trade for my friend's life. He bows, placing his right hand over his heart, showing the deepest respect and solemnity. Then I will gladly leave this place. Everyone is stunned by his bold actions. Bov, seething with fury, jumps to his feet, his hands clenched so tight his veins bulge. He screams at him, You brat, raise your sword. If you truly think this kid is your friend, then bet your life on it right here. Without a second of hesitation, Rand draws his blade. The sharp ring of steel fills the air, signaling that the bond of father and son is all but severed. Bov cannot believe his eyes. His own son is drawing his sword to fight him for the sake of a commoner. He stares at him, stuttering. Do you? Are you really raising your sword against your own father? Rand holds his blade before him, the tip pointed toward the heavens, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. I am not pointing this sword at you, father. I am simply showing you my resolve. Bov clutches his chest, putting on a pathetic act. How could you even have friends? You can't even get along with other noble houses. Perhaps it's because you can't reach the level of the other nobles. He tries to gaslight Rand once more. You're only keeping someone weaker than you around to console your own ego. But Rand lowers his voice, deep and firm. This time, father, you're wrong. His eyes are ablaze, unwavering, unshakable. His gaze holds both self-confidence and faith in his own heart. He lowers his sword and speaks with absolute certainty. Siron is my friend, and he is better than me. I want to help him so he can shine even brighter from a higher position. His decisiveness leaves everyone, including Siron, awestruck. Bov, overcome by shame and rage, points a finger at the boy, questioning him with a furious voice. Did you deceive him? Did you convince him that a commoner could be friends with a noble? His words are like a sharp blade, stabbing directly into Siron's pride. Siron denies it. No, that's not true. Rand steps forward to shield him, his voice filled with a protective, sheltering warmth. Siron, stay right there. I will protect you. Siron knows this is the deciding moment not just for himself, but for the friendship he treasures so deeply. He calls out, Ran. Hearing his name, Rand stands frozen. Siron takes the blame upon himself. You don't need to take responsibility for everything, my lord. I will take responsibility for my own part. Rand turns to look at him, stunned. Siron recalls the moment Rand reached out to take his hand. From the moment you wanted to be friends with me, I had a feeling that I would eventually be standing at a crossroads, forced to choose between being your friend or keeping my own life. His eyes are brimming with heartfelt gratitude. He looks at Rand. Even if it means I have to die here, I do not regret becoming your friend. Rand bows his head, tears welling in his eyes. His friend's sincerity does not disappoint him. Rand's voice chokes up. That's right. Suddenly, he lifts his face and shouts toward Bov. That is exactly what I meant. The words echo, like a powerful affirmation of their friendship and his unbreakable resolve. His heart is full of faith and iron will. Knowing he has made the right choice, Ran screams again to reaffirm their bond. Even if I am ostracized, we will remain friends. His heroic, firm words leave Bov speechless, only able to stand there with a grimace. Rena, watching from the side, is moved to tears by these sincere words. She falls into thought. Even if we are immature, we are still human beings with feelings. A true friend would never turn their back on us. The servants are touched as well. Everyone is shedding tears. Everyone has a friend like that in their hearts. The barriers of status have cost them their own sense of equality. The head butler glances at Ran and Siron, clicks his tongue, and sighs. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoes throughout the manor. How interesting. Everyone below looks up in shock. Rena calls out in joy. Clum, standing on the balcony looking down, is vibrant and full of life, applauding with delight. I didn't think I'd get to witness such a touching scene before I kick the bucket. Youth really is the best, isn't it? Rena is overjoyed, breathing a sigh of relief. Everything is fine now. If it's him, she thinks, things will be much easier to handle. But contrary to her attitude, Bob's expression is far from natural. He looks at Clum with suspicion. Father, you're here? Rena told me it would take a few more days. Clum speaks up. I came early because my friend ran off with a young woman. He sits down in a chair. Siron is shocked by his sudden appearance. He stares at him blankly, instinctively realizing his identity. He is the general of Tomia and a Tier 3 swordsman Ran's grandfather. He sits with his legs crossed comfortably, his voice brimming with excitement. Anyway, this place is just as noisy as ever, isn't it? Youth is truly something. He is the former head of the house, Clum. While he is laughing and talking with everyone, the current head, his son, looks far from happy. He speaks to his father with a sullen expression. This isn't exactly wonderful, father. The image of our family has completely collapsed. Clum ignores his son's miserable state, his eyes glowing with excitement as he looks down at the people in the hall. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I've been standing back and watching for quite a while now. It's clear everyone here has a lot to say. So, why don't we start by hearing everyone's take on whether our reputation has actually been tarnished? The patriarch turned to the first witness, his eldest granddaughter, Rena Owent. She looked absolutely delighted to finally speak her mind about him. Even though yesterday was the first time I met Siron, I could already tell he is a very intelligent and talented young man. She stood there giving her testimony like a seasoned orator. Everyone in the room turned their eyes toward her, hanging on every word of her assessment. The patriarch crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand, looking as if he expected his granddaughter to offer some insight. After all, Siron had fulfilled every requirement of his contract and was supposed to leave the family today. Given these circumstances, it's hard to claim that Siron approached Ran with any sort of malicious intent, and as a result, I do not believe his actions have dishonored the family. The patriarch stroked his chin, as if he understood her point. He let out a cold hum. If that's how you feel, what do you think? My second grandson. The next person called to give their opinion was witness number 2, the second son, Jojant. Although he hadn't said a word earlier, his expression showed he had absolutely no affection for him. He spat out through gritted teeth. I don't like the brat. Bov, sitting nearby, was quite satisfied with this response. He wore a smug smile, secretly praising his second son in his head. That's right, I knew I could count on you. However, Jojant had never cared about things that didn't concern him. Still, this has nothing to do with me. This indifferent answer caught the patriarch off guard, leaving him slightly frustrated. What was that? Bov's face darkened as he turned to his indecisive son, his tone heavy with reproach. What do you mean? You just said you didn't like him, and now you're saying you don't care? Jojant crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and spoke with an impassive look in his eyes. That's right. I don't like the kid, but who he chooses to be friends with has nothing to do with me. He added bluntly, I just want this to be over, so we can head to the royal palace. Rena was also surprised by Jojant's attitude. Her eyes lit up with admiration. Wow, look at my brother. The patriarch laughed at his second grandson's opinion. This was exactly why there was no place like home. He stroked his chin and looked toward Ran. Now, to conclude, it was time to hear from the person who had spent the most time observing the boy, Siron. He called for the next witness, the deputy butler, Temura. He cleared his throat, but his attention kept drifting toward the head butler. The man was raising a hand near his chin, signaling him. The head butler thought, surely, he understands. Seeing Bov's attitude, his eyes also flickered toward the deputy butler. His intentions were clear as day in his signals. We are not here to offer opinions. We are here to obey our master's wishes. The deputy butler finally managed to say his name, Siron. He glanced at the head butler before speaking his honest feelings. He has handled all the tasks I assigned him, and he did so brilliantly. What's more, he finished his work 6 months ahead of schedule. These words struck the head butler like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. He hadn't expected the man to ignore his instructions. He gritted his teeth, thinking, what the hell is he doing? Bov let out a long sigh, his previous air of authority fading away. Clum looked at the deputy butler and asked, are you aware that the two of them are friends? The man placed a hand over his chest and answered his master respectfully. I know he often goes out with the young master, but I wasn't aware they were friends. However, in my opinion, if he were a boy who lacked discipline, he never would have been able to categorize those 10,000 books. Ran was stunned, unable to believe his own ears. He never expected that. Aside from Ran and the kind lady Rena, there would be someone else in the mansion standing up for him. The deputy butler had actually spoken well of him. Ran glanced at him with a smile. Finally, someone had stepped up to acknowledge his effort and ability. Rena rested her chin on her hand, secretly happy for him. This is good. The atmosphere has completely changed. But that joy was extinguished when she looked at her father. His expression toward Ran remained unchanged. He frowned in annoyance as, time and time again, someone stepped up to defend the boy. Especially since Clum had returned, nothing was going according to his control. She knew the only one who wanted to punish Siron was her father. Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice resonated through the room. No. He stood up, resolute in what he was about to say. I cannot agree to this. As soon as he finished, Rena and Bov both spoke up. Father? Rena didn't understand why he would change his mind at the last minute. She had just started to relax, but now she was on edge again, while her father looked much brighter. Clum quickly corrected his statement. No. I understand that the two of them see each other as friends. Siron and Ran stood before him, anxious and tense. He looked at them, deep in thought. However, it ends here. If this relationship continues, rumors will eventually spread outside, and this could become a weakness that our political rivals could seize upon to use against us. Bov sat there, listening to his father with heightened attention. Everything he was worried about was being laid out by Clum. Jogent, sitting beside him, still didn't care about any of this. With an indifferent look, the patriarch began to voice his perspective. Everyone in our family is a prominent figure in this kingdom. Jogent is even preparing to earn his certification. Furthermore, what can I do when so many families depend on us? The maids standing nearby couldn't help but worry about the fate of themselves and their families. Because they were commoners, working for the nobility was already an honor. Siron, you are a smart boy. I believe you will understand. Rena turned to look at him, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in her throat. Ran couldn't just sit and watch anymore, either. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the patriarch, a gaze of determination, refusing to be bound by anyone. The patriarch looked at his beloved grandson with a bittersweet expression. He couldn't help but think, I see you have so much potential and intelligence, Ran, but why can't you understand what I'm saying? The patriarch was just as conflicted inside. He wanted the boy to understand the weight of the responsibility he carried. You know how heavy the burden of carrying the lives of countless people on your shoulders truly is, don't you? The old man turned to look at him, wanting to gauge his reaction and understand what Siron had learned after becoming friends with his grandson. What do you think, Siron? I want to thank you for teaching my naive grandson the true meaning of friendship. He didn't want his family name to be tarnished because of him. He asked for his opinion, but with a tone that suggested this matter should end right here. Siron could only lower his head, eyes gently closed, unable to answer him for a long moment. Then, suddenly, he blurted out two words that shocked both Clum and Jenna. Even Mr. Bove hadn't expected him to be so stubborn, completely disregarding the severity of the situation. Even Gi, who never cared about anything, looked at him with new eyes. Ran was also stunned by his answer, having thought he would beg for mercy and cut ties with him to save his own life. He never imagined Siron would be so brave. He hesitated, wanting to call out his name, T. He looked at the sincere, straightforward Siron in front of him, and without a moment's hesitation, he called out, Siron. He placed a hand over his own heart, looking at the old man as he spoke from the bottom of his heart. If I am an obstacle to Ran, then I wouldn't mind never seeing him again. However, he was no longer hesitant or afraid. He spoke his mind clearly. But that doesn't mean I can stop considering him my friend. He affirmed it with confidence and absolute certainty. Ran and I are friends. He couldn't let his friendship be bound by others or corrupted by someone else's words. He spoke to Mr. Clum Owent. If you would only consider those points, I will obey any order you give me. The hand holding the sword was shaking uncontrollably. Ran felt deeply ashamed. Tears welled up and fell from his eyes once again. He felt so guilty deep down. I even felt relieved that Siron didn't have to die. To be honest, a part of him had felt exactly that. But Siron had already learned that abandoning a friend was like abandoning a part of oneself. Ran stared at him, eyes wide. The lessons his master had taught him during training made his decision difficult to process. As for Siron, he would rather lose his own life than sacrifice the bond of friendship. Rand felt incredibly ashamed. He made up his mind. Fine, this wasn't up for negotiation anyway. He pointed his sword toward the sky, shouting clearly and decisively. His voice thundered through the air. I hereby declare. Clum and Jenna were immediately terrified by his next move. She screamed, Don't do it. I don't know what you're planning, but stop. She reacted that way because she wasn't sure if her little brother was making a mature decision. If he made even the slightest mistake, his fate and the entire family's would be deeply affected. She couldn't let him be so reckless. His sword slammed into the ground, the sound of the metal striking stone making everyone's ears ring. He knelt, driving the sword deep into the tiles, leaving Siron in shock. He declared firmly in front of everyone, I, Ran, the third son of the Owen family, from this moment on, shall become Siron's sword. His oath echoed like thunder in the tents, stifling air, making his father shake with rage. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted and ugly. He roared, What is this, you wretched brat? The entire mansion seemed to tremble under the weight of his fury. His roar echoed into every corner. You fool! The origin of the Knight's Oath dated back to the founding of the Tomia Kingdom. During a chaotic era, nations, large and small, fought to claim territory. The strongest among them succeeded in uniting them all and declared the founding of the Tomia Kingdom. However, the newly founded kingdom had to stand against powerful neighboring nations. So, instead of being purged during the unification, the defeated kings were allowed to rule their own lands. And that process gave birth to the Knight's Oath. The defeated kings had to kneel before the new sovereign. They swore to become the sword that only their master could wield, and in exchange, they were granted nobility. That was the origin of the Knight's Oath, and the birth of the nobility. Therefore, breaking that oath meant one would become someone more despicable than a stray dog. Rand turned to look at everyone and gave a mischievous grin. What do you think? I can't take it back now, can I? Everyone was stunned into silence. Their jaws dropped at his sudden decision. He kept a firm grip on the sword, one leg braced and the other kneeling. Deep down, he couldn't help but blame himself. Master, it looks like I've caused a huge disaster this time. Ran imagined his master getting angry and scolding him. I didn't give you that sword to do something like this. Siron knelt beside him, grabbing his hand in a panic. Ran! What the hell are you doing? He didn't answer, just glanced toward the others. Mr. Clum's voice rang out, his face hardening, his features growing even more stern. Ran, if I'm truly witnessing you saying you will become his sword, then he must be worth it, right? Answer me. He helped him stand up, both of them looking at the old man. He continued, Is he truly that talented? Or is he only talented in your eyes because you yourself are useless? Hearing this, he relaxed a little. He broke into a confident smile. He placed his hand on his chest and shouted, A sword doesn't judge, it only protects. Everyone's expression darkened at his answer. Even Siron was surprised. Suddenly, a long laugh broke through the tension. The old man covered his face and laughed so heartily that his whole body shook. He had to acknowledge his words. That's right. Immature brats like you have to go at least this far to reach the peak. While his father was helplessly rubbing his forehead, his grandfather didn't stop praising him. You've got a sharp tongue, kid, but with that mediocre swordsmanship of yours, I feel sorry for your friend for having to receive such a sword. Rand couldn't believe what he was hearing from his grandfather. He just stammered, Gee, grandfather. He placed a hand on Siron's shoulder. He laughed, comforting and warning him, Enough, enough, it's over. Even if the boy isn't the sharpest sword yet, Siron, he will never betray you. Take good care of my grandson. He patted his shoulder, and Siron closed his eyes, savoring the moment. He looked at the old man with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you for acknowledging me. The old man pointed to the head butler and gave him an order. Since the two of you swore to be friends for life, I can't just let you leave like this. The head butler used the carriage that Siron was supposed to take home and go bring his parents here. He quickly followed the order. Yes, going right away. The two servants looked at each other and laughed. Then both put on their hats. The head butler was still in complete shock. Deep inside, he was screaming, Is this for real? Looking up at the clear blue sky with fluffy clouds drifting lazily by, he felt helpless, even in his own thoughts. He would never understand what the heck a noble was thinking. Rand finally managed to relax. He laughed comfortably, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, So refreshing. He flopped onto the bed with his arms stretched out. Siron sat down beside him, and Rand laughed as he asked, Did you see the look on my family's faces? That was awesome. Siron felt incredibly guilty. Ran, that Knight's Oath. You didn't have to do that for me. Ran sat bolt upright, startling Siron a little. Siron, I didn't do it just because you're my friend. Ran looked him straight in the eyes, determination burning in his gaze. I'm different from my brother. You have the power to draw people in, and I simply chose to bet my life on someone like that. Siron blushed, feeling a bit shy. What? He felt embarrassed, thinking to himself, why does he suddenly say things like that? He looked at Ran and sighed. I feel so much pressure. He blushed as he said, But if you want to protect me, you'll have to train a lot harder. His words made Ran so frustrated he felt like coughing up blood. Seeing that, Siron asked worriedly, What's wrong? Ran slumped down. Nothing. It's just that you hit a sore spot in my heart. Rena Owent suddenly opened the door and walked in. She said loudly, Ran, did you really swear a knight's oath to become Siron's sword? Walking inside, she saw him slumped over as if he were bleeding out. She asked about the situation. What's wrong with him? Ran gathered his remaining strength to tell her, Get out. Siron didn't agree. What are you saying? Just a moment ago, your sister helped you so much. He invited her in. Please, come in, she replied haughtily. That's right, she continued. I've brought important information from the opposition. Ran snapped to attention, his mood carrying a hint of worry. What is it? What are father and grandfather doing? She sat down gently on the bed and spoke to both of them. They are truly bloodthirsty, but at the end of the day, you've already played the Knight's Oath card. They're planning what to do next. So, she told him some extremely important news. Father is thinking about enrolling you and Siron in the Ken Sword Academy. Siron, you said your sword talent is terrifying, didn't you? You said it yourself. Siron was bewildered. Was it really to that extent? She laughed. Of course, now that you've become a member of the family, I've told all of them about your talent to see if anyone would be willing to invest something in you. They want your talent to help Ran. Surely they're helping you succeed for Ran's future. When he heard that, Siron shouted at her, Without my permission? Who dares to send me to school? It was so hard to finally be able to hang out with Siron as much as I wanted. She didn't say a word, used her foot to kick him to the ground, and stepped on him. She sighed and scolded. You have no mercy at all. You blockhead. You've caused such a scene, and you still want to do what? He didn't submit and shouted back. He turned his head and looked at her with eyes sharp as knives. He yelled at her. And besides, Siron isn't going to the Sword Academy anyway. Siron will be a mage in the future. He has already awakened his aura domain. She looked at him in shock and suspicion. What? An aura domain? Siron awakened it? Wait, does that mean you swore a knight's oath to a future mage? She looked at him, unable to believe her ears. Ran, frustrated, shouted regardless. Being useless has its limits. Get out of here right now. The old woman thought about Siron and Ran fencing together. Rena Owent spoke up. So you used synestia to sense the spiritual world and read Ran's movements to win. She stroked her chin and exclaimed, That's a clever idea. Since your spiritual energy is quite high, this should be possible. Siron replied awkwardly. Is that so? Rena Owent praised him endlessly. You're amazing. According to what I learned in school, the more concentrated the energy, the more stable the spiritual world, and being able to maintain that density while using a sword is absolutely incredible. He heard those words and his cheeks turned bright red. He rubbed the back of his head. Rena and Ran shared the same thought. Is he embarrassed just by that? She said, I'll tell grandfather about Siron's path. Of course, the condition for you to enroll in the Sword Academy will be included as well. Ran jumped up and shouted, What? Then what will happen to my master? Rena Owent replied, Master Kaito already knows about this, so yesterday he terminated the contract. Tomorrow morning will be the time he says his goodbyes. Siron was even more surprised. Ran gripped his sword tightly, his heart feeling a bit heavy and sad. He silently thought to himself, Master, that man is about to leave this land. A butler opened the door and entered to announce, Master Siron, your family has arrived and is waiting in the drawing room. The master of the house says you can go see them first if you wish. Rena Owent turned gently to ask Siron for his thoughts. What do you think, Siron? At first, he just smiled, but then he couldn't hide his emotions anymore. He stood up happily and cheered, I'll go. Siron ran down the stairs so fast that the two butlers were worried. The stairs! Watch the stairs, Siron said awkwardly. You can just talk to me like before, acting like this is a bit. They panicked and replied repeatedly, Oh my God, no, please don't say that. We'll get in trouble. He smiled to reassure them. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. They still insisted on refusing. Even so, that's not allowed. After a few short minutes, they all arrived in front of the drawing room door. Siron hurriedly pushed the door open to look inside, where his most beloved people were. Seeing the two people inside, he shouted, "Mom! Dad!" They were also incredibly moved and shouted his name, Siron, in unison. He seemed to forget everything else, rushing forward like a little bird finding its nest, finally burying himself in the warmth of his parents' arms. All three hugged each other tightly in overwhelming happiness. Siron looked at his family, his heart aching. They've gotten thinner. They must have struggled a lot, tossing and turning day after day worrying about him. Siron's mother shed tears and reassured him, "Don't worry. Mom and Dad are still doing just fine." Vincent wondered, "But why did you call us all of a sudden? If you're finished with your work, shouldn't you come home?" He suddenly asked in an agitated, hurried tone. "They didn't force you to stay and not let you leave, did they?" He explained, "No, it's not like that. I was just given a pretty good opportunity." He didn't understand, and Siron's mother was also hesitant. "A good opportunity?" Siron replied, and then immediately recounted the entire story and all the details to his family. After hearing it, they all froze, their faces pale and expressions stiff. Vincent stared wide-eyed, completely motionless, fixed on his son. Then, he forced a smile and spoke up. "So, are you saying that you became friends with a young noble master while working at the library, and that he swore a knight's oath to you, and you're allowed to be friends with him?" Siron calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." His father suddenly lowered his voice. "Siron, tell me the truth." Then he grabbed Siron's shoulders and shook him repeatedly. Tears welled up in his eyes as he shouted, "How could someone as smart as you be so delusional? Someone is treating you poorly, aren't they? Isn't that right?" Siron was shaken so hard he felt like he was going to fly away, but he still insisted it was the truth. His father hugged his beloved son tightly, sobbing as if they were about to be separated forever. "Oh my God, they say anyone who goes to a noble's house never returns in one piece." Siron's mother tried to pull her husband away from Vincent. Suddenly, the door opened. The butler announced, "Young master, the head of the house has arrived." 3 people walked in. Bov spoke first. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am the head of this house." Bov. Ran bowed slightly and said, "Hello. I am Siron's sword." Rena Owent introduced herself gently. "I am the eldest daughter of the Rena Owent family. I've heard so much about the two of you." Witnessing this shocking scene, their faces went deathly pale. They both immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings. We are Siron's parents. How could great people like you?" Rena Owent, on the other side, was a bit puzzled. "Oh my, haven't you heard from Siron? No change needed. Context flows." Vincent, in a state of panic, asked with a trembling voice, "So, all the delusional things the boy was saying, they're all true?" Even when seated at a luxurious banquet filled with delicacies, he still couldn't believe it. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. Vincent looked like his soul had left his body, and Siron's mother was clearly flustered. "Dear, there's too much food." Even after the meal, he still acted like someone who had just fallen from the sky, his mind a complete mess. What the hell was going on? Siron's mother, having just received a hot cup of tea, felt grateful. "Thank you." Vincent felt the suffocating atmosphere of the room. His brain wanted to scream. What is happening? His hand trembled, almost dropping the teacup. Even if he didn't know what a knight's oath was, there was no way they would treat a commoner family this well. He needed to clear this up. Thinking that, Vincent spoke up. "Excuse me, I am very happy that my son is held in such high regard by you, but I am also very worried. A young noble master like Owent swearing a knight's oath to Siron. It's just unbelievable." Bov frowned and said, "To be honest, I'm a bit annoyed too." He continued, "However, for a militaristic family like ours, a knight's oath is absolute. If we were to discriminate, just because of a difference in status, it would ruin the honor of the Rand family. So, from now on, we will use honorifics. Please don't feel uncomfortable, and our family will fully support your son." Clum laughed and said loudly, "It's been a while since I heard you say something so right." Bov was annoyed. "Father, you're too loud," Siron thought to himself. As a head of the house who manages and decides all major family matters, the words decisive and proud really suit him. Even if he does have a hard time deciding to place a commoner under his protection, Siron glanced over at Rena Owent and saw her winking at him. He continued to reflect as he looked at Rena Owent's bright smile. But he isn't afraid of anyone. Bov returned to a serious expression and said, "To get straight to the point, I must say that your son is a spirit world user. The spirit world isn't something you can get just by working hard. To put it bluntly, it is a true talent one is born with." He continued, "From what I know, you are aiming to become a mage. So, If he wants to get an unofficial mage certificate as quickly as possible, I am thinking of the Anfa's Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, which would be perfect for him. Bob stroked his chin and spoke. I'm not saying he can only become a mage by going to that school, but not doing so would be a disservice to his talent, and I wouldn't recommend it. So he should attend the Anfa's Academy to meet the standards of the OT house. Clum reminded him. Consider their understanding a bit, son. He looked at the stiff expression on Vincent's face and immediately understood what his father meant. Then, Bob got to the point. If your son graduates from the magic school, he will become a mage. Only then did he understand and jump up. Our son will become a mage? Vincent thought to himself. A magic academy. His voice began to tremble. It's impossible. Is this a dream? Our son, Bob continued. However, the biggest problem is his status. Vincent was startled when he heard him explain awkwardly that the magic school is selective, so they only allow children of nobles to enroll. So, Clum followed up. There is only one option. Then he said seriously, we will adopt Siron into the Owen family. Vincent couldn't believe what he had just heard. Standing there stunned, his mind in turmoil. What? Clum firmly explained their plan. This is the only choice after we consulted the family. He pushed a commitment paper forward. I have a cousin who still doesn't have children. If I add the boy's name to my cousin's family, all problems will be solved. However, we have no intention of stealing your son away. It is only on paper. But through this, Siron will become a noble. Vincent thought to himself. Siron will become a noble. How lucky he must be to have such an opportunity. But if I do this, it feels like this child is being stolen. He used an awkward look to look at his son, wanting to beg in his heart. Tell me, Siron, what should I do? Looking at his son's calm expression made him even more panicked. Could it be that he has already decided? Just then, Siron glanced at his father, his hand slowly touching the large hand that had always suffered, exposed to the sun and rain for him. Then he squeezed it tight, making Vincent feel a bit of pain. With a determined look, Siron shouted, No way! I am my father's son. I cannot become someone else's adopted child. Hearing his son say that, he shouted in alarm, Siron! Rena Owent, sitting opposite, explained, Siron, this is just nominal. Of course, we will still treat your parents as your biological parents. You will achieve your dream, and nothing will change. As soon as she finished, Clum continued, You will become a noble. You don't always get opportunities like this. Siron remained determined and firm, saying, If I have to trade that, I'd rather live as a commoner. Clum shouted angrily, Commoners cannot enroll in magic school. Siron firmly replied, Then I won't go to the academy. He tried to sway him again. If you do that, you'll never become a mage. Bob and Jenna looked on, completely stunned. Siron insisted once more, Then I won't be a mage. That statement left Siron's mother and Vincent frozen in place. Clum Owent grew even more agitated and shouted, Siron, why are you so stubborn? This world isn't that simple. There are things you must give up to succeed. If you can't do that, then is your dream just child's play? Siron calmly replied, Perhaps it is. That left the old man stunned. What? Vincent's eyes welled up with tears. His usually vibrant and energetic face was now clouded with distress and sorrow. Siron spoke up. No matter how wonderful my dream may be, it is still something I received from my parents. If my parents are the roots, then my dream is the sweet fruit nourished by them. He reminisced about the memories of standing side by side with his family. Learning to read and getting the opportunity to work at the Odin estate were all things he achieved because his parents were his foundation. This is just one opportunity I've gained. It's nothing compared to the countless opportunities my parents have given me. Siron laughed and said decisively, Now you're telling me to abandon my roots? That's no different than telling me to die. I am very grateful for everyone's offer, but they are the only parents I have. Everyone in the room fell silent after hearing him speak. Clum Owent was so shocked his eyes went wide, and he thought to himself, Where is this sudden feeling of guilt coming from? No, that's not what the boy meant. Suddenly, Vincent bowed his head and spoke up loudly, Please, accept Siron as your adopted son. Please, I beg of you all. Siron looked a bit flustered. Clum Owent, standing a distance away, said, I understand what you mean, but Siron is the one who matters. He ignored the people around him who wanted to speak, bowed his head, and struggled to get the words out. Siron is not my biological son. Siron's mother was startled after hearing her husband's words. Vincent, what are you saying? He kept his head bowed and continued. We cannot have children, he explained. We found Siron under unexpected circumstances. I am sure you can tell, but he definitely comes from a noble family. He is meant for greatness. Clum Oent and Jenna were even more astonished as they listened. Vincent continued, pouring his heart out. If Siron became the adopted son of a noble family, he would return to where he truly belonged. So, this wasn't a case of a father abandoning his son or rejecting his roots. Bove thought to himself, is that really the case? He looked at their family and realized the truth. Surely, everyone here had already guessed it. Siron looked nothing like his parents. Bove stroked his chin, speculating. But did those words mean he was trying to abandon his son? Siron couldn't listen anymore. He was extremely agitated, grabbed his father's arm, and shouted, Dad, what are you doing? How could you say that without telling me first? Vincent just avoided his gaze. I'm sorry, son, but you're grown up now. You had to find out eventually. Unexpectedly, Siron asked seriously, Did you really think I didn't know? That question shocked Vincent deeply. Siron's mood became heavy, and he said with difficulty, The reason I never asked was because a person only has one father and one mother. I wanted that too. Yet, you want me to have 6 parents now? Vincent was panicked, fearful, and heartbroken, his voice trembling. I just didn't want you to give up your dream because of me. Tears began to stream down his face. Siron shouted firmly, Who said I was giving up my dream? As long as I keep trying, the opportunities will come. But he broke down in tears, looking at his parents. Have you ever thought about how I feel? Who would want to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent clutched Siron's hand, shaking violently. Everything I've done was my mistake, Siron. I will never abandon you. After saying that, he pulled his young son into a tight hug, as if afraid of losing him forever. The loving tears of a father poured out like a spring. Vincent sobbed and begged, Please forgive this foolish father of yours. You are my everything. They hugged each other tightly, pouring out their hearts. Everyone around them stayed silent, witnessing the sacred and beautiful bond of family. Witnessing that scene, Bov suddenly realized one thing. The things we do for our children can sometimes end up hurting them. Clum Oent replied, Being a parent is truly difficult. He asked, Isn't it hard for you, raising your child all on your own? Bov's eyes brimmed with tears. He tried to hide his face so no one would see him crying, casting a glance at his son ahead. Ran was also crying, moved by the deep affection between Vincent and Siron. Suddenly, Bov said, I heard the Anfa's Magic Academy has a special consideration slot. I could help with that. Clum Oent wondered, Huh? What could an old man like me do? How could I convince that stubborn Anfas? He asked if it was really impossible. I heard he owes you a favor, Dad. Clum Oent laughed upon hearing that. Ah, for someone who follows every rule to the letter, isn't being stubborn the best method? Raph laughed along. He said, You used that same method to force me to become the head of the family. Clum Oent looked away and replied, It was all for your own good. 3 days later, after Ran went to the Swordsmanship Academy, the head of the house allowed my family to stay in Ocean. Father still felt guilty toward me. I wonder how long he'll hold on to that feeling. Finally, Ran and I had some free time. We used it to sleep in the same room. He looked happy, laughing delightfully as he looked at his friend lying next to him. I listened to his stories and laughed heartily, even laughing out loud. And then, 3 days later, both of us would have to leave home for the academy, the place where our dreams would begin. Siron turned his head to look back one last time. Suddenly, someone began to sob. It turned out to be Ran, crying his eyes out. I spoke up. Ran, don't cry. He replied painfully. How can I not cry? Once I get on that carriage, I'm headed to the Swordsmanship Academy. We're really parting ways. As he spoke, he cried even harder. Why couldn't I enroll next year like you? Siron replied. I'm not even sure if I'll get that special consideration slot yet. We can still see each other during the holidays. Make sure to write me every day. Ran suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and called his name firmly. Siron. He screamed with all his might. You have to become a mage. I'll become the strongest knight to protect you. I promise. Before he could finish, he got a painful whack on the head from Jenna. Just focus on graduating. I'm the one who worries about you the most. Then she turned to Siron. Siron, don't worry about anything. Just enjoy your time with your family. He will definitely help you get enrolled. Siron replied softly. Is that true? Thank you so much for your help. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed deeply to express his endless gratitude. Rena Oent smiled to herself, thinking, what an odd kid. At first, I just thought he was a cute boy, but he's actually quite thoughtful, and he managed to stay so composed in such a terrifying situation. She suddenly looked over at him and spoke up. Siron, maybe when you graduate. She trailed off, falling silent. What am I thinking? She wondered. He's just a kid, about to start a whole new life at a magic academy. Then Jay stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. No, just give it your best shot. I'm certain you'll become a great mage. He replied, please, take care of Ran. She then helped Ran onto the carriage and turned to wave goodbye to Siron. He boarded another carriage where his parents were already waiting, filled with immense excitement and anticipation. The horses started to move, and the two carriages headed in opposite directions, gradually drifting apart. As he sat inside, he suddenly heard a loud voice calling out from outside. Siron! He immediately stuck his head out to see who it was. It turned out to be Ran Owen. He was shouting toward him. When you get to the Magic Academy, remember to beat all of them. Siron couldn't help but laugh out loud at that. Siron Arian shouted back just as loudly, you too! And that was the meeting of those two passionate boys. A moment that would be remembered as the beginning of an event that would shift the balance of the entire continent. Below the roadside, there was a nest of baby birds. The mother bird flew back, landed beside them, and then took flight into the sky once more, flying over grand, stately castles with magnificent architecture. This was the Anfas Magic Academy. A man set his teacup down on the table. It was Clum. He gave a weary, forced smile and spoke up. You've been thinking for 30 minutes now. I assume the answer is yes? Anfas replied, even though we've been good friends for 50 years, I truly cannot accept your request. Clum shouted back, clearly frustrated. What did you say? Do you have any idea how much I struggled because of you when we were younger? Anfas remarked that it must be quite important if it had drawn such an empty outburst from him. But a special admission isn't a backdoor for nobles. We get so many requests every year. This category has its own specific standards. Clum listened, growing more annoyed and scowling, silently cursing this wily old man for making him wait 30 minutes for nothing. Then, Clum suddenly laughed. This time is different. The old man looked a bit surprised. It really is important. It's been a while since I've seen that expression on you. Clum smiled cunningly and continued. I didn't tell you to accept some useless brat. It's quite the opposite. The boy is a friend of my youngest grandson. He's incredibly talented. Do you know what I thought when I met him? He said seriously. I felt like I was looking at you when you were young. Anfas took a sip of tea and questioned. If he's that talented, why didn't he apply through the normal admission process? If he did, there would be a problem. Clum continued with a serious expression. A big problem, he's not a noble. Upon hearing that, the old man exclaimed, startled, no way! Anfas then described Siron's appearance perfectly. A kid with blonde hair and blue eyes? Clum recalled Siron's earlier words. Even if it costs me my life, I won't regret having been your friend. He remarked, that was my first impression of him. Quite bold, isn't he? He continued seriously. I once thought he was just a clever child, who knew how to manipulate adults. However, when I offered to adopt him, he retorted like this. If you're asking me to abandon my own roots now, you might as well be asking me to walk to my death. Just remembering that made Clum cover his face and laugh heartily. Does that sound reasonable to you? Who would turn down becoming a noble? Anfas stroked his beard gently. He understands the natural law of cause and effect. Clum replied, exactly. Without a cause, there is no effect. However, not everyone understands this law, and they easily lose themselves. A new opportunity can arise at any moment, but the second a person denies their origins, they lose everything and become unable to decide what they truly believe is right. Does that remind you of your younger self? Anfas remained silent for a long moment before answering. After a while, he said that their refusal to compromise meant others might agree with their beliefs, but those same people could also judge them. That is what I find dangerous. Clum, listening from across the table, clicked his tongue. Then he asked quietly, you still haven't forgiven yourself, have you? You've done everything you possibly could. You've taught so many brilliant students, isn't it time to forgive yourself? The old man laughed, saying that suggesting he forgive himself was quite arrogant. His friend Anfas looked out the window and confided, the reason I teach children is to prevent someone like me from ever appearing again. With a look of deep sadness, he continued to speak about himself. If that child is like you say, just like me, there's no guarantee he won't walk down the same terrible path I did, right? Clum replied, you were a genius. Anfas, a genius seen only once in a century. He continued, you, who were once considered the light of the Milch family, walked the wrong path just once and nearly lost everything. But in the end, you came back. Though, who could have guessed you'd end up as the headmaster of an academy in such a remote place? Anfas retorted, are you teasing me, Clum? Perhaps it was heaven's grace, an incompetent brat becoming an official third-rank swordsman? I'm worried about the future of the Tomia kingdom. Then they both laughed heartily together. The old man suddenly stood up and walked to the window to look out at his school. Without a cause, there is no effect. Clum poured more tea into his cup and asked, "Is this fate? Who would have thought you'd know that boy? The child who was cast aside 4 years ago has returned." The old man laughed. "I don't believe in fate." But silently, Anfas thought of Siron, whose talent had been buried by class barriers, wandering for 4 years and now standing right in front of him. Is this really fate? Finally, he stated firmly, "I will accept Siron." Spring. 3 years later, a carriage pulled up to the small house deep in the woods. Siron was all dressed up, looking sharp, and called out for his parents. Siron Arian was 17 years old. He smiled with excitement. "I'll be back soon." His mother hugged him tightly, praising him endlessly. "My sweet boy, I'm going to miss you so much." He promised to write letters often, then asked, "Does my hair look okay? I've never worn it like this before, so it feels a bit strange." His mother replied, "Lady Rena said that short hair is very popular among the nobles. Just act naturally." Vincent, standing nearby, coughed a few times, looking a bit shy. "Anything you're forgetting, kid?" Siron waved his hand dismissively. "Dad, I'm 17 now. A kiss is a bit much." His father replied firmly, "Listen, if you're not going to do it, I will." He let out a shout, and Vincent gently placed a kiss on his young son's forehead, overflowing with deep, boundless love. Then, he pulled him into a warm hug, expressing a father's true feelings. "Siron, I'm proud of you." He truly savored that warm embrace. Siron then asked, "But is this really okay? The head of the family even said he'd provide a house for me." Vincent replied seriously, "Good grief, you really are my son, aren't you? A hunter, right? A hunter's home is the mountains, the forests, and the open fields." Siron was startled, thinking to himself, "Is that really it?" As he walked him to the carriage, his father added, "Even though I turned down the financial support the Owen family offered you, they insisted on giving it to you anyway." Siron thought, "Today is supposed to be a happy day in the village, because I'm about to join the Magic Academy, but Dad still hasn't told anyone." He figured the reason his father refused the offer to live in the city was so he wouldn't become a burden or a threat to him. Tamura was already waiting outside and bowed respectfully. "Please, step into the carriage. We will escort you to the academy." Siron stepped into the carriage, leaned his head out the window, and shouted, "I'll be back soon." And that was how my first day at the academy began. As the carriage pulled away, trailing behind were a couple sending off their son, who was learning how to grow up and chase his dreams. Inside the carriage, only Siron and Tamura remained, making the atmosphere quite awkward. Upon arrival, he proactively opened the door and called out to him, "Young master, we have arrived." Tamura helped Siron step down. The look of surprise and awe was clear on his face. He continued, "At Anfas Magic Academy, it's very crowded and bustling with people coming and going. The school gate is tall, spacious, and looks very elegant." Tamura spoke up, "Your tuition and study materials will be handled through me, young master. You just need to focus on your studies." Siron was deeply moved. "Thank you, butler. You've really taken care of me." He replied seriously, "I am simply doing my duty." Siron bowed his head slightly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "I feel like this is the first chance I've had to truly thank you. I was only able to get here because you valued me. I won't forget everything you've done for me." He smiled as he spoke the words he had always kept inside. Suddenly, a sentence made Siron jump. No matter how talented a commoner is, they are still just a commoner. You will never be better than a noble. Facing him now was Tamura's stern, dark expression. But then, he finished his thought. However, not everyone is given this opportunity. Once you join the academy, many nobles will not take a liking to you. He smiled, teaching him a lesson. But you must be persistent. If you can persevere until the end, everything will be all right. Siron was moved and replied, "Thank you. I will definitely become a great mage." Tamura answered, "Now, if you are ready to follow me, we need to register you for enrollment first." And so, the two headed deep into the academy. He thought to himself, "Anfas Magic Academy, the cradle of geniuses. What will I learn here, and who will I meet?" Inside, the guards spoke in unison. "We will serve you with all our might." They bowed, and on the school grounds were people who had come to chase their dreams, just like Siron. After finishing the procedures, Tamura instructed, "I will take my leave now. If you need anything, please contact me." Siron replied, "Yes, thank you so much." But then he looked around, wondering, who will come to pick me up? Should I take a tour while I wait? Where? Suddenly, he noticed several long boards posted on the wall. Anfas Magic Academy operates on a 10-tier system, with a total of 420 students. Among them, 30 are currently in the graduating class. Each year, the number of graduates is. Siron's eyes widened in shock. Only 10? Suddenly, someone approached and spoke up. So, you must be Siron? Upon hearing this, he immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. Greetings, headmaster. Anfas laughed and said, We have met before. Do you remember me? He spoke up. Thank you so much for that time. The old man patted his back and said, It's all fine. We can talk slowly as we walk. Anfas announced that he would need to take an entrance exam. Siron was stunned because he hadn't prepared for anything. An exam? What do I even know? The old man reassured him. Don't worry. It's just a few simple tests to place you in the right grade. Tamura asked, Can you enter the spirit realm? He replied, Yes, I can. The old man was deeply impressed. Oh, that is truly impressive. He thought to himself, who knew he could open the spirit realm on his own? It would have been better if I had started teaching him when he was younger. I failed to spot such a talent right in front of me. Even if it's late, I need to teach him the basics first. The entrance exam hall will be full of 10-year-olds, so if he arrives early, he might feel embarrassed. So, he made a suggestion. Would you like to take a walk around the school? They walked into another area. There was a young boy reading 3 books hovering in midair. As the boy passed by, Siron noticed something strange and stuttered. The headmaster Anfas introduced it to him, explaining that this was a classroom where students study. He looked up in awe. This is the freshman class from grade 18. This is the introductory level. In grade 18, many children were flying around and using magic. He stood there, stunned, as the children played happily and passed books around to each other. Some were gathering to play games and eat snacks. Siron looked around, fascinated, and exclaimed, Everyone is using magic. Anfas said, That's right, but the place we need to go is a bit different. They continued to the advanced class, grade 74. It was very quiet here. Everyone was studying seriously instead of joking around. Siron silently noted that the atmosphere was different because everyone around him was his age. What are they discussing so intensely? A black-haired boy spoke up. A large amount of mana can lower the air temperature to the dew point. Wouldn't condensing a coolant be more effective? However, the downside is that the reaction would occur more rapidly. What about this? What if we adjust the timing instead of the mana? Siron was startled, almost wanting to scream. What? He realized a painful truth. Why can't I understand what they're saying, even though we're speaking the same language? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion behind them, and a girl emerged from the smoke, coughing as she did. When she saw Anfas, she quickly bowed. Ah, hello, headmaster. The old man smiled and said, All right, it seems there are a few issues, The red-haired girl wearing glasses replied, Yes, I was experimenting with a few things to amplify sound, but a mistake occurred. Siron wondered to himself. Do they not even care? Anfas remarked, sensing a lack of balance in the input. It's output time. Check if the power flow is balanced. She gave a spirited thumbs up. Thank you, headmaster. I'll try again. He was incredibly surprised the headmaster didn't even stop her. And on top of that, she was actually going to try again? Siron looked around, his expression dazed and bewildered, as if he were in another world. As they continued their tour, a girl with long, flowing red hair glided past. It was Ami, a breathtaking beauty who left the boys nearby spellbound, watching her every move. The two continued to another room. Something caught Siron's eye. Is this a notice board? On the wall was the shape of a golden board covered in writing. He stared at it, thinking to himself, this lists the rankings for the entire intermediate class. The top ranked is Kamis. Isn't that a top-tier noble? To be precise, Ami Kamis. He stood dazed underneath it, his face frozen in disbelief. Everyone written here had talent just like his, yet she was the one at the very top. A longing began to spark and grow deep within his heart. I want to be like that too. I'll start learning from scratch right here. A glint of hope for the future sparkled in Siron's eyes. Something drove him. I have to change my standing. Suddenly, there was a voice from behind. Ami, wait for me. That voice made Siron turn around in curiosity, wondering, but could this Ami be Ami Kamis, the top-ranked student of the intermediate class? Something suddenly made him freeze when he saw that red-haired girl. Her face made him recall a terrifying, dark past. It was when he was grabbed by the collar by those thugs. They were assaulting others, and the ringleader was Ami. She was like a crazed little demon back then, pointing straight at his face and demanding, "Where did you learn this magic? Why is a commoner coming back?" In reality, Ami just brushed past him without a word. but she shot a sudden glance towards Siron. He immediately turned his face away. An orange-haired girl ran up from behind and shouted, "Ami, I told you we should wait and walk together. You fool." Siron stood there with his head bowed, pleading internally, "Please, don't notice me. Please." Then, both girls walked past. Serial looked back with interest and said, "Did you see that? The guy we just passed? He was actually pretty handsome. Is he a new student? But he doesn't look like one, does he?" she wondered. "Is he a transfer student? Maybe?" Ami replied, "That's quite interesting. I feel like I've met him before." Serial was surprised and spoke up. "What? Are you interested in him too?" "You're not usually interested in guys, right?" she countered. "No, that's not it. I just feel like he looks very familiar." Hearing that answer, the other girl wasn't satisfied and yelled back, "Don't lie. You've fallen for him, haven't you?" Ami firmly denied it. "No, I didn't say that." She was indeed Ami Camus, the top-ranked student of the intermediate class, and the most popular girl in the grade. She had rejected countless confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates alike. She was the model student among model students, but the one person who knew her dark past was now trying to get accepted. Anfas asked, "Are you cold?" Siron replied, trembling, "No, sir." This was the third examination site of the Magic Academy, a building with solid, imposing architecture. They both stepped inside. Anfas spoke up, "Oh my, it looks like it's not over yet." He leaned towards Siron and said, "This is good. Watch carefully what that child is doing." Standing in the center of 3 circles filled with magical runes was a child with brown hair, with the judges positioned above. Anfas briefed Siron, "When you enter the spiritual realm, you'll see the words on the walls change, and the way you perceive them helps us determine the size, power, flexibility, and inclination of your spiritual realm." He continued, "So, you just need to answer the professor's questions honestly." He replied, "Yes, sir." He was brimming with excitement. This was truly fascinating. That, sitting above, called out, "So, Cammy, can you use magic?" The child replied, "Yes." The boy demonstrated his ability. "I can lift objects in mid-air." The man praised him. "Oh my, how lovely. Very good. Try entering the spiritual realm." Cammy replied, "Yes." The boy closed his eyes and announced, "I'm in." That asked softly, "Which number is the furthest?" The boy answered, 6. A professor smiled and asked, 6? Anfas explained, "Number 6 means the diameter of the realm is 6 meters." Siron took in the new knowledge. "Got it." A brown-haired man asked, "Which color do you find the most powerful?" Cammy answered, "Red. I feel like I'm entering a world of red." The man noted it down. Divergent type, similar to light and fire. This indicated that the person had a highly active inclination. Then, Anfas explained, divergent type means their spiritual realm is much stronger than their actual age. A female professor asked, "Do you see the giant tower?" Cammy replied, "It's on the left." It was Sienna's turn. She asked, "How do you feel the temperature?" The boy replied, "It's a bit hot. I'm already sweating." Once finished, she said, "Well done, Cammy." The child hopped away, pleased with the praise. Sienna remarked, "The freshmen this year are quite impressive." That laughed and agreed. "The size of that student's spiritual realm is 12 meters. It seems the quality of students is getting higher every year." Finally, they wrote down a comment. Overall assessment. Good use of the spiritual realm. But stamina is a bit poor. Then, they called his name. Next, Siron Arian. Anfas put an arm around his shoulder, smiled and said, "Show them your skills." He smiled and replied, "Yes, I will do my best." Up above, That stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "So, this is the child who went through the special test the headmaster mentioned." Sienna was also thinking to herself, "What a special choice, but he is also quite old. He's listed under a noble's sponsorship. Isn't that family quite famous?" On the paperwork, it said Siron Arian, 17 years old, guest of a noble. She thought, perhaps he discovered his talent a bit late. Sienna looked at him and thought, his appearance is quite unique, but he'll be quickly buried in this school. That asked Siron Arian, "Can you use magic?" He replied, "I can't. I haven't learned it before." The man responded, "Is that so? Even if you haven't learned it, you should still be able to do something." Anfas frowned slightly. That's what they would think. Magic is the act of bringing knowledge into one's mind. Noble children are taught many different things, and because of that, they can use magic naturally. But the kid didn't have any knowledge at all. That shrugged and said, "All right, let's step into the circle and enter your spiritual realm." He asked, "Can you enter your spiritual realm?" Siron hesitated and replied, "I'll try." That let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it didn't seem to be a serious case of domestic abuse. Siron gradually entered his own spiritual realm. A blue light appeared all around him, and a ray of light descended from above onto the top of his head. The characters around him began to move and float. He opened his eyes, and the sight left him stunned. So that's how it is. That asked the usual questions. Now, Siron, tell us the farthest number. Siron didn't answer, so he had to call out again. Siron. The brown-haired woman smiled and said, "It seems he's shy." Anfa stood outside and chimed in. "Siron, please just answer. We aren't here to judge you. We're just trying to find the best way to educate you." Siron remained hesitant, then finally explained his current situation. "I see a number, but it's so long I can't read it." That was puzzled. "You can't read it? It's not based on vision. It's about what you feel." Siron explained in more detail. "No, that's not what I mean. I can feel it, but it's just so long, and it's even getting longer right now." That sighed and thought, "Seriously?" Then he frowned and said, "Then start with the first few numbers you can see." Siron focused, slowly looking at the result. In his spiritual realm, it was extremely long. Looking at the number 3.415, there were still more digits behind it. He summarized it and replied, 3.14. That was startled. "What?" Sienna was extremely panicked. "Siron, we didn't put the number 3.14 in there. Are you mistaken?" He frowned and replied, "Is that so? But that's what I see." She pondered to herself. "Really? Of course, there are some cases where the ratio of pi appears. That means the size of the area has exceeded the range we set. Can he really see as far as 30 meters? The brown-haired woman asked. Then, which color do you see most strongly? Siron looked around and answered, "It's blue, it's completely blue." Once again, the professors looked at each other in surprise. If it's truly blue, isn't that the convergence type? But is his spiritual realm still that large? The convergence type has better durability than the area size, unlike the divergence type. Anfa stood there, equally stunned. "Kung, I finally understand why you were so adamant about this. But this isn't just about having good talent." The old man's eyes widened, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. They wrote the word convergence on his file, then wrote down both hemispheres. The old professor asked how many numbers were floating around. Siron looked up into his own spiritual realm and thought, "Is he asking about this? No need to count them one by one." When he felt it, there were many glowing, round dots inside the space. He decisively replied, 857 numbers. The man was so shocked, his face went blank, and he stuttered, 867. Then he tremblingly wrote it on the paper. Density, 86.7%. Anfas, standing outside, remained silent, his face suddenly turning serious. "This is dangerous." Sienna gently pushed up her glasses with a wary look. She regained her composure and continued the test. "Siron, how cold do you feel right now?" Upon hearing the question, he replied, "Pretty cold, to the point where I'm freezing." She wasn't surprised and recorded it on the paper, just as expected. Sienna wrote in the general evaluation, "Convergence and defense with superior durability. His spiritual realm size is abnormally large." The brown-haired woman smiled in praise. "Very good. Now we need to decide which class you will be placed in. So all new students, please wait outside." Siron followed the instructions, turned around, and walked outside with the other kids. He led the way, pushing the door open, and slowly stepping out, waiting for the other children to leave before closing the door. As soon as the door closed, the room inside erupted into a buzz of conversation. An interesting student, indeed. Exactly. How could a 17-year-old student possess a spiritual realm with a diameter of over 300? The density of a spiritual realm usually increases with its size, but this student's density is 86.7%. The old professor said, "Above all, that's pure focus without using any enhancement skills. Is he some kind of monk who practices endlessly on a mountain or something?" Suddenly, one remark from that made everyone stop talking. Could he be lying? He smiled with a mocking tone, thinking about it. A spiritual realm with 90% density and a 30-centimeter diameter from a 17-year-old who knows nothing about magic? That's a bit absurd. Is it possible he increased the numbers before telling us? Sienna frowned and said, "But master that. It seems you've forgotten. There's no reason for new students to lie. If they got into an advanced class that way, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the rest of the class anyway. Not to mention, why would a student be such a fraud when coming to school? Above all, it seems some teachers here have forgotten that pi was displayed as an error code." Siron was currently sitting there, smiling awkwardly among the other kids. She continued, That's not something a mere student would say just to get attention. That clicked his tongue in anger. Suddenly, Anfis approached and asked, "So where would be the best place to put him?" "I mean Siron," she said, standing up abruptly. Headmistress Sienna Oliver, a level 6 mage, said, "The next class is about the development of the spiritual realm and theories about it. And class 5 starts learning actual magic. Right? I think this student's spiritual realm is nearly complete. Therefore, I suggest class 5. The guy behind him retorted, "I object," which made her deeply angry. That, a level 6 mage, voiced his opinion. He is a 17-year-old teenager who knows nothing about magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant after being placed in an advanced class. Now I think we should teach him from the basics. Sienna retorted bluntly. That may be true, but not every student is like you, master that. He yelled in anger. What? So the two of them got into a verbal fight. That shouted loudly. Sienna, you only want to put him in class 5 because that class is managed by you and you just want that student for yourself, don't you? She retorted. Is there a problem with wanting to teach such a talented student? A brown-haired professor spoke up. Master, that is also right. Even with great talent, he is still just a young student. Let's teach him step by step. What about starting from class 10? The old professor next to him looked tired. In the end, it was those two again. The brown-haired woman spoke gently. He might lose motivation if we send him to a basic class. Considering his age, what do you all think about just delaying his placement and keeping an eye on him for now? The elderly professor spoke up. I think grade 7 would be appropriate. Grade 7 is an advanced class that includes basic lessons on mana fields. If the boy is truly that talented, skipping grades is certainly a viable option. Anfa stroked his chin and replied. As expected, his words rang true. Without further hesitation, the old man decided that Siron would be placed in grade 7. The Magic Academy has a system consisting of 10 grades. Based on their assessments, students are placed into one of these 10 levels. However, these grades are also categorized into 3 groups. Grades 10 through 8 are introductory, where students focus on developing their mana fields. Grades 7 through 4 are the advanced classes, where students learn how to utilize their magic and their mana fields. Finally, the graduation grades consist of classes 3 through 1, involving rigorous training to shape them into professional mages. The next morning, at the grand and magnificent academy named Anfas, a grade 7 badge was pinned to the chest of a newcomer. He immediately caught the attention of every girl in sight. They couldn't help but admire him. Siron, clutching his bag, slowly walked into the classroom under the gazes of countless people. The teacher announced, "We have a new student joining our class today." The girls in the room started whispering non-stop. He was placed in an advanced class as soon as he enrolled. He looks a bit old, doesn't he? But he's so handsome. He stood on the podium, flashed a bright, sunny smile, and introduced himself. I'm Siron. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The whole class erupted as if it were a holiday. Applause and happy chatter filled the room. Most of the girls were clearly impressed by him. The teacher had to call for silence. Siron was incredibly excited because he had finally fulfilled his wish. At last, he had made it to the Magic Academy. The Magic Academy. Anfas Academy spans an entire 75,425 square kilometers of mountainous terrain, including the dormitories. It boasts 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going off campus is prohibited on weekdays, it's not inconvenient at all, since almost all necessary facilities are located right within the school. Classes end at 5, and any time after that is free time. However, students usually head to the school library, which is open 24 hours a day, as a way to connect with others who share their interests. It satisfies their thirst for knowledge. All of this serves as motivation to create such a prestigious environment. Siron silently thought that while the classes would be difficult, there were many subjects, all involving advanced knowledge. This place was reserved for nobles who had been studying since they were young and had endured a long, difficult time mastering it. Because of that, he had encountered many obstacles. However, by using every method possible, he would surely be able to keep up. Knowledge, following the chronological order of history, was deeply ingrained in Siron. Bit by bit, he began to accumulate all the knowledge of this world. One beautiful morning, the teacher announced, "We will end the lesson here for today. Great job, everyone." As Siron closed his book, he pondered. The afternoon class is Mana Field Practical Training, but the schedule doesn't list the location. Looking around the classroom, he felt a bit shy. Who should I ask? Luckily, there were a few people around his age. Siron walked over slightly and asked, "Hi there, do you happen to know which training hall we need to go to?" Maria was startled by the sudden question. "Are you asking me?" He thought to himself. She's quite a shy classmate. I'm not surprised. I felt comfortable asking her. She replied, I guess you didn't know. Today's practical class is at the second General Training Center. Siron asked, General? What does that mean? Maria explained. All advanced classes will be training together for 2 weeks. Today is the orientation. Hearing that, he paused for a second. Integrating all advanced classes, would that mean moving to the second General Training Center area? By now, many students were heading inside. The place was very noisy, with voices, laughter, and greetings everywhere. Hello, Senior. Thank you for last time. Hello. Senior, come sit here, they said in unison. Hello, Senior Ami. So it was because of her that things were so rowdy. Sariel, standing nearby, also basked in the attention, waving hello to them. Siron sat up high, looking down, and silently marveled. Being famous is truly amazing. She's the one person I don't want to get involved with, if I can help it. But there were 2 general training sessions every week. Even so, if she had been in the advanced class from the start, she would likely move up to the graduation class soon. The seniors and juniors were chatting quite actively, but there were still strict rules in place. Siron worriedly wondered, can I manage to be invisible? Just then, the special instructor for the advanced mana field class, Itella Romit, a grade 6 mage, appeared and spoke loudly. Hello, everyone in the advanced class. I am Itella, and I will be in charge of your mana field class again this year. She looked around the room once and continued, I'm sure there are some students who transferred into this class at the start of the year, right? Even though our class is full of famous faces. How exciting. We have a new face joining the advanced class today. Because of that remark, everyone turned their eyes toward him. Are the rumors true? Who is it? He could only offer a forced smile and think, wait, this is dangerous. Itella poured even more oil on the fire. Siron, would you mind standing up and introducing yourself to everyone? He froze with a stiff smile but tried to comply. He swallowed hard to gather some courage. Ami and Sariel were also drawn into looking at Siron. He smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Siron, and I've just started grade 7. Before he could finish his sentence, the whole room erupted in applause to welcome him. Siron stood there, frozen, as if he were about to faint. I don't know what's going on anymore. Sariel was excited. Ami, is that the guy you saw yesterday? It looks like his name is Siron. Ami acted uninterested, thinking to herself, this is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems famous. I'm sure I should know everyone like that by now. Suddenly, a girl with brown hair spoke up. Senior, do you know him? According to my sources, the teachers are keeping a very close eye on him. Sariel was impressed. Really? The girl continued. They said his stats were absolutely incredible when they tested him during the entrance exam. Sariel replied, oh my, I like him even more now. I wonder which noble family he's from. That random question made Ami suddenly freeze. Her eyes flared red, and her hair flew everywhere. She seemed to have recalled something truly shocking. It was a memory from the past, when she and a few others were caught in something like a tornado. At that time, she looked straight at a boy outside and questioned, where did you learn magic? How could a commoner? And the boy sobbing outside was none other than a young Siron. Returning to reality, she was trembling, sweat pouring down, and a forced smile appeared on her face. Damn it! The Kami's family is famous for its genius bloodline, and their red eyes are a unique trait passed down to every descendant of the clan. It allows the wielder to recall every moment they see with perfect accuracy. An arrow is shot, hitting the bullseye dead on. Another arrow flies in, splitting the one already in the center, and that makes all their studies feel meaningless. The archer is a red-haired girl, but even though she hits the bullseye time and again, she doesn't look happy at all. In contrast, the butler standing nearby keeps clapping and praising her. Simply magnificent, my lady. That red-haired girl is the youngest daughter of the Ami family, and also the most talented among all her siblings. Ami's father laughs heartily. That's my girl. He places a chess piece down and says, truly a descendant of the Kami's house. Ami silently stares at the chessboard in front of her. The butler speaks up. My lady, Ami's father is asking, is something wrong? Ami coldly stands up, looking bored out of her mind. She turns around, annoyed, and leaves, followed by a gang of thugs. Ami thinks bitterly, I hate everything about this family. Family. What does my ability have to do with this family, anyway? I can do whatever I want without needing the reputation of this house. She follows the gang around, getting into fights everywhere. Ami thinks to herself, I can do anything I want. Watching the thugs fight, Ami sits with her legs crossed. So bored. But then, you made Ami feel surprised and forced her to rethink everything. Ami stares in shock as the thugs around her collapse, leaving a boy standing right in front of her. The boy is crying, tears streaming down his face. The person who changed Ami's mind turned out to be a damn low-born kid. In the lecture hall, Siron is bowing to everyone. Ami looks at the scene in front of her, her mouth twitching as she mutters, damn it all. Suddenly, Sariel calls out, Ami, Ami. The brown-haired girl next to her also stammers, Senior? Both of them are on different wavelengths. Ami snaps out of it and explains, or my shoes. My shoes were a bit uncomfortable. Ami thinks to herself, I knew it. Memories seen through red eyes can't possibly be wrong. The person next to her continues, what were we talking about again? But Ami stays lost in her own thoughts. I thought he was a noble. Ami looks at Siron. Who would have guessed he's actually a commoner? How did he even get into this academy? Ami's body trembles. That past was so incredibly embarrassing. Ami slaps her forehead. I want to die. Her eyes go blank. I already wiped away all the evidence of that rebellious phase. There's no way he remembers that day, right? Ami recalls the memory from a year ago when she squatted in front of a blonde boy, his face still streaked with tears. Ami covered her mouth, mocking him. Slaves don't have nails, do they? Why don't I just cut them off? A moment later, she stands behind him, blushing, and covers her mouth while watching the thugs strip the boy's clothes off. Take his clothes off? What were they doing? Ami imagines what Siron would say about her to others. Senior Ami? She's not the person everyone thinks she is. In her imagination, Siron waves his hand. 5 years ago, she used to hang out with thugs in the back alleys. Why would someone trusted by the professors like me lie? Is that all? No, there's more. Siron whispers to everyone, she's actually really interested in men. Listen, she even tried to strip me. Ami, enraged, accidentally tears the page in front of her. She clenches her fist. No, never, absolutely not. I cannot let that happen. I have to kill these rumors at the root. On the other side, Siron feels uneasy. Why is someone staring at me? Itella Romit, a professor specializing in intermediate-level realms and a level 6 mage, stands on the podium and speaks. Now, does everyone know what a realm actually is? Someone replies, it's a mage's state of mind, Professor. She nods. Right. It is the awareness of a mage's mental state. In its initial form, it's just a sphere, because that's the easiest shape to focus on. The blue hue of the realm reflects in Itella's eyes. Then, through practical training, we can consciously perceive and transform it however we want. Itella expands her realm. She says, I'll show you an example of a realm. Siron's jaw drops as he watches. Siron focuses intently on the blue realm before him. I can actually see the professor's realm with my own eyes. The range is 10 meters. Itella explains, this is the basic spherical shape of a realm, but as I said, in reality, the spherical form is rarely used. Itella snaps her fingers. Let me give you an example. A target appears, hovering in midair. Itella says, I will use magic to aim at the target. Itella stands in the center of her realm. Her realm has a range of 10 meters, but the target is 20 meters away, so she will use a fireball, a fire attribute magic. Siron covers his mouth, excited finally. I get to see someone use magic. A small fireball appears at the tip of Itella's finger. She says, first, I will create a small flame. Itella controls her small fireball, and now, let's see if she can hit the target accurately. The fireball shoots forward, trailing flames directly toward the target. However, as soon as it reaches the edge of the realm, the flame instantly vanishes. Below, all the students are sitting there with their eyes and mouths wide open. The flame disappeared. Itella smiles and explains, as you can see, most magic cannot leave the realm. Therefore, magic can only maintain its shape while inside the realm. Itella leans forward slightly, reaches out her hand, and continues. However, if we expand the realm, Itella's spherical realm instantly transforms into a straight line. She continues, straight to the target like this. Itella's small flame instantly shatters the target. She tells the students below, if we do this, we can reach it. Sounds of amazement and admiration echo throughout the lecture hall. Some older students whisper to each other, look at the surprised faces of the 7th years. They're so cute. Siron and his classmates applaud Itella's spectacular demonstration. He thinks to himself, I didn't know you could do that. Can you really change the shape of your realm? Then Itella continues, but this method has a weakness. The students' faces show slight disappointment. A male student asks, isn't that the right way to do it, Professor? Itella opens the screen next to her and points to it. Changing the shape of a realm requires immense focus. In actual combat, when your opponent can do anything to attack you, constantly changing the shape is not a wise choice. Itella points to the blue screen displaying information about realms. She introduces the 4 main forms. So, we have divided the shapes of the realm into 4 main types: defensive, offensive, target lock, and redirected. These are the 4 main types. Itella continues. Let's start with the defensive type. The defensive type is octagonal. It allows the realm to block most attacks. Itella's aura instantly shifted into an octagon, surrounding her. She explained that the more contact surfaces there are, the higher the defensive efficiency. With a flick of her wrist, Itella changed the aura's shape again, this time into a star, also known as the offensive form. This shape allows the user to easily lock onto targets. Whichever point is brightest indicates where the most targets are aligned. Itella's aura shifted its shape once more. She continued her lecture. Next is the tracking form, which is extremely effective for long-range combat. However, it's not very efficient against fast-moving targets. That's how it works in theory, but in practice, the distance between the points and the center is quite vast, making it hard to rotate. Itella's voice remained steady. The key to using this form is the speed at which you can rotate its shape. The students whispered among themselves, noting that she could even perform that technique without blinking. Does the professor think we can actually do that? Unlike the others, Siron was deep in thought, wondering if he could perhaps use his aura within a 10-meter radius in actual combat. Itella continued. And finally, the redirection form. It's not very popular because even 5th-year students struggle to master it. Itella said, but I'll give you all an example. Just then, a student behind Siron spoke up. If we can do it, does that mean we move up to higher grades? I got a perfect score in this aura class back in 8th grade. It was a piece of cake. Before the student could finish, the transformation below left them speechless. The students gaped in shock, and even Siron was startled. The students were making quite a racket about the aura. Below, a blue orb was slowly detaching from Itella. Every student in the lecture hall shouted. Detaching it from the professor's body? Siron was so excited he wanted to stand up. I don't understand, he thought. The aura is a mage's mental state. How can she separate it from her body? Itella's aura slowly turned into flowing streams. Siron wondered curiously. I wonder what's inside it. At the center of the aura, Itella stood, surrounded by the flowing, solidified aura streams. She explained that the redirection form is incredibly difficult to use. It's so difficult that even seasoned mages have trouble with it. But the strength of this form is that since the mage isn't the center of the aura, there are no limits to movement. And because of that, aiming with instant incantations is no longer just a theory, as its operating range is infinite. Instant incantation means the mage places the spell within the redirection form, and it automatically triggers upon hitting the target. Hearing Itella, the students gasped in amazement. They whispered to each other, how can the professor do that? She's so casual, like she's just breathing. Even just entering the aura is hard enough. The girl behind Siron replied, she's on a completely different level. She's a 6th-tier mage, after all. Siron was dazed. That gentle expression hid extraordinary talent. Itella adjusted her glasses. You'd be disappointed if I skipped the practical part of our first lesson, wouldn't you? You there, the one who ranked first in the speed casting test for the targeting form. Before Itella could finish, the students below buzzed with excitement about the upcoming practice. Itella called out, Ami Camus from Year 4, where are you? Let's start with our student representative. The girl sitting next to Sariel said, you're amazing, the best in the class. Sariel turned and smiled at Ami again. Ami really was a star. The male students fell for her the moment they saw her. Suddenly, Sariel looked over and saw Ami's ghostly, distraught expression. Sariel stammered, wait, right? Ami was sweating profusely. I don't want to be the center of attention right now. Itella continued. The first of the 4 aura forms, the targeting form, has the advantage of a long attack range. However, it is a disadvantage against fast-moving or multiple targets, but if used by someone with incredible focus who can control their aura at high speeds, boom, boom, 2 explosions followed one after another. Ami turned her wrists, launching several fireballs toward the targets. Then that weakness completely vanishes, and it becomes an impenetrable fortress against distant enemies. The students in the seats admired her, exclaiming, as expected of Senior Ami, she's incredible. Usually, those in the speed shooting competition switch between the 4 forms, but Senior Ami always takes first place, even when she only uses the targeting form. A student sitting in the same row as Siron muttered, do you think I could ever become a mage like her? Siron stared, mesmerized. Even as an amateur, he could see she was magnificent. Siron couldn't take his eyes off Ami's performance. The fireballs continuously shattered the targets. Not only did she rotate her aura while standing still, but she could also strike every target her aura swept across. Ami was like a ruler of the arena, and she did it all in one move. Siron marveled at her expressionless face. Every gesture exuded elegance and nobility. Thunderous applause broke out. The student behind Siron said, "If I could date a senior like her, my student life would be completely different." The girl next to him laughed mockingly. "Dream on. She doesn't care about anyone. Don't forget about the Kami's family, either." Siron listened to them and thought, I can see why the boys are going crazy over her. Not only is she high-ranking nobility, but she has everything. Siron shifted his gaze back to Ami below. A perfect person. So why is she hanging around with those thugs? Below, Ami finished her demonstration and bowed, ending it with a quick spell. Achievement level, 9. Time, 205 seconds. Applause erupted all around. Ami stood still, then suddenly looked up, staring in one direction with her blue eyes. Siron felt that gaze and jumped. The students nearby whispered, "What? What was that? Senior Ami? No way!" Someone shouted loudly. Did she just look at the new student? Ami was jolted by the shout and immediately turned back to her seat. Damn it, why did I look at that brat for no reason? Ami was annoyed, but at least she had confirmed one thing. Everyone around them whispered, "Do those two know each other? Impossible. He just enrolled today." Siron went pale, thinking, I see. And it wasn't just Siron. Now Ami was having the same thought. Ami thought, he remembers me. And Siron realized she remembered him too. Ami pondered, if he spreads rumors about my past, it'll be a huge mess. I really have to shut him up, don't I? She shook her head. No. Stay calm. I'm the top student in the school. Why would anyone believe some random nonsense from a guy like that? If I'm careless, I'll only make things worse. Sariel ran over to check on her. Ami, did something happen in the aura? Your face is all red. Ami hurriedly shook her head and rubbed her face. No, it's nothing. After that, the practice session was divided by class. The students moved down to the floor below. Itella said, for you 7th graders, we'll start with the defensive stance. You have to master the defensive stance before doing anything else. She walked around, lecturing the students, because mages need to maintain their focus to survive on the battlefield. Siron stood alone, closing his eyes and focusing, imagining that he was shrinking and condensing his consciousness. In his mind, Siron was sketching out a domain of his own. First, condensing the domain to form a mass, then building a frame to prevent it from collapsing. When Siron thought he had succeeded, he suddenly startled. Siron looked at the field in front of him. No, he couldn't be sure until it was fully manifested. It would be easier if he could see his domain within the field. Siron went over to Itella and asked, Professor, may I use the field? She was surprised. Huh? The field? Itella looked around and said, actually, only the upper-class students get to use it first. Siron followed her gaze, thinking to himself that there was no need to pay attention to others when learning magic. Siron thought that opportunities for true progress don't come around often. Just then, Itella turned back with a smile and said, looks like nobody's using it right now. All right, go ahead. She wondered to herself if letting a new student demonstrate was a bit too much. The people around were noisy. A new student? Nice. He's so cute. Sariel poked Ami. Ami, look at that. Sariel's next sentence made Ami choke on her water. That student just entered the field. Ami turned back and asked loudly, startling Sariel, what the hell is he doing? What could a 7th grader possibly achieve? Sariel said in a low voice, Ami, you've been acting weird. Is something wrong today? You're starting to scare me. Everyone turned their attention to the field. Siron stood alone in the middle of the field. The board behind him displayed, domain range, 0 meters. Siron stared straight ahead, finally finding it. A blue orb enveloped Siron. He could finally see it with his own eyes. My domain. The surrounding students were instantly startled. What? What is that size? The domain range on the board kept changing. Siron looked up. Come to think of it, did they tell him his domain size during the entrance exam? If the instructors heard that, they would definitely answer, no, we couldn't even measure it. Siron raised his hands high. Just how much bigger could it get? Watching the domain grow larger and larger, Siron's heart screamed in panic. Stop! The board displayed the text. Domain range. 20 meters. The 5th grade student stammered in shock. Is he really a 7th grader? Isn't the average for 7th graders only 13 meters? The whispering wouldn't stop. Is he sure he didn't do that on purpose to show off? If it's like that, the density will drop until it's like a balloon. Siron broke into a cold sweat. That's enough. Phew, too much attention. Now for the defensive stance. Just as he was preparing to shift the domain, Siron suddenly froze. What's this? Siron looked at the field in front of him. The frame wasn't holding up. Is it collapsing? But it was fine when I practiced earlier. Ami, standing in the 4th grade section, stared wide-eyed. There's no way he'd succeed on his first practice session, right? Siron wondered what went wrong. Was he scared because he could see it with his own eyes? No. His ability to focus couldn't be affected by something like that. Siron focused on analyzing it. He had to find the reason. So, what was the difference between the inside and the outside of the field? There must be something. Suddenly, something flashed like a raindrop, disturbing the calm surface of a lake in Siron's mind. I get it. Siron remembered when Atella stood in the field earlier. I misunderstood because Professor Atella made it look so effortless. If I change my domain, it requires focus. So, my intent to shrink. My domain also consumed that focus. Siron took a deep breath to collect himself. If the thought of shrinking his domain was causing the problem, Siron opened his eyes wide and focused his thoughts. If I just leave it at its normal size, that should work. As soon as Siron finished speaking, the domain's range expanded endlessly. The students around them gasped. What? It's getting even bigger? Siron's domain grew larger and larger. His eyes were filled with determination. The number on the range board kept rising. Ami looked at the scene, her mouth twitching. What the hell? The entire hall was almost covered in blue. All the students standing around had to look up with their mouths hanging open. The number on the board was already 41 meters. The whole hall erupted. It's too big! Looking at the field, some people shouted in disbelief. What the hell is this? What kind of domain is this big? Huh? Siron raised his hands high, focusing his thoughts. Now I don't need to try to control just one side. He looked at his hands. I'll shrink everything at once. Siron's domain instantly shrank, erecting into solid, sturdy planes. The upper-class students exclaimed, "That new student is actually..." They watched Siron standing inside his domain, and the group immediately stirred. He succeeded. And on the very first day, too. Even Siron was surprised by his own domain. He reached out to touch it. It looked like he was standing in the middle of a gemstone. Itella, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses in surprise. She thought to herself, even though the superior convergence properties of the defensive stance helped him, succeeding on the very first day is truly astonishing. I heard he even surprised the professors at the entrance exam. Sariel turned to Ami and said, "It looks like the rumor that he's caught the attention of all the teachers is true, right? What do you think, Ami?" Ami's expression was incredibly scary. Sariel was startled. Ami wondered how she could forget the old thoughts about Siron that kept swirling in her head. That brat is the source of my humiliation, and he's managed to come this far. It looks like he has someone supporting him from behind. She stared intensely at Siron inside the field. Sooner or later, he's going to close the gap between the classes, and his popularity is going to grow even more. Ami made up her mind to change plans. I have to approach him secretly. Even Professor Itella was surprised. He's exceptionally talented at everything, as if he spent his whole life training on a mountain. Siron said, "Professor, its size has shrunk quite a bit." Itella nodded. "That's right, the size is smaller, but the sturdiness of the domain will increase. And with this level of hardness, most physical impacts won't be able to break your domain. Furthermore, the sturdiness will give you some resistance against mental attribute magic attacks." After explaining, Itella continued, "Very good. You can release the domain now." The domain around Siron gradually faded away. He said, "Thank you, Professor." At this moment, the cheering in the hall erupted. Students from all classes kept praising Siron. "Great job." The new students congratulated him. Only then did Siron feel startled. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Siron mumbled, feeling awkward, before quickly thanking everyone and dashing away from the center of the room. "Thanks, everyone." Itella watched Siron with a smile. She thought to herself that she finally understood why he had such clarity when perfecting his defensive stance. He possessed an incredibly strong ability to focus and an abnormally large mental domain, so it made perfect sense that he had succeeded in pulling off that form. Itella observed Siron's flustered expression as he continued to draw so much attention. I really need to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, countless gazes were fixed on Siron, but they were far from the same. A group of students was whispering, "He'll probably be joining our class soon, don't you think? That talent is absolutely insane." Elsewhere, there were competitive glares, and a few girls were whispering about how impressive he was, their eyes already filled with clear admiration and affection, despite it only being the first day. There were also looks of jealousy and envy. Finally, someone stood in the back row. Ami was staring at Siron with a chilling gaze. The next day at the academy, another pair of eyes appeared. A woman with purple hair tied in a high bun prepared to enter, casting a curious look towards Siron. As the door slid open, the classroom erupted into noise the moment they saw Professor Sienna. "Professor, tell us about your first love." Siron saw her walk in, too. Her gaze was sharp and icy, the look of someone standing at the podium, surveying the class below. The students buzzed with excitement. Siron realized she was the terrifying professor who had lectured during the entrance exam. Sienna Oliver. Siron didn't know it, but she was the professor in charge of the fifth-year class. Other students were visibly thrilled. "No way! Who would have thought we'd get to attend her lecture in 7th grade? But the reason someone like her went out of her way to teach a 7th grade class." Jenna thought about it and felt annoyed. "Professor, you're such a pain. If you put a talent like him in the 5th-year class, he'd find a way to catch up to the others in no time." Sienna adjusted her glasses. She had come to this class specifically so she could tutor Siron herself. Sienna thought to herself, "I will make sure you move up as quickly as possible, and you will absolutely become a student in my class." Siron jumped, staring ahead, startled. He thought to himself, "I feel like she just looked at me. I'm probably just overthinking it." A classmate sitting in front of Siron asked loudly, "This is our first session. Can you tell us a story?" Another student teased, "Is it true you're dating Mr. That?" Sienna didn't say a word, but her furrowed brow showed her obvious disgust. She raised her hand, and a small block of ice instantly materialized in her palm. The ice block was as beautiful as crystal. Sienna asked the class, "Can anyone here explain the theory behind this spell?" Frost began to form on the window beside Siron, due to the sudden chill. Sienna's voice remained steady. "What is cold air?" Crystals of ice began forming on the classroom ceiling as the temperature plummeted. Sienna continued her questioning. "And what is freezing?" The students hugged themselves, shivering and stuttering. "Professor, it's too cold," Sienna calmly explained. "The reason you feel cold is because you lack energy." She controlled the small block of ice, walking to the back of the room. Although the technical term for energy didn't exist in this world, temperature could only increase infinitely, not decrease infinitely. The ice in Sienna's hand shattered. She explained that when energy reaches zero, we call it absolute zero. Sienna smiled. "If we siphon a bit of energy from this room, we can easily create something like this ice sample. But what happens if we break it into microscopic pieces and create a convection current?" As shards of ice hit the floor, Sienna answered her own question. "The answer is that we can create a temperature cold enough to kill a person, just as you all experienced." The students thought, both terrified and speechless. "Wait, are we about to die?" Sienna turned toward the podium. "So, the question here is, how does a mage absorb that energy?" She picked up a piece of chalk, wrote on the board, and looked down at the class. "Without any tools or equipment, how do they activate magic like that?" Siron focused intently on Sienna. She drew a circle representing the mental domain and the mage on the board and said, "A mage controls the world within the range of their mental domain. Naturally, it's only within a certain range, but once inside it, that mage is essentially a god." Sienna's voice remained monotone, and if you want to affect the senses, it can create light, scent, or even physical sensations. That is the special sense of a mage, giving them the unique ability to dominate reality. But even with such divine power, Sienna paused, tapping the board with her chalk. What if they don't know what they are capable of? She raised her voice. For a mage to activate magic, they must meet certain conditions. They need both omniscience and omnipotence. The 7th grade students below sat with their mouths agape, listening to Sienna explain that mages activate magic based on their omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how omnipotent you are, without knowledge, you cannot activate magic. Sienna's words struck a chord, waking Siron up. That is why, beyond their special senses, mages still study the world like scholars. Siron suddenly realized why he hadn't been able to use magic. Siron recalled how he used to protect himself in the past. He realized he had no concept of omniscience, so he had only been training for omnipotence. Sienna continued, "You will study countless subjects at this academy. Your mental domain is only half of what is needed to create magic." Sienna smiled. "If you don't work hard, you'll never become a true mage." After the introduction, she began the actual lesson. "Now, let's start our basic chemistry session." "Yes, Professor." Siron made a firm resolution. His eyes seemed to say, "I can become a mage." As evening fell, outside the academy grounds, some friends chatted together. "Are you going to the library today?" "Of course. There's an exam coming up." They even discussed their studies at the dinner table. "What's your research project topic?" Another classmate replied, "There are a few things I need to create first." Students walked back and forth across the campus. After classes ended, they often headed to the library or joined study groups. Siron clutched his bag and walked ahead. I go to the library every single day, and because of that, I'm just barely keeping up with the other noble students. He looked up at the sky. His sleep time had been cut down significantly. I'm so tired. Siron tried to boost his spirits, feeling a sense of relief just by learning magic. Because his dream was slowly taking shape, Siron quickened his pace. I wonder if anyone has invented a spell that lets people skip sleeping. Suddenly, Siron's feet were dangling off the ground. Why did he feel so light? Siron jolted, realizing he was hovering in midair. What the hell is going on? I'm flying. Siron glanced behind him, and someone was clutching his collar. What the hell is this? Siron was stunned. Someone was carrying him through the sky like a hawk clutching its prey. Deep in the woods, with a heavy thud, Siron was tossed onto the ground. The pain made his eyes well up with tears. He sat there, looking up at the person standing before him. Siron panicked. It was the red-haired Ami Kamis. Siron broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he had braced for the day he'd have to face her. But who would have expected her to show up so suddenly? Siron hesitated. Is she really the same girl from 5 years ago? Then, Ami spoke up. That look, she continued. I knew it. You still remember who I am, don't you? Siron asked. What? A small flame flickered at the tip of Ami's finger, then flared intensely right in front of Siron's face. Ami flashed a terrifying grin. Right, I should just handle everything right here and now, shouldn't I? Old memories played back like a film. Siron shielded his head, bracing for the barrage of attacks. Someone shouted, Hey, stop it. A thug looked at Ami, who was crouching in front of Siron, and warned, My lady, you're going to kill the kid. Ami recalled that day she had initially planned to bring the boy home, but that look on his face while he cried, she mused, I want to watch that a little longer. Ami controlled the brilliant flames, but then she suddenly narrowed her eyes. This brat. Siron sat up straight and met her gaze. That look of his made her doubt herself. Is he really the same kid from 5 years ago? Siron sighed and replied, Of course I remember. Siron continued, Back then, you ordered those convicts to forcibly strip my clothes off. At his words, Ami recalled the past too. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Well then, why don't we verify it? Ami interrupted loudly. Siron stopped. He definitely remembered it clearly. She started explaining herself aggressively. That's not how it was, right? You've got the wrong idea. Not a total misunderstanding, but a heavy one. See? Siron tried to speak, but Ami cut him off again. You'll see. Ami blushed and stammered. I'm not that kind of loose woman. Siron couldn't keep up with her train of thought. Ami shouted, It was those thugs who took it upon themselves to strip you. I never gave any such order. Then, she hurriedly continued, No, wait. Did I hear you say you wanted to see it? Or something like that? No, that's not it either. Regardless, Ami asserted. I was never interested in men from the start. Siron muttered under his breath. No way. Did you kidnap me just to say that? Ami froze, her inner thoughts screaming, Of course not. But why am I standing here trying to make excuses? Siron realized something was. She worried he would spread rumors all over school about her bad deeds. Things were already awkward enough. How troublesome. Siron stood up. You just need to apologize. Is that so hard? Ami stepped back. What? Siron said tiredly. I understand that's a memory you want to forget. After all, your grades are among the top in the intermediate class, and you're quite famous. But what's done is done. Siron said calmly. So instead of making excuses, wouldn't it be better to just apologize and end it? I think that's the right thing to do. Ami stood stunned. Apologize? Then, it was like a wake-up call for Ami. Wait. Get a grip, Ami. Her eyes flashed with panic. This guy is smooth talker. It was as if a chessboard appeared before her eyes. He's using moral arguments to make me feel humiliated and then plotting to gain the upper hand. How dare he play mind games with me? He must think I'm easy and weak, Ami thought. In that moment, she spoke up. Apologize? Listen here, you commoner. Ami asked Siron. What do I get out of apologizing to you? Siron couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Ami stroked her chin. I mean, even if I were to apologize, there's no reason to believe you'd just accept it and not stab me in the back later. There's no trust between us, right? She nodded to herself. If I just apologize, it would mean I'm admitting I was wrong in the past. Wouldn't I be the one at a disadvantage in the end? Siron asked her. Do you have to gain something from an apology? An apology is the bare minimum of courtesy towards someone you've hurt. It's not something you do to gain an advantage. Ami's loud laughter cut Siron off. You clearly don't understand how the world works, she thought to herself. Another attack using moral high ground. I get it now. Ami assessed the situation and thought, I'll turn the tables right here and now. She continued, if there's no benefit, I have no reason to waste my effort. To think you'd preach about such things just to look good in front of me. Her words made Siron freeze. It seems that even if I apologize, it'll be hard for me to have any peace at the Magic Academy. Siron was forced to open his eyes by Ami. He thought to himself, what is this? It seems her model student persona is just an act. Her nasty nature is still there. Ami covered her mouth and sighed, inwardly celebrating that she was winning. Should she add one more thing? She asked Siron. Do you know what the scariest thing at the Magic Academy is? Well, Siron looked blank, not understanding. She said in a deep, mysterious tone, it's the upperclassmen. Ami's next words felt like a heavy stone on Siron's shoulders. If you're disliked by an upperclassman, not only will every senior become your enemy, but your classmates will too. And naturally, if it's revealed that you're a commoner, Ami's gaze sharpened, there's a high chance you'll be expelled. Siron asked loudly. Are you so worried I'll spread rumors that you're trying to get me expelled? She covered her mouth and laughed. Of course not immediately. I'm just saying I'll wait and see how you behave. I'll verify how well you can keep your mouth shut. Siron asked. What do you mean? She ordered. From now on, bring me coffee every day. I'll test your reliability through these errands. Siron asked loudly. Why should I? Ami stepped closer to Siron. I heard you were admitted here by special exception. A commoner getting this far must have been hard. Wouldn't it be sad if you got expelled? Siron agreed. Fine. If you can prove my reliability through these trivial errands, I'll do it. Ami put on her cloak's hood. A wise choice. And behave yourself. After all, your future depends on it. The next second, she immediately wore a terrifying expression to threaten Siron. If you dare tell any teachers, I will definitely drag you down with me when I go. With that, she leaped high a couple of times and vanished like a whirlwind, blowing past Siron. Once Ami was gone, Siron crouched down to pick up his bag. Well, I figured this was still better than getting expelled. It seems her ability to map out schemes is still top tier. Even so, Min felt it was so unfair that he had to do everything she demanded. Poor Siron. It was tough right from the start. The next day, the library was bustling with students. Something suddenly caught everyone's attention. Someone called out to their friend, Hey, look! Siron was walking over, holding a coffee cup. The surrounding students were stunned and started whispering. Wait, what? He's the new student, right? Oh my god, oh my god. Siron stood in front of everyone and handed the coffee cup to her. For you, Senior Ami. Siron's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear and turn their eyes toward Ami and her coffee. Sariel, standing nearby, tapped Ami on the shoulder and covered her mouth. No way, Ami. How is this happening? Ami brushed her hair back, her crimson eyes flashing. She reached out and snatched the cup from Siron's hand. Geez, you must have spilled a lot of these by now, right? Then she turned to leave. Sariel asked, You're just going to walk away like that? Ami replied calmly, We need to hurry. Let's get to class. We're running out of time. Siron's face turned bright red as he watched Ami's back. What the hell was that? Meanwhile, the surrounding students started gossiping again. Oh my god. He just confessed to Ami, and she just walked away without saying a word? That's so pathetic. Sariel chased after Ami and asked, Do you think the new kid likes you? She shook her head. Not at all. I'm just teaching a junior a little lesson. Though she looked calm on the outside, her heart was jumping for joy. She was having the time of her life. She sipped her coffee and thought, How's that? The humiliation I, the great Ami, have bestowed upon you. A scene was already forming in Ami's head. She mused that this would cement him on the list of juniors who secretly harbored a crush on her. She thought even if Siron stood in the middle of the campus and screamed, Ami is a perverted bully, everyone would just shrug and say, Oh dear, he's just lashing out because he got rejected. Ami was certain that from now on, no matter what he said, nobody would believe him. She hummed to herself as she walked. What could be sweeter than revenge? Sariel walked beside her, completely clueless. She seems to be in such a good mood, Ami thought to herself, feeling as though all the worries of the past 5 years had vanished. Her confidence was like a booming drum, while Siron stood amidst the crowd, feeling completely drained. This is definitely bullying. What did I ever do to offend her? Siron clenched his fists, thinking, if I get trapped in these negative thoughts, I'll be the only one who loses. Is there really no trust? As he lifted his head again, the look in Siron's eyes had changed. If I have to do this anyway, I might as well do it perfectly. Experience and emotions depend on how I perceive them. From that moment on, for the next 10 days, the academy was abuzz again. He's back! He's here again today! Someone shouted. It was a scene straight out of a campus romance story. 10 days in a row? Has he really been confessing for 10 days? The cheers and gossip grew loud. Ami and Sariel stood in front of the library, watching. Ami chuckled. It seemed the number of spectators had increased. Behind Siron, a crowd of people was staring right at him. Ami grinned. With this many people watching, surely everyone must know by now. Should I finally put an end to this? Suddenly, Sariel asked. Ami, when are you planning to accept Siron's feelings? The unexpected question made Ami freeze. Huh? What are you talking about, Sariel? Ami asked loudly. Why would I ever accept a guy like that? Have you forgotten who I am? Sariel thought for a moment and said, but there are so many rumors. And honestly, you don't even glance at anyone else, yet you always take Siron's coffee. Sariel's words felt like a bolt of lightning to Ami. Everyone was ready and waiting for the birth of the Academy's legendary couple. Her mind went blank. Another cup of coffee was offered to Ami. Siron called out, Senior. He smiled and said, your coffee. As soon as Siron finished, the students below started cheering and shouting. Say yes, say yes. Siron looked at Ami, confident and relaxed, saying, I didn't even spill a drop this time, right? But deep down, he was urging Ami, hoping she would just take it so he could hurry to the library. Ami gritted her teeth. Now, not only were her eyes crimson, but her cheeks were flushed red too. How did it come to this? Are you people making fun of me? Ami was tense, her face burning as she glared at Siron. Suddenly, she swatted the coffee cup out of Siron's hand and snapped, You're so annoying! Sariel and the other students were shocked. Sariel covered her mouth, whispering, Ami. The coffee spilled onto the ground. Ami said, Do you really think I'd fall for you just because you gave me this? She pointed at him. You're a student, you should be studying, not pestering female students. She whirled around and stormed off. Don't ever bring me this stuff again. Sariel quickly apologized to Siron. I'm so sorry. Please forgive her. Hey, Ami. The crowd was buzzing about the rejection. That was so cold. Sariel asked, What's wrong? What are you going to do if these rumors spread? Ami snapped back. Who cares? They've all got nothing better to do. She spoke loudly. Once I graduate, all of this will be over. Outside on the steps, Siron bent down to pick up the coffee cup. The gossip didn't stop. I think she acts like that because she's an ice princess. We should report her for wasting coffee. Poor Siron. Siron was still stunned. Is it true? I don't have to do this anymore? He picked up his bag and stood up. The girls nearby sighed. Oh no, he looks so miserable. It's heartbreaking. Yet, contrary to what everyone said, Siron had a radiant look on his face. Finally, I'm free. That night at the library, Ami had her head buried in a book. Damn it. She irritably lifted her head, pinching the bridge of her nose. I need to stop the new students from spreading these rumors outside. But I'm the one who started it. It should be fine if I end it before the rumors go too far. But that's not the most important thing. Ami's eyes glowed red. Crimson lens. Camus. The technical term for it is reflected memory. The scene around Ami suddenly shifted. She was as if sitting in the middle of the academy campus. This is a skill that allows the user to record what they have personally experienced. Ami recalled how Siron handed her the coffee. He had called out timidly, Senior, here is your coffee. For 10 days straight, every time she met Siron, she used the crimson lens, Camus. Ami had recorded exactly how Siron looked while doing those errands. She gritted her teeth. He looked so excited on the first day, but what I saw didn't change at all. During the remaining 9 days, Ami mused. His gaze didn't change one bit, not even his pupils moved. Ami leaned in closer to study the memory. What did it mean? She asked herself seriously. No matter how much someone tries to hide their emotions, they can't conceal their true feelings in their eyes. Because the nervous system, self-control is impossible if he could just keep his eyes in check. Ami's eyes flashed. She could suppress her emotions just like a machine. She closed her eyes, or rather, Ami shut her book, concluding that he was being dead honest. Sariel noticed her movement and whispered, Oh, Ami, are you done? Ami stood up and gathered her books. I'm feeling a bit tired today. Sariel moved to stand up too. If so, want to head back together? Ami refused. No, you don't have to do that for me. I'll go alone. Sariel asked worriedly. Is it because you feel guilty for not accepting Siron's coffee? Ami was speechless. I already told you. That's not it. Sariel added. If you want to talk about anything, just let me know. Okay? All right? Ami nodded. Yeah, thanks. Ami walked out, feeling completely drained. She sighed. Man, I'm so tired. Everything is falling apart, and my mind is a total mess. Ami pushed the door open, needing a moment to rest. Suddenly, someone greeted her. Leaving early today, Ami? She thought to herself. It's Jack Adrius. Jack winked at Ami. I thought I'd be waiting until midnight for you. Ami asked him. Why would you even wait for me? Are you really that bored? Jack stepped closer. Don't be so cold. I heard the rumors. Word is, there's a weakling named Siron chasing after you. Ami grew annoyed. No way. Did you come here just to mock me? God, she thought. Obviously not. Here, take this. He handed a cup of coffee to Ami. This is high-end Western coffee. You won't find this anywhere on campus. Ami, someone as amazing as you deserves to be treated right. Ami asked him with disgust. What the hell are you doing? Jack replied. As you can see, I'm trying to win your heart. Jack continued. Unlike that weakling, I am the successor to the Royal Minister of Finance position. I'm a much better match for you. Ami showed her clear disdain. She said coldly, I have no interest in playing these disgusting games with you. Jack froze and repeated, Disgusting? Ami continued. And I don't think we're close enough for a relationship like that. She cut straight to the point. You think I don't know that your club is trying to bring me down every chance they get? Jack hurriedly raised his voice to explain. Wait, I think that's just a misunderstanding. Isn't what you're saying a bit excessive? He held the steaming cup of coffee and stepped closer to Ami. Insulting me is the same as insulting my family. I won't forgive anyone who tarnishes my family's honor. Jack narrowed his eyes and smiled. As a member of the prestigious Camus family, you surely know that, right? Ami said indifferently, You pathetic loser. Jack froze. What was that? Ami didn't hold back and confronted him directly. Just because you have a little fame at this school, you think you can be this arrogant? Especially toward people who don't support your family. She smiled. A guy who started a twisted club and secretly humiliates others. Do you even know what honor is? Jack bared his teeth in a sleazy smile. He clutched his forehead and cursed at Ami. You bitch. Looks like you're only acting cocky because you're famous. Jack shouted harshly. You think no one can go up against your Camus family? Your family might be on top in some areas, but not when it comes to raw power. He stepped closer, forcing Ami to back away. With my family's power, I can drain the Camus family dry. Jack looked down at her from above, demanding, Do you understand now? Ami laughed. I understand all right. She retorted coldly. Yep, that look is definitely the look of a pathetic loser. Ami stared straight into Jack's ugly face and remarked, Unlike Siron, your eyes look just like a dead fish's. These words left him in disbelief. What? You're saying I'm not as worthy as that slob? Jack seemed to lose his mind. Ah, right. I've let everything go off track. Before I crush you completely, I shouldn't have interfered. Jack's next words made Ami furious. I can guarantee that within a day, that guy will never be able to use magic ever again. Jack continued. I will prove to you just how great I am. But he was silenced by the back of Ami's hand, which swiped the cup of coffee from her. The cup flew to the floor and shattered. Jack gritted his teeth and glared at Ami. You arrogant bitch. My patience has its limits, no matter how beautiful you are. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Ami had unleashed her domain. She calmly asked, What was that? Ami's red eyes flickered in the darkness. What do you intend to do, Jack? Jack trembled, thinking, Can she really use high-level magic this fast? He hesitated and said, Are you crazy? Do you know this goes against the magic usage laws here? Ami laughed loudly as the wind howled through the enclosed hallway, mocking him. You really are just all looks. At least Siron doesn't rely on his family background. She said, He's someone who takes responsibility for his own actions. I bet you couldn't even catch up to him in half a year, could you? Jack's veins bulged as he wanted to curse at Ami. This girl is truly, he thought to himself, as she filled the room with a swirling vortex of wind. Jack calculated, if I make any move, will she attack? I can't fight against the top student of this magic academy. But he glanced at Ami, then grabbed the nearby railing to steady himself. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Jack ran downstairs, thinking, Don't think this is over. Ami leaned against the wall, muttering, It's been a long time since I've been this worked up. She asked herself, Why did I even do that? Because he threatened me? Or because he knows my secret? Ami remembered what Siron once told her in the woods. If doing these things can make you trust me, I'll do it. Ami turned away. She looked at the spilled coffee on the floor and cursed. Damn it, I guess he won't come. By tomorrow, the moon was already high in the sky, she muttered. But, thanks to him, my head feels clear of everything else. A few days later, at the academy, Sariel stood there with tears in her eyes. It was the storm that Siron and Ami had caused. On a piece of paper, it read, I've captured Siron at the 14th Training Center at 6 o'clock in the evening before I castrate him. If you dare say anything to the teachers, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Siron read the note and turned to ask Siriel, who was standing next to him. So, Senior Ami went there to save me? At the bottom of the paper was the signature of the Dark Mage. These events had turned into a massive tsunami. The bell in the high tower rang, and students scattered, heading to class. Siron walked along, reading a book. Everyone around him recognized him, whispering secretly, "Look, that's the guy who was hitting on Senior Ami. It's funny, but isn't it kind of embarrassing?" Siron sighed helplessly. God, the thing is, 4 days ago, Ami had knocked over Siron's coffee and said coldly, "No." Deep down, Siron cried, thinking, how can I even show my face from now on? He covered his mouth with a book and cleared his throat. In situations like this, a confident smile was all it took to get them to stop teasing. They seemed less suspicious of him now. Suddenly, a figure caught Siron's attention. Huh? That's his senior. Seeing Sariel standing there all alone, Siron wondered. Doesn't she always hang out with Senior Ami? Is something wrong? Siron walked over to greet her. Senior Sariel? As soon as he finished speaking, Sariel screamed, which startled him so much he shrieked right back. Sariel lunged forward and grabbed Siron by the collar. Why are you here? Where's Ami? Siron, being shaken violently, asked, Why are you asking me that out of the blue? Sariel shoved a piece of paper into Siron's face. Look at this. You were supposed to be in trouble. Siron stared at it, eyes wide. What? The note read, Siron is in my hands. If you want to save him, come to the 14th practice hall before 6 o'clock in the evening. If you dare to report this to a professor, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Signed, Black Magician. Siron stared at the note, confused, and asked, I've been kidnapped? Then, turning to Sariel, he asked, Who is this person? A dark mage? 30 minutes earlier, Ami and Sariel were walking through the school grounds when someone blocked their path and said, How are you doing, Senior? Sariel frowned. Ugh, it's him again, Ami snapped. Didn't I tell you to get lost? How dare you still talk to me? The blonde guy smirked. You'd be better off not being so arrogant. He flicked the piece of paper in his hand. My boss wants to see you. Sariel pulled Ami away, telling her to ignore him. Ami remarked, That's why he'll be stuck at level 5 forever. The blonde guy continued. The boss said if I give you this, you'll be willing to listen. He said if you don't want anything bad to happen to your boy, you should just accept it. Sariel looked at him like he was insane. What did you just say? That's disgusting. What a jerk. Then she said to Ami, Let's go to the library, quick. But Ami suddenly turned back and snatched the paper from his hand. Hey, Sariel called out, puzzled. Ami looked at the paper. Siron had been kidnapped. Was she thinking of Jack? Back then, he had said, I'll make sure he can never use magic ever again. Ami cursed under her breath. Jack, you bastard. She gripped the paper tightly and shouted, So what? Ami tossed the paper to the ground. What does his business have to do with me? Sariel asked. What's going on? The blonde guy waved goodbye and said, Suit yourself. I just delivered the message. Sariel opened the note and read it. Are these dark mages the scumbags who bully the top students? She muttered. Why would they kidnap Siron? What does that have to do with you? Ami was worried. She really hadn't been able to hold back and had retaliated against him that day. Sariel urged, Go tell a professor. She added, It's not just Siron. You're going to be in danger too. Ami whispered to herself. A professor? That's the right thing to do, but it won't be that simple. Ami imagined being dragged into the meeting room. If the faculty board got involved, during the investigation, she would be forced to reveal her relationship with Siron, and her past would be exposed. Ami thought about Siron. If that happened, they would find out. Siron's pitiful expression flashed through Ami's mind. The fact that he was a commoner. She remembered what she had said to him. A commoner like you managing to get here must have been really hard, right? It would be a waste if you had to quit halfway, wouldn't it? And she remembered what Siron had said. If doing this earns your trust, I'm willing to do it. Ami's thoughts drifted to the year before. Lying on the ground, he had said, It wasn't me. She remembered standing there, stunned, seeing Siron crawling on the dirt, begging, Please. Ami clenched her fists. She called out to Sariel and handed her her bag. I'm going. If you don't see me come back, go report this to a professor. Sariel was shocked. What? Why are you? She watched Ami walk away and shouted, What are you going to do by yourself? Do you even know how many of them there are? Ami turned her head and said, Sorry, but I have my own reasons. Don't worry about me, she said confidently. Even if there were 10 bastards like him, they couldn't do a thing to me. Back in the present, Siron looked at the paper and asked, So, wait, You're telling me Senior Ami went to save me? In his heart, Siron thought. No way. Someone as calculating as her? Siron asked urgently. She went alone? What are we supposed to do? Sariel replied. Ami said she had her own reasons. This is the first time she's ever relied on me like this, she continued. She told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Siron rubbed his chin. There was truly no other way. He pondered the reason why she didn't want to tell the professors. Siron took out his watch and checked the time. It was because she wanted to keep the secret between them. They were in the same boat, so Siron thought for a moment. She had chosen to go alone to keep their secret safe. Then he said to Sariel, I have to go too. Siron slammed his bag onto the table. Senior, just wait until that time. Sariel called out. Wait, but Siron had already turned and run off. He thought as he ran, practice hall number 14 is toward the mountains. Will I make it in time? Suddenly, Siron's feet left the ground. It was Sariel, carrying him as she flew. She said, When will you get there by running? It's better if I go with you. She yelled instructions at Siron. I'm about to teleport. Hold on tight. Siron asked, confused. Wait, what? A yellow light flashed beside Siron. He saw a faint golden glow covering his hands, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sky. Siron screamed in panic. Students walking inside the building saw something flash in the sky. What was that? Who used magic just now? Siron's eyes widened. Their destination was the forest. Sariel hugged Siron and braked. Hitting a tree while teleporting would be dangerous. We'll fly from here. As soon as she said that, she immediately took off again, holding Siron. A moment later, Sariel landed. Siron trembled, grabbing onto a tree trunk to steady himself. He hadn't been mentally prepared at all, and he clutched the tree as if he were about to throw up his guts. Meanwhile, Sariel had already rushed toward the 14th hall, calling out, Where are you, Ami? Sariel worried. There's no one here. That's strange. It's still 10 minutes before the meeting time. Siron wiped his mouth and said, Maybe they changed locations. Since the address in the letter was revealed, they've tried to avoid the teacher's eyes. Sariel asked loudly. Then what about Ami? Siron pondered. An elaborate plan, indeed. Secrets in the past were intertwined. Now wasn't the time to worry about whether his secret of being a commoner or something else would get them both suspended. They were in a much more difficult situation than he had imagined. Siron said, Senior, go back and report this to a professor. He looked ahead. If you go back alone, it'll be much faster. Sariel replied. But Ami told me to wait until 7. Siron shook his head. It's okay. It's all because of me anyway, he said to Sariel. I'll help her, so don't worry. Senior, go quickly. Sariel looked confused. What? After hearing that, she grabbed her head and screamed. Her important reason is you? What is the relationship between you two? Are you two actually secretly dating? What? After hearing the news, she grabbed her head and screamed. He's the key reason? What's the relationship between them? Are they actually dating in secret? Is there something going on that I don't know about? Siron asked, his voice urgent and loud. We're running out of time. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets. Sari snapped back to reality. All right, just make sure you wait here, okay? Once Sariel hurried off, Siron let out a long sigh. The mountains were familiar territory for him. Standing in the middle of the woods, Siron activated his domain. He closed his eyes, focusing, determined to pick up a trail. His domain expanded further and further through the forest. Suddenly, Siron felt like he'd latched onto something. There it was, footprints. He followed them as they led the way. The two people hadn't passed by long ago, but the tracks just stopped in the middle of nowhere. Had they taken to the sky? Suddenly, a noise in the forest startled Siron. Hearing a branch snap, he stood up and looked toward a plume of smoke rising deep in the woods. Don't tell me something has already happened. Deep in the forest, the person who had just used magic spoke up. Looks like my hand slipped. The blonde guy holding a letter for Ami laughed mockingly. Oh man, I almost hit you back there with a welcome gift of magic fire. Amy. Ami glanced at the roaring fire burning next to her. Above them, a few more figures appeared. They landed on the ground, surrounding Ami. Whoa, we actually caught the big sister herself. Our boss is going to be so impressed. One of the newcomers blurted out. The leader of the thugs cut him off. Watch your mouth. Ami is our honored guest, don't be rude. Ami stood in the center of the circle, arms crossed, watching them with disdain. Is that all you've got? Turns out you're just a bunch of losers, with nothing better to do than eat and cause trouble. Jack asked. Did you really come here all by yourself? Is that kid really so important to you that you'd risk your life just to get here? Ami said coldly. I'm just here to catch a rat. There's no need to burn the whole house down. Jack gritted his teeth, so angry he started laughing. Still acting high and mighty, huh? With this many eyes on you, I don't think things are going to go the way you want. He gave Ami a sinister, pathetic look. This time, I've planned everything down to the last detail. Ami didn't even bother looking at him. She replied, "Whatever you've planned is your business. I couldn't care less." Siron's head. The thugs burst into loud laughter at Ami's question. Where else would he be? He's probably still busy licking pages in the library somewhere. He doesn't even know his own girlfriend is about to run into some serious trouble. The blonde guy shouted, mocking her. "Oh, Books, I love you so much. Who cares where that loser is? We only care about you, sweetie. The guys here are dying to get their revenge." Jack looked at Ami and said, "I'm still pretty bitter about last night. I'm a man who holds a grudge, you better watch your back." Ami let out a breath. If Siron isn't here, this will be easy. She smiled. Just like the others said, having this many eyes watching was definitely annoying. Ami's body was suddenly engulfed in a blue light. She said, "Since I have to clean up this pile of trash, it's going to be a bit of a hassle." The thugs were stunned. "What the?" He started sweating, looking nervous. "No, that's impossible." Before they could even realize what was happening, Ami launched an attack at the blonde guy behind her. Fire seared his arm, and he shrieked, "It's too hot." The rest of them fell into chaos. "That girl, she's actually using fire," Jack yelled while running. "Calm down and dodge," he shouted. Single target attacks aren't effective against this many people. The cowardly Jack quickly took to the sky with a few others, dodging rapidly before immediately returning to their positions. But Ami's domain had already swept toward them. Jack froze, and with a boom, an explosion went off right where he had been standing. Ami remained calm on the ground, flicking her hand again. Her eyes gleamed with a sharp, red light. "You guys are in for it now." Ami's domain split into multiple rays, sweeping over every single one of them. She focused her power, the flames roaring. With a roar, Ami fired countless fireballs in all directions. The fireballs flew wildly. The guys scrambled, shielding their heads. Hey! Why did you say she only mastered single-target attacks? How is her rotation speed this fast?" One guy was hit and sent flying. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, what is this? This skill level is completely different from the training grounds. Does she actually have real combat experience?" "It's burning." Jack flew straight up into the air. However, no matter how overpowered a skill is, there's always a weakness. He hovered in the air, looking down. "I can resist horizontal target attacks. If the wind is gathering in his palm, I need to attack from the vertical axis." Jack put everything he had into an attack toward Ami. Wind Blade. Jack's Wind Blade approached Ami from above, closing in step by step. Seeing that Ami couldn't dodge anymore, Jack grinned. "You're done for." But unexpectedly, the split second the Wind Blade struck, Ami moved with lightning speed, dropping her body to dodge. Jack shouted, "How in the world?" Ami looked at him and smirked. "This is what we call scheming." Still acting tough, Ami reached out her hand. Fire strike. Her domain locked onto the target. He cursed loudly. "Damn it!" Jack took the full brunt of Ami's fireball, sent flying back several feet. He looked like he was losing his mind. The demon woman walked forward. She gave a gentle, mocking smile. "It's because you spend all your time worrying about useless things that your performance is always trash." Jack gritted his teeth in hatred, reaching out to counterattack. "Don't you dare look down on me!" Ami laughed. "Don't bother resisting. I'm not going to go easy on you this time." Suddenly, something struck Ami right in the eyes. A surge of purple energy hit her, and her body froze as if nailed to the spot. She looked confused. "What the?" Ami clutched her face, screaming in pain. Jack and his men surrounded her, attacking her all at once with even more force. "Finally caught you." Jack grinned. "Surprised, huh? That's true. Ami's domain is disintegrating," Riek said. "If you don't dispel the domain, you'll go insane. This trap is what we call an anti-magic cage." Ami cursed the bastard. Her eyes glowed a bright, intense red. "You dare use forbidden magic?" Ami thought to herself. "Damn it, my red eyes aren't helping me recover." Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forward, grabbing Ami's hands, and her limbs were instantly shackled. Jack laughed wildly. "I finally caught you, you bitch." He stroked his hair and walked closer to Ami. "How about it? Have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday?" Out of nowhere, Jack pulled out a dagger to threaten her. "You better think carefully. You see, I don't mind committing a crime." Ami gritted her teeth. "I already warned you. If you pull any tricks, I will take your life." She thought to herself, "I can't break free. Even my schematics won't work. I haven't been able to train properly since I was 12. Damn it." Ami hovered in the air. "I have to find a way out." Jack laughed loudly. "Looks like you finally realize what kind of situation you're in, huh?" He caressed the knife in his hand. I heard you're bored of those guys hanging all over you? Let me help you with that. Jack wore a shameless, leering expression at Ami. Just one little cut from me, and they'll be steering clear of you for good. The red-tinged blade hovered right against Ami's face. He looked absolutely ecstatic. I wanted to do this from the very beginning. You should have been in this pathetic state from the start, anyway. The blade hovered right in front of Ami's eyes. She could hear Jack's arrogant voice. You should have been suffering like this from the beginning, he ordered, telling her to speak. Ami squeezed her eyes shut. Damn it, I don't have any strength left. Suddenly, she remembered a memory from a year ago in a small alley. The image of Siron lying on the ground. So, this is how he felt. Just as things were getting intense, someone shouted loudly. Stop! Ami opened her eyes and looked toward the voice. It was Siron, appearing with a wooden staff in his hand. He cursed at the losers. The gang was stunned. The fact that it was Siron shocked them even more than it shocked her. Siron was panting, holding the staff and staring straight at them. Jack laughed mockingly. What's wrong? Did you come here all by yourself? He twirled the blade in his hand. The prince has arrived. Boys, his cronies immediately chimed in. Prince, no matter what you do, Ami shouted at him. You idiot! Why did you come here alone? Siron remained silent, calculating. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, and even if they thought they could suppress the top student of the intermediate level, how could they? Anyway, Senior Serial must have called the instructors by now. I just need to stall for a little bit. Siron's aura erupted from his body. He braced himself and gathered his confidence. I've defeated Ran with swordsmanship before. I can do this. Siron commanded them to release Senior Ami immediately. Watching Siron running toward him, Jack laughed mockingly. Are you crazy? Should I let her go so the two of you can attack us together? Siron kept running forward with his staff. The blonde guy asked Jack, Is that idiot just running straight at us? Jack chuckled. Clear a path for them. They stood still, watching Siron. At this moment, Siron realized something was off. Something felt wrong. Siron's aura suddenly shattered just like Ami's had a moment ago. His eyes went blank, and the staff dropped from his hand. Siron clutched his head and screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground amidst the laughter of Jack and his crew. They roared with laughter, just as expected from the prince. He didn't disappoint us at all. What are you planning to do to a mage with that thing? Ami shouted at Siron. Cancel your aura immediately. It's magic resistance. Siron knelt on the ground, holding his head. Magic resistance? This thing is, she continued to shout. You could lose your ability to use magic for the rest of your life. Release your aura, or you'll go insane. Are you listening to me? Siron's senses were fading. His perception felt like it was drifting away, and his consciousness felt like it was breaking apart. He remembered what Professor Itella Romit had said. A mage must maintain focus to survive on a chaotic battlefield. Siron thought to himself, holding his head. The defensive form is used to prevent the aura from collapsing under almost any disruptive factor. Even under physical shocks, it won't collapse, and it will also work against psychological magic attacks. Itella Romit's voice echoed in Siron's ears. After all, magic resistance and spiritual power are just waves. He continued to endure the mental torture of his aura being attacked, clutching his head in agony. Siron thought, if he raised the density of his aura to a level that couldn't be penetrated. Siron looked at his hands, focused his consciousness, and rebuilt his aura. The blonde guy looked surprised. What? He's trying to endure it? Jack sneered. Is he trying to show off like he's a top-tier student? You're just a freshman, Siron shouted, pushing his efficiency higher. Ami panicked. Give it up. You idiot. There are too many of them. There's a limit to how much you can endure. But the gang was stunned. What? They saw Siron's aura being reconstructed once again. What the hell is this? The planes of his aura became increasingly solid. Siron slowly stood up. He tried to focus even more. I need more glass shards. Jack's gang was hit by their own magic. They screamed. What is he doing? It was reflecting back at them. Jack still held his attack stance. Don't be afraid. Your emotions are causing the waves to be interrupted. Jack yelled. Do you want to be attacked by your own magic resistance? On the other side, Siron stood tall, taking a step forward. With every step he took, his aura was reinforced. Siron's aura sphere grew larger and harder. The gang yelled, Don't come any closer. The magic resistance is striking back at us. No, his own cronies were being hit by the magic resistance. They clutched their heads in pain and screamed, Help me. Why are you just standing there? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, the wind binding Ami loosened. She was so preoccupied with not being able to use her aura that she didn't know what was happening. Her hands were released. Now she could use her aura. The magic resistance had vanished. She landed on the ground. Ami stared blankly at Siron's aura in front of her. No way. Can such a cold and hard aura even exist? Siron even had a nosebleed. He looked down at the ground. He could feel something wriggling beneath his feet. Siron's aura was pressing down on the magic resistance. He silently felt as if he were standing on a tiny worm. Jack was being beaten back by his own forbidden magic. It didn't make any sense. Are you messing with me? He looked at his cronies, who were all lying flat on the ground, and screamed. There are 6 of us on my side. How could we lose to a brat like him? Jack, seemingly driven mad by his defeat, began to spout slanders about Siron. That's right, that bastard. He must be a student specializing in magic resistance. That must be why he was able to get into the academy through a special recommendation. Jack stood up and activated his aura. Do you think you can beat me with combat magic? Siron stood frozen. This was a huge problem. Jack, on the opposite side, was preparing to unleash 2 wind blade attacks. Siron was anxious. He didn't know how to use any combat magic. Jack laughed loudly. I should cut you down. Before he could even finish his sentence, he took a barrage of hits from Ami and crashed to the ground, flying several meters away. Before Jack could even recover his senses, he took another strike right in the middle of his face. Ami cursed at him. That's it, you bastard! Siron hurriedly tried to stop Ami, who was going berserk and beating Jack half to death. Senior, calm down, Ami asked while she was hitting him. What were you planning to do to me? Say it again. Ami beat Jack like she'd never had a chance to beat anyone before, repeatedly demanding, Say it again. You damn bastard. Siron looked like he was about to cry. If she kept using that kind of force, he'd actually die. He used all his strength to pull her back. Please. After a while of struggling, silence finally filled the forest. Siron asked Ami, Are you okay? But Ami just lay motionless on top of him without answering. Siron tried calling out to her again. Senior? Finally, Siron realized Ami had fainted. He shouted, Wake up, Senior! Senior! Inside the forest, both Siron and Jack's gang were lying scattered everywhere. Siron looked at Ami, who was unconscious on top of him. I didn't think she would pass out like that. Did she collapse from exhaustion? He was silent for a moment and then said, Thank you, Senior, Siron said in a low voice. I heard that you came here to save me. Right at that moment, Ami, who was lying on top of him, suddenly twitched. She sprang up like a spring. I feel so refreshed right now. Ami turned back to look at Siron. Seriously, how could you have the nerve to come here and fight them when you're so weak? Siron winced in pain from Ami's shove, clutching his stomach as he knelt on the ground. Just as expected, there wasn't a single good thing about this guy to praise. Ami cleared her throat. Fine, whatever. Let's get out of here, fast. She reached out her hand. If the instructors catch us now, we're going to be in huge trouble. Siron grabbed Ami's hand and pulled himself up. Senior Sariel must have reported this to the instructors by now. I'm the one who told her to do it. Ami was startled. What? I told Sariel not to do that. Why not? Siron retorted loudly. What else could we have done? It was an emergency. Ami held her head in her hands. That's because he didn't understand how things worked around here. Things would get much more complicated if the school had to get involved in matters like this. The mages only brush something aside after they've thoroughly investigated and looked into it. In other words, they aren't going to just let this go. Ami shouted. Do you want our secrets to be exposed too? Siron said. You think that's the issue here? We barely made it out alive. Jack lay dead to the side, listening to them argue. Secrets? Ami snapped. Damn it. We can think about the consequences later. Just run for now. Siron asked, confused. Aren't we already running? Just then, a blinding pink light shone down from above, freezing them both in place. Ami gritted her teeth. Please let it be an elderly teacher who showed up. A lenient, older teacher might easily overlook this. An older teacher might just say, well, I suppose things like this happen. But the people who arrived were 2 terrifying figures. Flame, that, a 6th-rank instructor, and Ice Sienna, also a 6th-rank instructor. The moment she saw them, Ami immediately clutched her head, thinking, I'm done for. Of all people, it had to be the 2 hottest-headed advisors in the school. Sariel rushed over. Ami, are you okay? Sariel grabbed Ami's face and shook her. Are you hurt anywhere? What happened to your head? Ami was dizzy. I'm fine. How did you get here so fast? On the other side, that was preparing a spell. A sphere of energy shot straight into the sky. Siron looked at that with admiration. That's the Radiant Sun spell. I heard that's incredibly difficult to master. Thanks to the light from the spell, that saw the 6 guys lying unconscious on the ground. What the hell happened here? He grimaced and turned to look at Ami and Siron. making them jump. That walked over and shook Ami, asking, Ami, how could an excellent student like you get dragged into such a messy situation? He asked Ami, are you hurt anywhere? Sienna listened and frowned. Sienna said to Siron, I came here because I heard you two were in danger. Can you explain this situation to us? Siron nodded. It's because. But before he could finish, Jack interrupted. Let me, Jack said. I believe I can explain everything to the instructors, Jack said, his face bruised and swollen. To be honest, because of a personal grudge, I requested a duel. It's something that happens quite often at our impulsive age. Sienna's eyes turned cold. A duel? I heard you received a threat letter too. She glanced at his lackeys lying on the ground. I saw you using anti-magic. Don't tell me you aren't familiar with the Academy's rules. Jack panicked and justified. That's because Ami was too strong. I only used it as a measure to defend myself, Jack bluffed. But look, we are the ones who suffered the most. He puffed out his chest confidently and said, not to mention, Ami broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That's exactly why I proposed a duel. Don't you find it strange that Ami didn't report the matter to the instructors immediately? Hearing him shamelessly flip the narrative, Ami yelled, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? You were the one who threatened me first in the library. And this time, you wrote that you had kidnapped Zero. Jack cut her off. But did we really kidnap him? And even today, you were the one who attacked us first. Jack pointed at Siron. Furthermore, the fact that Siron didn't report the issue to the instructors and ran straight here instead means you two are hiding something, he shouted. Do you understand now, instructors? Jack decided to pin the crime on the two of them. He said, the guilty ones are those two. That turned to look at Siron, while Ami gritted her teeth so hard it made a sound. You bastard. Jack grinned. Why don't you two reveal those secrets right here, right now? How about it? He laughed inwardly. Do you understand now? The horror of a black mage. He was calculating. I have a plan to blow this out of proportion. I don't care how much this is going to cost. Once I dig up that precious secret of yours, the local newspapers, national agencies, and even the church will know about it. I'll spread the news everywhere. But Professor Sienna cut his madness short. The air around them dropped rapidly. She said, you can stop with the nonsense now. A cold wind blew fiercely. Sienna said, you and your friends used anti-magic. You even crossed the line of using anti-magic. You used it to attack others. She looked at Siron and said, you know that Siron or Ami's minds could have been shattered. They could have even lost their sanity. Siron gritted his teeth. Professor Sienna's eyes turned into an icy blue. I find that what you've done is more than enough to have you expelled from this academy. Jack slapped his chest and laughed loudly. A lowly advisor has the authority to expel me? That stepped forward and whispered to Sienna, Instructor, the Audius family is basically the lifeblood of this academy. Without their funding, we won't even get our salaries. Sienna replied, isn't the role of advisors like us to guide students onto the right path? She said coldly. If you can't even do that, then you'd better pack your bags and leave this academy for good. Jack laughed out loud. Fine then. Let's see whether I get expelled or you get fired. He tried to open his swollen eyes wide to look at Sienna and said, this world is run by money. Money. Everyone is forced to bow down before money. Sienna's expression grew worse. Jack kept rambling. You should take this opportunity to learn a little more about how the world works, Sienna said lightly. Before that, she raised her hand. It seems I still have to teach you a lesson. An ice pillar began to form, and the wind blew so hard it was impossible to open one's eyes. Siron exclaimed, too cool. Ami narrowed her eyes. How did things even get this far? That called out. Miss? Professor That stepped in, telling her that she couldn't just take care of a student like that. A second later, Jack was instantly besieged by a mountain of ice. Like an icy pine tree, countless sharp ice shards were pointed right at his face. Siron stood there, mouth agape, watching the display. That's impressive, he thought. She didn't even touch a single thread of his clothes. That means her control over magic is precise down to the smallest detail. Siron looked bewildered. So that was why she was called a genius mage. Sienna asked, do you really think everything can be solved with money? He was still screaming, oblivious to the danger. Stop talking nonsense and undo this ice magic. Sienna snapped her fingers, and the ice shattered instantly. Sienna calmly continued. We already know you've been harming other students, but the academy has been hesitant to punish you for your misconduct. Jack knelt on the ground. That's because of my family's funding, isn't it? Sienna raised her voice. Don't get it twisted. She went on. This school isn't a place where teachers instruct you for money. More than that, we teach you lessons that money simply can't buy. Jack hesitated. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Sienna replied. It's who you dream of becoming. She asked him seriously. Don't you want to be a mage? Her words seemed to wake Jack up. He remembered his younger self. Professor Sienna, if you promote me to the 5th grade, I'll become a great mage and pay you back. Sienna continued. The dream you shared with your friends. You studied together to become mages. Wasn't that the reason you decided to come this far? Jack looked dazed. He remembered how he looked with his friends from childhood until now. Sienna asked, Do you really want to destroy everything you've built up until now with your own hands? Sienna looked at him gently. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Professor, he said, hanging his head. After a long while, he murmured, I'm sorry. Siron looked up at the sky, thinking about what mattered most to him. From inside the detention room, a scream rang out. That hurts. Go easy on me. Stop making such a fuss. It's just a scratch. I guess what had to happen finally happened. Siron and Ami were sitting in the meeting room. That asked Siron, Why didn't you report it to a teacher immediately? If something like that happens, the first thing you should do is report it. His voice was steady, but instead, you went to rescue an upperclassman, a student several grades above you. We can't accept that as an excuse. Ami and Siron glanced at each other, staying silent. After a long moment, Ami spoke up. I understand. I'll tell the truth. Siron looked at her. Right, as if we could hide this forever. Even though he didn't know who had leaked it to the principal. Ami was quiet for a moment, then said, Actually, Siron is. Just Siron. She thought about her status as Ami, wink at my boyfriend. As soon as Ami finished, That, Sienna, and Siriel were all left with their jaws on the floor. A scream echoed through the academy. What was that? Loud shouting followed. Help me! Is anyone there? In their imagination, Ami was like a princess trapped by thorny roses, calling for help. Please save me! The villains looked like wicked thugs. Who would bother coming to this remote mountain to save you? You should have just accepted our feelings, and none of this would have happened. Suddenly, a horse neighed, and the thugs were startled. When they turned around, they saw a glittering white horse. Someone said, Who else could it be? Siron appeared like a prince, kicking the villains away. They shouted, Watch out behind you! Ami, who was hanging from a tree, asked if it was Siron. He cut through the thorns, trapping her, and replied tenderly, I'm here. Siron swept Ami up into his arms like a princess. Ami called out, Siron. He looked at her sweetly. Ami. The two called each other's names longingly. Siron. Ami. The students screamed in excitement. No way! Is it true? The girls stared at Siriel, who stood in front of them. So romantic. Siriel nodded. Of course. It's all true. I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly, a dark-looking Ami appeared behind her and called out, Siriel. Ami's voice echoed throughout the academy. What kind of rumors are you spreading, huh? I know you've been obsessed with those cheesy romance stories lately, but this is unacceptable. On the academy bulletin board, an official notice had been posted. It was an official statement regarding the disciplinary action related to the misconduct of the school's research club. Specifically, the violent behavior of the research club and countless other images. Ampia's goddess, Ami Karis, admits to dating the new student, Siron Arian. Senior Ami said she was dating the new student to save the one she loved from a cycle of violence. Young love bloomed the moment they connected. Dark magic defeated far too easily. What is the new student's true identity? Ami and Siron, a passionate kiss under the moonlight in the remote mountains. In the schoolyard, the girls couldn't stop gushing. Oh my God, I'm so jealous. Ami's voice rang out. Sariel, are you tired of living? She sighed. You haven't even seen it with your own eyes. Sariel laughed mischievously. I don't need to see it to know what happened. You already said you two were dating, didn't you? So, you guys must have kissed already, right? She laughed and said, I've calculated everything. With this, no annoying guys will dare to come near you anymore. Ami clicked her tongue. Fair enough. That part at least made sense. A few days before the incident, That slammed the table. He asked Ami, You're lying, aren't you? That questioned her loudly. The Ami I know wouldn't have any interest in dating anyone. This is too ridiculous. Plus, Siron is just a transfer student. Ami calmly made up a story. Actually, I met Siron when I was little. Being able to meet again at the Magic Academy like this, you could call it fate. She turned to brush her hair and smiled at Siron. Right, Siron? Siron asked in a low voice. How are you going to take responsibility for this? But before he could finish, he took a painful kick from Ami. Siron nodded hurriedly. That's right. That and Sienna were speechless. That's the reason? No wonder he was so desperate to follow Ami around like that. Ami thought, pretending to be lovers is better than having our past exposed. Sariel was still excited. I knew it. From the very beginning, I thought it was strange. What is this? Ami, you're such a fool. Ami drank her water in silence. Sariel said, we have a joint class today, right? You can see Siron then. Sariel forgot to eat, focusing on prying. Are you meeting him after school? Having dinner together, perhaps? You two like secret dates in the library, right? Ami replied blankly. We're just focusing on our studies as usual. Sariel rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. Ami smiled to herself, thinking, I have a ton of work to do. I've got no time to waste on this fake romance charade. She clenched her fists. And Siron, too. That useless guy is just enjoying his normal school life, isn't he? He's still as carefree and oblivious as ever. Suddenly, Ami realized something was off. Wait, why am I even getting annoyed about that? At the joint second-year training ground, someone called out to Siron. Sariel happily shouted, Over here! Siron waved back. Hello, senior. Sariel ran over, excited. How are you today, Hilo? Do you miss Ami much? Siron scratched his head and laughed. You're so funny, senior. Ami covered her mouth. So that's how it is. That's exactly it. He should be incredibly grateful to be pretending to be my boyfriend. But look at him. Ami thought with irritation. He should be feeling the pressure when standing next to me. How dare he treat me like that? Suddenly, she cleared her throat to get Siron's attention. Ami puffed out her chest and said, When it's just us, you can talk to us comfortably. No need to be so formal with the senior-junior stuff. After all, we know each other way too well by now, right? Sari stood by, stunned. My God, this is the first time I've ever heard Ami say something like that. Is this the power of love? Ami continued. Regarding our relationship, Siron quickly gave a wry smile. No, I'm fine. You're still my senior, after all, he added. It's time for class. I'll head off now. With that, Siron walked away, leaving Ami standing there. Sari asked, confused, okay, see ya. Ami turned and walked the other way. Sariel quickly called out to Ami. She turned back to look at Siron. What's wrong? Siron pulled out a chair and sat down. He listened in silence to the malicious comments aimed at him. Congrats. You must be feeling pretty smug, huh? You only came to class to put on a lovey-dovey show, right? You don't even have an ounce of skill. Did you get into the academy just because of your face? Countless unfriendly stares were fixed on Siron. That's because he only goes on dates instead of actually studying. Siron listened silently as they talked. He didn't even know the basics of magic. The hand resting on his lap was clenched so tight it was trembling. Starting 2 days ago, the rumors had been spreading wider. 2 days ago, on the 7th grade class notice board, someone ran in and said, Hey everyone, did you hear the news? They were chatting noisily. Senior Ami and the new student are dating. Of course they are. I heard they even admitted it in front of the teacher. Some male students were crying and comforting each other. No way! The senior is supposed to be mine. A guy like you doesn't stand a chance. Lean on my shoulder and cry instead. A female student added, It's so annoying. Just thinking about the two students who are the center of attention becoming a couple. I had already called dibs on the new guy. Maria sat there listening to everyone laughing and gossiping. It's understandable. Birds of a feather flock together. That's clear. We really should congratulate him. Suddenly, someone appeared next to Maria and spoke, making her jump. But isn't it a bit strange? The whole class turned to look at the person who just spoke. A girl with short hair asked, What do you mean? The guy said, I'm talking about the new student. Look at this. The newcomer slammed a piece of paper onto the desk. What is that? Midterm scores? Everyone gathered to look at the paper. What happened? What is it? What's this? On the paper showing everyone's scores, Siron was at the bottom of the class. He got 30 points in every subject? Wait, isn't he supposed to be the top student? Everyone started to change their opinion of Siron. That explains it. It seems he doesn't know a thing about magic. A classmate asked, disbelieving, How is that even possible? The burly guy said, And he still got a special admission into the academy. Smells like something shady is going on. He didn't stop hurling insults at Siron. He relied on his family's connections and spread rumors that he was a genius, then seduced a noble lady. He exclaimed, The world really is so unfair. A rich brat who only knows how to party and only enters the academy to find a girlfriend? These words successfully stirred up everyone's resentment. You mean he got in here through connections? Now that I think about it, isn't that super suspicious? Everyone started acting righteous, wanting to ostracize Siron. For the sake of all our futures, let's kick this filth out of this school. We will never forgive him. Maria sat quietly on the side, listening. The classroom door was pushed open. Inside, people were still shouting angrily, How can the academy be so unjust like this? Siron looked inside, silently. That's strange. It was clear. The unusually quiet atmosphere made Siron confused. They had been so loud and rowdy just a moment ago. He walked into the classroom. Siron asked his deskmate what the next class was, but the guy just walked away without answering. Siron remained silent. Perhaps there was no need to ask why they were acting this way. The students whispered to each other, but they made sure he could hear it. Because of him, even Ami might be affected. Currently, in the practice room during the class's spirit field training, Siron stood there alone. He tried to focus on his own spirit field, but he still heard everyone's mockery. Why is he practicing here too? Siron listened silently to them. His spirit field touched mine. This makes me feel sick. They didn't stop showing their intense malice toward Siron. His spirit field is unnecessarily huge. Just then, Itella walked over and called out, Siron, how are things going? Siron quickly greeted her. Professor Itella, he asked her, the redirection form is quite difficult. When I try to move the spirit field out of my body, it feels like my consciousness is following it too. Itella smiled. That feeling is perfectly normal. Siron, your gathered spirit field belongs to the natural flow, so it will naturally pull your consciousness along with it. Itella continued. The redirection form is meant for artificial spirit fields outside the body, so it doesn't really suit you. Siron nodded. I thought so too. Itella asked further, what about your other 4 formation methods? Siron pondered. The other forms? He said. There shouldn't be any issues, I guess. Itella smiled and asked, that's good. So, do you want to try practicing in the field? Siron was surprised. What was that? He was confused. Right now? Itella said, if you don't feel comfortable, we can do it next time. Siron remained silent and didn't answer. She continued. Siron was the only student in grade 7 capable of switching between all 4 methods, so she just wanted to see it once. Itella looked at Siron with concern. This child wanted to use the field from the very first day. Could he be worried about the other students' gazes? Siron thought, now is not the time to be sensitive about emotions, but someone who believes in their own worth won't be easily shaken like that. A moment later, he looked up and said, I'll try. Please give me your feedback, Professor. The 7th grade students immediately shot hostile glares at Siron. He's still going to do it. Another guy replied. He just wants to show off in front of his girlfriend. They watched Siron standing in the field, and without restraint, they said, anyway, what is he even good at besides that? Itella said, try each form one by one. Go ahead and switch through all 4. She spoke without hesitation. After all, what else is he good at? Itella said, try each form one by one, just cycle through all 4, okay? Siron nodded. Yes. One of the criteria for promotion is mastering field shifting. If I succeed now, I'll be one step closer to moving up a grade. The 4th grade students waited, ready to mock Siron. Except for Ami and Sariel, they weren't exactly any better than him, were they? Siron just hoped that by doing this, he wouldn't have to keep clashing with the 7th graders and could finally escape this situation. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his field instantly materialized. First, the defensive form. Ami was stunned. It's even stronger than when he was facing that dark mage? A male student remarked. It's got 144 faces. That's an advanced defensive form, isn't it? The 7th graders went silent, listening to the comments about Siron. At that level, it was basically an impenetrable shield. Siron's field shifted into a rosette shape, then morphed into a cross. Itella smiled. This student truly had a solid foundation. His switching speed seemed far superior to the 7th graders. At this level, moving up to the 4th grade would be a breeze. Standing within his field, Siron exhaled. Even though he wanted to prove his success, he knew that to get advice from the professor, he had to show his flaws. Siron's field began to flicker. Several 5th graders stared in confusion. He's switching directly to the redirection form? Only 5th graders are supposed to attempt that. The 7th graders frowned. Redirection form? No way. The key was that Siron was shifting the field's center of gravity right before it retracted and vanished. He clutched his head, panting from the massive energy drain. It was just like when he practiced. I can move the field's center of gravity, he thought. But it feels like the further the field gets from my body, the more my consciousness gets dragged along with it. Siron steeled himself. Let's try again. The other students started covering their mouths, snickering. Malicious whispers echoed as if they'd finally found a chance to tear him down. What is he doing? Does he think he's some kind of genius? So arrogant. Look at him making a fool of himself. Shameless. He's still just standing there. Siron stood in silence while they jeered. It's still just the 4 basic forms, after all. Ami spoke up. Hey, he was doing so well. Why did he stop? Siriel said. Look at Siron's field, she told Ami. Why is it shaking like that? Is he embarrassed because everyone's watching? Ami shook her head. No way. He's not the type to be that weak, she muttered. What's going on today? Siron stood there with his head bowed. Why do people love to revel in others' failures? Isn't it just that they want to see me fail? Everyone was ostracizing him. Siron started to doubt himself. His memories from childhood to the present flashed through his mind over and over. Do I really not belong here? A voice suddenly broke through, startling Siron. You're overthinking things, the voice said. Don't hesitate. If you want to do something, just do it. Siron listened in silence. Isn't it your dream to become a mage? He was bewildered by the voice. Who is that? But Siron snapped out of it. No, wait, what am I thinking? He squeezed his eyes shut. Siron's field surged back into existence, stronger than before. I came here to become a mage. The 4th graders gasped at Siron's field. The 7th graders looked annoyed. Siron stood inside his field, clenching his fists, trying to focus. Before it could shift, before it could fade, Siron let out a loud shout. Meanwhile, someone was frantically checking the incident report regarding the students. It was recorded that 6 culprits had attempted to damage the victim's mind by using excessive anti-magic. It was a forbidden spell in the school. However, 7th grade student Siron had neutralized the anti-magic with his defensive form. The person reviewing the report thought, he countered anti-magic using only the defensive form, one of the 4 basics? Sienna was deep in thought. Anti-magic was a dangerous spell that even experts usually needed artifacts to handle. It was both difficult and dangerous. Artifacts were enchanted objects that allowed even those who weren't mages to harness power similar to actual spells. She was certain there was no way those kids could have used anti-magic properly. But for one to fight against 6, Jen mused that Siron's mental strength must be greater than all 6 of them combined. She sighed in awe. A true genius. Suddenly, someone called out to Professor Sienna. Inside the office, Siron was there. Sienna asked if Itella had successfully transitioned to the redirection form. Itella nodded. Yes. Just yesterday, the boy had only been learning to switch between the 4 methods for a month. Itella continued. I confirmed the field separated and vanished in about 4 seconds. Sienna beamed. That's wonderful. She lifted her teacup for a sip, thinking, my eye for talent has not failed me. Itella added. So, to motivate the students, I have a few suggestions for the faculty. Sienna pushed up her glasses. I suspect we are thinking the same thing. A few days later, in the 7th grade chemistry class, Sienna filled the board with complex chemistry notes. She announced that class would end here. The students cheered. Thank God. Sienna continued. The reason she finished early was that she had a special announcement. She called for Siron. The new student, please stand up. He quickly stood up. Yes, Sienna said. Student Siron will be promoted to the 5th grade starting tomorrow. Your schedule will follow the 5th grade curriculum. Try your best to adapt. The 7th graders immediately erupted in noise. Did you hear that? He's being promoted 2 grades. No way. It usually takes 2 years just to move up 1 grade. Their minds raced with one thought. Which family is backing him to get a 2-grade promotion? Sienna picked up her books to leave, saying, I hope you all work just as hard to achieve the same. Before she could leave, the short-haired girl who always showed hostility toward Siron spoke up. Wait, I object. There's no precedent for skipping 2 grades at once. This smells fishy, she said loudly. Besides, why is a student who can't even use a single spell being promoted early? Sienna pondered. He can't use any spells? She looked up at Siron. Professor Itella hadn't mentioned this. Sienna asked if that was true. Siron remained silent. Countless eyes in the classroom fell upon him, all carrying the same meaning. Obviously, you can't do anything. Admit you can't do it. Admit you're incompetent. Siron calmly replied, Yes, I haven't been able to use any spells yet. Sienna was slightly surprised, unable to believe it. Even a simple basic spell could usually be learned out of curiosity. However, she said, regardless, there is no rule stating you must use magic to be promoted, so there is no issue here. As soon as Sienna finished speaking, someone slammed their desk. It was the big guy who had been inciting everyone to alienate Siron. This is completely unacceptable. He's just being loud and biased. Haven't you teachers said yourselves that monorealms aren't everything in magic? Siron stood there silently, listening to his classmates' accusations. What else was Siron good at, if not for his monorealm? If he could cast even a single spell, I'd accept it. The 7th grade students, as if finding their footing, chimed in one after another. Exactly. If it's a competition of spellcasting, we're confident we're better than him. Siron can't keep up with the theory classes anyway. They all look toward Sienna. If you still insist on pushing for his early advancement, we'll take this to the student council and demand a formal hearing. Sienna remained silent. She hadn't known about any of this. She replied, I understand how you all feel. It seems I may have been too hasty with my announcement. She continued, we will make an official statement after the faculty meeting. The tall, loud student grinned, feeling he had achieved his goal. Jenna sat inside, looking out at the sky. Why were the students so worked up? She pondered. It seemed to be about more than just a sense of injustice. There was a tinge of emotional turmoil in their voices. Just then, someone walked in to find Sienna. Professor Sienna? She asked. What's the matter, Maria? Maria hesitated. About that. There's something I need to tell you. Maria began to speak slowly, explaining that it had all started a week ago. At first, we just completely ignored Siron. Sienna recalled Siron's lonely figure. But starting a few days ago, people began bad-mouthing him openly. They even started trashing his desk with garbage. Maria sat before Sienna, adding, they've even been disrupting his studies. She started to cry. I saw it all. I saw him having to endure those malicious rumors and the attacks from everyone. The way they bully him is truly unfair. Maria was trembling as she cried. Sienna finally understood the gravity of the situation. She frowned. After a moment, Sienna said, thank you, Maria. You've done well. Let me handle this now. In a book titled Exemplary Students, the physiologist Toyne once made a profound observation. Toyne said, it is best for a person to sleep at least 6 hours a day. He sighed. Although I only slept 4 hours a day throughout my own student years, the interviewer asked him, doesn't that contradict your own requirements? You only slept 4 hours, yet you still became an exemplary student. Toyne pointed a finger and said, listen, teenagers aren't just mere humans, they're superhumans. Whether they sleep or not, or whatever they do, nothing really affects them. The clock struck 12. Siron leaned back and sighed. He looked around. The place was empty. Is it that late already? Passing a fellow student leaving the library, Siron gave a polite nod. Thankfully, the student nodded back politely. Siron walked through the campus grounds alone, the crescent moon hanging high above. He remembered what Tamura had told him. Young master, once you enter the Magic Academy, there will be countless nobles who look down on you, but you must endure it no matter what. If you can hold out until the very end, you will reap the rewards. Siron looked up at the sky. I will definitely do it. He thought of those who cared for him and the people who had placed their trust in him, hardening his resolve. Professor Lot raised his iron staff. Siron watched the moon above. No matter who stood in his way, he would become a mage. In his dormitory room on the 3rd floor, Siron had just finished bathing when a knock came at the door. He hesitated, looking toward it. So late? Siron looked at the clock. It was past 1 in the morning. Who could it be? He suspected it might be the 7th graders. Could it really be them? The person outside spoke up. Siron, are you awake? Siron opened the door. Professor? She asked. May I come in? Siron hurriedly nodded. Of course. He awkwardly poured tea for Sienna. Would you like some tea? Sienna declined. No, thank you. I intended to see you earlier, but you weren't in your room. I apologize for bothering you so late. Sienna glanced at the desk and understood. Sienna realized that when she first saw Siron's grades, she felt something was off. Even though his grades were low, he had the same score in every subject. She understood now. It seemed he had been trying to improve his knowledge in every field simultaneously, rather than just chasing high scores in one. He was studying for the future. It wasn't that he couldn't learn magic, but rather that he had decided not to. But why would he do that now? Sienna looked at Siron. Was it because he wasn't able to go to school when he was younger? Siron sat straight before Sienna, feeling quite shy. As they sat across from each other, Siron thought, must be because we're outside of class. Sienna kept her focus on Siron. Although he always stared straight at her during class, he seemed to be the type of person who was easily embarrassed. She asked, is school life difficult for you? Siron nodded. Yes, but it's fun. And the learning is very interesting. Sienna said, I've heard that your classmates are bullying you. Siron bowed his head. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Professor. Sienna said seriously, tell me the truth. Don't be shy. Siron nodded. I really am fine, although it is a bit of a shame that I haven't been able to make any friends. A moment later, he looked up and said, but I don't know what to do to make them stop hating me. Sienna asked, don't you feel any anger toward them at all? Siron nodded. Of course I do. After all, I'm still human, even if I do wish for good relationships with them, he said calmly. But I don't want to become obsessed with those relationships and lose myself in the process. Even if every student in the 7th grade says I'm wrong, at the end of the day, that's only 40 people. Siron spoke slowly and clearly to Sienna. I believe that somewhere in this world, there exists someone who can understand me. Sienna had a realization. She smiled and nodded at Siron. I understand what you're saying, Siron. I will keep that in mind during the faculty meeting. Sienna had come to a conclusion. Siron wanted to advance his class level early. Sienna's voice was serious and steady as it echoed through the faculty meeting. Therefore, I would like to conclude by proposing that the student Siron be allowed to advance his class level early. Several professors pondered. Isn't this a bit sensitive? In the Anfas Magic Academy conference room, the professors were in an uproar. A whole group bullying a student just because he couldn't use magic? This kind of conflict in the intermediate classes was something that often happened in the lower grades. Those classes often had many children, along with a few older students who lacked talent. Furthermore, the skill gap between students at that level was often quite large. One teacher remarked that it meant Siron should be advanced as soon as possible. In terms of the student's benefit, he should be able to graduate in 4 years. Sienna sat down. She continued. For the sake of the academy, he should graduate early, the sooner, the better. But then, that spoke up. I object. Anfas asked. You object, Professor? He looked at that. What's the reason? He replied, I know the student Siron is a genius, but the problem is, he can't use magic, and I don't think we can just overlook his poor theoretical grades. Sienna said, annoyed. As I mentioned earlier, the issue with Siron's grades is because he's been studying all subjects at once. He's just postponing his magic studies. As teachers, we shouldn't interfere with a student's personal learning method. I don't question his study habits. That frowned. The problem is that you're showing too much personal interest in Siron, Professor Sienna. Sienna's lips twitched. What did you just say? That defended himself. Even if other students might be weaker than Siron in terms of overall talent, they still outperform him in terms of complete knowledge. This kind of decision might make other students feel like failures and diminish their motivation to study. He smirked and added, a teacher shouldn't just focus on a genius and forget about the other students, right? Sienna raised her voice. You're not only intending to blow away a talented student's future, but you're also failing to recognize the misguided jealousy of the other kids. Both that and Sienna started banging on the table. The other teachers held their heads. They're at it again. How can their personalities be such complete polar opposites? The other professors looked at Sienna, a 6th grade ranker, arguing with that, another 6th grade ranker, like fire and water, and marveled it was hard to believe they were both mages. Anfas waved his hand. Enough. Both of you, go back to your seats, he said. Both of them have their own reasons. Professor Sienna's point of view is very meaningful. But Professor, that's opinion isn't without merit either. He's concerned about the overall balance of the school, and I believe that stems from his love for the students. Anfas continued. He has good intentions. I understand that. We need to consider the general sentiment of the students. That nodded. That was exactly what I wanted to say. Principal Sienna listened to Anfas. Instead, he smiled. How about we do this? The next morning, students were bustling in and out, everyone rushing forward. They gathered noisily in front of the intermediate class bulletin board. What's going on? Posted there was a notice about the class promotion exam, due to many complaints regarding the early promotion decision. The school decided to give all 7th grade students a chance to be promoted. Those promoted will be decided based on the criteria below. All concerned students are advised to take note. Note, those being promoted early will be decided through a test. There will only be one person promoted early, and that person will be promoted straight to the 5th grade. The exam subject is magic, and the spell selected for the evaluation is teleportation. The student's issue regarding the sole focus on theory as the assessment criteria has been resolved. Thus, the school decided to change the assessment criteria to the use of the teleportation spell taught in the 5th grade. Someone shouted, all 7th grade students are allowed to take the promotion exam. They were noisy. If we pass, we skip 2 whole grades straight to the 5th grade. Teleportation? Do you know how to use teleportation? Someone said, of course not. That's a spell taught in the 5th grade. The 7th grade students were in a constant state of panic. The theory seems simple. Surely the practical part won't be that hard. Simple. My foot. A senior I know had to be hospitalized for making a mistake while practicing it. A male student shouted, what? Then how are we supposed to do it? Is it possible they have absolutely no intention of letting anyone in our class get promoted? Suddenly someone approached, and the 7th graders instinctively stepped aside. Everyone stared at Siron as he arrived, and he looked up at the bulletin board. Teleportation, huh? After class, at the advanced class bulletin board, everyone was noisy. Did that actually happen? Yeah, bullying. It's pathetic. They're only in the 7th grade. Just because they can't use magic? 7th graders haven't even been taught magic yet. What does that have to do with anything? Someone explained the reason. It's clearly jealousy, because he's dating Ami. Ami stood in front of the bulletin board, stunned. So, he was being bullied? She realized that must be why he was avoiding her. He didn't want her to get involved, did he? Siriel, standing next to Ami, analyzed. Actually, the mental power of the 7th grade is still quite weak, so that happening is quite normal. I've encountered similar things before, but getting an early promotion isn't really anything special, right? Suddenly Ami turned and walked away. Siriel called out, "Where are you going?" Ami replied, "To see Siron." Siriel said, "What? Wait, what are you planning to do?" Ami snapped. "Teach him a lesson, of course, for daring to hide this from me. I'm going to round up those 7th grade jerks," Siriel said urgently. "Are you crazy?" "No," Ami marched forward impatiently. "Why not? I'm involved in this too." Siriel was dragged along by Ami but still tried to say, "If it were you, would you want the person you like to get dragged into a bullying incident?" Siriel shouted, "If you go there, things are just going to get more serious." Ami cursed under her breath. So stupid. So stupid. Is that what she thinks? Ridiculous. I'm not the person he likes. Then why on earth did he hide this from me? Siriel said. Regardless, teleportation is way too difficult for the 7th grade level. Ami pondered. If it's that difficult, then good. For someone who has never learned magic, learning teleportation is too dangerous. Siriel suggested, Ami, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that be more logical? Ami shouted back angrily. Why should I bother with that brat? Besides, I'm preparing for the upcoming exam. I don't have time to worry about that. Siriel nodded. That's true. I forgot. Sorry. Ami said loudly. If he can't even solve something like that, he doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend. At night, at the academy, something appeared in the trees. Someone was moving at extreme speed. A figure landed, and someone muttered, This absolutely isn't for any other reason, mind you. Ami, wearing a cloak, sat in the tree, grumbling to herself, I'm only helping him out of responsibility. In a blink, she disappeared again. Ami kicked off and flew towards Siron's room. First, I have to make him beg for my help. Ami landed on Siron's window, startling him. Who? Siron shouted. Who's there? Before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Ami said, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Ami smiled brightly. How dare you do that to me? Suddenly Ami froze. Sienna was also sitting in Siron's room. Sienna pushed up her glasses. Are you Ami? She asked. Could it be that you're meeting at this late hour? And in the boys' dormitory at night? Ami waved her hands hurriedly. It's a misunderstanding, Professor. It's truly a terrible misunderstanding. Sienna said quickly. Shh. The neighboring rooms will all drag themselves over here now. Come inside first. Jay covered his mouth. We haven't seen each other in a while, and you've already become this bold? Ami stammered. It's my first time coming here. After all, Siron thought he'd run into trouble if he met you. That's why I came here in secret. After saying that, Ami suddenly remembered to ask Sienna, But by the way, with the way you talk, why are you still here at this hour? Sienna replied, I came here to give him some advice about the promotion exam. The atmosphere in class is quite chaotic right now. Ami nodded. I see. Siron handed tea to Ami. Senior, have some tea first. Thanks. It smells really good. Where did you learn to make it? Mid-sentence, Ami suddenly startled and reached out as if to hit Siron. Not like this, you little brat. Who do you think I had to endure this humiliation for? Siron quickly cried out. I'm sorry. His voice echoed throughout the entire dormitory. And besides, why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Sienna lowered her voice. Hey, you two, sit down first. Let me finish talking about the promotion exam. Siron took a sip of tea, contemplating the situation. He stared speechlessly at himself and Ami sitting across from the professor. Sienna let out a helpless sigh. Things had turned out like this. Ami said, Isn't this teleportation test a bit dangerous? Siron hasn't even learned that kind of magic yet, has he? Sienna replied. The headmaster gave the order himself. I'm worried too, but he clearly must have some sort of plan to do something like that, Ami thought to herself. No wonder it's one of the headmaster's little games. Siron asked Ami, Is it really that dangerous? Ami nodded. Of course. You know that teleportation is magic using the properties of light, right? Siron answered. Yes. I've heard of the theory of photochemistry. Ami explained to him, light has something called absolute speed. They say that no substance in this world can surpass light. She explained how the magic worked. Teleportation is magic that uses that speed to transcend time and space. Siron said, by transforming the body into light? Sienna, sitting next to them, added, it sounds complicated. But in reality, teleportation isn't all that difficult. Even beginners can easily succeed at it. So just go for it. The level required for teleportation is near light speed, because it's a spell you can use even if you only understand 1/10,000th the speed of light. Sienna's voice was steady. However, because of that, the degree of phototransformation decreases, and very little body mass remains. Siron thought, so, learning it is easy, but it becomes extremely dangerous if an accident happens at the speed of sound. He looked up and said to Sienna, I understand now why teleportation is a prohibited spell, Professor. Sienna smiled. As expected, you catch on very quickly. Ami looked on, glancing at them. She thought, when did these two get so close? They're completely ignoring me. Professor Sienna is never this close to anyone. Is she? Siron continued. So, how can I pass this dangerous magic test? Sienna started to speak, but Ami cleared her throat and said, you should practice it in a place without obstacles. Siron looked dreamy. Is there such a place? Ami raised a finger. There is. Siron looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly, it clicked. Could it be above? In the air? The teleportation training field boundary. Altitude 1,000 meters. Length 700 meters. Sienna said, it hasn't been certified yet. But in reality, there's nowhere else besides that spot. Mentioning the mountain peak, she explained the test rules. Race from one peak to the other. Siron's jaw dropped. That sounds amazing. There are no obstacles there. He smiled. But if I fall, I'll lose my life, right? Ami asked Sienna. But isn't it a test where the first person to reach the finish line wins? Don't you think it's a bit too hard for a 7th grade level? Sienna's gaze darkened. If no one reaches the finish line, the student who teleports the furthest wins. Of course, the difficulty of the exam field is set at level 1. There are safety devices, so danger is minimized. She paused for a moment, then continued. What I'm worried about is that if the students compete too fiercely, collisions will occur. Ami glanced at Siron. If so, then naturally, Siron. Sienna finished Ami's sentence. Ami's will become the target of the kids' competition. Siron sat silently, thinking, can I do this? If it were just a tough exam, it would be fine. But Siron remembered the malicious glares everyone had for him. I don't like the scene of having to fight the whole class alone. I hate getting hurt by the intensity of the competition. Siron wondered if he should even take this exam. Just then, Professor Sienna spoke up. I'm sorry, Siron. She looked at him. I tried to get you into the 5th grade from the entrance exam. It seems my greed has caused you trouble. Siron quickly spoke up. No, not at all, Professor. Please don't say that. Sienna bowed her head. So from today on, I will be responsible for tutoring you. Ami sat beside them without a word. After a long while, Ami looked up, gazing gloomily at Sienna. Why? Why do you have to go this far? Sienna looked at Ami. I just feel I have to take responsibility for the unprecedented difficulty of the promotion exam. I will try my best. Ami puffed out her chest. No, Professor. That could make the problem worse. There will be rumors spreading that the judge of the promotion exam is biased towards Siron. Then, even if he passes the exam, the results will be cancelled. She looked Sienna straight in the eye and said, leave Siron to me. If it's only level 1 difficulty, it's no problem, right? I can teach him. Siron stared blankly at Ami. Senior Ami, isn't she still mad at me? Professor Sienna adjusted her glasses. That's true. But Ami, she asked, I know you've applied for the graduation promotion. Do you have the capacity to take care of Siron? Siron was startled, turning to look at Ami sitting next to him in disbelief. Graduation level? He widened his eyes, thinking, good lord. The graduation level is the dream of all students at the Magic Academy, to become professional mages. In that grade, the capabilities of the graduation class are recognized at a near-professional level. If one becomes a graduate to be at such a prestigious school, a whole article about them will be published in the Kingdom Magic Academy magazine. However, once you step onto that path, the good student life ends. Ahead lies a hellish and terrifying training period waiting for you. Graduation Promotion Application Form. Test number 1. Ami Kami submitted. Ami would be the first to set foot in such a place. Siron leaned in close and asked Ami, how can that be? Isn't it too fast for someone our age? Ami avoided his gaze, looking away. That. Ami teared up, thinking, it's all because of you, Siron. You damn brat. She thought about the fact that Siron was about to skip 2 grades at once. Siron is progressing too fast. The only place I can escape to is the graduation class, isn't it? Little Ami quickly ran off toward the hellish graduation class. Don't you dare follow me here. Siron stared at Ami with wide puppy dog eyes. She's so cool. I wouldn't even dare to dream of aiming for the top spot in the advanced class. Yet, she's confident enough to be the first one to apply for a goal that's light years out of reach. Siron watched Ami and Sienna talking in silence. He thought to himself, even in such a critical situation, she's still here trying to help me. Over there, Ami was laughing and talking with Sienna. No matter how busy things get, isn't there nothing I can't handle? You should just give up on that idea. Sienna smiled in response. I understand how you feel about your boyfriend, Sienna said. But, at a critical time like this, it's better to leave it to the teachers. Since this is Siron's first time learning magic, it would be much more effective for a teacher to instruct him. This remark successfully triggered Ami's competitive nature. She whipped around to face Siron. All right then, Siron. You choose. Me or Professor Sienna? Siron felt the tension. Ami pressed. Wouldn't it be better to have your girlfriend teach you? Siron gave a small, awkward smile and said, I think I'll be fine doing this on my own. Sienna and Ami were both stunned. What? The shout echoed throughout the dormitory. What? Ami shrieked at Siron. You idiot! Do you have any idea how rare an opportunity this is? Siron fidgeted with his hands and replied, I don't want to bother the teachers on the board of examiners. And besides, you have an important exam coming up yourself. Ami spoke up loudly. People are even willing to shell out tons of money just to hire private tutors for this. And besides, aren't you currently the target of the whole class? Ami added, this isn't something you can do all by yourself. Siron hung his head. Isn't that exactly why you're pushing for early graduation? If I keep hesitating here, I'll never be able to reach a higher level. Ami was stunned by his words. Siron continued. To me, the 5th class is just another stepping stone to becoming a true mage, just like you, senior. Ami covered her mouth, coughing awkwardly. Siron turned to her and said, Believe in me, senior. I can't say for sure that I'll pass the test, but I'll give it everything I've got, and I won't have any regrets. Sienna listened to them in silence. Once Siron finished, she stood up. She understood. If that was the student's wish, a teacher had to respect it. Sienna said her goodbyes, noting she wouldn't stay any longer. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. She offered the same to the other students. Siron stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you so much for your concern, Professor Sienna. Sienna added, You two go ahead and continue your discussion. Ami followed Sienna to the door. The professor turned back to look at Ami and said, I'll let it slide this time, but if you climb through the male student's dormitory window one more time, do you understand? Ami bowed her head. Yes, ma'am. Her soul seemed to cry out in relief. I survived. Once Sienna left, Ami slumped to the floor, breathing a huge sigh of relief. Just as she started to relax, Ami jumped. She quickly stood up and said, I'm heading out too. Siron bowed to her. Yes, thank you so much for coming all the way here. Siron added sincerely, I really appreciate it. Senior, Ami suddenly asked. Hey, be honest with me. Why have you been avoiding me? Siron froze. Ami continued. You could have told me from the very beginning that you were being bullied. That's not a burden you have to carry alone. Ami turned away, feeling conflicted. She remembered what Sariel had said. If a guy is seen in that state by someone he likes, his pride will be deeply wounded. Ami stammered. Your pride was hurt? Siron replied. It's not that I wanted to distance myself from you, senior. Ami covered her mouth in a panic. So it's true, true, true? Siron continued. If you're wondering why, it's because you are my goal. Ami went quiet, resting her head on her hand. So that's what it was. I knew it. Siron scratched his cheek. Actually, since the very first day I arrived at the academy, I saw your name at the top of the rankings. Siron remembered arriving at the school and seeing Ami's name on the leaderboard. Siron said, From that moment on, I thought I wanted to work hard enough to be just like you. On the 4th-year leaderboard, with 42 students, the first place was written as Ami Kami's. Siron smiled. But I never expected things to end up like this. It's really awkward. If I had told you I was being bullied, things might have become even more uncomfortable. Ami smirked. A goal? Huh? She cursed to herself. Damn it. To be beaten by a little kid? Ami remembered her father saying, If you find anyone talented at the Magic Academy, introduce them to me. She looked at Siron coldly. What a ridiculous turn of fate. Ami asked in a low voice. Are you kidding me? Siron looked confused. No. Ami yelled. A goal? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. She marched right up to Siron. To my face, you act all nice, calling me senior this and senior that. But behind my back, you're secretly trying to overtake me? Siron held up his hands defensively, looking bewildered. Why did it have to turn into that? He sighed. How did we even get here? Ami pushed the window open. If you're planning on surpassing me, Ami put on her cloak and turned back, saying, then don't you dare call me senior anymore. Siron stood there, stunned. Ami shouted, if you want to beat me, do it fair and square. She climbed onto the window ledge. You better catch up to me soon, or I'll make you call me senior for the rest of your life. Suddenly, Siron spoke up. Ami. Ami looked surprised and startled. He used her first name. Siron said, standing in the room, looking at her with total seriousness. I will definitely catch up to you. Ami found it funny. His face was swallowed in shadows, exuding that deadly aura, all just to catch up to her. She turned around, faced him, and flew off. I just hope I haven't graduated by then. Siron clung to the window, watching her vanish in a flash. He let out a long breath. He had refused her help, but surely those who were attacking him were watching his every move. A look of determination appeared in Siron's eyes. He had no choice but to rely on his own 2 feet. The time remaining until the early promotion exam was 1 month. The countdown had begun. The next day, after class, everyone was buzzing with noise. Are you preparing for the promotion exam? Students were chatting and exchanging notes. I just hired a private tutor. I have to master teleportation in a single month. It's so dangerous. Yet, 20 people have already signed up. Theoretically, it's easy. If you apply the formula, it shouldn't be that hard. 7th-year male students were talking amongst themselves. The problem is the practical application. The boy with blue hair pointed towards Siron, who was walking down the hall carrying a mountain of books. Is that kid taking the exam too? A stack of books tumbled down. The cover read, Principles of Photochemistry. Siron told himself he said he'd do it on his own, but looking at the pile of theoretical books in front of him, he felt drained. The problem was the application. In reality, the environment a mage faces is constantly changing, especially when it comes to teleportation magic. Information about the terrain is crucial. Depending on the situation, you have to adjust the level of output and light intensity. Siron sat there scribbling notes. Just the calculation unit alone goes up to 10 to the power of 20. How is a human supposed to calculate that far? He smacked his head, frustrated. No, don't give up. There's no reason they would set an impossible test. Siron mused over Sienna's words that learning teleportation wasn't actually all that complicated. But what if that didn't apply to someone like him, who had never studied magic before? He recalled Sienna telling him, the kids in the 7th grade are guaranteed to succeed because they've had an education since they were little, because they can easily afford expensive private tutors. Siron felt like an outsider watching them from afar. Sienna had asked him, can you really bridge that gap? Siron snapped out of his thoughts as Anfis smiled at him, while someone nearby clapped in approval. Excellent. A man looked at the tall figure behind the fading smoke and said, your teleportation was flawless. As expected of the son of Satyr, the Magic Association's technical advisor, the man addressed the young master. Mar, 15-year-old Satyr Mar, a 7th grader who stood straight and replied, it's nothing, really, since I'm being taught by a 9th grade certified instructor. An attendant handed him a towel to wipe his face. Mar remarked, I was a bit nervous, but it's actually pretty easy, the man explained. Since the test is quite straightforward, you can just focus on your choice. His voice was flat. While learning to perfectly execute teleportation in just a month is impossible, if you only speed-run the parts necessary for the exam and spend the rest of the time practicing, passing is entirely doable. Mar smirked smugly, thinking he should probably thank that annoying umbrella-wielding jerk. Wiping his sweat, he said, thanks to him, I managed to jump 2 grade levels in no time. Mar took a drink and turned to the man, asking, so, what is that loser doing anyway? The man replied as instructed, I've been keeping an eye on him, but it seems he's just studying on his own and reading books. Mar was puzzled. Studying with books? Seriously? He was skeptical. I thought he'd at least hire a top-tier tutor with all that money he has. Something feels fishy, doesn't it? Mar ordered him to keep watching him. He's not the type to just give up. If he's only reading a few books, how could he possibly use magic? Meanwhile, Siron was buried in a mountain of books. He set his pen down to rest. I've done everything I possibly could. First, I spent a lot of time diving deep into the theory of light. I've memorized the entire thesis without a single error. I'm not sure if it's enough, but there isn't much time left. He was at the specialized 7th grade training ground number 41. Since it was night, only a few dim lights flickered. Siron stood below, warming up. Now, I just have to cast the magic. Nothing is impossible. I just have to hope it works the way I expect it to. Siron's eyes glowed with a deep, piercing blue. First, open the spiritual field between my brows. Siron began to glow the moment he applied the photochemical theory. He fought to keep his focus steady. I am on the boundary between omniscience and omnipotence. The light grew increasingly brilliant. Siron was almost completely enveloped in blue. The eye in the center vanished. Siron's body suddenly flared with a golden light. He looked at himself in amazement. "All right, it worked," Siron shouted. "Now, teleportation." His eyes widened. The human mind couldn't calculate the sheer amount of light. Siron recalled the teachings. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to sense everything around them. They say excellent mages can even count the leaves on a tree from a distance. Someone once placed small coins in his hand and explained, "This is called the state of extreme sensory sensitivity, or the spiritual field." Anfas had reached out his hand and said, "In this state, a mage perceives the outside world in a supernatural way, and as a result, they can manipulate the phenomena." Before Siron, it felt as if a new world had opened up. It wasn't about calculating numbers, but feeling everything. Time was slipping away. There were 13 days left until the teleportation exam, counting down to 9 days. Inside the academy, someone asked, "What the hell is that?" Everyone turned their gazes toward the back of the classroom. Grofo, the girl with short pink hair who was always acting annoyed, also shifted her attention to the back of the room. A voice spoke up, "Is he training without any protection?" "No way." Everyone was looking at Siron, his face covered in bandages. Siron focused on writing and thinking. His first attempt at teleportation had failed. Siron felt a bit helpless, trying to correct his mistakes. "I have no choice but to keep practicing." Siron kept falling flat on his face. He lay on the ground, clutching his knees. My knees were the problem this time. 8-day countdown. Siron's notebook was filled with scribbles. He was still focused on calculating the error, a plus 0.02 microsecond deviation, 7-day countdown. That was a stupid method. But then, 6 days remained. At night, the sound of constant impacts echoed through the training ground. 5 days left, and Siron was still falling. With 4 days left, he resolved to try again. His body would remember it like an instinct. Countdown. 3 days, 2 days, and 1 day left. One day, Siron stood under the light, holding his knees and panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his face onto the ground. "What am I going to do? The test is tomorrow, but every time I fix one mistake, another one pops up." Siron wiped his face. "There's nothing left to adjust now. I have to do this. I must." Siron breathed silently. The space in front of him became blurry. He slapped his face to stay alert and linked everything together. "I can do this. I have to do this." Siron tried again, pushing off the ground. He focused on teleporting. A speck of light flashed and zipped away. Opening his eyes again, Siron saw he was hovering just above the ground. With a thud, Siron landed gently on the floor. He exclaimed, "I didn't get hurt this time." Siron lay flat on the ground, smiling with satisfaction. "I did it. How far can I go now?" He kept thinking until he fell asleep without realizing it. "No time to just lie here. I need to practice linking. I need to keep praying." The next morning, Mar stood high up, looking out over the grounds. The man asked him, "Young master, how do you feel?" Mar turned around, answering confidently, "Great. Today will be a historic day because I'm going to jump to the 5th grade." He squinted. 700 meters is nothing. I'll do it easily." Inside the academy, the 7th grade classroom was still mostly empty. Maria walked to the door, and suddenly someone called out to her. "Hey Maria, did you give up on the exam?" Maria was startled. "Him," she thought. "It has to be him." Maria asked, "Aren't you at the training ground? Are you studying?" Mar laughed loudly. "Do I look like some idiot failing at his studies?" he asked Maria arrogantly. "What are you doing here? Is that why your grades are so lousy?" Mar scoffed. "Maria, you should go learn from the training areas. The best way to study is to watch and learn from those better than you." Maria turned to leave, hesitating as she said, "Right. Good luck. I hope you pass." Mar laughed and asked back, "Really? You're hoping I'll pass?" Maria started shivering. Mar stepped closer, looming over her. "You're really something else, aren't you? You know that?" he whispered, his tone dripping with malice. "Sneaking around with a teacher. How bold." Maria recoiled, reflexively asking, "How? How do you know about that?" Her reaction cracked him up. He let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Don't be stupid. I was just testing the waters to see if it was really you." Maria's bag slipped from her grip and hit the floor. He leaned in, his voice cold. I have plenty of ways to dig up dirt. For a shy little thing like you to be hanging around the teacher's office? That's pretty suspicious, don't you think? He cornered Maria against the wall. Look, we're classmates, so I've been playing nice. But once I'm your senior, he glared, threatening her. Do you have any idea what's going to happen to you then? Watching Maria tremble like a leaf, Mar stood up straight, his face twisting in disgust. She was a total coward. How in the world did she even think she had what it takes to be a mage? Even though she was 4 years older, she was stuck in the same class as him. Mar tossed out a parting shot and walked away. Just you wait. Behind him, Maria slumped to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Maria clutched her mouth, trembling, tears streaming down her face. Mar shoved the door open and stepped inside, barking. Is the plan all sorted out yet? 4 other students from Class 7 turned to look at him. One of them replied, 2 of us will stick to Siron the moment we start. The other 2 will keep you covered. That way, there'll be 2 chances to make sure he fails. Mar nodded. The gap for the first jump is 10 meters, so make sure to push him out of bounds at least 10 times. The gray-haired guy nodded and asked, You're really going to keep your promise if we pull this off, right? Mar's eyes flashed with intensity. That? Obviously. Once I get promoted, I'll make sure you get a tutoring gig. You won't have to worry about finding a job, even if you don't end up graduating, Mar assured him. My father is a technical advisor for the Magic Association. After all, if you help me out, I'll never forget it. If there's anything you need, you can count on me. He gloated inwardly. No room for even the tiniest mistake. A genius can't afford to be careless. In the middle of the misty, mountainous forest, was this really the bridge that was supposedly impossible to cross? The students from Class 7 who weren't taking the exam were all gathered in one spot. The short-haired girl who had opposed Siron moving up asked, Is this the final round? I'm so tired. The pink-haired girl chimed in. There are way more people here than I thought. She looked intimidated, especially as they all swarmed toward the 5th-year students standing ahead. She caught the tail end of the 5th-year seniors' conversation. They were all on edge, whispering, If any of those kids manages to make it into our class, I really hope it's one of the super cute ones. Everyone chuckled. That would be fun. Students from Class 4 and 6 had come to watch the spectacle too. The judges were there right on time, including the headmaster. A flare shot up into the sky. Itella watched the signal and turned back to the crowd. It's time. She looked at the students lined up at the starting line. The test begins in 10 minutes. Someone cursed. Damn it. This is just a cliff edge. Where the hell is the bridge? Someone else shouted. You idiot. That right there is the bridge. Another person looked down, spotting only 3 or 4 thin wires stretched across the gap. They screamed. What? What kind of bridge is this? Off to the side, someone was watching the contestants through binoculars. Found 'em. This is the best spot. Siriel held the binoculars, eyes wide with excitement. I can see everything. Ami stood behind her, arms crossed, and huffed. Hey, we don't have time for this. Why are you watching a bunch of Class 7 idiots? Siriel didn't miss a beat. What are you talking about? I've got to cheer for your boyfriend, don't I? Give him a little bit of good luck. Ami sighed. Whoever makes it, makes it. Whoever fails, fails. What's with all the cheering? She chewed on her fingernail, lost in thought. Anyway, can you actually teleport? The black-haired boy walked over to March. Mar was stretching, and he asked, Did you find Siron yet? The boy replied, No, I asked around, and people are saying he isn't here. Mar narrowed his eyes. What? Back at the spot, Siron was still sprawled on the ground, an ant crawling across his face. Suddenly, Siron's eyes snapped open, startling the ant into scurrying away. He sprang up like a spring, shouting, What time is it? Someone else nearby shouted out loud, What? He's not here? Ami peered through the binoculars. Wait, what did you just say? Siron is absent? Siriel panicked. I don't know. I've looked everywhere, but I can't find him. Ami hesitated. Was she worried? She thought, Don't tell me he failed the teleportation practice. See? I told him teaching himself teleportation was way too hard. Over by the cliff, the contestants were staring at the sheer drop. Someone muttered, This is a cliff. What do you mean? A bridge? Itella spoke up. The rules are simple. When the teacher gives the signal, you must move to the cliff on the other side. Whoever travels the furthest using teleportation passes the exam. The class, 7 students looked at each other. For real? One student stepped forward to look. You mean we have to jump across that? If we can't finish the test, we'll just fall, won't we? The students were skeptical. Was there actually any safety equipment down there? The teacher stood before them, cold as ice. If you're scared, just quit now. The Class 7 candidate glared at him. The teacher continued. As you all know, death is a very real possibility in any magical academy curriculum. The teacher's face was stone serious. Besides, this is an early promotion exam, a place to select students fit for the 5th-year level. So, if you're not confident in your ability to protect yourself, don't even bother. He gave them a chilling warning. If you've got such weak resolve, now is the time to leave. He looked serious on the outside, but inside, he was holding back a laugh. Getting cold feet, are we? A little pressure is necessary to prevent any safety mishaps. He glanced to the side. The real danger was, he spotted Mars' group standing there with their arms crossed. Those were the ones competing with malice in their hearts. Mar sneered. Why are these mediocre nobodies even taking this test? In the end, they're just going to be stepping stones for me in society. He was feeling smug. And that brat Siron. I heard he's been self-studying for this test. He's bound to fail, that's for sure. What a joke. Mar looked forward. Even I had to prepare this thoroughly. Right then, Itella raised her hand. Everyone, get in line. The exam is officially underway. Suddenly, she saw something and went quiet. A figure was sprinting toward them from the distance, head down, charging hard. It was Siron, looking like a total mess. Everyone was stunned to see him arrive. Siron braced his knees, gasping for air. I'm so sorry. He looked up at Itella, breathless. Am I still allowed to take the exam? Itella hurried over to Siron. From their vantage point, Sariel spotted him through the binoculars. Ami! There he is! Ami snatched the binoculars away, yelling, What on earth were you doing to show up this late? You idiot! Ami kept watching, biting her lip. That brat. Why is his face covered in bruises? Did he get hurt practicing? Over at the judges' table, Sienna turned to ask Anfas. Headmaster, Teacher Itella is signaling to ask if you'd like to make an exception for the late student. Anfas nodded. Adjusting to the situation is part of being a student, too. Just start the test according to the schedule. Sienna paused for a moment before replying, I understand. Then, an orange flare was fired into the sky. Itella turned her head and shouted, Get ready, the test will begin as scheduled. Itella spoke to Siron, who was standing unsteadily. Siron, if you want to quit, just let me know. Siron shuffled forward. Thank you for worrying about me, ma'am. I'm fine. Someone waved at Siron. Stand over here, he asked, confused. Thanks. The person who spoke glanced at the person standing a short distance away, signaling them. First step successful. Eliminate that kid within 10 turns. Siron hung his head, gasping for air, sweat pouring down as he glanced ahead. Focus. Give it everything you've got. Miss Itella raised her hand and said, The early promotion exam for the 7th grade officially begins now. Everyone, get ready. Itella checked the watch in her hand. Everyone had lined up in position, all crouching in a ready stance. Marley glanced at the person next to him and signaled, Just do it. According to my idea. The person next to him nodded. Siron also focused his mind. Itella fired a flare into the sky as a signal, and all the participating students lunged forward. Siron charged ahead just like everyone else. The two people behind him caught up. They looked at each other and nodded. The clock ticked away, and 1 second of the test time had passed. The kids had come this far through thorough training. However, this was their first time seeing a cliff. What would it feel like to have the sky stretch out beneath your feet, the heat spreading through their toes, excitement or fear? It was a world they had never known. There was only one strategy the kids could think of. The students charged ahead, determined to grab first place at any cost. Every student harbored the thought that taking the top spot was entirely possible. 2 seconds of the test time had passed, and the distance to the cliff was still 20 meters. Mar was also running at full speed. He thought running fast wouldn't help him get first place. The important thing was to use teleportation at the right moment. According to both theory and practice, the prerequisite for victory was timing the jump. The result would be determined by the jumping position. Being in an earlier or later turn didn't make much of a difference. That is, of course, if you have the guts to do it. The red-haired student tripped for a second. The distance to the cliff was still quite far. He risked it all. The red-haired student shouted, "Screw it!" Then he immediately vanished in a golden light. The student nearby panicked. Wait, me too. Everyone scrambled to use teleportation as 3 seconds of the test time passed. They were 5 meters from the cliff, and the leading group took off. Someone screamed, "Damn it, I'm going to make it." 3 meters left, another student lunged forward. One of Mar's lackeys ran up from behind. "Sorry, Mar, I'm going ahead," he yelled. "If the escort team leaves first, what am I supposed to do?" Mar gnashed his teeth in anger. "Cowards!" Mar still charged forward. He was worried about what would happen if he fell. Max Leader jumped when they were 2 meters away. 3.5 seconds had passed. Siron was still sprinting. One of Mar's lackeys, assigned to hold Siron back, was doing the same. He thought, "What the hell? Why does he keep following me?" Another student hesitated. "Who else is left but us?" Then someone shouted, "I'm going first," and immediately vanished. The two people in charge of holding Siron back also started using magic. Siron kept running forward when the distance was only 1 meter. 3.7 seconds had passed. Siron still felt it wasn't time yet. He pushed off right at the edge of the cliff. Siron was determined to catch up to them. The students watching from Ami's side had their jaws on the floor. Even the judging panel on Miss Sienna's side was stunned. Itella stood by, worried. Whispers began to grow. Is he not jumping? Siron Arian surpassed the 2-meter mark. 4 seconds had passed. At the Og family mansion, just like the last fencing competition, this is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't tremble in front of my father. Aren't you scared at all? All of these were words of amazement from Ran, because even she didn't dare look her father in the eye. A year ago, at the Ent Mansion, room R, he heard R's praise for him and felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, that? It's nothing special. I just read it in a book once. It was written that the nature of fear comes from the imagination, but what shocked Siron even more was Ran's knight's vow. How could I compare to your knight's vow? He didn't expect Ran would initiate a knight's vow with him. Recalling the book, Only Humans Fear the Sword, Siron calmly explained, imagine that you'll die right after. For example, even if we jump off a cliff, we wouldn't truly die until we hit the ground, right? So, I stopped imagining the future and focused on the present. It means I should find a solution. To avoid fear, he stopped imagining the future and focused on the present, doing his best and finding the answer that helped him a lot. Hearing his explanation, Ran couldn't believe it and felt he was being incredibly foolish. Siron, are you an idiot? An idiot? An idiot? Being called an idiot? Siron was startled and a bit surprised, seeing him talk so calmly about dangerous things as if it were nothing. Ran, covered in sweat, gripped his shoulders and said loudly, "If you fall off a cliff, you'll die. You'll definitely die. What the hell are you talking about?" Seeing Ran misunderstand him and get so worried, he quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. Think it through clearly. I'm not going to die the moment I jump." Back to reality. All the students watching along with the teachers were extremely worried and nervous. The watch and miss, Itella's hand ticked away every second. At the cliff, all the students participating in the exam had turned into streaks of light and flown away. Only then did Siron start to jump. His whole body radiated a faint golden light, starting to open his domain. The wind resistance was too strong when using teleportation, creating pressure on his body. I can't lose focus. If the domain breaks, everything will end. The moment Siron fell, his entire body was enveloped in a layer of light. The space around Siron began to change. His body flew up, darting forward at the speed of light, gradually catching up to the students ahead. Siron overtook the group of students in front. Just then, a student noticed it and screamed, and everyone was shocked beyond belief. They didn't expect him to catch up, let alone pass them. What? How late did he jump to be able to go that far? Seeing Siron pass by like that, the guy couldn't believe it. On the other side of the mountain, the group of students watching cheered and shouted when they saw him starting to enter the race. Everyone cheered for Siron. It started. Let's do this. It was only a split second. But did you see that? Yeah. The new student just jumped down there. The fifth-year students are blown away by Siron's incredible performance. They can't believe a newcomer is capable of such a feat. Ami, isn't this his first time learning magic? Siriel asked, her voice trembling with shock. Even Ami didn't know what to say. She was just as speechless and stunned. Calming herself down, she realized why he had started later than the others, and the surprise began to fade. Sure enough, despite the late start, he was doing everything he could to make up for it. As long as he keeps this pace, he'll stay in the lead. Back in the race, Mar is in first, but he knows Siron will catch up to him soon. Damn it all. What the hell is the support team doing? The gap in front of me isn't the problem anymore, Mar thought to himself, glancing back while trying to pick up the pace. But it was too late in the blink of an eye. Siron surged past him into the lead. That kid, he's right in front of me, far off in the forest beyond the mountain range where the competition is held. Maria is slowly making her way into the woods. It's not that Maria lacked talent from the start. Constant harassment from her classmates and her own deep-seated insecurity and weakness held her back. In the teacher's office, when asked about her grades, Maria was too terrified to look up. With a trembling voice, she replied, I'm sorry, sir. It's just that the others keep messing with me." Before she could finish, the teacher coldly cut her off. Students holding each other back is only natural. This is a competition after all. All the other students manage to push through and get promoted. As the third heat ends, the contestants are split into 3 groups. Leading the pack is the group with Siron and Mars' support team, with the middle group trailing about 3 meters behind. And at the back is the final group, those who used magic for the first time out of sheer panic. Damn it, I can't even get the levitation spell to work, the seniors said. Even if we fall, we'll be safe, right? While flying, one careless student let out a sneeze. That one little sneeze caused him to lose his balance and plummet. Following right after, many others from the third group started falling, screaming in terror. Help, teacher, I give up. Watching the students fall, the spectators and teachers just chuckled. As expected, those who couldn't overcome their fear were the first to drop. With that, the teacher started jotting down the names of those who were disqualified. The failing students kept falling, their screams echoing through the air. Damn it! Where's the safety gear? How much longer are we going to fall? Once they all dropped to a certain altitude, a massive fan at the base of the cliff kicked into action. The fan generated strong gusts of wind that caught the falling students, letting them land safely. Those who were still conscious just sprawled out on the ground, wailing. This is so unfair. You should have told us about this beforehand. Having been through such a shock, the eliminated group started complaining loudly. They didn't realize this was just a little gift the seniors had deliberately left for their juniors. In the end, everyone in the final group was disqualified. 200 meters. The students who made it this far are showing signs of exhaustion. Pant. Pant. I can't go any further. Some students, too tired to maintain the teleportation spell, started collapsing. Teacher, help me. The familiar cries for help rang out again. A lot of the middle group had already given up. Back to the lead group, Mar is still trying to speed up. His magical talent is average, and he hasn't shown signs of fatigue yet. You idiots without talent shouldn't dream so high, he sneered. The guys in the middle will all give up eventually. Hearing the cries of surrender behind him, Mar secretly looked down on them. Even though he tried to push his speed to stick to Siron, the distance between them remained wide. The problem is, this is total garbage. Maybe it's just my mood, but I feel like the distance between me and that kid is growing wider than before. Mar grit his teeth in frustration. He kept accelerating, trying to catch up, feeling nothing but annoyance at the thought of him. He's not even showing signs of being tired. How is that possible? He should have died before the race even started. Suddenly, Siron's state shifted, a surge of energy flooded into his body. Mar, watching from behind, cursed under his breath. What the hell? What on earth was that? Siron suddenly picked up speed. Lady Itella, using her magical eyes to monitor all the students, couldn't help but admire his talent. Siron's potential was truly exceptional. Even I have to use mental restraint repeatedly, yet Siron maintains his rhythm like a constant, just like a machine. The mental restraint Lady Itella uses is to objectify oneself to stabilize the mind while creating a unique momentum. Not just Lady Itella, but all the proctors nodded in agreement with her assessment. Some teachers even commented on Mar, noting his decent magical proficiency. On the other hand, Mar has a noticeable change in his rhythm. He's decent compared to his classmates, but he still shows the impatience of youth. Not only that, but others praised Lady Atella's skill, saying, as expected of Lady Itella, to be able to detect that accurately from such a distance with empathy. It's truly incredible. That stood on the other side, his face twisted in annoyance, remaining silent. The headmaster, watching the competition, was also extremely pleased with the talent Siron was displaying. Sariel, holding binoculars, asked Ami beside her in astonishment. He's using mental restraint on his own? That's impressive. Where did Siron learn such advanced techniques? Ami, standing there, answered Sariel's question, while intently watching the race. Even though she knew, she wouldn't say. Learned? Ordinary mages are taught how to use the unconscious world consciously, but this kid is different. He's basically controlling his subconscious directly. That's not something you can just learn. Watching him steadily pull away, Mar knew he couldn't win playing fair. I have to move to the next phase of the plan. Thinking, he suddenly shouted, "Go!" Getting Mar's signal, his 2 lackeys immediately began executing the plan they'd set up earlier, even though both were already at their limit. Damn it, he gave the signal. But why now? I have to burn through all my remaining spiritual power in one go. Determined to carry out the mission, the lackey decided to risk it all against him, pouring all his remaining spiritual energy to push his speed to the absolute limit. Siron sensed the movement. A 2-pronged attack? Someone changed their rhythm. In that split second of distraction, a shadow appeared in front of Siron, catching him off guard. A student had shot in front of him, startling Siron so he couldn't react in time. He could only slow down to avoid a collision. What's happening? Before he could understand what was going on, another student lunged at him. Siron's eyes widened as he watched the student charging toward him. Even though the junior knew his actions were wrong, he couldn't disobey the order. He thought to himself, "Sorry, but this is where your game ends. Let's fall together." The junior squeezed his eyes shut and lunged at full speed, intending to make him fall. Siron's eyes went wide as he stared at the student rushing toward him, completely stunned. Was he really planning to crash into him? The student, with eyes squeezed tight, teeth gritted in anxiety, was floating in midair. In a split second, the student opened his eyes, looking around with a suspicious gaze. The student, slowly falling, could only watch Siron hovering in the void. He thought to himself, did he actually dodge it? Amidst the dangerous open air, a few other students were drifting and falling. It's over. Siron struggled to keep his focus. His hand reached out into the deep void, the vast blue sky looming right before his eyes. His rhythm was broken, and fatigue began to set in. With one final surge of determination, Siron's turquoise eyes flared with light once more. I can't pass out. Focus. A beam of light, just like sunlight, shot up into the blue sky. The falling student looked up and saw that scene. He really was a monster, not human. Thinking that, the student continued to drift downward alongside a few others. Below, the fifth-year students were still rowdily discussing. Didn't he move a bit strangely just now? Did he mess up his direction? One student asked. They were actually aiming to slam straight into the kid in front. That was the real goal. Two students turned to look at him in utter shock. How do you know that? Who would intentionally cause an accident like that? When Iruki was mentioned, he just sat there calmly, legs crossed, hands folded in front of the other students. Iruki described it with his hands, one hand in a fist, the other palm open and upright, bringing them closer together as he spoke. One person blocks the race path in front, the other attacks from the side. Iruki analyzed it with a nonchalant expression. That's a brilliant strategy to block both options. The advantages of teleportation and spatial leaps. If the new student hadn't veered off the track, something terrible definitely would have happened. After finishing his analysis, Iruki just waved his hand and smirked casually. Well, if it were me, I would have easily escaped using the equations of motion. Hearing that, the two students just frowned, looking away in disgust and anger. That act of playing innocent is seriously disgusting. The two shared a look, but they couldn't help but wonder, given what Iruki said, how could the teachers not have noticed? They wondered what they were plotting. Meanwhile, Headmaster Anfas and Sienna were still monitoring the test, while Mar, using his ability, was racing forward confidently, laughing heartily. First place. First place is mine. Mar wore a triumphant grin. Everyone must be so jealous. Those stupid classmates and the sixth graders will all become my juniors. Just watch and see. Mar's confident blue eyes sparked. Behold my talent. Siron, meanwhile, was still struggling to keep up with Mar's brilliant magical aura. Siron thought to himself, Mar's condition is excellent. He'll definitely complete the test. If I want to win, I have to be faster. If I rush to increase the teleportation distance, my rhythm might shatter. Siron's gaze was filled with resolve. I'll go at a different tempo. And then, Siron's magical light surged faster. He shot forward, moving half a beat quicker than March. The crowd became even more rowdy, shouting in excitement. Siron caught up. Now it's just between the two of them. Come on, Mar, go faster. Ami held her binoculars, looking on in shock. Even with his body in such bad shape, can he still use magic that powerfully? Meanwhile, Siriel clung to Ami's arm, looking curious and teary-eyed. Let me see too. Suddenly, Ami pulled away from the binoculars with a shocked expression. That's... Mar is still rushing ahead, she stammered. What is that? A magical current, like a coiling rope, was lashing toward Mar. Terrified, dodged to the side, letting the magic blast right past him. What the hell is that? Just as Mar was panicking, Siron appeared right behind him. A warning flashed, activating the difficulty level of the impassable bridge. Everyone was shocked by the alert. Level 10? Siron stood frozen in surprise. Both Mar and Siron stared blankly at the dangerously tangled magic matrix before them. It was constantly firing long, lashing threads. What the hell is this? What do you mean, level 10? In front of everyone, Sienna only had time to call out, Headmaster, I'm going to the equipment room to check. The headmaster ran off as he spoke. Having said that, he used magic to take flight. A brilliant stream of magic soared into the sky. Sienna hurriedly said, Headmaster, we should stop the exam. Another teacher chimed in, but this is the test for a double-grade promotion. If it's cancelled, the noble houses will react aggressively. What are we supposed to do then? At that moment, Headmaster Anfas was still watching the ongoing test. Upon hearing the other teacher, Headmaster Anfas shouted angrily, "Is this the time to worry about that? Signal to stop the exam immediately." A bolt of magic shot into the sky, appearing right before Siron and Mar, catching them both off guard. Siron hovered in the air, staring at the signal. The exam is stopped. Meanwhile, the headmaster's magic had reached the destination. Stepping out of the light, he said urgently, "I just saw the yellow signal. Could the exam be cancelled?" "Great. Another pile of complaints on my desk. I'm sure of it." He rushed toward the equipment room, shouting, "Brett, were you drinking on the job again yesterday? You know how important today's test is. This time, for sure." He grabbed the doorknob, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. He paused. "It's locked? Looks like it's not just a technical glitch." He gathered his magic. A brilliant, fiery stream of magic flared up for a moment, but he hesitated. Huh? Someone was in front of the door. A blue light appeared, revealing the scene inside clearly. Behind the door were two figures. One slumped over the table, the other sitting on the floor in front of the system control panel. He raised his hand, aiming his magic at the door. "Who's there? Open up this instant, or I'll blow this door to pieces." A voice echoed from inside. "Go ahead and do it. I'm begging you, Professor. Even if I just disappeared, nobody would even notice anyway." Professor X froze. That voice, a faint memory flickered in his mind. He stood there, briefcase in one hand, his young student trailing behind him. "Is that you?" The professor gasped in shock. "Maria?" Maria sat huddled in front of the door, clutching her legs, shivering with fear. Realizing it was her, the professor started pounding on the door frantically. "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Open the door right now, and I'll treat this as just a mishap. You'll only get a light punishment." Maria screamed, "No, it's all over anyway. If Satyr Mar ranks up, I'll be forced to live this hellish life all over again. What's the difference between that and dying here?" "What?" "Master," that was stunned by Maria's words. "I'd rather it be like this. I'd rather," Maria shouted, trembling in fear as she clutched her legs. Master, that looked stunned, then closed his eyes and sighed. "I understand. Do whatever you want." Maria looked up in surprise, tears streaming down her face. "If you don't want to open it, then don't. Actually, it's not an emergency. Just as you wanted, the exam has been cancelled." A yellow signal glowed brightly in front of Siron and Satyr March. Satyr Mar gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Cancel the exam? Are you kidding me? The chance to rank up is right under my nose." Satyr Mar darted his eyes towards Siron behind him. "Reconsider. No matter what you say, we can't get out now anyway. This chance to beat that guy might never come again." Siron was panting from exhaustion, his sharp gaze still intense. Satyr Mar glared at Siron, seething. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and two beams of light surged forward. The maze fired dangerous magical projectiles. Headmaster Siron and Satyr Mar have gone straight into the maze. Those glowing projectiles just kept flying out. Sienna covered her mouth in shock. "No!" The headmaster clenched his fists. With an angry expression, he balled his hands up. "Those idiots." Sienna watched them like moths flying into a flame, her heart burning with anxiety as she shouted for the headmaster. "We have to stop this. It's too dangerous. Master, what on earth are you doing?" The headmaster spoke, and all the teachers ran toward him seeking his judgment. The headmaster was truly furious at this moment. His hands tightened into fists, and his face lost its usual gentle look. His eyes glinted with a golden light as he intently watched the two of them enter the maze. Deep down, a wave of disappointment rose within him. "I thought if it were you, it would be a bit different, but if you let yourself be blinded by fleeting greed and make hasty judgments, you will never find your way out of the maze." Inside the maze, Siron maintained his pace, weaving through to find the exit. The students watching were in a state of panic, anxious and unable to sit still. "Oh my God, what do we do? What should we do now?" Amsariel covered her mouth with both hands, not knowing what to say, as she called out to her best friend standing beside her. Ami was also frustrated and helpless, watching the exam continue without being able to do anything. "Those fools. Grade 10 is for professionals." Dense, black wires shot out from the cliff walls. These wires twisted into various shapes, rushing aggressively toward the protagonist, forcing him to struggle to dodge. The traps were so fast that as soon as he avoided one, the next appeared. There was almost no time to think. "If this continues, my stamina will be completely drained." Elsewhere, Satyr Mar was confidently dashing deep into the maze. "We're both getting eliminated anyway, so whoever goes the furthest wins. If I perform well here, maybe I'll finally be recognized." With those thoughts, Satyr Mar surged forward without a second thought. He slipped through the gaps in the maze at high speed. As he went, he felt smug watching Siron struggle to dodge. How's that? See my technique? You're going to be stuck there forever. Dense, pitch-black maze blocks continued to surround Siron. He tried to dodge the incoming blocks while searching for an exit, but when he saw Satyr Mar rushing forward, he wanted to shout a warning, but it was too late. No! In the control room, the monitor flashed red, and an alarm blared along with Maria's voice. Master, what is competition? Really? Maria sat leaning against the door, clutching her legs tightly, asking through sobs, lying to push others into the abyss. More than anything else. Is this the kind of competition the Academy wants? That also sat against the back of the door, trying to calm Maria down. You've misunderstood. Before that could finish, Maria interrupted him loudly. Don't equate me with you. What would a teacher who's always been considered a genius know? Her voice was choked with sobs, tears of agony streaming down her face. I followed every instruction, persevering through it all. But in this school, who cares about a student with no talent? A mediocre student like me. Sensing Maria's emotional instability, that continued to speak to her gently. I don't know if you're aware, but I graduated from this school too. When I was in my final year, you were just a new student entering the academy. Hearing Master, that's words. Maria stopped crying. She didn't expect him to remember that after so many years. You still remember that? After all, have you ever heard the rumor about a genius named Seth attending this school? That frowned, recounting the memory with a hint of nostalgia. Her voice trembled as she replied, No, I've never heard that. I was always at the bottom. I've been stuck in the 5th year for 5 years. As a result, I became increasingly angry because the friends around me were advancing so easily. That continued telling Maria about his time at the academy. His words held both nostalgia and a sense of loss. No way, the master I know now. Maria sounded skeptical. That laughed out loud, cutting her off, and continued his story. One day, I was caught by the headmaster and scolded. What is this? That kid hit you first. One evening, in a secluded corner of the academy, That's voice rang out. It was just a trivial matter. Why did you have to interfere? That said, his face bruised as if he'd just been in a fight, speaking with a touch of defiance. Usually, I don't care about things like this. But in moments like these, do you know what a mage should never do? The headmaster interrupted. That is to compare yourself to others. Struck at the heart of the matter. That felt guilty, and couldn't look him in the eye. Yet he still stubbornly argued back. What are you saying? Are you preaching again? Ignoring. That's attitude. The headmaster gently continued. Mages call it the existence that erases the self. You just need to look at yourself. If you can do that, only then have you truly erased your ego. If you keep your eyes fixed on others on your own journey, you will eventually lose your way. In the maze, Satyr Mar was confidently rushing forward until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the net in front and behind him, Satyr Mar realized he was locked in. Cornered into a dead end with no way out, Satyr Mar panicked. Fear welled up inside him, causing him to lose the ability to think. Now, only regret remained in Satyr Mar's heart. I shouldn't have taken this path. Watching himself trapped with no escape, as the maze blocks closed in to attack. In the MC's mind, there was only one thought. Am I really going to die like this? He was filled with utter regret, screaming in terror, "Help me!" From the outside, everyone watched in horror as the MC faced danger, screaming in fear. But wait, at the very moment it seemed like the MC was finished, a hand reached out. A hand grabbed the back of the MC's collar, pulling him away and saving him just in the nick of time. Gripping the collar tightly, Siron gritted his teeth, accelerating with all his might to escape the maze's onslaught. Seeing Siron rescue the MC, everyone in Class 7 erupted in cheers. He's saved. Siron actually saved him. Suddenly, a student noticed both were still in the competition and spoke up, confused. But wait, this is an exam. Why would he save his own competitor? Hearing the girl's question, another student immediately barked back. You idiot. Does winning even matter when someone is about to die right in front of you? Now, that didn't matter anymore. Another student noticed something peculiar about how Siron performed the rescue. How on earth did he pull off a blink teleport like that? High above, the MC kept struggling and crying out, "Save me! Save me!" Annoyed by the noise, Siron snapped. Quiet down. I'm trying to think. These traps are just illusions. I have to see through them to find our way out. Let's move up first. Trying to solve the maze while lugging around dead weight was exhausting, but Siron used his incredible speed to carry the MC upward. The traps were closing in on them. As Siron moved, the traps in the maze seemed alive, relentlessly pursuing them. Going up is useless. Dodge it. The students below saw that flying up wasn't working and shouted warnings. Seeing the maze hot on his heels, Siron knew dragging the MC was pointless, but he couldn't think of a better way yet. Just increasing the distance doesn't change anything. What should I do? An idea flashed in his mind. Siron knew exactly what he had to do now. Right, that's it. I need to turn back. Without a second thought, Siron accelerated and dragged the MC back the way they came. Seeing the protagonist turn around, Iruki grabbed his hands in excitement and yelled, "That's it! Moving forward isn't always the answer. Sometimes, turning back is the right move." Elsewhere, seeing Siron's brilliant performance, his classmates were in a state of shock. It's only been a month. Is it true he's been training on his own? I thought he only got in because of connections, and that he couldn't even use magic. Wait, did we completely misunderstand him? You can do it. Ignoring the confusion, every student began cheering loudly for Siron. Look out, watch out for that, maybe Siron is. Sariel watched in amazement, realizing that all his effort wasn't just for the exam, but for something more. Ami nodded firmly from the side. That's right, he's training this hard, not just to pass this exam. After all, the promotion exam is just a small step on the journey. He simply wants to become a truly talented mage. Sariel spoke up from the control room, continuing to comfort Maria. Competition is just a tool to reach the goal faster. It's okay to go slow. Once we cross the finish line, we'll all become mages. The teacher's words continued to echo. At that moment, every teacher and student, even the headmaster, was left speechless. They watched Siron nimbly dodge and weave through the maze. Behind the door, Maria whispered in regret, "Is it too late now?" Knowing she had successfully reached Maria, the teacher smiled gently. "I'll help you, so why not find a little more courage?" Each word from the teacher gave her strength. Maria sobbed, whether from regret or a sense of relief. Back at the competition, the headmaster suddenly ordered to continue the exam, causing Sienna and the other teachers to turn and stare in shock. The headmaster didn't flinch, speaking with authority. "I will take responsibility for everything." The path ahead was filled with danger. The crowd's cheers grew louder. "Go, Siron! It's dangerous! Move!" With a look of pure determination, Siron pushed forward, one hand dragging the MC into the heart of the deadly maze. The traps seemed alive, shifting, unpredictable, following no rules. He wanted to save the MC, but he couldn't even pin down the maze's patterns. The MC shrieked in terror, "I don't want to die." Siron, on the other hand, stayed calm. "First, I need to feel the entire structure. Focus on one point." He used his keen eyes to find a safe path. He saw the entire maze structure begin to glow. "I've been through this before. It feels just like running for my life." In that split second, Siron saw the path. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit, darting into the maze along the path he had mapped out in his head. His speed was so great that only a golden blur remained. Siron slipped through the maze's narrow gaps at lightning speed before they closed. Inside the maze, he was like a fish in water, gliding through with ease. The witnessing students were dumbfounded by Siron's power. The MC, being dragged along, had passed out and was foaming at the mouth. Ami and Sariel were also shocked by his movements. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Siron's display. How? Danger pushes potential to its limit, reaching a point of absolute satisfaction. Anfas seemed to recognize the source of the hidden power within Siron, but what surprised him was that even he couldn't see the boy's limits. And yet, I don't feel any ego or greed from that child. Could it be that the child has no limits? The maze shifted and transformed, lunging at him constantly. No matter how it changed, Siron dodged everything. Anfas, watching it all, was awestruck because he could feel that Siron's mind was completely devoid of distractions. Truly amazing. No hesitation, no clutter. Itella observed every single second. Though she remained calm on the outside, she was stunned within. The mana density is nearly 99.9%. To calculate everything so perfectly while in a panic, his talent is exceptional, but this trial is far too dangerous. Siron cleared maze after maze, each one becoming increasingly difficult. As he passed one obstacle, he noticed the gap between them had narrowed to about 1 meter. He didn't stop thinking, calculating. A 10-meter blink won't get through this. If that's the case, I'll break the blink into smaller movements. Left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left. His body moved in sync with his thoughts, weaving through gaps smaller than 1 meter at the speed of light. Siron surged to the next level. Next up, the trap. At this level, the maze forms tightly packed hexagons, like a beehive, giving Siron a bit of trouble. Siron realizes the issue. "So I can't move in a straight line, huh?" The The gaps are extremely narrow. Without a moment's hesitation, Siron finds a way to adapt. In that case, I'll break everything down as much as I can. Did Rainbow Drop actually manage to make it? Iruki clenches his fists excitedly and shouts, startling everyone around him. What was that? Bending light? Someone couldn't help but ask, watching how Siron cleared the maze. Iruki, why did the light bend? Light only travels in straight lines, doesn't it? Hearing his classmates' confusion, Iruki kindly explains. It's a simple principle. How do you guys not know this? If you differentiate a circle, you get an infinite straight line. The instantaneous travel distance is divided into 11,000. Over 1,000, unable to hide their shock, all the students scream. How did he calculate that? Everyone asks. Calculate what? That's just intuition. That's intelligence. Isn't he a genius? Iruki replies helplessly. In short, he's a total genius, the complete opposite of. Iruki continues to brag proudly, but none of the students pay him any mind. They are all completely mesmerized by Siron's talent. A genius? That's terrifying. At that moment, the maze begins to transform. Jet black strings, as if alive, start merging into one. The strings thicken, forming an incredibly massive figure. This creates a real challenge for Siron. It's huge. Siron stares at what the maze has created in shock. Realizing what it is, all the teachers scramble up in panic and scream, "No, that's a dragon's labyrinth." A terrifying, massive black dragon's head, formed from the maze, appears before Siron. Seeing the maze still active even though Professor That had left so long ago, and it still hasn't stopped, makes Sienna extremely anxious. What on earth is the professor doing? Unable to wait any longer, Sienna uses teleportation, turning into a streak of light and vanishing. Mar finally regains consciousness. Where am I? As soon as he comes to, Mar looks up, and is met by the sight of a dragon's maw wide open, heading straight for him, making him scream in terror. Mar struggles frantically, while Siron remains calm, facing it head-on, thinking of a way to break it. I have to remember everything. The sequence I saw first was the turn to the left. While Siron is looking for a way out, Mar isn't as calm. He trembles and begs Siron to save him. I'll live an honest life, please save me. Elsewhere, Sienna has teleported to Professor That's location. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she rushes toward the control room and shouts, "Professor, what's going on?" Seeing Sienna rush over like that, That speaks up. "Professor Sienna, what's the matter?" Sienna runs up, losing her patience, and yells, "There's no time. Stop the device, now. The exam has been cancelled, hasn't it?" That still doesn't understand. He thought the exam had been cancelled long ago. "It wasn't cancelled. I heard Siron and Mar are still in the exam hall," Sienna screams, leaving That shocked. "What? Damn it." Without a second thought, That spins around and runs toward the control panel. "Professor Sienna. Professor That." A voice calls out to them in a panicked rush. "Professor Itella?" Itella runs over to the two, panicked, as if trying to say something. Just at that moment, the dragon lunges to swallow them both whole. All the students watching scream in terror, unable to look. Both teachers and students watch in horror as everything unfolds in a heartbeat. Time seems to freeze, just as the clock's second hand ticks past 1 second. The clock stops exactly at 12. The hands turn back about 1 minute before Itella arrives, standing before the giant teeth ready to snap at Siron, who is holding onto Mar's shirt. Mar is terrified, and everyone around is panicking. Ami and Sariel hug each other, screaming. Unable to watch what happens next, Siron stands before the monster, channeling his power. His eyes flare with a bright blue light, sweat beads down his face, and everything around him seems to stop. 1 minute before the clash calm, he seems to enter a different perspective. I'm still alive. Think. Let every neuron in my body work at full capacity. 110 seconds. A light breaks through the barriers in 1% of a second. The source of light weaves through the 6-way square blocks. 9 total teleports, including the exit. Part of the string he worries he made a mistake. The light is blocked by a red wall. Siron thinks, Mar and I can't get out this way. Must find another path. Returning to the present, the clock strikes 12. The monster lunges aggressively, and everyone around is terrified. Ami screams in a panic, "Siron!" Anfus prepares to use his power to save them, but notices something and holds back. A flash of light streaks from the darkness, as if trying to escape the depths of the universe. Large explosions from the light source flicker against the blue sky. Everyone below rushes toward the direction of the light, shouting in unison, "No, it can't be!" From that light, Siron plunges to the ground, pulling Mar along, to the astonishment of everyone. Someone whispers below, "He actually made it out. They aren't ghosts returning, are they?" Itella stands frozen at what is happening before her eyes, then she runs off somewhere. Siron breathes heavily, unable to believe he escaped death by a hair's breadth. What just happened? Did I make it out? I can't remember anything. The engine system of the impassable bridge has been disabled. Difficulty level 0. Based on everything just witnessed, the boy with spiky hair exclaims in surprise, "That was human-level difficulty." He passed the expert level of the advanced class. Siron is exhausted, breathing hard after the ordeal. He shouts, "I really thought I was a goner." Everyone is surprised by his words. Sariel is moved to tears. He did it. He actually did it. Ami smiles gently and thinks, "So cool. People who succeed through pure skill are never arrogant or boastful." Everyone swarms Siron, excitedly congratulating him on passing such a difficult challenge. "Congratulations, you're amazing. You've been scouted directly into the 5th year. The 6th years are going to be so jealous." The professors teleport over and ask, "Did Siron really pass?" Sienna laments, her voice full of regret. "I missed this crucial moment because of Professor That." That replies, "I'll explain it to you later, but I tried my best." Sienna scolds him, "You were no help at all." That feels deeply hurt. Sienna speaks up. "Anyway, since you both crossed the finish line at the same time, we need to re-verify. Principal, please announce who." She hesitates. Sienna called out again, watching Anfas with a blank expression. "Principal Anfas, are you overthinking things again?" Looking toward Siron, the old man thought to himself, "I'm so glad you showed everyone the light." The light of the Milch family flickered toward Anfas. He thought of the title bestowed upon the one who had laid the foundation for the definition of. Photon was also the one awarded the Golden Circle by the king. Sienna asked with a worried look, "What's wrong with him?" A hint of momentary greed flared up in his heart because of Siron's outstanding talent. That stepped forward, placing his right hand over his left chest, bowing his head in respect. "Principal, please share your decision. I believe the one who can bring glory to the Academy's future has already arrived." Anfas laughed. "Yes, I was a bit distracted." He was reminiscing about the past after seeing his talented student. He thought to himself that he felt envious of the boy's pure passion for magic. Recalling that scene, he couldn't believe in fate. Anfas held his pendant in one hand and continued to ponder. It had been a long time since his heart had raced like this. Standing before all the students, Professor Anfas of the Academy declared, "Even though only one was accepted, I still want to commend every student who participated. The courage you showed today will be the motivation to bring the world closer to a brighter future." The one who passed today's test is Siron. Everyone around him cheered, looking back at him with exhausted, astonished faces and dazed expressions. From within the crowd, a figure slowly stepped out. It was Mar, moving with great difficulty due to his injuries. After the recent trial, the people around said, "Wait, don't tell me he's going to stand up and object just because he went with Siron?" But the new student was the one who saved him, and the conflict event was also very suspicious. Mar grew increasingly uneasy. How could it be? I saw it with my own eyes. He is a true genius. Siron looked at Mar with a terrifying gaze, and Mar slumped his head, admitting, "I was wrong all this time." With sincerity, Mar continued, "No, I am sorry, Senior. As a mage, I will take full responsibility." All the upperclassmen, filled with fear, bowed their heads in unison. They shouted together, "We were wrong, Senior. We accept our punishment." Siron, still exhausted, said with a smile, "Fine, I hope you all mean it." They shouted back, "Yes, yes, Senior." Everyone thought, "He's so terrifying. Thank goodness we apologized early." As for Siron, he just wanted to go to sleep. He was so tired he wasn't even thinking straight. "This is great. Hey, let's go," Sariel asked, confused. "I think we should stay with Siron on an occasion like this." Ami replied, "There's no time." In her heart, she thought, "He has proven himself. Now it's my turn." Suddenly, Siron looked toward Ami. He shouted, "Ami." Ami began to feel uneasy. Both of them stopped, and he pointed his finger at her. Siron said, "I kept my promise, right? I'm not feeling great right now, but I'll catch up to you soon." Ami froze, and the crowd erupted. Calling a girl by her name like that, was he jealous of his own girlfriend? "You're so cool, Siron." Ami shed tears at what he had just said. Siron didn't remember any of this when he woke up. Siron had been promoted to Class 5. Somewhere else, Itella Romit was searching for something, filled with questions. "That's strange. I'm certain Synesthesia chased after Siron." She worried. "Did I lose him in the Dragon's Labyrinth?" At a luxurious building, in a room called the Disciplinary Committee, a committee meeting was taking place. That was holding a violation report. Behind him, Maria was bowing her head, confessing. Maria had honestly admitted her mistakes and asked to be disciplined. However, Siron, Mar, and even the gatekeeper Brad, those affected by the sleep spell, spoke up, saying they didn't want Maria to be disciplined at all. Other students, feeling sympathy, also began to admit their own mistakes. They even spoke about matters related to Siron's test. From behind Mar, other students also stood up to admit their faults, and the atmosphere grew heated. Siron looked at Mar, thinking, is he trying to keep his promise to take responsibility? Anfas spoke up. I think Maria's situation was unfortunate. She didn't use that machine to harm anyone. With a solemn expression, he continued, and according to the rules, disciplinary action will be carried out. Siron placed his hand on his chest and said, but I also asked to be disciplined. I ignored the signal to postpone the test and entered the labyrinth. Furthermore, I led Mar into such a dangerous place. Anfas rubbed his eyes. Who would have thought he'd see a scene like this in this school? That. Things have gone beyond what the principal intended. All the students are bowing their heads to accept punishment. The students hadn't seen the truth because it was blocked by pride and jealousy. Now, in order to become true mages, they were admitting their own mistakes. That sighed, remembering the first time he met the principal. Who would think to teach students like this? You have always taught me so many things, teacher. Anfas hit his gavel to pass judgment. A loud thud echoed. All the students broke down in tears, rushing over to Maria, who was bowing her head, apologizing to her. Sienna was writing out violation slips for each student. This was an unprecedented precedent since the school's founding that everyone was being punished. On the violation slips, Maria, 19 years old, Class 7, detailed disciplinary action, 2-month suspension. Seder Mar, 15 years old, Class 7, 2-month suspension. Mar and Maria received 2-month suspensions. The other students received 1-month suspensions. And on Siron's reprimand slip, he was only punished with a written reflection, remembering the moment Siron accepted the blame. Siron, why did you go into the labyrinth even after seeing the signal? Siron replied, I didn't want to lose. The only thing I thought about was solving the labyrinth. I don't really remember much else. Sienna smiled. You also have a positive side that I didn't think you had, even though you look so obedient. On Siron's record, he had been promoted to Class 5. Because the boy is a son, returning to Siron, he was snoring, exhausted. In his dream, it seemed someone was calling his name. Siron, Siron. Suddenly, there was a sound of the dragon's labyrinth. A light shot out. He was flying like a streak of light. Focus. Focus more. His eyes opened wide, remembering the judgmental stares. I will erase myself. Erase my own self. Remembering what had happened, cutting his soul into small pieces as if it were dissolving into the world, as if that were how this world was meant to be. Siron continued to rush forward. I become. The space around him began to shatter. Siron kept rushing forward, the space around him shattering faster and faster, infinitely. He suddenly fell into the shattered place, diving at breakneck speed. Siron panicked. The space beyond the shattering vision was a pitch-black void. A sudden piano melody snapped Siron awake, pulling him out of that terrifying nightmare. He wondered, is the piano already playing this early? He put on his uniform and straightened his tie. He couldn't remember anything, but why did everything feel so difficult? He picked up a notebook. Right, the notes Ami lent him. They had helped him memorize the laws of magic. He flipped through the pages. He had to return them during the joint class today. He wanted to repay her for helping him until the very end. He looked at something, and a confused look washed over his face. At the second training hall, Siron called out to Ami. Ami turned around, looking worried, while Sariel greeted Siron. Siron, how are you? Are you still doing okay? Siron handed them a basket full of apples. It's thanks to you two. I wanted to say thanks. Ami was confused. What's this? Apples? Siron handed the notebook back to Ami and replied, I didn't mean to pry, but it seems like you like apples. She thought to herself, but I like cherries. Why would I like apples? She immediately flipped through the pages of the notebook. On the page, it was written, What do I think? It's just a matter of timing. An apology should be enough, right? Sorry. Apple. Apple. In Korean, the words for apple and apology are homophones. She turned bright red with embarrassment and ran away, shouting, Whatever! Sariel called out to Ami. Where are you going? Class is about to start, leaving the two of them behind, completely unaware of what had just happened. Why is she acting like that? Sariel chased after Ami. Later, Ami easily passed the advanced test and moved up to the graduation class, but it seemed there were still problems that even her genius brain couldn't solve. A month later, the 7th grade students returned after their 1-month suspension. They shouted in unison, Senior, we saved a seat for you. Siron was surprised. He said anxiously, "You guys didn't have to do that." It was strange. Every time they had a joint class, the 7th graders would start saving seats for him. Everyone remembered the terrifying look he had given them, so they immediately scurried back to their seats. It felt as if he had truly become a fearsome senior. Suddenly, a voice asked him, "Is there a seat next to you?" A junior. Realizing who it was, he turned around. "Of course there is. Please, sit down, Sariel." Sariel continued. "Your lovely girlfriend isn't here, so you don't seem very energetic, do you?" He laughed nervously. "I think you're the one who feels lonely, aren't you? You two are always together, after all," Sariel replied. "True, that's why I'm preparing to join the graduation class." Siron was shocked. "Really?" Sariel replied. "I had intended to graduate and live a normal life, but seeing you and Ami really got me excited. I feel like I've wasted a bit of my youth. Besides, it seems Ami wants to become a soldier." Siron was stunned. "A soldier? You mean she intends to join the war?" she said dejectedly. "Are you two actually dating or not?" Siron worried. "Isn't that dangerous? Even though Tomia is quite peaceful right now. If a war were to break out." Sariel replied, "If a war actually breaks out, all mages are obligated to participate. That's why we receive so many benefits and this level of support. Besides, Ami's specialty is sniper magic, so she will only be involved behind the scenes. Doesn't that sound cool? A beautiful, charming agent. Ami." Imagining that image, Siron replied, "Right. Why was I worried about someone in the top tier? Specialty, huh?" He waved goodbye to Sariel. Starting from the 5th grade, students begin thinking about their future careers as mages. If you excel in a certain field, it's a huge advantage. But is that the only reason? People usually don't easily talk about that with students who have low grades. Suddenly, someone called out to Siron. "Hey Siron, are you planning on practicing alone again? If there's anything difficult, just ask me." He was an extremely sociable guy, a friend Siron was truly grateful for, despite his own lack of social skills. Even though his grades were just average, he was so all-around that he was even capable of controlling lightning. That all-around nature of his wasn't exactly friendly, though. Seeing Siron sigh, he said, "You're sighing like that again." Siron thought that everyone had their own quirks. The 5th grade was completely different from the 7th. Even though they were the same age, they seemed so much more mature. Suddenly, 2 voices came from behind. Hey, Siron, listen to us. What do you two think?" Siron was surprised to hear his name mixed in with N's. N replied, "What was that?" The guy with the neat hair spoke up. "I said I couldn't agree with that." Siron thought, "Are they trying to argue about something? Seriously, will they start avoiding me again because I don't understand what they're talking about? What is it? Chemistry, biology, or literature? Professor Itella and Professor Sienna, who do you like better?" Siron was so startled his eyes widened and his mouth hung open. Awkwardly, he thought. "Girls? What girls?" He let out a sigh of relief, then lowered his voice. "What makes you ask that?" Siron nervously shifted his gaze toward him, thinking to himself, "That's right." N frowned in dissatisfaction and said loudly, "I'm on Professor Sienna's team. Okay?" Hearing that, Siron screamed internally and clutched his head. Just as he was about to speak, someone else crossed their arms and challenged the other two loudly. "Don't you guys know that Professor Sienna is the elegant and wise type?" Seeing that he was being talked about, the person standing opposite him raised his voice to refute him. "No. Professor Itella is the one who gives us that protective feeling." Siron stood by, feeling incredibly awkward watching the 3 of them argue, thinking, teenage boys. Suddenly, a voice directed at him echoed, "Siron, what do you think?" He was startled, standing there agape, thinking, "What do I think?" Caught off guard, Siron was indecisive and could only think, right, to have a wonderful school life, I need to learn how to blend in." Standing before 3 pairs of cold, killing, intent-filled eyes staring straight at him, Siron looked troubled as he faced the dilemma of having to choose one of the 2, thinking to himself, but both of them are professors I respect. Choosing one would be a bit. Thinking that, he clenched his fist and said firmly, As for me." Before he could finish, he froze in confusion. Looking at the 2 who had previously been filled with killing intent, they were now sneaking away. They awkwardly greeted him and said, Sorry, we'll come back later." He stood stiff as a statue, mourning inwardly, asking himself, "Is it because I couldn't answer?" N, standing behind Siron, saw someone else, looked away, raised his hand, and loudly answered, "No, it's because of him." Then he shouted loudly, "Hey Iruki!" His eyes were cold as he looked at them. Iruki walked over. one hand rubbing his chin, the other in his pocket, walking slowly, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What are you guys talking about so excitedly?" En sighed slightly and gave him a bitter smile. It was just like any other day, asking which professor was better or something along those lines. Since they weren't little kids anymore, he didn't give away too much, and right after that, he raised his hand to introduce himself. Siron, this is Iruki. Hearing his name called, Siron stood behind him, contemplating in his mind, his attitude shifting. It happened so fast that he felt a bit awkward as he spoke up. "Hey there." Then he continued, "This is the first time you two have met, right? Iruki is the weirdo of the 5th-year class." Seeing the introduction, Iruki reached out a hand, looking at Siron with a sharp, cold gaze, and spoke, "Nice to meet you, Siron. I've heard a lot about you. Honestly, who in this school doesn't know you?" Siron was stunned. As he reached out to shake Iruki's hand, he stared at the guy's palm, wondering to himself. That voice suddenly made him. He caught a glimpse of a voice and an indistinct face from someone who had told him, "Don't hesitate. If there's something you want to do, just do it." The voice continued to echo in his ears. "You came here to become a mage, didn't you?" At that moment, he just stood there, dazed, thinking, "Who is that?" Then, he excitedly gripped Iruki's hand with both of his own and said loudly, "It's you. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I was actually able to successfully use the redirection technique." Iruki looked down at his gripped hand with a hint of surprise and didn't respond. Siron continued, "Thank you so much for what happened last time." After a moment of silence, he looked up at Siron, smirked, and said, "You're the boring type, aren't you?" Siron froze when he heard that and blurted out, "Yeah." En saw this and stepped in to separate them. He gave Siron an apologetic smile and explained, "Don't take it to heart. He always talks like that." Then he turned toward Iruki, holding his hands up to stop him, saying, "Hey, what kind of way is that to talk?" Iruki scratched his head, acting clueless and calm. "What? That was a compliment." With that, he stepped forward, turned his head back, glanced at the two of them with a mocking smirk, and said, "Anyway, good luck. The 5th-year class is full of weirdos, so watch your back." Seeing that, En asked Iruki, "Where are you going? What about class?" He turned and walked away, leaving only 3 words behind. "Not my concern." Siron was shocked by that statement. He marveled to himself. He doesn't even care about attending magic class? Seeing Iruki leave, En turned to Siron, scratched his head, and sighed with a bored expression as he explained, "Sorry about that. He's always like that, but once you get to know him, you'll see he's actually a good guy." Siron replied to En in confusion. "He's a bit strange, isn't he?" En continued. "Yeah. If you really want to understand him, it's going to be exhausting. To be honest, he's a genius," he said, rambling a bit before hesitating. "But the problem is, he's a genius in a very strange field." Siron looked surprised at En's comment and asked, "Iruki is a genius?" Suddenly, many loud voices began to gossip from somewhere. "Hey, look, that's Iruki. Why is he heading into the restricted area again?" Up ahead, Iruki was on a platform, walking in a certain direction. The crowd below stared at him intently, and a teasing voice called out, "Come on, he isn't going to strip and lie down there, is he?" Siron stood dazed, wondering about the stripping comment, while En, standing next to him, slapped his forehead and shouted in a panic, "Oh man, what is he going to do now? Let's go take a look." At that moment, on the high platform, currents of wind began swirling around Iruki's feet, and a magic circle appeared around him. Then, from where he stood, sources of energy began to spread rapidly outward. Magic circles spun under Iruki's feet. He stood proudly, one hand in his pocket, glancing at a blue current of energy as it shot up from the ground toward the sky. Siron and the other students stood with their mouths agape, watching the blue force. He wondered, "Is that?" He continued thinking. "A redirection of spiritual energy? That's incredible speed." The blue current now formed a huge circle spinning above the other students' heads. Some people looked terrified, and suddenly, another voice rang out, "I find this fascinating every single time I see it." Another voice chimed in, "I'm sure no one else in this kingdom could pull that off." Iruki smirked and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 8 medium-sized blue circles appeared on the ceiling. Everyone looked up, and murmurs broke out. "What's that? Targeting mode?" The teacher, in the middle of a lesson for the 4th-year class, heard the noise, looked back, and jumped in surprise. Then, the teacher screamed, "Iruki, stop right now." On the ceiling, the blue circles began to sprout 2 small wings and move. There was also a ring inside that looked like an eye. Iruki pinched his thumb and index finger together, and he said with cold, glowing blue eyes, "Ignite." A warning alarm rang out. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to find a way to escape. Everyone was screaming, "Hey, you crazy lunatic!" As they all fled in fear, they didn't notice that the blue eye orb had been pierced by a sword. Then it glowed intensely on the ceiling, making everyone even more terrified. Suddenly, it exploded with a deafening blast right above the heads of the panicked crowd, accompanied by brilliant purple smoke. Everyone was screaming until they were hoarse. Siron didn't run away. He just stood there, dazed, letting the purple smoke blow through his hair. After that, Iruki's laughter rang out. He spoke while holding his hand at eye level, glancing at Siron. "See you later," he said, vanishing into the purple and white smoke. Suddenly, the teacher grabbed his ear, furious, shouting while dragging Iruki away. "You little delinquent! It hasn't been long since the last time, and you're causing trouble again?" In pain, he leaned toward the teacher's hand and replied, "I didn't destroy the machine. You know I didn't do it." The teacher saw Iruki protesting and shouted, "Shut it! You're suspended for 3 days, you hear me?" Iruki didn't seem surprised, as if he had been through this many times, and said, "That long?" Afterward, only someone's voice could be heard talking about Iruki. Iruki is the weirdest guy in the 5th-year class. His image now was that of someone very high and mighty and unapproachable. He sat with his legs crossed on the desk, hands behind his head, looking forward. The voice continued, "His social skills are extremely low, and his personality is probably average, I guess. But the reason Iruki is called a genius is because he only excels in one area. His midterm scores for all social subjects were a 0. However, for all natural science subjects, he got a perfect 100. There's a condition people call savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon where sometimes, after recovering from brain damage, patients gradually possess abilities that far exceed those of an ordinary person." That strange voice continued. "Specifically, Iruki is the king of the sciences. His nervous system is firing neurons." The person explained that, for example, he could, calculating what would happen in extreme environments, like temperatures below 0 or over 100 degrees. He could even calculate the exact date 40,000 years from now. If he really wanted to, I bet he could calculate the digits of pi until the day he dies. However, when it came to other subjects, the voice trailed off. Suddenly, the literature professor, veins bulging on her face, grabbed the exam paper and shouted, "Iruki, are you looking down on my authority as a professor? It's ridiculous that you turned an essay exam into a math problem. Specifically, the second question asked you to explain the meaning of the line in poet Gimberto's poem, 'The leaves trembled and fell,' and you, Iruki, answered that the velocity on the leaf's surface, considering air resistance, caused it to move intensely according to the resultant force vector. You wrote out the equations for the leaf's surface model below, and you solved a whole series of equations on a literature exam." The literature professor slammed her hand down on the desk in a rage and continued to yell, "This is a literature exam, not a mathematics test. As for you, you just sat there watching your own exam paper being projected onto the giant screen." The professor, fuming, shouted, "It seems you want to prove you're some kind of genius, but there are so many things you can't explain with math, like profound imagery or human emotions." Iruki looked uninterested, picking his ear with his pinky and saying with a bored expression, "But, Professor, there isn't a single thing I can't explain with numbers." He glanced at the professor and continued, "If we couldn't explain the world through logic, how could we possibly live in such a terrifying world?" After saying that, he tapped his index finger against the side of his nose, teasing the professor, whose face looked like it was about to explode. He crossed his arms and looked away, adding, "Take your face full of anger, for example. That's just an expression caused by chemical reactions inside your body." The professor stood in silence, glaring at him with pure fury. Iruki continued, "Emotional imbalance. Your nerves are stretched to the limit from stress, causing your blood pressure to fluctuate wildly. Then, your blood vessels dilate, turning your face deep red. Or conversely, the vessels constrict, making them pop out and turn blue." Hearing this, the professor became absolutely livid. Her face twisted so red she looked like a demon, and she gritted her teeth, snarling at him. "Get out!" Her voice echoed throughout the entire faculty building. "Get out! You're getting a 0. 0. 0. Do you understand?" Siron, hearing this, stood there in stunned silence. He can talk about what he believes in with such confidence. He continued, "I can't believe he's the same age as me. You really find all sorts of people." Iruki, sitting across from him, rested his chin on his hand, looking awkward. The professors used to actively encourage Iruki, but eventually, everyone just gave up. Iruki sat with his legs crossed, chin on his hand, sounding cheerful. "But who would have thought he'd be curious about you? That's unexpected. I was really happy you talked to me though. Siron gave a forced smile. I see. Siron thought to himself, feeling a bit worried. Then he put his hand to his mouth, thinking seriously. He really is knowledgeable, though. While he was lost in thought, a girl standing nearby spoke up softly. Excuse me. Both of them turned their heads in surprise to see what was happening. It turned out to be a long-haired girl who looked at Siron with a shy expression. Siron, would you like to join our research group? She asked, making him gasp in surprise. Siron, the girl continued her invitation. We're researching material teleportation magic. If someone like you, who has high marks in photon magic, joined, the research would be completed very quickly. She continued. If you submit the research paper, you won't have to waste your holiday time on performance evaluations and the like. We could study together. Siron, hearing this, looked troubled. I'm sorry. My current grades aren't that good, so I think I need to focus on those first. Then he added, I'm sorry for turning you down. Seeing this, the girl spoke softly. We can't really do anything about that. If you change your mind, let me know. After saying that, the girl turned to walk back to her friends, leaving him with a final word. If you change your mind, you can join at any time. Siron, sitting at the table, turned back with a squinting smile. Siron replied, All right, thank you. He turned toward them with a squinting smile. After a while, they walked away, so he watched them go, laughing to himself, and muttered, That's embarrassing, but that research group is pretty famous. Well, you already have Senior Ami, so that group isn't that special, right? Siron wondered silently. What do the two things have to do with each other? Then he thought about something else. Unfortunately, my knowledge is still lacking. He felt frustrated when he remembered his low midterm scores. Just raising his grades was hard enough. I can't dream about joining a research group. Iruki raised his voice, teasing him. Oh, I'm so jealous. Siron changed the subject and asked, So, you don't have a research group? If it were you, I think you could join a good one. Iruki answered cheerfully. Me? I do have a research group, Siron exclaimed in surprise, and Iruki continued. And I'm the leader too. Siron heard this, and sighed with a sense of inferiority, hanging his head in silence. Iruki saw this and awkwardly waved his hand to comfort him. It's not a big group. You're making me feel embarrassed. I only have 2 members, so the group funding got cut. Iruki raised his voice, intentionally explaining to Siron. The seniors all graduated. That's why I got the position. Siron nodded, feeling impressed. Graduated? Students who graduated were also in that group? Then his eyes lit up, as if he realized something. If it's a research group that had graduated students in it, then it must be an extremely promising group. Thinking this, Siron asked, If you don't mind, could I visit your research lab? Outside the faculty area, Iruki's voice rang out. Siron, I thought you weren't interested in research? Siron replied, No, I am interested, but I thought I would be a bother to others if I joined. Iruki exclaimed in surprise. What? Research groups aren't that stiff. We learn and play at the same time. This is our research lab. Iruki was leading Siron to his lab. It was a pitch-black place with a strange shape. Siron asked, What is this? Iruki introduced it as the Istar Magic Vault, a storage room for all the students' training facilities. The two of them felt like ants standing in front of a giant, black, cubicle research facility with a chunk missing, sitting in the middle of a clearing in the forest. He continued, This is an extremely advanced storage room. You can put your study materials inside a block, and it will automatically bring them to whichever room you need to use. Siron sighed, looking utterly hopeless as he spoke. Wait, this is a storage room? Nay noticed Siron's expression and hurriedly explained. Hold on. It might look like this, but you'll be surprised by what's inside. I promise. As they stepped into the lab, Nay took the lead to introduce it. This is a precious place that my seniors have worked so hard to preserve. Siron looked doubtful. Really? Siron continued. So, can I actually expect something here, Ne? Of course, Ne replied, then added, You're going to be amazed by the things inside. Suddenly, an image appeared of someone's hand holding a piece of chalk, writing rapidly on a blackboard amidst strange noises. As the two walked and talked, Ne threw his bag over his shoulder, looked at Siron, and smiled. Other groups have their eyes on this place too. My seniors had to fight really hard just to keep ownership of it. Siron walked past a different hallway. He stopped and asked, Is this? Ne looked back, grinning widely, and said, Honestly, we can use everything in here if we really want to. Siron was confused. Isn't that against the rules? Ne looked at him and replied, Every time you find the item you're looking for, the structure of this place changes. In other words, Ne trailed off there, having walked deep inside. Siron, on the other hand, had only just stepped onto the yellow line path, which displayed the number 7. As Nay walked, he carried his bag over his shoulder with one hand and kept the other in his pocket, grinning confidently. No one can ever find us in here. Siron was shocked, following behind while staring at him. He thought to himself, stunned, a hidden place where no one can find you. Nay held out his hand toward him, looking happy. Welcome to our research lab. Siron stood there, speechless, his mouth hanging open in pure amazement. He let out a sound of disbelief. They stood before a worn-out sign hanging on the door, which read, Scientific Research Lab for Paranormal and Supernatural Phenomena. Siron suddenly blurted out, surprised. Scientific research. 2 for paranormal and supernatural phenomena? He then stood there blankly, thinking, supernatural stuff in a magic academy? Nay, however, was as excited as ever. He asked, what do you think? It's pretty cool, right? Then he continued in an excited tone. Ghosts or spirits? Past lives, aliens, hell, and so on and so forth. We research everything related to stuff like that. Siron stood behind him, his face pale and his body shaking uncontrollably. Siron doubted himself, thinking, I think I joined the wrong group. It's not that I'm not interested at all, but this is a bit. Suddenly, a door opened in the quiet space, followed by a loud explosion that didn't cause any damage, but the force of it blew his hair and clothes back. Siron startled and blurted out, what the heck was that? Nay laughed, eyes squinting with amusement. It's just a little dusty. You'll get used to it soon enough. Coughing, Siron covered his mouth and glared at him, thinking, why do I have to get used to it instead of just cleaning it up? He froze again when he saw something in front of him. Before them stood someone's back, writing on the board. It turned out to be Aruki, who was intensely focused on solving something. Siron spoke up. Is that Aruki? Nay tilted his head, looking at him, and said calmly, our research group is quite notorious, so we haven't been able to reveal all the members yet. That's why I couldn't tell you before. Siron was puzzled. Is Aruki interested in supernatural phenomena? Aruki seemed to have noticed their arrival, so he explained to satisfy his curiosity. It's actually the opposite. I joined to prove the exact opposite. This is also a pretty good bait to lure in those who think about everything in this world with a rational brain. Aruki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huh? Is that Siron? He ran over and grabbed Siron's hands. He asked enthusiastically, what wind blew a genius like you to this humble place? It's a good thing you're here. Listen to what I've found. Siron was startled, humming a vague response. Then Aruki continued, when you decompose matter, what remains are atoms, right? Am I right? Aruki asked, still wearing that excited expression. But I think even atoms can be decomposed into even smaller particles. What do you think those atoms are made of? Siron felt awkward under Aruki's questioning. He hesitated and said, yeah, right. I'm not sure, but I think there's a form of hidden, latent energy. Aruki then shook Siron's hand up and down repeatedly. He said, exactly. I knew you were an incredibly amazing person. I can't believe you think that far ahead. Siron was honestly sweating bullets because of Aruki. He thought to himself, wait, was I right? Aruki looked at Siron, happily continuing. Yes, there is so much latent energy, enough to destroy an entire city. If you think that, what do you think would happen? Siron was confused by the question Aruki posed. He answered in surprise. What? Then, his face turned serious as he hesitated to speak. People would get hurt. Hearing this, Aruki took his pinky to his nose, picked it, and said coldly, what are you talking about? Then, he pointed his pinky straight out, and Aruki's face now looked like a madman's as he said, there is a ton of latent energy inside. Do you think we need to worry about that? Siron frowned, shocked. What? Do you even understand what you're saying? He then said loudly, the principal told us that if we are to be mages, we must think about the consequences that our magic can cause on this earth. Nay looked at the two of them, so tense he didn't know what to do. Siron spoke louder and louder. So you think it's acceptable to sacrifice the majority to satisfy your own desires? Aruki picked the stem off a cherry from his cup and commented indifferently, you really are too boring, Siron. Then, he held the cherry up to eye level, looked at him, and smirked as he continued. Do you think other mages know this, but don't do it because they don't want to? It's because they don't have the ability to do it. That's why they don't. Then he popped the cherry into his mouth and said, that ultimate intelligence of yours was heaven sent to accomplish something. Siron looked at him with frustration and shouted, even if we are geniuses, that doesn't matter. Instead of being a genius who harms others, I'd rather be a harmless idiot. Aruki, who was looking up at the sky while chewing the cherry, glanced down at him and spoke in a mocking tone. A minority of geniuses lead the majority of the ignorant. History has proven that, and that's the world we live in. I really hate using idealism. Siron glared at him, gritting his teeth. The talent you've been gifted is meant to accomplish something great, Siron shouted back, clearly frustrated. It doesn't matter if we're geniuses or not. Instead of being a genius who hurts others, I'd rather be a harmless idiot. Iruki looked up at the sky, chewing on a piece of fruit. Cherry glanced down at him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. A minority of geniuses lead the majority of fools. History has already proven that, and that's the world we live in. I really hate having to rely on idealism. Siron looked at him, his face stern, his voice low and gritty. Your logic reeks of a loser's excuse. You could easily satisfy that ideal of yours. Ne, frustrated, charged between the two, waving his hands in the air to cut through the tension. He tried to diffuse the gunpowder-thick atmosphere. Geez, that was quite a discussion. Very interesting, indeed. Siron stared at Iruki, who was standing with his arms crossed, looking away. He rubbed the tip of his nose and advised in a low voice, "But you know, fighting like this over personal feelings isn't good, right? All right, let's just sit down, have some snacks, and a drink." Siron realized he couldn't stay any longer, so he grabbed his bag, turned on his heel, and walked straight toward the door, saying, "I have nothing left to say here. Goodbye, Ne cried out, reaching for the departing Siron. "Wait a second, Siron, you don't even know the way out," Iruki said, heartlessly rubbing his nose. "Just follow the path you took to get in. If you can't even do that, you're a true idiot." Ne turned around, furious, and shouted, "Hey, why would you say that? If it were you, you could have explained it in a way he understood, right?" Iruki slumped into the bench and replied, "Well, I'll admit I went a bit too far." Then, he crossed his arms, propped his right leg up, and smirked. "Because he's my rival," he said, looking at Ne with an unreadable expression. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Besides, who would have expected you to use the word rival when all you care about in this world is numbers?" Iruki brushed his hair back, tilting his head, and looking down with arrogance. "It's exactly because all I care about is numbers. You saw Siron at the promotion exam, right?" Ne replied with surprise. "The teleportation exam? Of course I remember. And that's how he was graded at the same level as us." Casting his eyes toward the ceiling, Iruki pondered aloud. "For someone who just started learning teleportation, do you know how fast you have to think to clear level 10? Especially a dragon's maze?" Ne fell silent, his expression tense as he watched Iruki. Iruki continued, lost in thought. Clearing it without pausing is impossible. In that moment, the calculation speed for his spell reached 10,000 operations per second. Iruki's voice dropped low. An image of Siron's brain functioning at high speed, connecting with the domain, flashed through Iruki's mind. Ne gasped in surprise. 10,000 calculations per second? Iruki suddenly slumped over, laughing like a madman before shouting, "That is the mystery of insight. Faster than effort and more precise than knowledge, no cognitive calculation can match the speed of unconscious processing." Suddenly, he went calm, looked at Ne with steel-cold eyes, and said, "Now, Ne, what about you?" Ne frowned at the question, then grinned. "I get it. A battle between pure calculation and insight? And you want to verify it with that exam? The upcoming rapid-fire exam." Ne thought of Siron's determined silhouette as he left. The next day, the halls of the academy buzzed with chatter. "The rapid-fire exam is in 2 weeks, right? If I fail this too, I won't be able to rank up." Inside the classroom, where the gossip started, classes seemed to have ended. Siron was packing his bag at his desk and overheard them. "Aren't you looking forward to it?" "What?" They suddenly mentioned Siron. He stopped packing his bag. The voice continued. "He's really good at the practicals, right? I wonder how high his score will be." Siron listened, feeling anxious. He thought to himself about the rapid-fire exam. In the rapid-fire exam, you use active magic to hit targets and gain points accordingly. Active magic is the common term for spells that affect targets outside the caster. Those who aren't specialized in attack, recovery, or support can still take this exam. You must clear all targets in each round to advance. There are 3 rounds, 1, 2, and 3, with 10, 11, and 12 targets respectively. Fast and accurate aiming is crucial. Meanwhile, Siron sat upright, holding a teacup. He looked shocked and nervously spoke up. "Professor, I still can't control active magic yet. How am I supposed to take the rapid-fire exam?" The professor replied that to be able to use grade-level magic, one needs at least 60 points. On a scoreboard, 4 numbers flickered. 41, 40, 41, 42. Orif was the homeroom teacher for Class 5 and Siron's professor. She sat in her chair, holding a teacup, and smiled with crinkled eyes at him. But it seems your chemistry grades, the class I teach, are improving the fastest. That's quite impressive, isn't it? He pleaded with her. Professor. From outside the window, her office was visible. As they sat across from each other, Sienna encouraged him wholeheartedly. I'm not teasing you. You truly understand this subject. You can optimize and use all your knowledge. Siron sat hunched, feeling awkward as he listened. And there's one more thing, right? A piece of knowledge that only an expert would really grasp. He was surprised to hear her say that. Then he gasped, guessing, wait, is it the photon decomposition theory? He thought to himself. Teleportation magic is a variant of photon decomposition, a type of passive magic that can break the user's body down into photon particles. He remembered what happened before. The timing was so short I didn't even realize it was passive magic. So, it wasn't something too advanced for me, after all. Passive magic is a type of magic that doesn't have a time limit for the mage. After reflecting, Siron looked at Sienna in amazement. I didn't know we could use photon decomposition for active magic. As she turned to look for something, she said, recently, such spells are being registered at the association. He stared blankly, wondering, magic using photons? I hope it's cool. He remembered the glowing silhouette of Ami using the domain. She handed him a document. Take a look. Siron held it, thinking to himself, This is my first active magic. He pondered as he flipped through the magic journal. He reached a page with important information. New discovery on photon decomposition. Photon skin. Beneath the image, there was more information. The researcher described photon skin as the name suggests magic that uses light as skin. A person can detect everyone around them using photon skin. However, this method isn't as effective as light magic. Much more research is needed. After he voiced his confusion, Professor Siron picked up the book, eyes wide, and said, Are you sure you recommended this specific magic to him? You can take the exam, but I'm not sure you can actually cast this spell. She picked up her teacup, closed her eyes, and said kindly, If you only look at it on the surface, it seems pretty useless. But the idea of using photon output is absolutely brilliant. As she sipped her tea, she continued, Light is the fastest thing in this world. A golden, Z-shaped flash of light zipped through her mind, and linear paths have the advantage of being very easy to control. In the ivory tower, which leads the field in magical efficiency, it has been theorized that photon output will be a major breakthrough for future information transfer and communication. A skyscraper-like tower appeared faintly behind the white clouds. Sienna said it has been researched in many magical techniques that we aren't even aware of yet. If they study it thoroughly and consistently, it will develop into an incredibly vast field of magic by the time you graduate with your huge potential. After she finished, Siron looked at the book, rested his chin on his hand in deep thought, and replied to Sienna, I understand. It wouldn't be bad if I could master this skill before that happens, so I'll do as you say. Professor, is this magic leading to a new field? He mused to himself, thinking it might turn out to be something quite interesting to learn. Now, Siron was in a different space, the forest. He cast his hand out into the air, but nothing happened. He let out a surprised sound, then began muttering while waving his hands back and forth. Why isn't it working? He held the document Sienna gave him in one hand and raised his other palm to look at it. He exclaimed in surprise, Are you kidding me? Can I not control it at my current level yet? It turns out he was in a corner practicing along with the other students. At Training Area 32, this was a vast plot of land at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by forest trees and hills. Near the edge stood a large viewing stand, and students were gathered around it. Those were the students from the 5th level practical class. Someone reached a hand out into the air and whispered to themselves, Activate. Casting is a movement used to execute magic. Then he thought, naturally, magic doesn't come from the hand, but from the spiritual realm. But imagining photons emitting from my hand makes it easier to cast the spell. Then he anxiously raised his hands to look, continuing to think. Creating photons isn't simple. Is it because my spiritual field is the convergence type? It's somewhat similar to casting styles. Suddenly, a female professor's voice rang out. It's wonderful to see you all. It was Itella. She walked onto the platform, smiling with her eyes crinkled, and said, Let's start the lesson right away. The students standing on the field were startled, their mouths agape as they shouted in unison, Who are you? Professor Itella's outfit. Her glasses had vanished. Indeed, she had taken them off and was clapping her hands gently, looking at them with a kind smile. Siron gasped in pure awe. Oh my God! Her outfit is absolutely stunning. A male student standing behind him used his index finger to touch his philtrum, closed his eyes, and guessed, "She must have just come back from training." He turned his head to look at the guy, curious. "Training? When? Where?" The male student continued his reply. "You're right. Professor Atella is actually a bishop of the Casus Church." Siron looked at him skeptically. "A bishop? You mean Professor Atella is a priestess?" Another male student standing behind him chimed in. "That's right. Bishop is a high-ranking position that protects the 12 holy temples. He said there are 12 bishops across the entire continent. Atella shone in her bishop's attire, surrounded by an aura not just anyone could possess." The male student's voice continued. "And Professor Atella is one of them. With her iron-willed mental strength, the kingdom bestowed upon her the title of Jonnet. Jonnet is a title given to mages who possess the strongest mental power." After the male student finished, he turned back to the training field triumphantly and said, "Get it now?" Despite her appearance, Professor Atella is. Two love symbols appeared over his head. He looked at Atella with hard eyes, clasped his hands together, and exclaimed in total admiration, "From today, I'm officially on Team Professor Atella." Then he hugged his face, wiggling his body as he spoke with heart-shaped eyes. "I will study hard, study every year, pass every test." The two male students beside him were left speechless. As for Siron, he silently looked away, lost in thought with a blank expression. Amazing. He thought he never expected to learn magic from such a talented professor. Atella stood happily on the platform, clasped her hands, and asked loudly, "Are you all ready for the rapid-fire test?" The crowd in front immediately shouted in unison, "Yes," she told them. "Before that test, each class will have a practical session just like today." They excitedly shouted their agreement in return. "Yes." Atella stood sternly, smiling as she explained the content. "In today's lesson, we will learn a technique to enhance your versatility. I've invited a senior from the graduating class to support us." They started whispering among themselves. "A senior? Seriously? Where? Where?" Atella's voice rang out warmly. "Welcome, Mage Kododama, San-un." Note: Kodo equals words, Dama equals soul or spirit. San-un relaxed his shoulders, stepped forward, and spoke up. "Greetings, 5th level class." He placed a hand on his right shoulder, bowed to everyone, and said, "Upon receiving the invitation from our respected Professor Atella, I have arrived here. Even though this place isn't meant for me, I hope I can be of some help to you all. I'm very happy to be here." The female students shrieked with excitement. While San-un stood to the side, bowing, Atella clasped her hands to her chest and advised, "San-un's signature magic is Kododama magic, which has a close connection to today's lesson. So please pay attention and stay focused, students." The two male students who were standing in front of Siron and Nate looked incredibly jealous. The one on the left exclaimed, "Pfft, a senior." The one on the right clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "He's not even in the same league as us." Nate and Siron, standing behind, showed expressions of disdain. Nate spoke up. "Since when was he in the same league as you guys?" San-un stood on the platform, looking down at everyone, focusing below, and spoke in a loud voice. "Kododama magic uses the power of words to amplify magic power. Seeing it with your own eyes will be much easier to grasp than the explanations just now." He held both hands straight out in front of him, his blue eyes glancing slightly upward, and said, "So first, I will show you the standard tornado magic." He used a spiritual field generated from his palms, a blue stream of energy causing it to spin like a ball. Siron thought in surprise, "Whoa, that magic is the exact same one the headmaster showed me when I was little." Then San-un shouted, "Tornado!" Instantly, a towering tornado suddenly appeared from nowhere, whipping everyone's hair back, with him standing right at the center of the vortex. A moment later, the winds began to die down. Everyone sounded a bit shaken, whispering, "That scared the life out of me. He's no joke." San-un calmly closed his eyes, holding his small notebook, and continued, "Remember the power of the incantation you just witnessed. Now, I will amplify its magical power using Kododama." He then opened his mouth and began chanting a wild Earth Mother spell. San-un opened his blue eyes, gazed at the notebook in his hand, and began to read aloud, "I beseech your power. Please take my hand. Gazing from the heavens, stretching through eternity. The sacred shrine, held within my heart. The mage's soul permeates the earth and sky, singing a soaring melody, honoring the flames that rise to turn the breeze into a storm." As he reached this part, everyone was stunned by the sound of his voice. A female student looked at him with sheer admiration, murmuring, "It sounds just like a holy chant. His voice is incredible." 3 minutes later, he was still chanting, his soul and body perfectly in sync. We call upon the name of the mage, fearless of the wild strength of the mighty lion, and the vast ocean carrying the warmth of the sun, alongside the earth that holds the winds blowing for 100 million years. I shall remain infinitely devoted with the utmost reverence. Everyone had started to doze off during the 3-minute chant, and others wearily asked, "How much longer is this going to take? Seriously, don't you dare fall asleep," he said with a serious expression, his eyes narrowing sharply as he called out, "Tornado." Following that, another cyclone erupted from his feet, swirling straight up into the sky. Its power was so immense it threatened to blow everyone away. The onlookers, including Siron, panicked and shouted, "Help me!" They were all tossed around by the force of the suction. They were like stray hairs caught in a gale, gasping. "I thought we were done for." Itella smiled, her eyes crinkling as she spoke. "You didn't say the incantation out loud, but you were still reciting it in your mind." Sanun's voice rang out. "Of course, I didn't just read it. I poured my own will into every word and cherished them." That little notebook contained many different incantations. He continued, "That is what amplified the magical power. This is the fundamental principle of Kododama magic." Sanun held the notebook, closed his eyes, and said calmly, "However, the incantation is too long, so it can't be used in actual combat. Now, I will show you what is known as speed of sound magic technique." Hearing that, the others panicked. Again? But Sanun didn't recite anything further. He folded the small notebook between his thumb and index finger and whispered, "Wild Earth Mother." Then, he tilted his head back toward the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Grant it to me." Immediately following those words came a barrage of incantations, so rapid and long that no one could make out a single syllable. Everyone was terrified because the wind was growing stronger by the second. It felt as if their hair was about to be ripped right off their scalps. Sanun didn't stop chanting. His tongue moved up and down incessantly, making his words impossible to decipher. One hand held the notebook, the other reached toward the sky, and his hair whipped wildly in the gale. His blue pupils seemed ready to burst from his eyes, visible veins pulsing. He screamed, "Tornado!" After those 3 words, the wind blasted from the ground straight up into the heavens. It could be seen from miles away, forming a massive pillar of wind. The surrounding vortex was so powerful, it tore through the dense canopy of the vast forest. Itella's voice suddenly cut through the air. "All right. You've all seen our senior demonstrate it, haven't you?" No one answered her because they had all been knocked flat by the tornado technique, scattered across the ground. Siron pushed himself up with one hand while brushing off his hair with the other. Half dazed, he thought to himself, "The power of that. It's unimaginable." "Is this the level of a graduate class?" he pondered. A regular high school graduate mage is officially called a level 10 mage. Itella stood with her hands folded, turning back to look at him with a cheerful smile. "Thank you, Sanun." He bowed in response. "Anything you need, just call me." Siron watched them, deep in thought. "I can't even imagine how much power a high-level official mage like Itella holds. So that's how this world works." Some of the students had managed to sit up, while others remained sprawled on the ground. A student in the distance kept trembling, trying to raise a hand to ask a question. "Professor, do we have to practice Kododama magic?" She stood on the platform, looking down as she answered, "Kododama magic is an advanced subject, so you won't be practicing it." They all let out a sigh of relief. Then, her voice turned stern as she continued. "Instead, the technique you will be training in is called number tracing. Number tracing is a technique that helps enhance your versatility by focusing your spiritual power as you count." Siron raised his hand and asked seriously, "So, the more we count, the stronger it gets?" The other students were left wide-eyed. A male student wondered, "Why numbers, Professor?" Itella explained, "Numbers are characters with set rules. Therefore, they are compatible with our spiritual domain." As she finished her sentence, her eyes turned blue. Behind her, a blue, glass-like screen appeared, displaying characters. "Domain radius, 10 meters," Itella continued. "Of course you aren't just counting. Just like Kododama magic, you are attaching specific meaning to them. Let me demonstrate. Rules are the most fundamental system of propositions used in logic and mathematics." At that moment, the space around Itella was surrounded by a 10-meter domain. She stood inside, smiling as she said, "I will open my spiritual domain using the number tracing technique. I will count by tens." Then she closed her eyes and began to count. 100. The 10-meter domain suddenly expanded beyond its original size. The students below started whispering, Die. Did the professor just count to 100? Did she just count from 1 to 100? Another voice echoed with utter astonishment. Look, the professor's domain has expanded. The 10-meter domain had indeed stretched to 12 meters. Then, Atella began to count again. 400, 1,000, 100. The domain expanded continuously with every number she called out. She counted to 1,700, then to 2,400. Siron was stunned, quickly covering his face with his hand, thinking, no way, how can a normal person be that fast? As the domain continued to expand, he thought, and she makes it look so easy. He stood there, stunned. After she counted to 10,000, she opened her eyes and exhaled. The domain now covered nearly half of their training field. Everyone was in awe, whispering. Just by using the number tracing technique, the domain has increased fourfold. Itella looked down from the platform at the students, who were gaping in shock. Did you all notice? If Kododama magic is for reflection and scene building, then number tracing is for thought and projection. She added a reminder. The faster you count, the more powerful your domain becomes. Not only has the scale expanded, but the power has been enhanced as well. The precision and the accuracy rate. A spiral filled with numbers swirls down from above. She continued, and all of your skills will be amplified. Siron was stunned, thinking to himself, awesome. By learning this technique, I can create photons now. Itella's voice echoed incessantly. Of course, ordering isn't all-powerful. Its effect will diminish if your mental strength isn't steady enough. She cheerfully added, so, don't forget that strict discipline and an empathetic will are the basic principles when unlocking a domain. Understand? Everyone responded in unison. Yes. A moment later, they all split up to practice. Siron stood still, frozen in place. Then he clenched his fist, nodded happily, and told himself, all right, I've managed to count to 1,000 in just 1 minute. Afterward, he thought, but mumbling the numbers is much harder than I expected. Indeed, everyone around him couldn't concentrate when counting for too long. Seeing that, he pondered. If he hadn't been continuously training his mental strength during lessons, he definitely couldn't have pulled it off. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, when I used teleportation, I utilized a technique that helped me perceive complex calculations. He speculated that perhaps that was ordering. A series of large and small numbers appeared in his mind. He continued to think, sorting the numbers by hundreds and counting them all at once. A beam of light struck the plane and shone brilliantly. Siron estimated it took about 10 seconds. Then he straightened his face, reached his palm forward, and silently wondered, should I aim at the tree? As he muttered photon in his head, his palm suddenly lit up, and that golden light swirled into rings, flying straight toward the tree over there. To everyone's surprise, the photon flew straight toward the tree in the distance. Everyone gasped in surprise. Huh? What's that? What is that light? The classmates standing behind him all stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Siron was also startled, holding his pose. He let out a soft exclamation and thought to himself, it looks so beautiful. After unleashing the technique, Siron stood silent, lost in thought. It was too flashy. Looking down from above at the vast practice field, he saw himself standing frozen like a statue, while others stood in small groups, turning their heads to look at him. Whispers broke out among them. Isn't that a photon? Did he learn that just to use it for the rapid-fire test? Because it's light, it really is fast. Another student spoke up hesitantly. But learning that just for one test is a bit. Then another voice replied, true, it doesn't even have any offensive power. Itella, who was standing outside, accidentally turned her head, saw him unleash the photon, and looked thoughtful. Huh? Siron, the guy who specializes in defense, has now learned active magic? Then she approached and called out loudly, Siron, it seems you've succeeded with ordering, haven't you? He turned his head, looking at her in surprise. Professor. Then he looked away, speaking with a flustered tone. Yes, I suppose so. Itella happily suggested. So, would you like to try practicing in the image field? Now, everyone gathered toward the image field, where a figure stood in the center, and everyone began to whisper. Whoa, practicing rapid fire right away? I'm so curious. Itella stood behind the desk, watching him, and instructed, after you finish ordering, summon the targets. Siron looked back and replied, yes. After answering, he closed his eyes tightly. He focused, first using ordering to strengthen his domain. One after another, large and small numbers converged into a large bright point, then split into many smaller bright points that gathered around him. Siron stood at attention and snapped his fingers. The image field began to activate, surrounding him. He thought to himself, and summoned the targets. Then, A series of blue orbs appeared around Siron. On the dark green board, the info appeared: Rapid Fire Level 01, Score 00, Time Limit, 1 minute. Siron's pupils reflected the targets, and the blinding blue light shone back. He frowned and opened his eyes wide, staring at the targets right in front of him. Then, he held out his hand, concentrating his domain into one spot. He held his palm toward the target hovering in midair, and he focused on muttering "photon" in his head. Immediately, the photon glowed and flew straight at the target. Seeing this, Siron looked stunned and exclaimed in his heart, "This is it." He thought that thanks to the projectile speed, being close to the speed of light, the photon automatically seeks out targets to attack after being unleashed just once. It shattered the targets into pieces. Siron continued to think that it felt like he was aiming and shooting at the same time. Currently, his rapid-fire level was 02, his score was 11, and the time limit was 0 minutes and 55 seconds. The other students exclaimed in surprise, "That's so fast!" Everyone stood there, jaws dropped. Someone's voice kept echoing. Right after he finished aiming, he hit the target immediately. It's like a type of instant activation magic. Itella stood there, silently watching him, thinking to herself, "I see. Siron's ordering is grouping the numbers into a large combination and then deploying them." Then she concluded in her mind, "This is a mathematical technique once used in intellectual magic." Now, above Siron's head, his attack looked like fireworks exploding in the sky, while under his feet, a large magic circle covered the entire field. Itella observed and thought that perhaps that was the knowledge he gained at the uncrossable bridge. Then she marveled. What a terrifying rate of growth. As for Siron, he was trying to focus on launching attacks at the targets. He didn't miss a single shot. The targets were all blown to bits. A while later, the practice in the image field finally ended. Siron stood there, raising his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead, not noticing the information on the wall. Time expired. Level 19. Score 342. The time limit was 0 minutes. Everyone below was shouting non-stop. "Isn't that a perfect score? Hitting 342 targets in 1 minute." Someone's voice also rang out. "Should I switch to using photons too?" "It's best not to. That's only feasible if you have knowledge like Siron's." He stood, wiping his sweat, and let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "With this move, I don't have to worry about the rapid-fire test anymore." En stood outside, having seen the whole thing. He stood with his arms crossed and spoke. Up until now, he hasn't been able to succeed with magic, but as soon as he understood it, he hit 342 points. Impressive. Iruki, sitting next to him, spoke up. "That's a sloppy score," he said hastily. "What?" But that was his first time, so it's not bad at all. Iruki sat up, looked at him, grinned, and said, "His score might be sloppy, but it's interesting too." Ch. Iruki stood up, raised his hand, and called to Itella. "Professor, I want to try too." Both she and En were startled to hear him say that. She spoke up, looking concerned. "Iruki, are you okay?" She furrowed her brows, reminding him with a worried tone. "Just make sure you don't cause any trouble. All right? Got it?" Siron was wiping his face when he suddenly heard someone shouting in surprise. "Huh? Is that Iruki? Is he going to try the practice session too?" Hearing that, Siron felt his cheeks puff up in annoyance. He turned his face away and thought to himself, "Iruki, I don't really like the way he thinks." But, hesitating for a moment, he continued to think, "Still, I'm curious." Iruki stepped out onto the stage, looking bold and confident. Everyone gathered around to watch him. He took his hands out of his pockets. Iruki stood tall and gave a smirk. An aura began to surround him. His energy surged from his feet up into the air, and he had a very smug look on his face. Seeing this, everyone stood there, confused, and whispering to each other. "Is that speed shooting with a directional shift? No way. That's completely different from normal speed shooting." Siron was just as surprised. Then, someone's voice rang out. "So, he plans to take down the targets just by looking at them, instead of using synesthesia?" The targets began to float around Iruki, one by one, and a massive magic circle appeared beneath his feet. He hung his head for a second, then snapped his fingers. His energy field flew straight toward the targets. Siron frowned in surprise, thinking, "He's even reducing the size of the targets? How is he doing that?" Then, his eyes widened as he let out a soft gasp. "That's..." Iruki's energy field is curving in a Z pattern, weaving through the center of the targets in the sky, to the amazement of everyone below. Then, those targets suddenly started exploding all at once, looking like fireworks going off. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The board flashed the information. Speed gun level 02. Score 13. Time limit 0 minutes 57 seconds. Iruki's energy field curved and pierced through the center of the targets again, and they continued to explode right above everyone's heads. Siron stood frozen in shock, watching them blow up. He thought to himself that he didn't even need to watch anymore to know that Iruki would easily surpass his score. He wore a serious expression as he thought this. Iruki, standing above, glanced down and smirked, whispering to himself, "If you're already this surprised by just this much, that's not good, Siron." Then, he pointed straight ahead, adjusting his energy field to pierce the targets even faster, moving in all sorts of different shapes to make them explode. Everyone gasped in awe. "That's insane. Did the speed just increase? Has Iruki always been this strong?" One of the students exclaimed in surprise. Siron stood behind them, eyes fixed upward, covering his mouth with his hand. His face showed utter shock as he deduced the truth. "I get it now. If you look closely, you can see he's not tracking the targets with his naked eye. He's predicting their movement paths using motion equations." He watched the way Iruki controlled the energy field and thought this. Iruki had broken down all the targets into different equations. He kept thinking, but I never expected that even after predicting their movements, he'd still be able to hit every single target with a directional shift. Siron thought for a moment, then brought his hand to his chin and spoke. "How is his energy field that fast?" "That's definitely thanks to the self-calculation." Nate walked up near him, smirked, and said, "Right, but Iruki isn't just processing hundreds or thousands of numbers." Siron asked, his voice filled with confusion. "So, he's calculating numbers even higher than the thousands?" Nate looked at him, flashed a toothy grin, and said bluntly, "Millions." Siron heard this, and his face turned to one of pure disbelief. The board on the wall flashed again. Time expired, level 24, with a score of 548, and the time limit was 0 minutes. Everyone cheered at Iruki's results. "What? Iruki is terrifyingly good." Meanwhile, Iruki stood there smugly, one hand on his hip, the other hand raised in a weird pose. Everyone kept shouting, "Why were you hiding your skills? Hitting targets with a tiny directional shift is incredibly hard. Is he even human?" Itella stood to the side, watching him walk by, thinking to herself, "That's amazing. So skillful." He walked to the edge of the stage and stood in front of Siron, who was acting wary of him. Iruki spoke up, "What do you think?" Then he added, "Was it worth the watch?" Siron looked up at him and replied, "It was amazing. I didn't know you could use directional shifts like that." Iruki, with his hands in his pockets, looked down at him with an arrogant smirk. "Is that all? I'm a little disappointed." Siron was puzzled. "What?" Iruki asked. "I'm genuinely impressed that you even thought of modularization." Siron's face paled when he heard Iruki say that. Then, Iruki looked at him with a serious face and asked, "Are you curious about how I managed to calculate millions of numbers?" Siron watched Iruki tensely, on his guard. "I am. But is it okay to tell me? It feels like you consider me your rival." Everyone was watching, wondering what the two of them were talking about. Iruki, standing on the platform, said arrogantly, "It doesn't matter. Even if you knew, who says you'd be able to do it?" Siron remained silent, not replying. Everyone wondered, what the hell is going on? Iruki's voice echoed, "It's really nothing special." Then he reached up to scratch the back of his neck, and looking away, he continued, "I used logarithms and simplified the units." Siron was completely stunned when he said that. He gaped, wondering to himself, "No way. How could you possibly consider that a calculation method?" People around them heard it and their jaws dropped, exclaiming, "What? What did he say? Isn't that just crazy?" Siron frowned, deep in thought. If you calculate using logarithms, it's obvious the numbers would feel much more massive. Even if you use self-calculation, a simple calculation method, the equations would still become incredibly complex. Then, he was convinced it was savant syndrome. Iruki raised his index finger to his nose, frowned, and said, "What do you think? Can you beat me?" Siron raised his voice. "I don't intend to beat anyone. This is just a test." Iruki stood there, covering his nose and looking away, replying, "A pathetic declaration from the weak." Then, Iruki put on a serious face. "If you don't have the skills, just give up on your life's ideals and keep pretending you're the best." "Then," he said with a look of contempt, "that's not convincing at all." Siron, angered, gritted his teeth. "If I beat you, that would prove I was right, wouldn't it?" Then, Iruki snapped his fingers and flashed a mysterious smile. "Sure, but you should know, no matter how high your level of knowledge is," Iruki continued, "compared to me, it's just like an insect." Siron, furious, shouted, "And an insect?" Everyone was shocked, including Nate. She thought to herself about the situation. After that, she happily started searching for something in a paper bag. This is so interesting. Regulations for the speed shooting test. Your score is calculated based on the number of targets hit within the specified time limit. Level 01. Score 00. Time limit is 1 minute. The time is 1 minute. Corresponding to each level, the number of targets increases. First stage, 10 targets. Second stage, 11 targets. Third stage, 12 targets. Fourth stage, 13 targets. Fifth stage, 14 targets. If you miss even a single target, you cannot proceed to the next stage. Additionally, the higher the level, the faster the speed at which the targets are summoned. If you don't control the spirit field to keep up with the targets, you'll get kicked out. If you can't process them quickly, you won't be able to summon more, and your score will take a serious hit. Everyone is gathered around, watching the rapid-fire test results board. Siron is watching too. He thinks to himself that the average for level 5 students is 400, and no one has ever broken 700. He rests his chin on his hand, calculating that to hit 700, he can't afford to miss a single shot. He has to reach level 30 within 1 minute. To pull that off, he needs to clear one level every 5 seconds. Siron stands in the center of the platform under everyone's watchful eyes. He turns serious, looks up, and raises his right hand to the sky. Instantly, the targets start exploding one after another. The other students look up in amazement. One guy exclaims in pure awe, "That's top-tier skill." Then Siron spins around to launch his next move, his eyes sharp and filled with determination. He swings his arm to direct his spirit field toward the targets in front of him, and they keep exploding, echoing loudly against the ceiling. The two people who were talking to Siron earlier stand there, stunned. The one in front says in a serious tone, "Siron isn't messing around. He's hitting targets without even moving his head now." The one behind him asks, puzzled, "How is he doing that?" The blackboard on the wall flashes a notification. Time's up. Level 25. Score 567. Time limit 0. Someone's voice rings out in admiration. He's jumped 200 points in just 1 week. The time is up, and the spirit field vanishes. Siron stands there, rubbing his left wrist and letting out a sigh, as if shedding all his fatigue amidst the cheers of the crowd. Siron turns and starts walking away. In the distance, two people are whispering to each other. His fire rate is seriously fast. Once he locks on, he never misses. The guy next to him replies, "His rapid-fire shots have improved so much too. I bet he's firing 4 shots a second now." Siron wipes his sweat with a towel, glances back, and sighs to himself. "How about that? I finally caught up to your score." It turns out, he was glancing at Iruki behind him. Iruki smirks, slowly sits up, and walks past him toward the platform. With his hands in his pockets, Iruki says casually, "My turn, is it?" Siron looks at him with a hint of anxiety. Everyone's eyes are on the platform, and Siron watches too. He watches, tense, and the result is the same. Iruki controls his spirit field with such mastery, drifting through the targets and causing them all to burst simultaneously. Someone's voice rings out suddenly. His spirit field is even smaller than before. Iruki's spirit field flashes over their heads. Everyone watches in shock. The person continues, and it's even faster. Iruki's spirit field keeps bending and weaving through the targets, causing them to explode one after another. Finally, Iruki finishes. He makes a gun gesture with his hand toward the sky, looking cool. Done. The board on the wall shows, time's up. Level 25. Score 568. Time limit 0. Iruki doesn't care and just walks away. The crowd starts buzzing with excitement. Iruki's score went up too, but he's only 1 point ahead of Siron's new score. The chatter dies down slightly. Siron was close, but he still lost. But Siron's score is growing exponentially. He'll catch up soon. Siron, however, is deeply unsettled. He watches Iruki's back, thinking that the 1 point gap isn't a coincidence. The next day, the gap is still 1 point. 571 for Siron and 572 for Iruki. The day after that, they are separated by 1 point again. 585 and 586. The next day, 593 and 594, still 1 point apart. Iruki stands with his back to the crowd, raises his right hand, glances back, and smirks proudly. The other students cheer Iruki's name. Only Siron realizes Iruki's intent behind that 1 point gap. He stands silently in the crowd, staring at the platform, deep in thought. "To stay just 1 point ahead of me, you've been calculating since level 1. Siron frowns, staring ahead in contemplation. That's it. Even if he doesn't say it, that's his message. He imagines Iruki standing on a high wall, looking down at him arrogantly. Iruki could easily crush someone like him. He stands there silently, lost in thought. A while later, in that luxurious tall building, someone's voice echoes, "Iruki is bound to win this time, right?" It's the group of three sitting together. The guy on the table crosses his legs and says, tilting his head, "Siron hitting over 600 is pretty impressive too, though." The person on the left leans his hand on his chin and says, "Iruki is just too strong." Another voice pipes in, "I think Siron doesn't know his own limits." Over at Iruki's side, he's sitting with his cheek on his hand, looking away arrogantly, ignoring the two people standing in front of him. "Iruki, would you like to join our research group? Teach us how you do it. What's the maximum score you can reach?" Siron, sitting nearby, watches Iruki with frustrated, narrowed eyes. Exactly. He's not like me, someone pouring out all their energy. Iruki hasn't even shown his full potential yet. He thinks silently that if he doesn't realize this soon, all his efforts will be for nothing. Suddenly, Nate puts a hand on his shoulder, smiling brightly. "It's okay, we're cheering for you." He continues, "Actually, you two are both my friends, so it doesn't matter who wins." Siron turns his head away, annoyed, and replies, "I'm serious. When I'm eating, I don't even know if I'm chewing my food or the numbers." He rests his elbows on the table and says, tilting his head casually, "I feel for you. But as a spectator, this is really exciting. We're all so eager to see which one of you will break the record score." Siron is puzzled. "The record score? Is there one?" he asks. "What's the score? Is it the record of some senior who already graduated?" Nay looks at him, bewildered. "Don't tell me you don't even know about your girlfriend's score?" Siron is surprised and turns his head. "What? Who?" Nay says loudly, "Senior Ami. 987 points." At the same time, somewhere else perhaps, the school courtyard in front of a two-story building. Many people are walking by. A girl with reddish-pink hair is sitting on a bench when she hears someone calling her. It's Ami, and Sariel is running toward her. Sariel stands in front of her, worried, and says, "Long time no see. You've lost so much weight. The graduation class must be really tough." She hands over a stack of documents, smiling faintly, her eyes showing dark circles, and says, "Sooner or later, you'll be just like me. Here are the documents you asked for." Then they sit on the bench to drink something and chat. Sariel looks at her and asks, "Is the advancement test very difficult?" Ami took a sip of her drink and replied, "It's not that hard, but the standards are high. Even with a high score, there's no guarantee you'll make the cut." She then pulled a cold expression to scare her. "They'll probably research everything you've ever done." Sariel panicked and exclaimed, "Oh my God, that's terrifying." But then she lowered her head and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, even though they call it a graduation class, it's pretty much just an advanced 4th level class. With your skills, you'll be fine." Sariel held her drink with both hands and looked at Ami with admiration. "Oh, I think she's changed," Min thought. Her mindset had become much more stable. While she was deep in thought, Ami spoke up. "How's Siron doing lately?" Hearing that, Sariel looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, suddenly shouting in horror, "It's absolutely terrible! Have you two never met? Are you actually dating or what?" She continued. "Something interesting happened recently." Her voice echoed by the artificial waterfall. Ami looked uninterested but asked, "So, did Iruki challenge Siron?" She looked at Sariel, who was anxiously recounting how he had challenged her back when she was in the 5th level. "He's such a weirdo. He just keeps pretending he doesn't care about anyone else. Once he beats you, he uses that feeling to provoke you." Hearing this, Sariel was confused. "So, is he some kind of genius hunter?" "Something like that. But what about our Siron? Aren't you going to help him?" Ami and Sariel anxiously kept asking her. She just leaned her head against her hand, which was resting on the armrest, and calmly replied while drinking her water, "Why would I do that? He doesn't need my help." Sariel suddenly shouted, "What do you mean, our Siron? You're so heartless. Why are you so cold to your own boyfriend?" Ami furrowed her brows slightly, biting the straw as she said quietly, "No, it's not like that." Then she said firmly, "Siron knows what he needs to do." Meanwhile, he was breathing heavily, his face soaked in sweat. It turned out he had just finished the speed shooting test. Everyone gasped as they saw the board on the wall light up. Timeout level 30. Score 700. Time limit 0 minutes. Siron was now struggling to catch his breath. He stood there leaning on his knees, loosening his tie. It seemed he had given it his all. The two people from before stood under the podium, taking turns exclaiming in shock, "I can't believe someone in the 5th level actually scored 700 points. That brutal bastard. A terrifying monster." People were gossiping excitedly now. "To reach that score, you have to go up 10 levels in 10 seconds. I can't believe he actually did it." Siron frowned, limping as he walked, nearing total exhaustion. Iruki, with his hands in his pockets, walked up to him arrogantly and said, "Congrats, 700 is a high score. Not bad, right?" Siron breathed heavily, looking back at him as he replied, "Because I wanted to prove something to you." Iruki closed his eyes and smirked as he brushed past him. "I know." Sariel's voice rang out. "So, did Siron win?" Ami drank her water and looked up at the sky, speaking indifferently. "Does winning or losing even matter? It's just a test." She looked at Ami in surprise. "What? Are you just flexing your undefeated Ami reputation?" Then she kept shouting, "I know you beat Iruki, the one who held the record of 987 points in the speed shooting test." Ami looked puzzled. "No, I've never competed against him. I just ignore his taunts." Then she glanced away. "But if we actually competed, I'd probably lose." She said it with a serious tone. Sariel was stunned. Her scream echoed. "What?" Back at the arena, the blackboard showed time over. 701 points. 0 minutes. Everyone in the stands erupted. "Incredible. That's Iruki's result." He was standing there, looking at his score. Someone yelled, "Again, off by 1 point. I can't believe he's still so calm after hitting 700 points. What is Iruki's limit?" Everyone wondered. Siron stood in the crowd, feeling flustered, thinking to himself that he was sure. He looked up at Iruki with a frustrated expression, quietly concluding that he couldn't beat him. Siron's bag was carelessly placed on the table. He sat silently on a simple bed inside the large room. Sunlight filtered through the window, shining indirectly onto his face. He looked out the window, deep in thought. After the break ends, the test starts. I only have 3 days. He closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed. I can't find another way to beat Iruki in that time. Should I give up? It's just a test. Suddenly he remembered the words. Only the weak say things like that. Then he remained silent, frowning in thought. He remembered Iruki's cold demeanor when he said, "If you don't have the skills, then stop idealizing life and pretending you're the best." His expression suddenly changed. A sense of frustration appeared on his face. Then he remembered a series of images he had experienced recently. Nothing but painful, unfair things. He thought no one would believe him, and the last image he remembered was when he was young, forced to witness the sight of several corpses scattered on the street in an alley. He then lit a match and lit a candle. He sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the candle burning on the table, pondering, have I lost my awareness because I've been studying at the noble school for too long? Actually, Iruki's words weren't wrong, and then he thought the world wouldn't listen to those without power. Siron's eyes suddenly turned deep blue, and he whispered to himself that he wouldn't give up. Then he sat up straight, closed his eyes, and meditated to surpass Iruki. There was no other way but to transcend the numbers. Droplets of water gradually grew, forming numbers larger than 1. A question flashed in his heart. What is a number? In Siron's subconscious, he was floating, surrounded by numbers. He whispered, "What is a sequence of numbers?" And he gathered the numbers into a glowing, powerful, circular sphere in the palm of his hand. He held it up to eye level and looked at it. What is its core? Then he told himself, "Don't think about those things." Then he reached his hand straight up to the sky and let it go. He continued to think, if I get lost in those thoughts, I won't be able to see the big picture. I will only, he thought as he relaxed his arm. Small blue lights slowly fell, and as he thought about feeling it, those lights formed many smaller lights that fell one after another. More and more solitary lights fell, enveloping Siron's body. His body was floating in midair, transparent and glowing blue. His eyes widened as he watched them. Then he wondered how far he could count. After that, he thought he could. Siron was flying into the sky, chasing where the light was emanating from. Then he wondered how far he had gone. He flew to a barrier that looked like rippling water. In the middle was a hole, like a whirlpool. Siron drifted through those thoughts while he seemed to be flying. What is this? Is this the end of all numbers? No, that's impossible. Numbers are infinite. Siron placed his hands against the surface nearby, lost in deep contemplation. So, what is this? Suddenly, the space around him began to crack. His eyes widened in absolute shock, his jaw dropping as far as it could. The ground beneath his feet started shattering too. He looked down and could only let out a gasp of utter bewilderment. Huh? The cracks beneath him widened, opening into a massive hole. He was left completely stunned, unsure of what to do. Back in reality, he snapped his eyes open, startled, and sat up, breathing heavily. I was sure I had reached it, he thought. What was that? A hallucination? The candle on his desk had burned down to nothing, leaving only a pool of wax. He stared at it, lost in thought. Lavette? Was it really just a hallucination? I felt such an incredibly strong pull. Siron sat cross-legged on his bed, raised his hands, and then gazed out the window with a look of profound realization. It's hard to explain, but perhaps numbers don't just exist for the sake of counting. He thought this as he looked up at the moon, glowing brilliantly above the castle. Siron recounted that he later realized 40 hours had passed since he first closed his eyes. The next day, the #1 comprehensive training ground would hold the speed shooting test. It was the speed shooting test for the 5th-year class. 2 people stood in the center of the arena, while the surrounding stands were packed with spectators. The scoreboard on the wall flickered to life. Someone let out a long sigh and muttered, "I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous." It was those same 2 male students. The one on the left asked, confused, "Why are the lower classmen here?" The one on the right frowned and replied, "They're probably just here to watch. I used to do the same thing." Suddenly, everyone looked toward the entrance. "Oh, look, over there," someone exclaimed in surprise. "Why are the 4th-year seniors here too?" Siriel was among that group. The male student clutched his head and groaned, "This is too much pressure." The student on the right awkwardly tried to reassure him, "Don't be like that. They're all just here to watch the match between Siron and Iruki. I'm sure of it." The people sitting behind them didn't dare say a word when Sariel and her group claimed someone else's seats. She smiled with her eyes crinkling and waved at the guy who lost his spot, saying, "Thanks." The student who had been crying earlier replied, "Yeah, of course." He looked up at the event schedule for the day. So many events. Someone's voice rang out. The main event of the day was listed on the blackboard. Iruki and Siron would be competing in Group 20. The guy with pink hair wondered aloud who would win. The person in the middle stroked his chin and replied, "Iruki is currently in the lead." Sariel raised her index finger confidently, saying it was still too early to tell. Then, she looked at them with a playful smile and continued. Since the test is done in groups, the scores could fluctuate. If it's an environment similar to a real-world scenario, Siron will win. She spoke with confidence. 1 minute had passed, and the test was over. In the first round, the person on the left won with a score of 427. He happily held up 2 fingers, saying, "I won." The person on the other side was frustrated. "The test is over, but why am I so annoyed?" Siriel sat in the stands, frowning with her chin on her hand, thinking, "But what should I do? I'm so worried." Another minute passed, and the test for N's group was over. He stood there wiping away sweat, quietly cheering to himself, "I actually did great." Itella, standing behind the desk, spoke up, "Well done, Group 19. Then, she flipped through a paper, smiled, and said, "Now for the final group, Group 20. As soon as she finished, cheers erupted and filled the ceiling of the arena. Iruki and Siron stepped into position at the same time. People were chanting their names, "Siron, Iruki," and the echoes still lingered. Iruki and Itella felt a sense of unease. He stood in silence amidst the roar of the crowd. Siron just spoke nonchalantly. "Siron seems way too focused." The 2 friends put their index fingers to their lips, signaling him to be quiet. The cheering died down completely. The 2 of them stood in the center of the arena. Itella's voice rang out. "You 2 have 1 minute." She stood behind them and said, "A lot of students are watching you right now, so I hope you'll both give it your all." Siron, deeply focused, gave a small nod. Iruki didn't seem bothered at all. Then, Itella said, "Well then, let's begin." The information board on the wall had 2 buttons, yellow for Iruki and red for Siron. The yellow button beeped, and everyone watched the arena in silence. Siron began counting in his head, his eyes glowing with the same light as in his dream. Then, the red button beeped as well. Both had begun to channel their spirit fields for the battle. Each of them used their own distinct techniques. Iruki's technique was powerful and fluid, while Siron's was crisp and precise. Everyone in the stands was witnessing an incredible match. They gasped in awe. "This is amazing." Right now, they were both at level 12. Within the first 58 seconds, someone exclaimed. As soon as it started, all the targets exploded. A flash of blue light radiated from Siron's eyes. He focused and channeled all his spirit energy into his palms. The crowd screamed in admiration. "Both of them are so good." Iruki glanced at Siron while unleashing his attack. Someone remarked that Iruki's spirit field was shrinking. Indeed, Iruki's technique was becoming sharper and faster, shattering the targets. The person sitting next to Sariel crossed his arms and observed, "So that's the legendary power Iruki is known for. It's truly strong." Sariel's expression turned serious as she added, "So that's why Ami calls him such a formidable opponent, Siron." She suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. "What? Siron's score is higher?" She looked at the scoreboard and shouted, Siron's current score is 121, while Iruki's is 119. Then she scolded him loudly. Is that jerk Iruki playing around again? Does he think he can turn the tables, so he dares to mess around? I'm losing my patience. Iruki, meanwhile, was smiling internally. Everyone had misunderstood him. He waved his hand and laughed, showing his teeth while attacking and thinking, I've been giving it my all from the start. He glanced at Siron and secretly thought, this guy, he's only been training for 3 days. What has he actually done? Iruki thought this while watching Siron focus on his attacks. On the platform, Itella watched them intensely, never taking her eyes off them. She whispered to herself, I see. If you walk a path for the first time, it feels long. But if you walk it again, you reach the end much faster. She silently watched Siron and continued her train of thought. Counting is the same. But you have traveled very far, haven't you, Siron? Iruki looked at him with an unsettling, strange smile and spoke. This guy is truly insane. Siron quickly waved his hand forward, focusing his spirit field into his palms and firing at the targets, causing them to explode one after another. Afterward, Siron stared at his palms and thought to himself, release module. Itella, watching from the outside, was completely stunned. She began to think, he's gathering the numbers while simultaneously performing calculations. This tactic is only possible if someone has reached the limit of conscious calculation. She remembered the moment Siron stepped onto the arena. To do that, before even entering, he must have already entered a state of superfocus. If that's the case, he was incredibly focused right now to be able to attack with such speed and precision. He reminded himself just one lapse in concentration with the Matrix, and all the effort he'd put into maintaining this flow would be for nothing. Must stay focused, no matter what, he thought, frowning. Inside his mind, a flash of yellow energy streaked straight toward the source of the light ahead. On the wall-mounted scoreboard, their scores were climbing steadily. Siron was in the lead with 469 points, while Iruki sat at 432. Suddenly, the gray-haired student sitting with Sariel gasped. The score gap was widening. She and the girl beside her jumped to their feet, slamming their hands on the table. Siron's making his move. The entire crowd stood up, roaring with excitement. The blonde girl with pigtails shouted toward the arena, "Go faster!" The battle was getting intense. Their techniques were incredibly powerful and lightning fast. The audience cheered in awe. Iruki fired a blast, obliterating his target, and thought, guess this is what you'd call a morale booster. That guy is actually breaking his usual analytical style. He's betting everything on this move. He glanced over at Siron and smirked. Fine. I guess I didn't give you enough credit, Siron. Your spirit is just as fierce as mine. He clenched his fist, thinking, but, my gamble. It's on a completely different level. Iruki doubled down, his eyes cold and sharp as he focused his mana field. Blue lightning crackled around him. The crowd went silent, bewildered. People stood up, some rubbing their eyes, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. Something's not right, someone shouted in shock. Look at Iruki's score. It's skyrocketing. Iruki's score was climbing uncontrollably, his level already a step above Siron's. The two standing with none were slack-jawed. The one on the left spoke up. But, didn't it look like Siron wasn't falling behind at all? The person on the right added, and the rhythm of Iruki's blasts. It's changed in such a strange way. Her face twisted in disbelief. No way. Sariel's group of 3 stood up. The girl with pink hair asked, does anyone else think Iruki's mana field after images look weird? She frowned, answering herself, yeah, I see it. Those aren't just after images, Sariel yelled, pointing in panic. He's using 2 mana fields at once. 2 distinct currents of energy began to encircle Iruki. The crowd was stunned. Someone screamed, you're allowed to do that? Itellaromit watched in shock, thinking, a dual mana field. That's the signature sign of a split-mind redirection technique. I never thought I'd live to see a student pull this off. And on top of that, he's executing 2 simultaneous chains while recording the whole process. She stared, breathless. Even for a savant, a feat like this is incredibly rare. To think a child could hide such immense potential. Itellaromit whispered to herself, another unpredictable variable has appeared at this magic academy. Sariel and her friends watched the arena intensely. She muttered, Ami was right. Iruki's dual mana fields tore through the targets, weaving across the ceiling. Sariel spoke up. Iruki is a total monster. Iruki thrust his hand forward, guiding the dual fields to annihilate the targets. Their scores suddenly froze. Iruki, 845. Siron, 692. Someone shouted, it's over. Nguyen's group watched closely as the person on the left said, "So, everyone's guessed the outcome." He continued, "Siron really had a streak of bad luck this time." Siron stood silently, struggling to catch his breath. He felt helpless, thinking, "In the end, I couldn't win." Even after betting everything he had, Siron floated there in the middle of the dreamscape. You could see he'd given his all, and now he was utterly exhausted. He thought to himself, but it still wasn't even half of what Iruki is capable of. He felt a pang of sadness, trying to convince himself he'd tried his best. His hand went limp, but then he clenched it into a tight fist. My best. Is that really it? Beads of sweat rolled down as he hung his head. He glared, whispering to himself, "No, I'm still afraid." Siron was terrified, wondering if he was even allowed to walk this path. He raised his fist into the air and slammed it into the obstacle in front of him. Doesn't matter anymore. A hole appeared in the barrier as he pulled his fist back. Next, Siron wound up for another strike, teeth clenched, eyes filled with determination. I'll break through this myself. A powerful force hit the barrier, shattering a massive hole into it. Suddenly, it began to glow. Siron stood there, stunned. A blinding white light reflected off his face, illuminating his entire subconscious like high noon. Back in the arena, Itella Romit spun around, startled. She glanced over, bewildered. Siron. No way. The targets were being pierced straight through the center by Siron's thin, yellow beams of light. The light was incredibly concentrated. The audience was paralyzed, jaws dropped in disbelief. Someone yelled, "Hey, look at Siron. The light. It's getting brighter." Serial's group looked like they were about to dive onto the arena floor themselves. Siron didn't make a sound. He just stood there, with his head bowed. The light radiating from him was so intense that the blue targets were turning pitch black. And just like that, they were crushed to dust by the sheer power of Siron's light, without him even having to lift a finger. Both scores were rising, rapidly, but Siron's seemed to be climbing faster than Iruki's. Iruki turned, coughed, and gritted his teeth, muttering, "No matter how fast you are, I'll calculate faster. Only 5 seconds left." Iruki was still confident. "I will calculate every single number in this world." His dual mana fields kept accelerating. 4 seconds left. Iruki's field struck the targets. 3 seconds. He thought he had the upper hand, that he was winning. 2 seconds. 1 second. "Just one more second," Iruki grimaced, teeth grinding. "Damn it. Why is time moving so slowly?" The crowd erupted as the match ended. Iruki slumped onto the floor. "It's over." He looked at the scoreboard, feeling smug. Not a bad score at all. Does this mean I won? His total was 1,247. He turned to Siron, wondering, "How'd you do, Siron?" Iruki's expression turned confused as he looked at him. Siron didn't move. Suddenly, someone ran over, shaking his shoulders and calling his name. Siron jolted, gasping for air. It was Siriel, slowly letting go of him. She asked anxiously, "Siron Arian, are you okay?" People crowded around them. He finally spoke. "Siriel, about the exam." Then, she turned her head back to look at the wall-mounted scoreboard and said cheerfully, "The victory belongs to you." Siron looked up at the scoreboard in complete shock, and she continued, "You even set a brand new record. Your final score is 1,273. The other students gathered around happily and cheered in unison. "Congrats, Siron." Siron stood there, stunned, thinking to himself, "Did I actually win?" Suddenly, Iruki walked over to him and called out, "Hey, you." Siron looked at Iruki, his eyes wide with surprise. Everyone around them did the same. Iruki then continued, "Large area magic is banned in the rapid-fire tests. You know that, right?" Siron, hearing this, stayed silent and started to think. Right, he's got a point. The whole arena was covered in light back there. Iruki's voice cut through his thoughts again. "Ha, you're such a buzzkill." Iruki stuffed one hand into his pocket and held out the other to shake hands. He smiled and said, "Just because you have a rapid-fire shot doesn't mean you have to use magical energy for it. I'm just messing with you. Congrats on the win." The male students nearby gasped in shock, whispering in unison, "No way." Iruki actually admitted defeat? Did the sun rise in the west today? Siron reached out to shake his hand, standing up as he said, "So, are you finally going to admit I was right? That life is more important than research?" Iruki's expression turned serious. "Yeah, you're right." Siron couldn't believe his ears and asked, "Wait, are you being serious?" Then, Iruki calmly replied, "But I think you've got the wrong idea. Destruction doesn't automatically mean violence." Everyone was confused, not sure what they were talking about. Iruki continued, Destruction is just a massive amount of accumulated energy. For it to be considered violence, you have to add the intent of the user to cause harm to others. Nate and Sariel stood next to each other, wide-eyed and confused. Nate softly muttered, "That's..." But Siron didn't care. He frowned and argued. If that kind of energy is controlled by a human, isn't it still dangerous regardless? Iruki replied that the person in control would have to be responsible for managing that immense power. Continued. Iruki said, "And since we're on the subject, I have a favor to ask you." Siron looked at him, completely bewildered. Iruki's expression turned grave. "From now on, you're going to be responsible for me." Iruki's voice echoed. "An explosion is just a burst of massive energy. It's energy that's currently out of control. But if we can master it, that's a type of energy that could save 100,000 lives." He said this with utter seriousness. A strange light emitted from the pitch-black sky, shining down onto the city. Iruki stood face to face with Siron and said, "A new era has dawned. We aren't just fighting against nature anymore. Though, of course, I don't have such noble intentions." Siron stood still for a moment, then replied, "Why didn't you just say that from the beginning? If you had, I wouldn't have misunderstood." People were huddled in small groups, whispering about them. Iruki replied, "I wanted you to know where you stand as someone who possesses real power." Hearing this, Siron looked surprised by the answer. Then, Iruki stood straight and continued, "Or are you someone who just knows how to be afraid?" Siron stared ahead, deep in thought. "I get it now." Iruki was afraid that his own power would spiral out of control. He looked at Iruki, who was speaking with eyes full of agony. "If you can defeat me, you prove the strength of your will. That's why you're the only one who can stop me." Iruki looked at Siron's blank, honest face, and spoke. He then insisted, "If you can't handle me, I'm not taking another step." The people standing behind him heard this, confused, and whispered, "Wait, what? Is he saying he won't move because he's afraid of his own power?" Siron was conflicted, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Iruki said something that made absolutely no sense to him. Siron watched Iruki, worried he couldn't tell if the guy was delusional or just realistic, but he knew one thing for sure. He looked into Iruki's eyes and realized the fear in them was real. He stepped forward, grabbed Iruki's hand, and said, "I promise." He looked at him with unwavering eyes. "When that time comes, I will be the one to stop you." Everyone in the courtyard was baffled, not knowing what was happening, and shouted, "Wait, what?" Nate, with tears in his eyes, rushed over to them. He wrapped his arms around both of their necks, pulling them into a hug with a big smile, saying they were so cool. "I'm proud to call you guys my friends." Itella stood behind the crowd and called out, "Siron, come here for a second." He turned his head and replied, "Yes, ma'am." Iruki, meanwhile, was being strangled by Nate and couldn't breathe. Siron followed Itella outside. Suddenly, she grabbed his shoulders and spoke in a sharp, stern voice that startled him. "Siron!" She looked at him with worry and shouted, "Do you have any idea what you just did? Are you seriously planning on leaving this place?" He was completely panicked hearing her say that. Siron stammered, "Professor Itella." She frowned, saying that the place he was heading toward, if he went to that realm, he wouldn't be himself anymore. Siron looked down, feeling dejected, and said, "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't know it was that dangerous." Itella softened her voice, "Siron." Then she lowered her head, thoughtful and cautionary. "The territory you're stepping into goes far beyond numbers. It's called the Infinite Realm." She looked him in the eyes and continued, "The mages call it the immortal function." Siron was shocked when he heard that term. Humans can reach infinity, but those who reach that point cease to be human at all. Beyond the numbers. The thing I saw in that place. The wall I smashed. That vast, empty space. It felt like Siron was being pulled forward by some kind of gravitational force. "It keeps pulling me in." Siron suddenly woke up from his sleep, panting heavily, clutching his forehead. He got out of bed, leaned his hands on the desk, thinking, that nightmare again. Ever since he entered that place, he'd been having this nightmare every single night. He felt like there was something strange inside him. He picked up a glass of water, but his hand was shaking, and he knocked it over. Suddenly, his whole body began to tremble. He braced himself against the table with one hand while grabbing his chest with the other. He felt anxious and terrified. "I keep feeling this every now and then." I asked Professor Itella, but neither of us could find anything wrong with my body. He looked at the puddle of water on the table, feeling deeply worried. What the hell is happening to me? Late that afternoon, as birds were flying back to their nests, Siron's voice echoed in the room. "Lately, I think I'm haunted." He sat in his chair, looking clearly exhausted from the lack of sleep. Iruki and Nate, sitting nearby, heard him and turned to look, full of questions. The three of them were in a room. Nate, sitting on the bench to the left, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. You looked so serious. You actually scared me. Siron, sitting in the middle, replied sluggishly. I am serious. Iruki, sitting with his arms crossed, laughed it off. You said this was a research group for spiritual science, remember? The three of them were in a room. Nate sat on the bench to the left, scratching his head and laughing sheepishly. You looked so serious. I actually got worried. He sat in the middle, answering sluggishly. I was being serious. You said this was a paranormal research group, right? Iruki sat with his arms crossed, offering a strained smile. To think that even the person who beat me feels this kind of anxiety, it really is on a whole different level. It's actually surprising. Siron laughed bitterly, then curled his index finger and looked at Iruki. But why did you think he was telling the truth? Was that a stupid question to ask? Well, not really. Iruki rested his chin on his hand, looking at him. That dream you mentioned? You said you saw yourself in an empty, pitch-black space, right? And you went on to say that the stars were being sucked in by something somewhere? Siron just gave a soft, yeah. Iruki's voice rang out. And in the end, that barrier shattered into pieces. A beam of light burst out, didn't it? Iruki asked. Siron's eyes widened, and he replied, yeah, that's right. It moved just like a heartbeat. Iruki sat back, arms crossed, leaning against the chair as he looked at him. Considering the size and speed of that space you described, that must be a number no one on this continent could even fathom. By now, Iruki had earned a new nickname. Iruki, the critic of the Paranormal Society. He smirked and continued. Hypothetically, if that place actually exists, it would have to be outside the universe. Nate and Siron both jumped up in surprise, staring at Iruki in unison. Outside the universe? Siron looked at Iruki with a skeptical expression. Are you talking about the universe from those books? But how could I dream about it if I've never even seen it? Nate rested his chin on his hand, peering at him with a sharp gaze. Not necessarily. He raised a hand, looking very serious. I've heard about this before, Siron exclaimed, bewildered. And just like that, Nate got a new nickname too. Nate the Questioner of the Paranormal Society. He spoke with a serious face. 200 years ago, a death row inmate underwent a soul-swapping experiment. There's a theory that, if a human soul is materialized, electricity could potentially separate it. A closed circuit, or in other words, people would put someone in an iron box and run a current through it. But the experiment was so inhumane that it was shut down long ago. Even so, that death row inmate actually survived. His consciousness returned after a month. Nate paused for a moment, then continued. He ended up knowing about the state of nations outside the continent, places he had never been to or even heard of. Siron asked him in confusion, Is that for real? Nate rested both elbows on his knees, answering quietly. The information that prisoner provided was verified, and it was all confirmed to be true. He glanced at Siron, sounding ominous. The soul was detached by electricity, ionized, and caused a quantum effect. Could that very power be what attracted information about the world to that prisoner? That's one theory. That strange itching sensation the prisoner experienced. They call that a psychic sensation. Hearing Nate say that, Siron felt goosebumps break out all over his skin. He hugged his arms tightly, blurting out in fear, Wait, an itching sensation? Is that like my symptoms? Iruki suddenly stood up, startling Siron, and said loudly, That's exactly why Siron saw the universe out there. If your soul was ionized by electricity, leading to a quantum phenomenon, then it's possible you could transcend space and time. Siron was stunned, confused. Transcend space and time? Iruki held up his thumb and index finger, showing a gap as small as a bean, and explained, In a microscopic world smaller than an electron, events beyond human comprehension can occur. A world defined by probability, a place where you can't observe and measure everything at the same time. If you assume the weight of a soul is lighter than an electron orbit appeared in Iruki's imagination as he continued. The connection between space and time would mean nothing at all. And with that, Iruki pointed to the ceiling, concluding his thought, and perceiving the space outside is entirely possible. Nate pointed at him, excitedly asking, What do you think? I think that's exactly your case. Siron shouted with admiration. You actually figured it out? That's amazing. You two look like this, but you're a real research team. Siron showered them with praise. Nate grinned and replied, It's nothing really, is it? Iruki also smiled smugly, crossing his arms as he looked at him. It's just solving a puzzle, that's all. If we want to research this, we need more information. He then asked, So, when are you going to start telling us the truth? Siron was baffled, not understanding what Iruki meant. Iruki looked at him coldly. During the speed test, there was a problem with your luminescence. You also mentioned that you've been having nightmares every night since then. Tell us what's going on." Iruki genuinely wanted to know the truth. Siron looked down at the table, feeling conflicted. Then, Siron told them everything. "Actually, Professor Etella told me a few things." Once they heard it, Nate shouted in shock. "What on earth is an immortal function? Iruki, do you know what that is?" Iruki didn't answer. He just let out a light laugh. Siron looked at him, slightly panicked. Then Iruki leaned his head back and laughed loudly. "I know now. So that's it, the immortal function." Iruki continued. "I heard my father talk about it. It's the holy grail for mathematicians, a place where a single function becomes the key to everything in this world." Nate and Siron were both worried upon hearing that. Siron said nervously, "But the professor also said that thing is very dangerous." Iruki spread his arms wide, his voice booming. "Of course it is, because having everything means having nothing at all." He covered his mouth, giggling as he added, "I see. To beat me, you'll need the immortal function." Siron looked at Iruki, both surprised and happy. He thought to himself, "I don't know why, but seeing them joke around like this, it makes me feel at ease." Siron said firmly, "I've decided. I'm joining the paranormal research group." Nate and Iruki both jumped up with excitement upon hearing his decision. Nate exclaimed, "For real?" Siron answered, "Yeah, I don't want to be scared anymore. I want to research this myself and face it head on." Siron stood up, eyes crinkling as he smiled. "If I'm working with you guys, I'm sure I'll find something." Nate threw his arms up to the sky and cheered. "This is awesome! Whether it's an immortal function or whatever, we'll get through it. Now we have enough members to be an official group again." Nate was so happy he almost cried. "And that means we get funding again." Iruki added, "But will the professor let Siron join? Our reputation isn't exactly great." Nate smirked and held up a piece of paper, saying, "Trust me, I'll get him in without the professor even knowing." Siron and Iruki stared blankly, asking in unison, "Are you sure that's okay?" Nate lunged at them, wrapping his arms around their necks with a wide grin. "Don't worry about it. Now, let's go get some coffee and throw a party to welcome our new member." Nate kept talking. "My treat today," Iruki coldly reminded him, "but you're broke." Siron didn't say anything, just looked back, lost in thought. "So this is my research team now." He looked around the lab, thinking to himself that he should start by cleaning up the place one of these afternoons. But things didn't go as Nate expected. Nate's group registration form was snatched away by someone, and whoever it was seemed absolutely furious. Sienna, the most intimidating professor, had found it. She glared at the application form with a terrifying expression, her voice dropping to a low, gravelly tone. Someone else's voice echoed in the room. The professor she was looking at. It was him. He was lugging a stack of papers up to his nose, glancing back as he replied, "Oh, it's just the club recruitment forms. It's always like this whenever the holidays roll around." He was talking while walking, so he didn't notice one of the forms slip to the floor. "Just gather for a while, get those training credits, and then disband the group. Let's just get this over with quickly." Sienna spotted the form and called out to him, "Professor, you dropped this." He jumped, startled. "Oh no!" She picked up the form to take a look. "Wait, is that?" He leaned in to look as well. He frowned, muttering, "Wait, Professor? This research club is." He hesitated. They both stared at the club application form. The N Group Society for Supernatural Paranormal Research? He sounded genuinely shocked. A Society for Supernatural Paranormal Research? Then, he added, his eyes falling on a specific name. Siron. He glanced back at the form and asked her, "Wait, isn't that Siron?" Sienna's face went dark. She didn't say a word. She gripped the form tight, crumpling it, and then broke into a terrifying smile. Deep within the low hills, there stood a house, tucked away in the mountains. A voice echoed from outside. "I'm sorry, Professor Etella. You were in the middle of training." She was sitting cross-legged at a tea table, lifting her teacup with a wide, squinty-eyed smile. "You've come all this way, so it surely can't be a simple matter." Professor Sienna. So, this was Etella's home. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The two sat facing each other, lifting their teacups to take a sip. The surrounding scenery was peaceful. Sienna set her cup down and said, "Truth be told, Siron has joined a research club." Etella asked cheerfully, "He finally joined a group? Which one?" Sienna leaned forward, her expression grave. "The Society for Supernatural Paranormal Research." Etella, who had just taken a sip of tea, froze mid-swallow. Tea nearly sprayed out of her cup. Then, Sienna continued, her voice trembling with anxiety. "As you know, even before we were professors, that group had a history of causing trouble. I receive countless complaints from parents every single day." She looked increasingly terrified. Why did it have to be that group? Siron is the future of our academy. At this stage, he should be focusing on his studies. Itella stopped, holding her teacup, and gave a silly smile before speaking up. But isn't this group different now? She raised a finger, doing her best to defend N's group. The current president is N, a very well-behaved student who gets along with everyone, so there shouldn't be any issues. All those troublemakers have already graduated anyway. The current president of the Tomiya Magic Association is a former president of that very group, right? She continued happily. I'm sure the students will share wonderful experiences and study together. At the same time, in N's club room, he was lying on a long sofa, resting his head back, looking completely relaxed. N called out, greeting Siron. Oh, Siron, you're here? Siron stood at the door, grimacing, using his sleeve to shield himself from the dust rising into the air. He sounded annoyed. You guys. Looking down from the ceiling, dust was billowing throughout the room. Siron waved the dust away and continued. Aren't you going to class? I'm not feeling so great today, he replied, resting his head on his hand and crossing his legs on the long sofa. Iruki, sitting at a desk, was busy playing a board game. He skips class all the time anyway, Iruki said. Then, he got excited and refocused on his game. All right, checkmate. One more round. His hands moved with lightning speed, controlling two pieces at once. Siron stood behind him, just blankly staring, not saying another word. Then he turned to the pile of mess on his right, thinking to himself, I just cleaned this up, but it's already a disaster again. He spoke up. You guys aren't studying, you aren't doing research, and now you're skipping class too? Huh? Iruki grinned. You can regret it, but you're not allowed to leave, okay? Siron turned away. Sighing, he took off his outer school jacket. Fine, I'll study, he said. He walked over to the round table next to the long desk, pulled out some materials, and sat down to study in silence. Iruki and N watched him quietly, sprawled out on the sofa with bored expressions, thinking, what a model student. Suddenly, Iruki leaned his elbows on the table, hunched over, and smirked. So, did you finish that new invention? He turned to look at N, who perked his head up. Oh, right, of course I did. Iruki's voice rang out, reaching Siron's ears. Wait, is this an invisibility cloak? Siron, who had been taking notes, heard Iruki's voice. The two of them started chatting excitedly. Whoa, that's so cool. Amazing. I know, right? Siron couldn't focus on his studies at all, so he surreptitiously tilted his head to eavesdrop on their conversation. It lasts for an hour, and if you feed it energy like this, wow, that's incredible. Siron couldn't pretend to be silent any longer. He bolted upright, looking at the two of them with curiosity, and shouted, I want to see it too. Back at the meeting between Sienna and Itella in Itella's private home, Sienna calmly lifted her cup for a sip before speaking. We were talking about N, so let's discuss the others while we're at it. That kid, Iruki, he's in the 5th year, yet he acts like a fool. Two faces appeared in Sienna's mind, Iruki and Siron, she said in a somber tone. Have you seen his potential? And Siron, he even defeated that monster, Iruki. Once the senior class graduates, these two might become the rising stars of our academy. Then, she suddenly grabbed her teacup, placed it down on her lap with a hurried clatter, and shouted, But what if Siron hangs out with kids like Iruki and becomes just as rebellious? He'll end up being the biggest failure in the history of the Magic Academy. Itella listened, looking stunned and worried. A failure? Then, she relaxed. Oh, you're worrying too much. Meanwhile, in the 3-person research room, Siron's voice echoed with amazement as he saw a pile of strange, grenade-like tools sitting in a wooden crate. Whoa, you made all of these yourself? N, so these are magic grenades? The three of them sat huddled around the wooden crate. N propped his chin on his hand and chuckled. I'm saving them for a day when I can put on one really, really big show. Siron sat next to him, clutching the invisibility cloak around his body, and picked up a round, pink grenade, speaking with a look of skepticism. But isn't this a bit dangerous? Iruki sighed, picked up a black book, and gave a wry smile. Give it a rest. N's dream is to become a magic engineer. That's why he's going to school. Because Siron had draped the invisibility cloak over himself, only his head, collar, and the two hands holding the cloak were visible. The rest of him had vanished. Hearing Iruki, he spoke with an expression of pure admiration. A magic engineer? That's so cool. So you use electronics to craft these things? He then wondered. But what is this book? This red one? Siron reached out to grab the red book. Iruki and N both glanced at it. Hearing Iruki, he looked at him with an expression of pure admiration. A magic engineer? Isn't that cool? So, you use electronics to build these things? Then, he wondered aloud. But what's this book? The red one? Siron reached out and picked up the red book. Iruki and Nate both glanced over at it. He startled, blurting out, "Huh? Is that?" Before N could finish, Iruki chimed in quickly. "What? Is this from the Human Anatomy Research Club? Why is it here?" He flipped the book open but kept his eyes on Iruki, saying, "The Human Anatomy Research Club." Then, looking at the page he'd just opened, he gasped in shock. The page Siron turned to featured pictures of two beautiful girls. What? What is this? Flustered, he dropped the book to the floor and covered his face with both hands, leaving only his left eye peeking out. Wait, aren't those students from our school? Iruki frowned as he looked at the page, so that's where it was. Meanwhile, Nay looked at Siron and calmly began to explain. This is basically an information log for some shady research club. The illustrations are a bit rough, but it's packed with insider info. Iruki said this in a bored tone. Just a hobby for people with too much time on their hands. But Siron felt uneasy and frowned in discomfort. Doesn't the school intervene? Suddenly, his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed red. It turned out his reaction was because he'd spotted a drawing of Ami in the book. Seeing him go silent, Iruki asked, "Why aren't you saying anything, Siron? Are you actually dating?" Before Iruki could finish, Siron threw his hands up in the air, stammering defensively. "You guys shouldn't be looking at this stuff. What on earth?" Nay started to say something, seeing Siron like that, but could only let out a sound of confusion. Then, Siron pulled his hands down, looked at Iruki nervously, and tried to change the subject. "Who even runs a club like this?" Iruki answered calmly. "It's an underground, shady club. But since most of it is about the graduating class, it's probably run by seniors." Siron muttered anxiously. "Seniors are running a club like this?" On the porch of Itella's house, the soft, pale sunlight reflected off her roof. Sienna's voice echoed. "That's right. The Paranormal Soul Science Research Club is also a shady one." Then, her expression went cold as she added that the Black Mage Club was just child's play. "The problem is, it's a prank, orchestrated by the smartest and most talented students in the school. They all have different talents. From painting to supernatural eyesight," Sienna continued, pausing for effect. "They're gifted at communication and research." She went on to say that they had completely bypassed the school's investigation system. Sienna sat straight, hands clasped, and spoke seriously to Itella. "The reason we haven't touched the Paranormal Soul Science Research Club is because it's no longer considered an official club. Brilliant students are trying to revive it." She spoke with a cold face and sharp eyes. "So, I'm going to use this opportunity to disband it." Itella was silent for a moment before closing her eyes, pouring tea into a cup, and finally speaking. "I understand your concern for your students," she said as she lifted the teapot. "However, there is a reason the school doesn't intervene in those clubs. To help students develop independence, research clubs are treated as autonomous groups that must take responsibility for their own choices." On a high tree branch, there was a nest of chicks with colors different from the mother bird's pinkish hue. The mother bird perched nearby, watching over them. Itella continued, "If we adults strip that right away from them, they'll become afraid of making choices." She asked Sienna calmly, "Why don't we give them a chance?" Sienna closed her eyes, thinking for a moment before frowning. "Of course what you're saying is correct, but..." Sienna opened her eyes and looked at Itella with concern, countering her point. "I believe that developing students' talents and keeping them from going down the wrong path is also the responsibility of adults." Itella watched her silently, deep in thought. "I can see how much Professor Sienna cares for Siron. I want to give Siron enough time to decide for himself, but I can't ignore the professor's opinion." After thinking, she spoke up. "I apologize for not telling you this beforehand, but this matter involves Siron." In the recent speed shooting test, Siron reached Nirvana. Hearing that, Sienna's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe it was true. Then, she shouted loudly, "What did you say?" Sienna's voice echoed throughout the mountains and forests, startling the birds perched on the towering treetops. They flew into the sky in a panic. Inside the three-person research room, the lamp hanging from the ceiling suddenly shook violently, and the ground trembled incessantly. Siron knelt on the floor, terrified. Huh? An earthquake?" Nay hurriedly grabbed a cloak and stuffed it into a wooden crate. "Hurry and hide the evidence." Iruki also helped by gathering a stack of papers into the crate. Only Siron was left wondering, why? What's going on? Iruki straightened the bench and replied, "A professor is patrolling the N storage room." They hurriedly straightened the table, and Siron just stood there watching them, asking nervously, "What should we do now?" Iruki said urgently, "Just sit and wait." A hand was placed on the door's sensor. A voice rang out. It was an emergency inspection. Sienna was waiting for the door to open. She thought seriously. It takes 3 minutes to summon the desired storage room. Enough time to hide the evidence. Inside the research room at that moment, Siron was forced into a chair by En and Iruki. He shouted in a panic, "The professor is here. Shouldn't we go out and greet her?" Nay grabbed his arm, looking at him blankly. "It's fine. Just act like nothing is happening." Iruki reminded him anxiously, "If we get caught, it won't just be a suspension." After Siron listened to them, Nay crossed his legs in the middle chair, folded his hands, and instructed him, "This research room is our territory. If you show fear, it's game over." Siron asked, feeling a bit doubtful. "Okay, sure." Sienna radiated a cold, powerful beauty, an overwhelming aura as she pushed the door open and stormed in. Before her, the three sat in chairs in various poses, the room perfectly tidy, nothing suspicious in sight. Iruki sat with arms crossed, chin lifted arrogantly, glancing at her. Nay sat upright, hands resting on the armrests, head slightly bowed, looking up at her. And Siren looked straight ahead, trying to appear serious. Sienna frowned and stared at the three of them, whispering to herself, "Before it's too late, I have to disband this group." Sienna's thoughts suddenly faltered. That was why she had anticipated this reaction. But Nay crossed his legs and spoke calmly. "We apologize. We were in the middle of a debate." Sienna wasn't pleased with his attitude. That attitude is a bit irritating. Nay, still sitting with legs crossed, elbows resting on the chair arms, hands interlaced, said with a smirk, "If you had sent a formal letter before coming here, we would have welcomed you warmly." Sienna looked away, annoyed, thinking silently. The thing that infuriates me the most is that Siron is being dragged along by them. On the outside, Siron seemed completely unfazed, sitting quietly staring at the table. But inside, he was pulling at his hair and screaming, "Professor Sienna, are you sure we're okay just sitting here like this?" Sienna simply flashed a bright smile, acting as if there were no problem at all. "When a guest arrives, shouldn't you all offer them tea or a drink?" She then grinned playfully, her eyes narrowing. "Oh my God, does she really trust us enough to drink tea that we prepared?" Siron, caught in the middle of them, looked frozen, as if he wanted to just vanish from the room. Sienna adjusted her glasses with her index and middle fingers, then closed her eyes and smiled gently. "Then, I'll get straight to the point, before I leave." She sat on a chair, her voice turning serious. "I expect you all to return the research group's room." After she finished, Iruki just looked at her with a stern expression, while she kept that same playful grin, and Siron looked at her, completely dazed. Then, the three of them, huddled together, eyes wide, and let out a collective shout. En suddenly slammed his hands on the table, stood up abruptly, and cried out in agony, "Give back our room!" Just like that, Sien took out a file, flipped through it to find something, and said, "I've checked the documents, and it's hard to find a reason not to shut this research group down. The truth is, you haven't done anything in 4 years." Siron broke into a cold sweat, looking over at Iruki, who was just as anxious. She continued, "The reality is that you've been short of students all semester. That alone is enough reason to close this group. It looks like your budget has been cut again, hasn't it?" Sienna flipped through the documents while reading them and spoke up. "Based on school policy, if you can produce some actual results within a month, you can keep the research group. If not." En suddenly knelt on the table, put his hands together, and bowed his head down to beg her, leaving Siron in shock. "I beg of you, Professor, anything but the research results." He knelt there, head bowed, pleading earnestly. "The subject of supernatural research, to be honest, is about things that are impossible to prove, right? Do you really want to shut down the only research group that could shatter a magic society so reliant on science and logic? We'll do anything else, just not the research results. Please." Sien held the folder against her face, looking down at them as she said, "If that's what you want, I have a different proposal." En said seriously and loudly, "Yes, we will do anything." Sienna looked at En with a stern face and said, "Kick Siron out of the group." As soon as she said it, En lifted his head, staring at her in surprise. Siron and Iruki were also shocked. All three of them were equally stunned by her condition. Then they shouted in unison, "Why?" After a moment of discussion, Sienna spoke up, "Do you guys even know yet?" En and Iruki sat upright in their chairs, clearly struggling with how to choose. Siron, meanwhile, was forced to sit in the chair opposite her, looking very confused. Sienna stood behind his chair, crossed her arms, and said, "The ability of immortality is a major issue that even students can't handle. It is extremely dangerous for a young student to try and solve it. Siron could end up disappearing because of it." Siron looked up at her, feeling both anxious and resentful as he replied, I already know it's dangerous. I won't do it again. She turned her head, looking at him sternly, and said, That's not all. The real problem is the overload that follows. Siron looked at En and Iruki and asked, Overload? What's that? En seemed too scared to answer. Iruki frowned and explained it to him. Should I call it a genius's disease? I've had it for 58 years, but it's not too severe. He recounted what his father had told him. My father said I was already crazy, so I should just shut my mouth and live with it. En spoke with a look of pure curiosity. I don't know anything about it. Sienna rested her hand on her forehead and said gloomily, I call it a problem precisely because you kids treat it like that. An overload is a phenomenon that occurs when your mind cannot fully control the amount of information flooding in from a sudden awakening. The person's brain gets something accumulated inside it, and it radiates outward. She said, It's like a dam that can't hold back too much water. It's a terrible symptom. It can shatter your consciousness. But because of the mistake of calling it a genius's disease, like a mother with a sick child in bed who hears it's a disease of genius, she becomes happy and anxious and doesn't treat it. Sienna continued, Many children have missed the best time for treatment and lived their whole lives in misery. And thinking of the overload as the cause of the immortality ability, your teacher here never even wants to imagine how dangerous that could be. Hearing her say that, he furrowed his brows in worry. Is that what a collapsing consciousness feels like? The nightmares he had every night, the feeling of his body constantly uncomfortable, as if a series of cylindrical chords were thrashing inside him. Then he thought, maybe I've actually lost my mind? Sienna stood there, frowning, trying to persuade them. I think I will have Siron focus on psychological treatment, while minimizing the impact on his studies as much as possible. He sadly bowed his head. She continued, I will adjust everything myself, so there are no lingering side effects. So, if you kids really care about your friend, you should kick Siron out. Suddenly, En shouted, cutting her off. No! She glanced at En in surprise. He spoke in a very firm and resolute tone, but there was still a hint of humor in his expression. As the club president, I don't think you know everything. She got angry, leaned in, and barked. What? Is this really the time to be acting out? But it was Iruki who replied to her, Isn't this something Siron should decide for himself? Siron was stunned when he heard him say that. Then Iruki spoke up. I know you're worried, but isn't that a bit excessive? En, sitting next to him, jumped up in frustration. Exactly. I can even tell you the reason why you're going this far. Professor, it's because you like him. Like who? En hesitated, then got angry and shouted, Because you like Siron, don't you? Sienna answered him immediately, looking dumbfounded. Yeah, so? Is there a problem with that? Hearing her answer, En looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He stood there clutching his head, looking up at the sky and screaming, Of course that's a problem. I didn't think a professor would be seduced by a student. His face was red enough to let off steam, his eyes unfocused and dazed as he said, If that's the case, then is it possible you like me? Sienna replied coldly and quickly, No. En fell face first onto the table in agony, sighing in despair. Siron, standing next to him, exclaimed in a panic, The president is dead. Seeing that, she spoke up. I'm not getting dragged into this right or wrong argument. Stop being so stubborn and accept reality. Iruki stood there looking at her, then asked, Professor, if Siron can't handle the overload, does that mean he's reached his limit? He's not going to die, is he? Siron stood there blankly when he heard him ask that. Sienna answered seriously, I think you already know this since you've experienced it before. This isn't normal. This is the ability of immortality. Iruki frowned, puzzled. The concept of immortality is a field that's never been fully understood. That's the path Siron has stepped onto. Shouldn't we just trust and wait for him? Are you worried he'll cross the line, Professor? Then, he firmly emphasized, and that is exactly what people call an obsession. Sienna just listened in silence, looking down with her lips pursed. She began to think. An obsession? She recalled a memory from her childhood. Someone was calling her name. Sienna, you have to leave this place. She remembered that time when she was young, sitting alone in the middle of a frozen forest, clutching her head in terror. Clack. Siron looked up and spoke. As I thought. That's something I have to decide for myself. Sienna jolted, looking at him with concern. Siron, he continued. Honestly, I'm scared too. As she had said, Professor, there were times I thought I was losing my mind. She spoke in a panic. Then, let's start from now. But Siron cut her off. But no, I actually felt great. Sienna looked at him, stunned. Siron? Siron placed his left hand over his heart as it pounded against his chest, and said in a heartfelt tone, "That's not an experience everyone gets to have, but it's happening to me, right? I'm genuinely terrified of these nightmares disappearing. If they vanish, I won't be able to uncover the secret buried deep within me anymore." Then, he looked up at her, his eyes brimming with confidence. "If this question is meant for me alone, I want to find the answer. I don't want to run away. I want to face it head on." Sienna sat there in silence, thinking. Just like him, she remembered a blonde boy who had once reached out a hand to help her. That person had said, "Don't run away. Look straight ahead." And then, she whispered to herself, "He's just like that person." After a moment, Sienna nodded and said, "I understand. I respect Siron's decision, and I will never think about having him give up again." The three of them, having listened in, were both surprised and thrilled, popping their heads up from under the table. So then," she replied. "That's right." Then she turned around, waving goodbye with a bright smile. "We're back to our initial condition. You three will show me results in the coming month, won't you?" Nate furrowed his brows, mouth agape, letting out a sound before his face went pale and lifeless. He couldn't even manage a smile anymore. Now, the three of them were sitting on a bench by the waterfall, all three looking completely dazed in different directions. While Nate looked like his soul had left his body, Siron frantically blurted out, "What are we supposed to do? So, we really have to show research results within a month? Do you guys have any notes on past research?" Nate had already lost his soul, so he couldn't answer. Iruki frowned in thought and replied, "From what I know, SPSG hasn't actually researched anything. If something like supernatural soul science existed, it would already be in the textbooks. There is no proof to confirm that souls even exist," Iruki said helplessly. Nate finally spoke up, but it was strange. His face was deathly pale. "I'm sorry, former club president. The research group will end with this generation." And he kept saying more things, but they were incoherent. Siron was tearing up, but still tried to cheer him on. "Come on, hang in there." Suddenly, Iruki, who was leaning back against the bench in despair, sat up with glowing eyes. "Pretty girl," Siron scolded. "Now is not the time for that. Focus." But Nate was still out of it. Yet, as soon as he heard pretty girl, he snapped back to life, shielding his eyes to get a better look, repeatedly asking, Where? They were all looking at a girl in a long dress with long, flowing purple hair walking over there. Nate couldn't take his eyes off her and muttered, "Who's that? Is there someone like that in the advanced class?" Iruki stroked his chin, speculating. "There's no one like that in the advanced class." "Did she graduate?" Siron looked at the two of them, confused. "Iruki, do you remember the face of every girl in the advanced class?" Suddenly, Siron noticed the girl looked a lot like Sienna. He frowned, his face turning red as he shouted. Then, Siron and Nate looked toward the girl and shouted in unison, It's Professor Sienna." Then, Nate said loudly, "What? No way. Can a person really change that much?" Iruki looked at Siron and asked, "Siron, you've got an eye for the ladies, huh? You pervert." He frantically explained, "It's not like that." Then he wondered, "But where is she going on the weekend? And she's even wearing makeup." They watched Sienna's retreating figure and took turns discussing it. Iruki guessed, "Is she going on a date? She's at that age, after all." But Nate didn't believe it. "What? She has a boyfriend?" Suddenly, Nate stood up and muttered, "This is our chance." Siron, sitting next to him, wondered what he was planning. Then, Nate excitedly declared that after following Professor Sienna and finding her weakness, they would use it to stop the research group from being disbanded. Iruki spoke seriously. "Following a certified 6th-tier mage isn't going to be easy, but we have the invisibility cloak." Saying that, the two of them ran off, leaving instructions for him. Iruki said, "I'll track the professor first. You go with Nate." Nate pointed a finger right at his face and shouted, "I'll go get the cloak from the research lab. You know how to keep your distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research group." They left him with just those words, leaving Siron standing there, dazed and confused. Afterward, he wailed, "Use your brains for studying instead." By this time, Sienna had stopped, looking around with a very cautious and guarded expression. Siron's trio was hiding under the invisibility cloak behind an apple stall. Iruki whispered, "She's extremely vigilant." "We almost got caught." Nate was incredibly excited about this. He smiled deviously and said, "Looks like something's up. Who is she planning to meet?" Siron, on the other hand, was dissatisfied, saying, "Why do we have to do this?" But then, he added with a hint of worry, "But there is something. As a noble would on a date, the four of them were in a large, crowded marketplace. Siron wondered, shouldn't they be avoiding the commoner district? Sienna kept looking around as she walked, as if wary of someone. She even carefully glanced behind her whenever she sensed something suspicious. Then, Sienna quickly paced through the streets, passing various stalls. Iruki shared his perspective. Something's definitely fishy. She's so guarded. I'm worried about the fate of those documents. Could the professor be selling those strange artifacts for money? Siron looked at him with a judgmental gaze. Do you think she's just like you? Sienna stood in front of a house in a residential area. She smiled when the door opened. A man reached out to hug her, expressing his joy. Seeing that, the three of them were shocked and spoke in unison. It's a man. Nate was agitated by the information he'd just witnessed. Her secret commoner boyfriend? This is hot news. Could this be a forbidden secret romance? Both Iruki and Siron fixed their gazes on Nate. She went inside. We should stop here. However, unable to hide his curiosity, Nate quickly jumped out and ran down the street with excitement. What are you saying? We have to follow the professor and find evidence, don't we? For the survival of the research group. She smiled as the door opened. A man reached out and hugged her, showing his relief. The three of them were taken aback and shouted in unison, "It's a man!" Nate was worked up over what he just witnessed. Her secret commoner boyfriend? That's hot gossip. Is this some kind of forbidden romance the family banned? Both Iruki and Siron turned their gazes toward Nate. She's already inside. We should stop here. Avazo. Unable to hide his curiosity, he quickly jumped out and ran toward the street, full of excitement. What are you talking about? We have to follow the professor and find proof. For the sake of our research group's survival, Iruki and Siron stood there, feeling helpless against En's decision. En signaled to Iruki. Iruki, it's time. Iruki cleared his throat, bracing himself. A flash of blue light surged into the iron pins inside the door. Under the pressure of that power, the lock finally clicked open, and En shouted in delight, I did it! The door's open. He swung the door wide, bragging about his own intuition. I knew the basement lock would be the flimsiest one. Let's go in. En and Iruki quickly scouted the floors of the house. The first floor was empty. Great, let's hit the second floor. Use your diversion-style monodomain to check the hallway first. Siron could only stand there, smiling helplessly at his friend's pure, naive energy. Why can't these two put this much intellect and incredible drive into their studies? The three of them used an invisibility cloak, creeping along the wall and listening intently around the house until En gave a signal. Guys, I hear a woman's voice coming from that room. The room ahead was shut tight, emitting the sounds En had heard. Realizing things were about to go too far, Siron started tearing up, begging them to stop. Turn back, please, I'm begging you. En ignored him, trying to stop the situation. Professor Sienna started this fight. We don't have any other choice. He leaned his ear against the door, listening closely to Sienna's voice. Don't you need to change your clothes? Amin asked gently from inside. I still prefer wearing today's outfit. Sienna continued from inside. Should I change out of it? Amin then decided to help her change. No, just keep wearing this one. You look beautiful. Outside, Iruki and Siron turned bright red, feeling awkward. I think we really shouldn't be listening to this. Inside, Sienna asked, when will your wife be back? Amin replied, probably in about 2 hours. All three of them were shocked and agitated. The professor is dating a married man? Inside, Amin was quickly tidying up. This is perfect. Let's move in. Iruki exclaimed. This is way better than just any old weakness. En, however, was terrified by what he'd just heard. I don't think we should do this. He quickly grabbed the doorknob, determined to stop this immoral act. We have to stop this from happening. All three of them burst into the room, tears streaming down their faces, desperate to prevent the unthinkable. Professor, please don't do this. The three of them cried out in unison, their voices trailing off. This is so wrong. All three were stunned at the scene before them. The door, unable to withstand the pressure of three people leaning on it, splintered and fell off its hinges. Seeing Amin sitting there, painting, left all three of them frozen in confusion. Painting? Sienna asked, trembling. You kids. The sudden appearance of her students in such a setting turned her embarrassment into pure rage. She shouted at them, what on earth are you doing here? Immediately, all three were punished, forced to hold their hands up. Their hands trembled, having been in the air for who knows how long. En, as the ringleader, stepped up to apologize. I'm sorry, Professor, we thought. He continued. We thought you were doing grown-up stuff. Sienna was taken aback by En's excuse. What? You guys actually thought I would do something like that? Furious, she ordered. Get back to the academy, and you'll see what happens. Am I clear? Iruki sighed, feeling helpless. We definitely deserve this punishment. Iruki quickly dragged En, the ringleader, right into the line of fire. He's the one who started it, Siron quickly produced the evidence from the side. Even the invisibility cloak was N's. N stood there, trapped, unable to react in time to his friend's betrayal. You traitors! You didn't object at all. Amin quickly stepped in to defend the three of them. Don't scold them anymore. I'm fine. The door is already fixed. Sienna still felt guilty towards him, but Amin explained, my students followed me here only because they were worried about me. Right, N? Amin smiled and gestured with his hand. It's all right. Even though being followed is technically my own carelessness, breaking into someone else's house is wrong. The kids just rushed in without thinking because their teacher was here. He slowly walked toward the exit, saying, I'll go make some tea. You all should talk for a bit. Siron's group quickly responded, Thank you, sir. The three of them watched Amin with pure admiration. That man, he's an angel. Watching Amin's slow, deliberate movements, Siron realized something and silently wondered, is he blind? Suddenly, a strange shift occurred in Siron's mind, making him clutch his head in thought. Why does my head feel so heavy all of a sudden? Could this also be related to that feeling of pity? Sienna sighed, helplessly resting a hand on her forehead. It's a good thing. Amin is such a generous person. Siron immediately asked, Professor, may I ask, who is he? N, standing beside him, couldn't hide his curiosity either. Yeah, what's your relationship with him? Why did you have to be so cautious when meeting him? Sienna, having a headache from her students, still had to answer. Amin is a senior who attended the Magic Academy with me when we were younger. Iruki asked, So he's a mage too? But how did he lose his sight? Sienna sighed suddenly, hesitating. Amin. She lowered her voice, and the atmosphere grew significantly heavier. He can't see anymore. Because of me. Sienna remembered that day, Sienna running through a torrential downpour. Back when she was young, she had also suffered from mana overload. Images of her crying loudly in the rain merged with her voiceover. During those hellish days, the only thing I could do was run. Amin, then a young boy, was running fast, shouting, Sienna, it's dangerous. The water level is rising too high there. Sienna, stubborn, tried to run away from Amin. No, don't come near me. Just then, she lost her footing. Sienna plunged into the rushing water, accompanied by Amin's desperate scream from above. Sienna! Immediately, he dove into the water after her. They managed to grab onto a large log. Sienna, terrified, was crying uncontrollably. Amin immediately reassured her, Hold on. If we can just hang on until we reach downstream, we'll be saved. Amin suddenly saw what lay ahead, a massive pile of logs stacked together, with large and small branches jutting out incredibly dangerous. Amin quickly instructed Sienna, Sienna, we have to dive under. You can do it, right? Sienna, tears still streaming down her face, said fearfully, I can't, Ain. He didn't have much time left, so he immediately pushed Sienna's head down, continuously reassuring her, Hold your breath. I'm going to pull you under so you don't float back up. If we hold on tight, we'll survive. Sienna obediently followed. Okay. Amin remained above, facing the massive logs head-on, a spark of hope ignited within him. Yes, we'll survive. Their speed increased, the log rushing straight toward the pile of trees, his thoughts racing. At least you have to live. Amin's tears fell, waiting for what would happen next to them. Sienna spoke bitterly as she finished the story. The genius of the Magic Academy, Amin, lost his eyes just like that. He gave up on becoming a mage. Even though we both survived. Everyone looked at Amin with pity as they heard the story. Sienna continued, When I heard he had become a painter, you can't imagine how surprised I was. N spoke softly. So, that's how it all happened. Iruki also caught on and grew quite worried about the mental strain. Just then, Amin stepped in, instantly clearing the gloomy atmosphere. Sienna is a bit of a nagger, isn't she? Sienna chimed in, sounding surprised. Amin. Siron quickly thanked him. Thank you, sir. Amin continued. Even though she nags, Sienna definitely cares about you kids a lot. She spends all day talking about her students. Sienna looked embarrassed and scratched her head. We hold you in high regard as well, ma'am. Iruki, sipping her tea on the side, chirped innocently. It's iced tea. Siron approached the painting Amin was working on and asked, If you don't mind, could we watch you paint? This caught Amin a little off guard. Watch me paint? Siron quickly added, I'd love to see it too. Iruki then voiced her own curiosity. How do you paint when you can't see anything? Sienna, sensing her students were being a bit rude, stepped in to correct them. Hey, you kids. Don't be so impolite. Amin spoke softly to soothe Sienna. It's all right. I don't have much time left, so I must keep painting. Sienna, are you okay with that too? Sienna didn't mind at all, and agreed immediately. Of course, sir. Even though he felt a bit shy, Siron awkwardly struck a pose for Amin to begin. Amin was just about to finish sketching. Iruki stood by, constantly marveling at Amin's technique. This is unbelievable. I wonder how he does it. Iruki pondered and said, he must be using his domain. N joined the discussion. That means he has to be at least a Zener-level mage. Siron just watched Amin's every move in silence. He stood up slowly and said cautiously, Mr. Amin? Siron asked a question that made Amin stop in his tracks. You can see, can't you, sir? Amin immediately smiled and turned to look at Siron. He slowly removed the blindfold from his eyes and said, I've been waiting for you. I wondered if Siron. Siron was stunned by the sight before him. Amin was looking right at him with glowing, radiant eyes as he continued. Would figure it out? Siron tapped N repeatedly on the head, but got no response. N, Iruki, come look at this. Mr. Amin's eyes. He turned around to see his two friends frozen in place and was shocked. Sienna was also motionless in her seated position. Siron went to check on each of them, stunned. This is... Amin spoke up from behind to explain. It's magic. The golden light surrounding Amin intensified, exuding authority. This move is called stasis. Siron couldn't believe his eyes. He gasped. No way. He thought to himself, I never expected to witness a mage who has reached the realm of manipulating time at the speed of light. Amin calmly invited Siron to sit down. Have a seat. Stay calm and let's talk, for we have plenty of time. At that moment, Amin's room had split into thousands of different rooms, creating an endless maze. Siron still couldn't believe his eyes. A goofy grin plastered on his face. Amin sat in the chair opposite him and calmly confessed. To be honest, I've always been worried. I knew you'd realize it sooner or later. Siron was surprised. You knew I'd figure it out? Yes. Amin pointed to the white bandage wrapped around his eyes and explained. People usually receive light through their eyes and project it as images. But these eyes of mine are light itself. He continued. The moment I saw you, I knew we were similar in one way. Siron spoke tentatively, following his own deduction. Could it be? He immediately received confirmation from Amin. Exactly. Amin revealed with a gentle smile. The power of immortality. Siron was equally stunned. He asked Amin cautiously. May I ask about the power of immortality? Amin didn't hesitate to explain it to Siron. Immortality is the gateway to reincarnation, and those who open that door are called unlockers. Light from Amin's eyes pierced through the white bandage. Before Siron's eyes, an image of an unlocked padlock appeared, surrounded by a golden aura of power. Siron, you have opened that door. Under Amin's explanation, a stream of turquoise light appeared, along with its circle of power. The mind of an unlocker flows into the infinite, and from there, they feel immense power and liberation. Siron listened carefully to every word. Noticing the tension on his face, Amin reassured him. Don't worry. As long as you don't push past your limits, your mind will remain intact. Siron quickly expressed. Is it really okay? To be honest, I dream of the universe every single night. Amin was surprised by this information. The universe? Siron voiced his anxiety. Yes, I've kept it from my friends, because these supernatural sensations make me feel like I'm losing my mind. He hesitated to continue, adding, and it feels a bit dangerous too. Amin smiled and said to Siron, I understand. It was as if he was bringing good news to Siron. Magic has taken a liking to you, Siron. This left Siron a bit confused. Amin continued to explain. First of all, those symptoms you're having are unavoidable. Images flashed of Siron floating in the middle of a star-filled universe as Amin provided detailed explanations. The place you've touched is the infinite realm, the universe itself. Anyone forced to face reincarnation, and such an overwhelming space, would feel fear. A catalyst like fear will lead to enlightenment. Amin simulated an image of Siron opening the lock of the universe, adding that most unlockers gain spatial omnipotence. But Siron, the fear you feel has nothing to do with space. You face something very different. Amin gently reassured Siron once more. The moment you realize what that thing is, your worries will vanish. Hearing this, Siron immediately became energized again. How can I figure that out? Amin smiled and said, You'll find a way. Though I don't know when it could be soon, or it might take a lifetime to realize. This caused Siron's mood to dampen a little. A lifetime? Amin reassured him again. But don't worry. An image of Siron's cosmic soul was reflected behind him as Amin spoke. That thing is already inside you. You just haven't named it yet. Siron pondered the words, then asked, Is it something that hasn't been discovered yet? The universe exists, but it's inside me. I don't quite understand. he continued, revealing information that surprised Amin. Or maybe it's related to the light and the strings I see in my dreams. Seeming to realize something, Amin smiled and continued. Perhaps it's related to the G-symmetry theory. Siron felt as if he had just gained new knowledge. G-symmetry theory? Amin continued to explain. Scholars believe that this world is perfect. Humans, under the influence of supernatural powers and the cosmos, and with Amin's detailed interpretation, operate under perfect physical laws. A world that can be explained by mathematics. Just like the constant speed of light, this ideal symmetry seems like a product carefully arranged by someone. However, as the world continued to shift and change over time, the factors influencing humanity quickly drifted away from their original course. But the more I studied it, the more I realized that this symmetry had been broken. Siron turned to observe Eruki, lost in thought. Come to think of it, Eruki once told me about the mysterious world of probability, Amin continued. The universe we live in isn't perfect, and I can't know what it was that broke that symmetry. He concluded that it was some nameless entity, but if it were you, Siron, you'd find it. Hearing Amin's encouragement, Siron felt a bit awkward and said, "Thank you, sir." He seemed to have realized many things and happily confirmed it to Amin. "Thank you so very much." "Sir, Amin, I think I can do it." Siron also stammered his apologies for following the professor, but added that he was very happy to have met him. Amin turned to look at Sienna and said, "Take care of Sienna, all right?" He spoke gently to Siron. "She's softer-hearted than you think." It was then that Siron remembered and quickly asked, "Why did you hide your abilities, sir? You could have told her." Amin leaned forward slightly to explain. "Sienna always worries about me because of that guilt, but my eyes aren't going to recover anyway. So, it's not right for her to waste her time on me. Besides," his thoughts drifted briefly, "I'm already married." Amin turned back to continue drawing as Siron resumed his observations. While drawing, Amin reflected on those words. "And I want to help Sienna live her own life." Jay sat quietly, posing for Amin's painting. Her cheeks were flushed pink, making her look just like a princess from days of old. Siron sat silently, thinking about their earlier conversation, and chatted animatedly with Eruki beside him. Remembering Amin's instructions, Siron smiled in agreement. "So, promise me, keep this a secret." The painting of Sienna in a golden dress, the color of autumn leaves, was finished. Amin expressed his gratitude to Sienna. "Thank you." Sienna modestly replied, "It's nothing. We're close friends, aren't we?" "Ah, right." She softened her voice. "This is our last day. When you get settled elsewhere, I'll write to you." Amin didn't hesitate to agree. "Yeah, I'll write back." Then he turned to Siron and told them, "Make sure you and Eruki study hard. You hear?" All three of them answered in cheerful unison. "Thank you so much, sir." Amin smiled and said, "Sienna, I'll see you." Sienna, still feeling reluctant to part ways, finally said her goodbyes. "All right, I'm heading out." Right then, a shrill voice rang out from the distance. "Honey, I'm back from shopping. Are you finished with the painting yet?" All four of them, Sienna and her students, froze at the sight of Amin's wife, and that inviting tone of hers. "Oh my, Miss Sienna, are you leaving already? You should stay and have dinner with us." Siron was shocked by Amin's choice of partner. "Mr. Amin, you sure have a unique taste." She leaned down to look at Sienna's face and assessed her. "Why is your face so red?" "Honey, Miss Sienna doesn't look too well." Sienna was too flustered to say a word. Sienna and her students quickly scrambled away from the awkward atmosphere. "I'm sorry, we're in a rush, so we'll be going now." Amin only had time for a brief farewell. "Take care, Sienna." The red-haired girl behind them watched their every move. Then, she spoke to Amin with a sarcastic tone. "I wonder if your superiors would believe." "Amin, that the Eye of Light could have such expressions?" Amin replied coldly. "Stop nagging and just give me the report." She quickly presented it. "We need to leave Chris for Kelbera. There are plenty of threats on the way, but none of them are anything compared to Amin of the Eye of Light." Then she added, mocking him, "Shouldn't I call you the Seeker of Souls for the Eternal Realm instead?" Amin walked into the house silently and said, "I will do as agreed, so stop talking nonsense." She then questioned him, "You still haven't told Sienna, have you?" Seeing Amin stay silent, she reminded him, "Don't forget, the lives of those you love are at stake." Amin delivered a cold line that struck right at her. "Don't worry, Sienna knows nothing." Sienna walked silently ahead, not saying a word, while the group behind her grew worried. "We're in trouble," one whispered. Siron turned, confused. "Why?" the other explained. With that look on her face, Professor Sienna is in a terrible mood. "When we get back to the academy, we're going to get punished for stalking and breaking in." The research group had been dissolved. He suddenly called out to Sienna, making her stop and turn around. "Professor Sienna, The student stepped forward and used his most playful tone to beg, "Can we go grab something to eat before we head back?" Haruki immediately jumped in. "That's right, we're starving," Siron added with a sweet smile. "We hardly ever get to come out here. We have to eat something, Professor." Seeing her 3 students looking so miserable, Sienna softened and said, "I suppose so. You all look like you've been through a lot today." She quickly agreed and turned to walk again. "Fine, let's go. We'll eat until we burst." The 3 behind her cheered internally, their plan a success. Great. Now they just had to focus on their final goal. Boost her mood to avoid punishment. Haruki was already eyeing up the dinner menu. "I'm going to order something really expensive." Only Siron was truly concerned about Sienna's feelings. "She's sad because she has to leave Mr. Amin. I really should try to cheer her up." 2 hours later, the sky had grown dark, and they were at a shop in the city. Sienna's voice boomed. "Give me more!" Panic-filled cries erupted immediately. "Professor, I was wrong." "Stop it, Professor." Sienna's face was flushed red from alcohol as she raised the bottle and shouted, "Bring another bottle." The students below her begged in terror, "Please, don't drink anymore." A mystery yet to be solved. What exactly happened to Sienna? 2 hours earlier, before the 3 students were begging for their lives. The table was filled with dishes, beautifully arranged and smelling delicious. Seeing Sienna pour herself a drink, they asked, "Professor, are you planning to drink?" Sienna casually picked up her glass and used a mocking tone with her students. "So what? You kids can break into a stranger's house, but I can't have a drink?" They quickly laughed it off. "Of course not. It's your day off, Professor. Drink as much as you like." Siron's hands were moving quickly, enjoying every dish on the table and exclaiming, "This is so good." Haruki sat nearby, laughing at Siron's innocence. "You look like you've never eaten this before in your life." The other student quickly poured more wine for Sienna to curry favor. "Let me pour that for you, Professor." She quickly pulled the bottle away, shooing her student off. "You're just a kid. Why are you messing with this stuff?" He smiled. But inside, he was calculating his next move. "I have to make sure the professor stays in a good mood." He was being mysterious with his strategy, hoping she'd finally agree to his request. Behind them, Siron happily shared his food with Haruki. "Haruki, try this too." Haruki immediately refused. "No way. I'm sick of it." The student looked cunning, smiling deviously as he stuck to his plan. "I'm definitely going to find her weakness." About an hour later, he let out a loud, tearful shriek of pain when he was. Sienna pinched his chubby cheeks and said, "You troublesome kid." She playfully messed with En's squishy cheeks. "Why do your cheeks always look so chubby?" Siron and Haruki, sitting across from them, started feeling nervous. She was drunk. Suddenly, Sienna turned to talk to them, making both of them jump. "You two did great in the shooting test." Sienna kept one hand on En's cheek while pointing at the other two, praising them in a loud, boisterous voice. "Both of you are so talented. Why are you slacking off at school?" Then, her voice dropped, and Sienna burst into tears. "Even with talent, so many people can't even reach their dreams," she said, voice thick with emotion. "You think I'm a terrible professor, but look at you guys." Siron quickly stepped in to defend them. "No, we don't think that at all." Sienna's face was flushed from the alcohol and filled with hidden sadness. Seemingly losing her balance, she lunged forward onto the dining table. Sienna collapsed, her face hitting the table, lying motionless. Her students panicked and shouted. Professor Haruki sat there, picking his teeth and saying, "I'm done eating." The 3 of them looked at their professor, Alt, with the same thought. Since she wasn't awake yet, they kept chewing, looking at her with a mix of fear. "What do we do? She still hasn't paid the bill here, has she?" Siron walked over and shook Sienna to wake her up. "Professor, please wake up, Professor." Right then, a man spoke up with a mocking laugh. "Oh no. Looks like this young lady is dead drunk. Should I take her home in my carriage?" "Of course, since she's a lady, just politely refuse. No need." The men ignored them and kept getting closer to Sienna's chair. "Hey, kids shouldn't butt in. Leave it to the adults. Come on, go help her." He raised his hand, intending to touch Sienna. Looking closely, she really did have a beautiful figure. His expression suddenly shifted. It was creepy. Just as he was about to touch her, Siron grabbed his wrist with a cold tone. "Why haven't you let go yet?" His gaze was fixed firmly on the 2 strangers. "Don't touch our professor." Both men were surprised by Siron's attitude and raised their voices to scold him. "How dare this brat? If you're students, why are you sitting here at night? Kids should go home and sleep with their moms." En stood next to Siron, expressionless. "One word from me, and you guys will get expelled." Suddenly, a flash of electrical light appeared out of nowhere, making the man scream in terror, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. En stood to the side, unleashing his magic. and threatened them. I think you'd better disappear quietly, unless you want to be humiliated. One man quickly caught on, stammering, That's magic. The other man started to panic. Don't tell me they're from the An-Fi Magic Academy, he thought to himself. This is way out of my league. A voice suddenly rang out. Administrative official, Chris Silver Douglas. The man turned around to see his wallet in Iruki's hand. My wallet? When did you steal that? Iruki calmly examined the documents and asked, Are you some kind of official? He threw the wallet back at its owner, then smiled and said, If you want to expel us, come find Iruki Mekaden. I'll be waiting. The wallet hit the stunned man squarely in the face. He was so surprised he stammered, Me, Mikoden. The image of a powerful man with immense strength and an impressive background left both men in shock. A first-rank noble, a family that's been royal advisors for 3 generations. Is it really Mekaden? Both of them quickly ran off in fear. They shouldn't have messed with them in the first place. And why flaunt their power anyway? En watched the 2 men, then turned to ask Iruki, Why did you bring up your family? I thought you didn't like them. Iruki explained, Except for the scumbags who only care about connections. Let's go. We were having a good meal, but now I'm in a bad mood. Sienna was still fast asleep, smiling in the back. En quickly printed out the photo he'd taken, looking delighted. He held the photo, in his hands, spinning around happily as if he'd found gold. Look at this. A perfectionist getting drunk and falling asleep. This is a scoop. Iruki took the camera and praised En's photography skills. You took a photo? Not bad. En was excited about his opportunity. Our group might be able to avoid breaking up. Siron whispered, dripping with sweat. On Siron's back, Sienna was lying motionless like a giant slab of meat. Why am I the one who has to carry Professor Sienna? En joked back. What's wrong? I'm jealous. Iruki quickly explained. You're the strongest of the 3, aren't you? It was a pathetic sight, En carrying Sienna on his back. En thought his legs were about to die. Iruki was even weaker. He'd have fainted before even taking a step. Iruki walked up beside Siron and whispered a small trick. Try using a diagram. Siron was confused. Can you just use it whenever you want? Iruki explained that if you could use a spiritual domain, you could use a diagram. En turned around, suddenly remembering something. That's right, there are magic swordmasters in the kingdom too. Iruki encouraged Siron. I know you have talent. Hearing that, Siron's eyes lit up immediately. Really? I want to learn. Iruki quickly instructed. First, close your eyes and just focus on yourself. He gently directed Siron. I'll ask you some guiding questions. So just follow the sound of my voice. Siron complied seriously. Got it. He gradually sank deep into the depths of his soul. I need to feel myself first, then reflect deeply on who I am. In the quiet space of his soul, Siron heard Iruki's voice. Can you hear me? Inhale deeply, exhale slowly. Iruki stood behind Siron, looking mysterious. Listen carefully and answer. Where did you have your first kiss with Senior Ami? Siron opened his eyes in frustration at his friend's prank, and En burst out laughing. That's hilarious. Siron got played. The dark purple night sky and the bright crescent moon created a stunning, star-filled evening. The 3 of them walked across the bridge. Siron said, Hey, stop using her weaknesses to beg for things. En looked dissatisfied. Why? We worked so hard to get it, didn't we? Siron spoke softly. You know. Professor Sienna, today must have been a tiring and sad day for her. Sienna slept soundly on Siron's back. Iruki spoke up. Professor, she just wants us not to have to go through the same pain she did. En remained silent, avoiding his friend's gaze. He scratched his head, then made a decision. Fine, but the former president entrusted this group to me. If we disband, then I. En felt uncomfortable making the decision, so he tossed the photo into the river below, letting it quickly dissolve into the flowing water. Forget it. Everything will probably be fine. All 3 of them looked at each other, resolving to do their best. Yeah, let's just do what we can. Great. Suddenly, Sienna jolted up, scaring the students half to death. What's doing what we can? Siron asked, flustered. Professor, you're awake? Sienna quickly said. Sorry for being such a trouble, everyone. She quickly put her coat back on and said calmly, I'll keep your secret. The 3 of them asked in surprise. You will? Seeing that her students didn't quite get it, Sienna explained. I mean, I won't punish you. Get it? The 3 of them looked stunned and replied in unison. For real? Then, Sienna pointed at them and said, And I'm giving you 1 month. She used the tone of a professor assigning a project to her students, show her ghosts or something. If they truly loved their research group, They needed to use that confidence to convince the academy, Sienna said with passion. She told them they had to achieve what they set out to do. Faced with Sienna's bold words, Siron seemed to sense something and said softly, "Professor." N, moved, quickly replied, "Yes." He stood before the professor and declared his resolve. "Whether we present or not, we will prove the value of our research group with confidence and pride." Eruki, standing nearby, added excitedly, "We have to use our brains for once, right?" Sienna encouraged the three of them. "Do your best." The troublesome students answered enthusiastically, "Then don't be too surprised." Faced with this scene, Siron smiled in satisfaction, thinking that the situation hadn't changed. He smiled happily, feeling much more at ease. The four of them then walked across the bridge. At this point, the students asked Sienna, "Professor, when did you wake up? A mage who passes out after just a few drops of alcohol?" This made Sienna stammer. "What was that?" "Hold on." A few days later at the academy, under the clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds, whispers began to ripple through the campus. "What's this? Psychic research theory?" A large poster plastered on the notice board caught the eyes of students passing by. "Since when is Siron a member of this group? And Eruki too?" Everyone looked confused by the name of the research group. But what even is the Psychic Research Group? The word Potter was printed in gray with mysterious imagery, alongside a headline meant to hook the reader. Psychic Research Group. The terrifying truth about Anfis Magic Academy. Outside the castle, people could be heard asking, "Siron and Eruki are joining too? But is this really an academic presentation?" The scene flashed back to 10 days earlier at a place called Istas. N was tearing his hair out, shouting, "I can't think of anything." He sprawled out on the sofa with a sigh. The table was covered in cards, and Eruki was lying on the opposite chair, sighing as well. Beside him, Siron was sliding down in his seat, not knowing what to do. Then Eruki touched his nose and said, "No matter how long we stay up debating, looking at all the topics laid out on the table, goblins, zombies, exorcism, spiritualism, supernatural senses, ghosts, divinity, haunted, telepathy, aliens, spirits, Ouija boards, the afterlife, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, doppelgangers. None of these sound that great, do they?" So, looking at the topic cards in our hands, one side is ghosts, goblins, and exorcism. The other is out-of-body experiences and supernatural senses. N, with a confused look on his face, said, "Even if these things really happened, we can't exactly recreate them during a presentation, can we?" The topic cards fell everywhere, reflecting the trio's confusion and helplessness. It had been 3 days since they promised Professor Sienna. Sure, they had confidently declared to her that their presentation would be a winner, but they were researching the science of supernatural spirits. Remembering the scene where the professor pointed at them and said, "Show me a ghost or something," Siron sighed helplessly, thinking, how are we supposed to show something the naked eye can't see? Because of that, N was losing it. Hence why he was tossing a pile of photos around, asking himself why he was throwing them away. Eruki said, "Well, you're usually crazy anyway." As for our protagonist, Siron, he yawned and said, "I can't do this anymore." After that, he mentioned something about returning it. Just as he glanced over, he fell silent. He screamed in shock when he saw a transparent N looking at him and smiling. Siron fell backward off his chair, while N stood behind the seat in the shadows, laughing and saying, "How was that? Why don't we trick them with this and tell them it's a ghost?" Eruki, still lying with his legs propped up, said nonchalantly, "That's just a shadow flash." Pulling his chair back up, Siron turned to him, still panicked. "It looked at me, so I got scared." Eruki sighed, rolling his eyes. "Mages don't get tricked by things like that." N innocently asked, "Really?" "But it tricked Siron," Eruki retorted. "If you're only fooled for 2 seconds, does it even count as being fooled?" Hearing that, Siron felt itchy. He stood up abruptly, clenched his fists, and shouted, "We don't need to verify it." He reaffirmed, "We don't need to verify it." N laughed. "Right? Then let's go find Professor Sienna's weakness." Eruki stroked his chin in thought and said, "No, I think he has a good point." Siron explained to N, "It's not that I was tricked and got scared. It's that a fear deep inside me was triggered." N asked, "Can you explain that a bit more clearly?" Siron said seriously, "Instead of making them believe through evidence, we'll draw out the fear hidden inside them." Eruki's eyes lit up, and he said with interest, "You mean we should change our strategy? Instead of proving it so they believe, we'll make them believe first, then provide the proof." Siron replied, "Exactly. It's a kind of psychological trick." N grabbed Siron's face, shaking it while shouting, You're You're the one who's going to save our group. Siron pushed him away in disgust, shouting, You haven't showered in 3 days. Iruki rested his chin on his hand and said, A brilliant reverse concept. Iruki pointed at En's shadow and said, The problem is, if we show them a cheesy magic trick like this, people who are already superstitious might not even bother believing it. Can you make it move more creepily? En, who had been pushed away by Siron for being gross, reacted immediately. Of course I can. He started using both hands to weave magic and said, If I use shadow flash repeatedly like this. En shouted, Watch this. A series of shadows with the exact same expression appeared simultaneously. En started dancing and singing. If I use 24 frames per second, I can even make it look like a smooth animation. The two looked at En, who hadn't slept in 3 days, dancing around. Siron turned away, bored, and said, We can't use this method. Iruki asked, Can you make a machine instead? En stopped, scratching his head in confusion, and replied, I did think about that, but there's one problem. He continued to explain. For example, I can program the machine to move the projection. Like a person walking into a forest and suddenly meeting a ghost, they'd react immediately, screaming in shock. Ah, a ghost. But if someone doesn't react, they won't be fooled. They just stay calm and wonder, What's this? It's just a fake, Siron pondered. You're right. I was very surprised because it looked directly at me. A hand went up, accompanied by a voice. Yeah, that's Iruki, they said with confidence. I think I can solve that problem. The other two were startled and asked, You can really do it? How, Iruki? Iruki pointed up and said, It's easy if you just predict their reactions. We'll use complex system theory, Siron repeated, predicting their reactions. Go on. The conversation was illustrated by scenes of Siron's daily habits. Iruki continued. Once we analyze most of their typical reactions, we'll program them. For example, if we predict Siron will look to the left, a phantom will appear on his left. When he runs away in fear, we'll be prepared with 2 choices. Chase him or just stare him down. Siron was shocked and exclaimed, You can actually do that? Iruki added, Everyone at the academy has similar habits. So it'll work, but we need a ton of data. He kept explaining. We'll also need a lot of memory capacity. But more importantly, we need a method to broadcast the entire program to every machine. Nay said thoughtfully, My lightning energy won't be enough. Suddenly, as if a thought hit him, Nay blurted out, Wait, Siron, you can use photoluminescence, right? Siron was startled but replied, Yeah, I can do that. Remembering the professor's words, in the ivory tower where the latest magic exists, photoluminescence was predicted to revolutionize information exchange. Siron confirmed it right. Professor Sienna said exactly that. Using it as a medium for data transfer made him genuinely excited. Exactly. We can do this. Then Iruki spoke up. We can create the perfect ghost, but I don't think just scaring them with a ghost will be enough. He turned to Siron and asked, You have another plan, don't you, Siron? Siron replied, Yeah, but I think. He frowned. For example, I was thinking of using this psychological trick. Siron picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper. Iruki and Nay looked down, curious. Siron asked, concerned, What's wrong? Is it too inconvenient? If it doesn't work, we can add some other keywords. Nay, looking down at the paper, said, No, he was sure of it. Siron asked back, Really? Nay was adamant. I didn't even think we could use something like that for a presentation. Iruki chimed in. If this succeeds, I guarantee the whole academy will be turned upside down. A full 180-degree shift. Siron was thrilled. For real? That's awesome, Nei said happily. Then it's decided. I'll go build the machine right now. Iruki will write the program, and Siron will prep the photoluminescence. Siron and Nei were pumped. Awesome, we can finally save our research group. Iruki became pensive and said, But, you guys know, right? Nei asked, startled. What now? Iruki said seriously. I did a rough calculation on the amount of photoluminescence needed to send the data. Siron asked, How much do we need? Iruki held up both hands and said, 3 times what we currently have, and you have to maintain it for 10 minutes. He asked Siron, What do you think? Is it possible? Siron and Nei looked pale. Siron stuttered, 10. His face was filled with extreme anxiety. 10 minutes? 10 days later at ISAS, Nei rushed in, pushed the door open, and shouted, Hey, you two. I went to hang up the flyers and oh my god. Inside the room, Iruki, who had been writing the behavioral habit equations all day, looked up, and Siron, who had been practicing photoluminescence all day, turned around to ask, What's wrong? Nei said, It created a huge buzz. Everyone is saying they're going to come see it. Siron wiped the sweat from his face after seeing the flyer, stunned that people were actually planning to come. Iruki asked suspiciously, "Shoot, was it because we put our names on it? It's going to be total chaos. If too many people show up, the workload is going to skyrocket. How many people do you think will come?" Ni said, extremely happy. "I'm not entirely sure, but definitely more than half the academy." Outside, someone yelled, "Iruki, Siron, calm down. About 17 days until the presentation by the Supernatural Research Group." Someone was striding along. Lumina was walking down the hallway, hearing everyone whispering around her. "You think it'll be fun, right?" "Totally. Who would have guessed seniors Siron and Iruki would both be presenting? I'm betting that presentation won't be anything ordinary. Wonder what they're going to show us?" Every murmur from the crowd reached her ears. Lumina walked toward the area between the buildings. Suddenly, someone standing in a corner, hiding their face, asked, "Is it true the Supernatural group is presenting something?" She replied, "It hasn't been decided yet if the group can even recover." Turning toward the shadows, she added, "According to my sources, if the presentation fails, the Academy will seize their research room." The person in the shadows said, "Obviously, that group is done for. Their glory days are long gone." Another short-haired person hiding in the dark said, "But we still don't know for sure. The group has Iruki, who has Savant Syndrome, and Siron, the one who dispelled the Dark Mage. We can't underestimate Nei's abilities either." The other person sneered, "They're still just low-level students. What we need to worry about is what happens after." The girl kept walking straight ahead, as the battle for the research group to become the successors had already begun. Inside a pitch-black room, there was the sound of grinding teeth. Suddenly, the bricks on the wall automatically separated, and light from the outside crept in, illuminating the dark room. In the dim light, Siron's handsome face looked incredibly tense. He gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow. He was focusing all his mental energy on a recovery method. He reached both hands straight out, and spirit energy flowed through his hands, instantly releasing a powerful surge of light. After a while, Siron's hands were covered in sweat. He looked completely exhausted. He collapsed to the floor, his face showing clear signs of fatigue. Siron reminisced, "This is called mental recovery. It's an extreme method used to increase magic output rapidly after one's mental energy hits its limit. It takes about 20 minutes to recover, and you have to keep draining yourself to the absolute limit. The average mental energy consumption per spell requires continuous concentration for 40 minutes, so this is considered a stupid method that could actually kill the user." Thinking of this, Siron looked at the pendulum clock in his hand, thinking to himself that if the professor knew, he'd be in deep trouble. The stopwatch read 5 minutes and 32 seconds, and Siron felt a bit dejected. "This is bad. The point of pushing my mental energy to the limit like this is to be able to use photoluminescence for 5 minutes. With 3 days left until the presentation, Siron frowned. He steeled his resolve, determined to reach his 10-minute goal. "I have no choice but to keep going until my consciousness is completely shattered." Siron drifted into thought, wondering if he could actually pull this off. Just then, Nate peeked into the room to check on Siron. He asked anxiously, "Siron, are you okay?" Startled by the sudden call, Siron jumped and replied awkwardly, "Of course I'll finish it before the deadline." Nate looked sad, his eyes welling up. He murmured, "Honestly, the goal is too far-fetched. It's way beyond a 5th-year level. But if you fail, our group, I don't want to think about it." Both of them knew the result would be disastrous for the whole group. Siron understood Nate's concern and quickly reassured him. "I told you, don't worry about it," Siron said, skillfully changing the subject. "How about you? Is your part done?" Hearing Siron's question, Nate suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, I was just about to go run some tests." Siron followed Nate into another room. As soon as he stepped inside, he froze in shock. Before his eyes was a scene of Iruki, his eyes bloodshot, furiously scribbling away at an essay. Siron shouted in alarm, "Iruki, are you okay?" He stepped forward and tapped his shoulder repeatedly. "Are you even all right?" Iruki didn't stop, his hand moving fluidly as his eyes remained wide open. He answered mechanically, "Oh, don't worry, don't worry. I'll meet the deadline." Siron was momentarily speechless. He thought helplessly that there was no way to stop him. This was insane. Suddenly, Nate spoke up, cutting through Siron's thoughts. "Here it is." After seeing Nate's progress, Siron couldn't help but gape in surprise. He asked Nate excitedly, "Is this the prototype?" Nate laughed and explained, "The final test will be with your self-luminescence. I need to check the efficiency of the light cables that Iruki's father sent us." Nate guided Siron through the test. "Hold that sphere and try using your magic." Siron did as Nate instructed. He held the crystal sphere with both hands. Once he was steady, he signaled that he was ready. Siron closed his eyes, focusing his mind on channeling his spiritual energy into the sphere. In an instant, the sphere erupted in a brilliant, breathtaking light. The light flowed from the sphere down into a connected conduit. Siron shouted in joyful surprise, "Oh, it's amazing!" Nate stood beside him, grinning from ear to ear. "How is it?" His voice was filled with pride. "Not bad, right?" It really wasn't bad at all. Looking at the results before him, Siron was certain his group was already halfway to success. In the days that followed, during a drizzly night, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the muddy ground. It was Nate, just returning from outside. As he stepped into the house, he took a cold breath, his clothes dampened by the rain. The first thing Nate did upon returning was walk to Siron's room. He craned his neck to look inside and called out, "Siron, the presentation is coming up soon. Are you done?" It was unusually quiet inside, so Nate called out again softly. Siron was startled. The pendulum clock that Siron often used slid across the floor, stopping right at Nate's feet. He bent down to pick it up. Immediately, Nate's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, "Wait, Siron." His voice couldn't hide his excitement. "You actually did it?" Siron stepped out of the room. Beads of sweat dotted his face, but he wore a radiant smile. Siron gave Nate a thumbs up. Enthusiastically, he said, "Let's do this." Before long, the day of the presentation arrived. The Spiritual Science Research Group was gathered in full force at the academy. Everyone was excitedly waiting for this day. The sound of laughter and chatter filled the air. So exciting. The surrounding stalls were just as bustling. Would anyone like some food? Please wait in line. A waitress carrying a tray of drinks was calling out to the visitors. The academy's famous peach juice, get it here. Up ahead, a female student with pink hair, holding a stack of flyers, was shouting continuously, "Please take a flyer." Amidst the lively atmosphere, heavy footsteps suddenly rang out, followed by a cold, blunt voice. Is there an event today?" It turned out to be Satyr Mar, who had been suspended for 2 months. He grumbled uncomfortably. "Why are there so many people here?" The pink-haired student walked over and handed him a flyer. "Please, take a flyer and wait in line." Satyr Mar took it and answered awkwardly, "Huh. Oh. Thanks." Holding the flyer in his hand, Satyr Mar muttered to himself, "Geez, what kind of flyer is this? Looks like a kid drew it." Suddenly, he focused on a detail. Wait. Besides the spooky image, there's text with a striking headline. "The truth behind the Anfis Magic Academy's Spiritual Science Research Group. The secret the school wants to hide will soon be revealed." The title was certainly catchy, but what Satyr Mar cared about more was the name, Siron. "I can't forget that name." He furrowed his brow, thinking in a fit of rage. Huh? What is this kiddie presentation? Who would even bother watching it? I thought he was supposed to be a genius. Geez, Satyr March Maria, you were suspended for 2 months too. She peeked at the flyer in his hand and chirped with interest. "Oh, Senior Sirons? Let's go see it." Maria turned to tug on Satyr Mar's sleeve. "You're coming to watch too, right? Right? Ugh. Fine. Let's go." Facing Maria's excitement, Satyr Mar reluctantly said, "Sure, maybe I'll learn something if I go." Without giving Satyr Mar a chance to back out, Maria grabbed him and dashed off. She excitedly shouted, "Line up over here." Maria and Satyr Mar had received special training from their instructor during their suspension, or to be more precise, Satyr Mar had been stuck there and had to endure a lot more training. While Maria was dragging Satyr Mar off to watch Siron's presentation, a group of female students huddled together, gossiping excitedly. One of them, a girl with chestnut hair, pointed toward Ami in astonishment and exclaimed, "Hey guys, isn't that a graduate-level student?" The girl with black hair standing next to her couldn't believe it, asking in shock, "What? Seniors from the graduating class?" Another student chimed in, "No way." Before long, all eyes turned toward Ami and Siriel. The students cheered excitedly in unison. "It's Senior Ami and Senior Siriel." The students couldn't help but whisper curiously, "Why would graduate students come to watch an advanced class presentation?" A soft giggle interrupted them. "Senior Siron is her boyfriend. That's why." Everyone immediately understood and gasped. Amidst the students' whispers, Siriel continued to feed Ami snacks innocently. She said dotingly, "Say ah." Ami, who was already dying of embarrassment, couldn't take it anymore. She said loudly to Siriel, shy and flustered, "Why do we have to come watch an advanced class presentation, anyway?" Siriel chuckled and replied, "My goodness, how long are you going to keep saying that?" "Because it's your boyfriend's presentation after all," she teased, intentionally emphasizing the word boyfriend. Ami covered her face with her hands, regretting it in silence. "So embarrassing. It was truly a case of her own words coming back to bite her. Suddenly, the students' attention shifted to one side. Someone gasped in surprise. Huh? Did the first-year seniors come too? Someone else couldn't help but ask in amazement. Why would someone so rare show up here? Ami didn't quite get it either. What kind of big shot could make a top-tier former student like her get ignored? Sariel pointed toward the front and called out loudly to Ami. Over there, the person arriving is wearing the prestigious academy badge on their black suit. The crowd behind them was completely stunned. They asked one another, why is Senior Foamy here? Don't tell me he actually came to watch the presentation. The students were left wide-eyed and jaw-dropped in disbelief. Not only him, that's Senior Hay from the electromagnetic wave department. And even Senior Ken, the one they call the electronic monster. That's Senior Richard from the alchemy department, and Senior Sen too. The students couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming in total shock, what on earth is going on here? The appearance of such elite figures didn't just stun the students. Even Sariel was taken aback. Why would the top-class seniors come here? Ami, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. She calmly asked Sariel, what do you think they all have in common? Sariel frowned, wondering about the connection. Ami looked at the scene and said nonchalantly, right, all of them. As far as Ami knows, there's a rumor that they are all members of a shady research group called the Golden Ancient Temple. Just then, inside the presentation hall, students had already found their seats. Sienna was bringing a tea tray to offer to an elderly teacher with white hair. She was so stunned she started stammering. Sienna couldn't believe it for a moment. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Principal Anfa smiled kindly, waving his hand as he explained. The students have put so much effort into preparing for this presentation, so naturally, I had to come. Sienna immediately and respectfully hurried to invite the principal to sit in the most honorary row. Of course, sir. Please, have a seat. Anfas smiled and sat down next to the elderly teacher. Hidden behind that gentle smile, Anfas narrowed his sharp eyes as he calculated. Well then, what are you kids going to show me? The seating area in front of the hall was already packed. Some people started complaining. There are no seats left. Please stop pushing. Ami looked around, silently evaluating the presentation. Suddenly, she spotted Mar and Maria sitting next to each other, and in the distance, FMY's group. The front row was obviously reserved for Anfas, Sienna, and the school's highly respected faculty. With so many influential figures present, Ami couldn't help but wonder if there was something she was missing. Before long, the lights in the entire presentation hall went out, leaving only a spotlight shining on the center of the stage. The host's voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen." In the center of the stage, dressed in a sharp suit, the host turned to the audience and solemnly introduced the presentation on spiritual science. He raised his hand to signal the start. The ambitious spiritual science research group's presentation had begun, and 30 minutes later, contrary to everyone's expectations, there wasn't a single round of applause. Instead, a hail of crumpled paper and harsh insults rained down from the audience. Damn it. The students were busy wadding up paper and throwing it straight onto the stage. They shouted in frustration, "What the hell was I expecting from the fifth classers anyway? Get real. What a waste of time. You call this a presentation? We've been scammed." Ami seemed stunned into silence. Sariel, sitting next to her, whispered, "Ami." Up on the stage, the technicians were adjusting the lights to focus on Win. Down below, the presentation was supposed to start. "Thank you all for being here at the presentation today." He gave a brief introduction of himself. "Today, I will be the MC for this presentation. I am Win, the leader of the Spiritual Science Research Group." Nate's confident voice boomed over the stage speakers. "Today, our main topic is spirits." Mar sat below the stage, frowning, and muttered, "Spirits? Like ghosts?" In contrast, Maria, sitting next to him, gazed toward the stage with admiration. On stage, Win continued his presentation. "Some of you in the audience might find this scary, so please be careful while watching." As soon as he finished speaking, all the stage lights turned on at once. Yellow, blue, and red lights intertwined, making the whole stage glow. The scene was incredibly spectacular. The whole hall erupted in long gasps of awe from the audience below. Principal Anfa smiled broadly, praising them. "The students prepared the technical aspects quite well, didn't they?" Sienna reluctantly replied, "Yes." In her mind, she was thinking, "That's a clever idea. 3D projection, huh?" Suddenly, Sienna changed her mind. "No, what are they actually trying to do?" On the stage, an image of a grand, spacious school that looked like an ancient castle appeared on the screen. Win held the microphone, his voice filled with emotion as he spoke. "Has anyone ever heard the story of what happened before this school was built? That was 250 years ago." With that, Win snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the screen on stage shifted to a scene of an ancient village. Win looked up at the screen as he narrated. This place used to be a small village of farmers. The scene on stage changed. The peaceful village was suddenly plunged into the chaos of war. Win's voice remained slow and steady. However, the entire continent went through the famous conquest war. He continued. The people there took refuge by heading deep into the mountains. The civilians, and of course, the soldiers who didn't want to participate in the battle, were no exception. When Win reached this point, all the lights on the stage went out completely, and the space around the hall was swallowed by a gloomy darkness. The students sitting below were a bit startled. They looked up, instinctively asking, "Huh? The lights?" Win's voice rang out again, no longer calm and steady, but now in an eerie, terrifying tone. Non-human entities have appeared. Just then, a piercing scream cut through Win's narration. Some of the more faint-hearted students turned pale, their hair standing on end. They tried to steady themselves, thinking, there's nothing actually scary going to jump out, right? On stage, the bloody footsteps of a knight in iron armor suddenly appeared. Win's voice dropped to a deep register. That is the ironclad knight. The figure suddenly roared, flailing its arms, covered in blood, looking exactly like a zombie. According to Win, the ironclad knight was someone possessed by an evil spirit. The students who had been scared silly moments ago now burst into loud laughter. One guy even pointed at the ironclad knight, mocking, "Isn't that Aruki? What is he doing up there?" On stage, Aruki walked with a shaky, difficult gait. He groaned as he walked, looking terrifying but also very pathetic. However, the audience below the stage laughed hysterically. Sariel laughed until she couldn't breathe. She commented, "This is too funny." Ami, sitting next to her, frowned and said, "Wait, is this a presentation or a play?" On stage, the story continued under Win's lead. And then, one night, the stage lights shifted to a chilling shade of blue. The once vibrant village was now swallowed by a desolate, eerie atmosphere. Nate's voice suddenly rang out, filled with a haunting, desperate tone. "Olia, my love. Olia, where are you? Damn it! I came here to escape the war. But now I've lost you, the only person who truly matters to me." As he spoke, Nate clutched his heart, his face twisted in utter agony. Maria sat in the audience, gripping her hands tight, completely absorbed in the play on stage. "Looks like he lost his lover while running away," Mar muttered, his mouth twisted in a smirk, clearly unlike Maria. "What the hell is this? Isn't this supposed to be a presentation? And when is that person finally coming out?" Right on cue, the person the MC had been waiting for finally appeared. Siron's voice echoed, nearly making the MC choke on his own spit. "Noah, I'm here." As Siron called out that name, the audience's gazes locked onto him simultaneously. Under the dim stage lights, Siron appeared in a beautiful, elegant white dress. He placed a hand over his heart, his voice gentle and overflowing with boundless affection. "My love." The auditorium nearly exploded with the gasps of the audience. "Senior Siron?" The female students blushed, unable to believe their eyes. "Is that really Siron?" The male students clutched their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably. In the front row of honor seats, Sienna's jaw dropped, stunned into silence. Below the stage, Sariel frowned and turned to call out to Ami. Siron was cross-dressing as Ami. At this moment, Ami was so shocked by the sugary display on stage that she was speechless. Sariel shook her. "Ami, snap out of it." Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Siron rushed into Nate's arms. Nate held Siron's shoulders tenderly. He spoke with deep emotion. "Olia, I've missed you so much." Siron played along perfectly, responding, "Let's never be apart again, Noah." With that, Nate and Siron exchanged a loving gaze. Siron leaned in. Noah gently bowed his head. It looked like they were about to share a passionate kiss. Mar's face turned ghastly pale, while Maria blushed beet red. She stammered, "Don't tell me. No way." The male students squinted, trying to focus. They were determined not to miss a single moment on stage from this second on. Siron and Nate were almost lip to lip. Sariel gasped. "Are they for real?" Ami said with a tremor. In these kinds of plays, they usually go for it. At the climactic moment, Aruki suddenly appeared in iron armor stained with blood, standing right behind Nate. He opened his mouth wide, looking like he was ready to devour Nate alive. Snap! Aruki bit into Nate's shoulder. Nate let out a blood-curdling scream. "Help me!" Witnessing the bloody scene on stage, the audience sat frozen, mouths agape in horror. The auditorium went dead silent. The house lights plunged into total darkness, and a frightened Maria leaned against the MC. That was a little too scary, the MC muttered, feeling stiff as Maria leaned on him. Just then, the center stage lights flared to life. Nate held up an old book. 6 months ago. The origin of this story is an old diary found during research into the Academy's history, Nate excitedly told the group. Our research team started studying it immediately, and the result was a shocking truth. Spirits had turned evil because they were infected by other malevolent entities. Now, they wander the earth, looking for someone to possess. Hearing Nate reach this point, several students started to feel uneasy. Nate's gaze turned sharp. Suddenly, a giant bell appeared right behind him. The bell tolled, a deep and resonant sound. The students below jumped, shouting, "Huh? Isn't that the midnight bell? But it's not even 7 o'clock yet." Nate stood on stage, his voice dripping with mystery. At midnight, when all light vanishes, it is at midnight that these evil spirits appear. Below, Maria was already terrified by Nate. Meanwhile, the MC still wore an expression of undisguised disdain. On stage, Nate grinned maliciously. "You've never seen an evil spirit at midnight, have you? Perhaps that's because they only choose to let those they want to see them do so. But through our presentation, I'm sure you've gained a bit of curiosity about these spirits, haven't you? Or to put it another way, you're becoming attuned to the frequency of the spirits. Tonight, when the bell chimes at midnight, please look around you. You might just see an evil spirit lurking nearby." Hearing this, the audience couldn't help but feel bewildered. They worriedly muttered, "Wait, what? That's scary, right?" Some acted brave, boasting, "That's just a lie. I'm going to stay in the library until midnight tonight." Amidst the buzzing crowd, Nate suddenly announced, "Of course, that's if you're lucky. We'll end our presentation here." The auditorium stood frozen for a few seconds before the stage lights all flickered on at once. The hall became bright again, and the students stared in confusion. "Huh? The lights are back on?" Everyone couldn't believe it for a moment. They asked in confusion, "That's it?" Immediately after, a shower of paper flew onto the stage, followed by a torrent of insults. "Damn it. You call that a presentation?" The students clamored in protest. "There was no evidence, no results at all. What did you even show us? It was stupid to believe in Siron and Iruki. I knew it would be like this." "Forget about the spirits." Ami angrily flicked her robes and left. She shouted furiously, "So embarrassing. I knew this would happen if I hung out with those weirdos." Sariel hurried after Ami, calling her name. "Ami!" The group of students rumored to be in the alchemy club also quietly stood up and left. Only Phi remained seated. At the honor row, Sienna's voice trembled as she spoke to Anfas. "I am sorry, headmaster." Sienna bowed deeply, saying, "I will punish those students." She forced an awkward smile. "They are the spirit research group, so it's understandable." Anfas, on the contrary, showed no reaction. The old man just waved his hand as if it were nothing significant. "Don't worry about it. Why would they do something like that?" Sienna raised a hand to block her face and sighed. She lamented to herself, "Was I wrong to trust them?" Anfas walked to the front of the stage, deep in thought. "If they intended to end it like that, they wouldn't have started in the first place, right? Isn't that right, Siron?" Anfas finally broke into a smile, his eyes radiating trust. Behind the curtain, Nate burst into triumphant laughter. He turned to Iruki and asked with a grin, "Did you see the look on their faces?" Iruki nodded. "Yeah, I'm sure of it. Just looking at their eyes says it all." The stunned, bewildered faces of the students. Maria's anxiety. Mar's look of contempt. All of that, according to Iruki, is the seed that has been planted. The mysterious bell on stage will also play an important role in this endeavor. Siron walked over from behind. He spoke slowly to Nate and Iruki. "Step 1 is a success. Let's show them what a spirit is really like." Midnight was fast approaching. The prestigious academy was swallowed by a silent darkness, and the clouds in the sky turned a deep shade of purple, making the entire place feel eerie and mysterious. The wall clock ticked away, signaling that it was already past 11:30. Standing outside Siron's room, Nate prompted him, "It's time, Siron. Have you finished your meditation practice yet?" Siron turned around and gave a slight nod before stepping outside with Ne. As it turned out, a few days ago, Ne had gone out in the pouring rain. He had traveled all over the school to complete an incredibly important mission. The mission was to install hundreds of holographic projectors all around the school grounds. These projectors had transmission cables buried deep underground, and those projectors would broadcast Iruki's motion prediction program. Down in the basement, moving stealthily and with great caution, Ne reminded Siron, "Watch your step, move carefully." Iruki glanced at his watch and calculated, 5 minutes and 15 seconds until midnight. "Wait, keep it at 9 seconds, we can't be too early or too late." We have to show them the ghost exactly at midnight. Iruki raised his hand to signal. Proceed as soon as I give the word. Ne, who was adjusting a few parameters on the control panel, spoke to Siron. It's your turn now. Everything depends on you. Siron stepped forward and placed both hands on the white crystal orb. On the other side, Iruki raised his hand, ready. Ne glanced at Siron, feeling tense. He raised his voice and shouted, Now! Right now, Siron, channel your spiritual energy into the crystal orb. Instantly, the orb emitted a brilliant glow. Ne covered his eyes with his hand, exclaiming, What an incredible power source. Iruki couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for Siron. He's actually developed his magical power this much in just 1 month, Ne shouted excitedly. Just as I expected from you, Siron. However, Siron didn't look happy at all. He furrowed his brows and muttered, That's strange. It feels like I'm pouring water into a bottomless bowl. Hearing Siron, Ne was startled and blurted out, What? Don't tell me. He rushed to the control panel, panicked and shouting, What's going on with this thing? Iruki asked anxiously. What is it? What happened? Ne said, on the verge of tears. The energy output isn't increasing. The clock needle won't budge past 18%. Iruki was instantly terrified. How is that possible? Can you fix it? Ne said frantically. I don't know. My calculations were perfect. What the hell is going on? The main cause was that rats had chewed through the transmission lines, making it impossible for Siron's spiritual energy to reach the projectors. After a moment of struggle, Iruki said in despair, It's over. We failed. The pendulum clock in Iruki's hand indicated only a few seconds left until midnight. Ne hung his head. It's all my fault. He blamed himself miserably. I was so foolish, so careless I couldn't even build the device properly. Iruki softly called out, Ne. Tears streamed down Ne's cheeks. I'm sorry for dragging you both into this. I'm sorry for turning you into a joke. He wiped away his tears as he spoke. I will take full responsibility, no matter the cost. Ne turned to Siron and said, Stop. Siron, let me take the blame. But Siron replied firmly, No. He said slowly, We've all worked so hard, we sacrificed our own sleep for this. He looked at them and said, Ne, Iruki, pour everything you have into this. A fierce sense of determination radiated from Siron's eyes. I can't let it end like this. Sensing that Siron was about to do something dangerous, Iruki shouted, Ne, stop him. Ne was still bewildered. Huh? After a few seconds of realization, Ne stammered, No, no way. Ne yelled loudly, Is he going to use his immortality ability? Sure enough, Siron had begun to activate the energy from within himself. His eyes lit up as Siron entered an infinite spiral dimension. Iruki and Ne strongly protested. Siron, stop. Don't go any further. Iruki lost his patience and shook Siron hard. Damn it, why hasn't it stopped yet? Ne grabbed Siron's hand, which was still holding the orb, and tried to pull it away with all his might, crying and begging Siron. Please, stop. You'll disappear, Ne said through his tears. We can just quit this research group. I don't want to lose you too. Siron softly called out. Ne. His expression was unexpectedly calm. I don't feel afraid anymore. A flash of blue lightning sparked in Siron's subconscious. He felt a tremendous power invading his entire body. The power was so terrifying that Siron couldn't bear it. He gritted his teeth, a low moan of pain escaping through them. He recalled Amin saying, You won't disappear. Siron let out a desperate scream as his entire body began to dissolve into dust. He told himself he needed to remember. Each beautiful memory flickered before Siron's eyes like a fast-forwarded film. From the moments he ran into his parents' arms, the radiant smiles of Rena and Ran, to the moment he first met Ami and Seriel, and the days spent as friends with Ne and Iruki. The look of trust in Headmaster Anfas's eyes, the reunion with Amin, and all the near-death experiences and non-stop efforts leading to this very moment, everything reminded Siron of who he was. Who am I? Once he knew who he was, his immortal energy awakened, and the process of him dissolving slowed down. Even Siron's body began to gradually return to its original state. As Amin had said, Siron didn't disappear. He opened his eyes, promising himself he wouldn't run away anymore. Siron let out a shout, and Ne asked him frantically, Siron, are you okay? Siron suddenly yelled. Iruki reacted quickly and turned to shout at Ne. Ne rushed to the control panel. He gasped, Wait a second. Ne couldn't believe his eyes. No, no way. The clock needle is jumping. It's at 157%. Ne shed tears of joy and signaled to Iruki. Iruki, now. Iruki, holding a switch, obeyed Ne's command and firmly flipped the switch. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Maria's gentle voice rang out. What? It's already midnight? Maria was a 7th grade student. She closed her book and said, "That's a shame, but I should go to sleep. I have classes tomorrow." Maria suddenly shivered. She remembered something that sent a chill down her spine. "I forgot. I just remembered that spirit story. Will I really see a ghost at midnight?" After saying that, she let out a long sigh. Siron, really, there's no such thing as spirits in this world. Just as she finished speaking, Maria happened to glance toward the window. Outside, a ghost suddenly appeared, clinging to the window. The ghost looked ferocious, with a gaunt, skeletal face, drooling as it pressed its face against the glass. Maria looked terrified at the sight. Ami let out a piercing scream. "Get lost!" followed by the sound of a glass flower vase shattering. Standing in front of Ami was a tall, dark figure. Ami trembled and shouted, "What are you? How did you get in here?" The dark figure was a ghost wearing knight's armor, and it began to approach Ami. Ami widened her eyes, staring at him. Did he just laugh? Suddenly, Ami spun around and took off running, screaming at the top of her lungs. Sariel burst out of the neighboring room and into Ami's. She shrieked, "Ami, a ghost just appeared." Ami asked in astonishment, "Sariel, you saw it too?" Sariel replied, terrified. That meant at this point, both Sariel and Ami turned around in unison. Sure enough, all the female students were pouring out of their rooms like a disturbed beehive. Screams filled the air. "Ghost, run for it!" Heading toward them was an entire army of spirits in all sorts of grotesque, terrifying shapes. Across the academy campus, the lights in every room flickered on at once. The entire academy shook violently as screams echoed everywhere. "A ghost! I saw a ghost!" Just as NY threatened during their presentation, as the clock struck midnight, the spirits manifested in their most horrific forms. Wails and guttural roars rang out, terrifying everyone. Malevolent spirits were everywhere, from the campus grounds to the classrooms and student dorms. Shrieks of pure panic pierced the night. "Help me! They're in the sky too!" In a single night, the entire school was plunged into chaos by the havoc wreaked by these spirits. Everyone was in a total panic. Why do they keep chasing us? Don't come any closer. The ancient tower of the school had never been stirred like this in a very long time. The students fled to the courtyard, huddling together in groups. The female students clung to each other, sobbing, "Do something." The male students tried to channel their magic to fend off the spirits. A male student with light brown hair stammered, "They're everywhere. We have to attack." The thundering footsteps of the spirits grew louder. Honestly, there were too many of them, and their forms were horrifying. The students had no heart left to fight. They wept and scrambled over each other to flee. Just then, the spirits suddenly vanished. The students looked around, bewildered. They disappeared? A male student, still streaming tears, said skeptically, "The light." A male student standing next to him looked up. "Hey, there's someone on the roof." On the roof, 3 figures, Nate, Siron, and Eruki, stood tall. Looking down at the students below, Nate clapped a few times. He said nonchalantly, "Our presentation is a bit late, but since you all showed up," he placed a hand over his heart and said solemnly, "Thank you." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. "You kids!" It was Sienna. She ran over, looking furious. "Get down here right now. It's midnight. What is all this chaos about?" In Sienna's hand was the projector that NY had installed earlier. She grumbled loudly, "I was in the middle of a bath. You scared the life out of me." Up on the roof, NY saw this and waved, winking teasingly at Sienna. "It's a beautiful night, Professor Sienna." Seeing the projector Sienna was carrying, the students finally realized what was happening. A 3D projector? So those ghosts were all fake? Someone chuckled. Sienna turned her head and saw Anfas. She asked in surprise, "Headmaster, why are you here?" Anfas said to her calmly, "I think the presentation isn't over yet, so let's listen to the end." On the roof, Nate excitedly addressed all the students below. "All right, everyone. According to our research group, souls do exist. Does everyone here believe in supernatural phenomena?" The students below immediately protested vehemently. Leading them was the male student with light brown hair. He shouted, scolding the group, "That bunch of frauds is still talking. What do you mean they exist? It's all fake. They're using cheap tricks a 3-year-old could pull off." After saying the word cheap, the male student paused, feeling like something was off. 2 girls standing behind him turned to whisper to each other, but how did they pull it off? The male student whipped around, snapping, "What are you talking about?" Obviously, they used 3D magic. The female students still didn't find the boy's answer satisfying. They explained, "It's strange though. How could those 3D projections move differently from one another?" Immediately, the entire campus erupted into a buzz of conversation. Students turned to each other, debating eagerly. "Ever since I realized they were fake, I've been thinking about it. But I still don't get it. I thought they used projectors. But can they do that across the whole school? They would need a massive amount of data and energy. Anfas used his spiritual power to create a funny little ghost. He laughed and asked Sienna, "What do you think?" Anfas asked Sienna playfully. "Can you explain the trick they used, Professor Sienna?" She gave a reluctant smile and adjusted her glasses, weighing her words. "Their prank level is actually quite high class." On the roof, Siron, and Iruki smiled to themselves. He thought to himself that what a mage considers most important is intelligence. They couldn't suppress their curiosity and were drawn in. This was what the oldest ancient texts had concluded. The male students who had mocked N's group earlier were now furious. "We got fooled by fifth-year students. It's so frustrating." The light brown-haired boy was trembling with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. "But I don't know what mechanism they used." Although N's group's performance was impressive, it still didn't fully convince Sienna. She frowned and turned to Anfas. "Their tricks are hard to pull off, but it's not enough for us to approve their research group." Anfas just chuckled in response. He said to Sienna gently, "Actually, the trick itself isn't what matters." Anfas's words left Sienna momentarily confused. "Over there, the students continued to criticize the group. They're still fake. How could souls possibly exist?" The light brown-haired boy was the most agitated. He pointed at Nate, shouting, "What do fake ghosts have to do with supernatural research?" Nate laughed. "Oh my, you still don't believe in supernatural research?" The students below replied in unison. "Of course not. That was just a performance," Nate said calmly. "Then let me ask you, why are you all here?" All the students were rendered speechless by Nate's question. Nate continued, "What were you trembling and running away from? If souls or ghosts aren't real, then—" The students below stammered, "We." Both Ami and Sariel stayed silent. At that moment, Nate narrowed his eyes and said, "The fear you feel right now is the core of our scientific research into supernatural souls." Nate's voice was slow but struck directly at the heart of the students' uncertainty, all of you, who claim not to believe in souls. The moment you saw the ghosts, you felt fear. That's because the seed of doubt, the possibility that souls and ghosts might exist, is already inside you. He used his oratorical skills to convince everyone bit by bit. "We just showed you that little spark of doubt. We don't know for sure if they exist, but we are studying that doubt. And that is the very meaning of research." While Nate was presenting, Siron and Iruki silently nodded at each other. Below, a female student with chestnut hair covers her mouth with her hand and whispers, "That's right. There was a time when the information we know to be true right now was dismissed as a lie in the past." On the school grounds, Nate's voice rang out powerfully. "Because everyone showed us that doubt, we have proven that our research group has value." And just like that, the presentation by the paranormal research group came to an end. At that, the three of them, Siron, Nate, and Iruki, bowed in unison toward all the students and teachers below, saying, "Thank you very much." The students turned to each other and smiled. The male student with light brown hair curled the corners of his mouth. Immediately after, the entire campus erupted in cheers from the students. "That was awesome. We totally approve. If it's a stunt this special, I'd be happy to be tricked by you guys over and over again." Standing near the students were the teachers. Anfas clasped his hands behind his back, his voice steady but radiating the authority of a leader. "Where do we come from, and what kind of future are we heading toward? Some are exploring that doubt and showing everyone things that cannot be seen. What do you think, teachers?" Sienna remained silent, not saying a word. Anfas smiled and gave his assessment. "I think this presentation was quite meaningful." Tat, standing next to him, respectfully replied, "I have no objections, headmaster." Sienna sighed. "I see." Then, Sienna stood tall and straight. She solemnly announced, "The professors have made a decision. We shall recognize." The presentation of the paranormal research group. Hearing this, the three members of Nadi's group couldn't hide their excitement. Then, Sienna's expression soured, and a vein popped on her forehead. She yelled in anger, "Instead, you are all suspended for 3 days." Those fools, despite the suspension order, the three of them, Nade, Iruki, and Siron, hugged each other tightly, bursting with overwhelming joy. "We did it! We succeeded! We actually did it!" Below, the students joined in, cheering. "Great job, guys." Sienna saw that she was being completely ignored and yelled in frustration, "Are you kids even listening to your professor? I said you were suspended." Maria turned to Mar and said, "Wow, Senior Siron is something else." Mar followed up with a cool comment. The MC's eyes sparkled with reverence. "Senior Siron is a genius." Sariel also looked at Siron's group with admiring eyes. "Oh my god, they are seriously cool." Everyone wants to do that at least once to make the world stand in awe. Ami, standing next to her, just stayed quiet. She thought to herself, I really didn't expect this. While I'm needing to bury myself in my studies just to graduate, you're spending your time on something this useless. Looking at Siron's radiant smile, Ami pouted and scoffed coldly. Ami looked up at the sparkling stars in the sky and whispered to herself, I'm actually a little bit jealous. In a dark corner, some figures dressed in black, their faces unclear, felt resentful seeing Siron's group succeed so perfectly. One of them clicked his tongue. The skinny camel is still bigger than a horse, graduates like us, and they still let a bunch of bratty kids show off. Another one crossed his arms uncomfortably and said, forget about taking it for yourselves. My ant language research group is out of here. Someone else chimed in, they're still just fifth graders. Don't tell me you're just gonna tuck your tail and run away. The guy from the ant language research group snapped. What was that? But they'll be in the graduating class soon enough. A person with a feminine demeanor covered their mouth and mocked them. If you don't want to go up against them next year, you'd better graduate this year. The guy from the ant language research group was shaking with anger and said, the doll collection research group had better shut their mouth. He was beyond furious. The guy from the ant language research group started picking fights with the others. You too, the hide-and-seek research group. Phi, who had been standing with his arms crossed in silence, finally spoke up to cut them off. His voice was calm, showing the authority of a leader. Stop it, that's enough for now, or we'll attract unwanted attention. Phi curled his lips. His words were sinister and hard to read. Us all being here like this will only end up hurting ourselves. Just wait for the right moment. Far away, Sienna was secretly watching Phi's group. She sighed, thinking to herself, those bratty kids from those shady research groups. Sienna wanted to cry and scream. Grow up, for my sake, please. Anfas reached out, channeling the magic that Siron had used to create the phantoms. He laughed and praised them, truly beautiful. Anfas stroked his beard and smiled in approval. Even I, an expert in light magic, am astonished. Using it in such a way, it really caught me off guard. Looking up at the sky, admiring the magical beauty of the bright stars, Anfas remarked with satisfaction, you completed a very difficult task, Siron. At the time, I truly thought you couldn't do it. This child only has so much limit. But I never expected. Speaking of which, he looked down at the keepsake in his hand. Anfas whispered, in the future, you might have the ability to fulfill my dream. Finishing his thought, Anfas gripped the keepsake tightly. Meanwhile, Siron was lying flat on the grass. He laughed happily. Nady was lying next to Siron. She tapped his arm a few times, asking with concern, but, are you really okay? Are you still normal? Siron smiled to reassure her. I'm fine. Iruki sat up. You haven't checked on Siron? That's insane. Who risks their life for a stunt like this? Hearing Iruki tease him, Siron just chuckled. Iruki glanced at Siron. But you're still the best. Nati sat up suddenly, agreeing with Iruki. You're right. If Siron hadn't used his innate talent, he couldn't have pulled it off. But thinking about risking your life for that, it's really something. Iruki laid back down and said with a smile, it was all just dumb luck that we made it through. Thinking that Siron could have been obliterated when using his immortality power, Iruki reaffirmed, but you are seriously a maniac. Hearing his two friends praise him endlessly, Siron couldn't help but blush. He said awkwardly, why are you guys only praising me? You guys are geniuses too. Iruki, the way you predicted the reactions of the entire student body, that was incredible. Iruki felt embarrassed by the compliment and looked away. Siron continued, turning to praise Nati. Nati, you were able to create such a massive amount of machinery, but that was just the beginning. Like Iruki, Nati was also embarrassed, her face as red as a tomato. All three felt their faces heating up, completely flustered. Iruki said uncomfortably, oh, look at you knowing how to be humble, huh? Nati spoke up in confusion. You guys, you're making me so embarrassed. Siron reached out as if he wanted to touch the shimmering stars far away in the high sky. He confided, I want to climb even higher, just like those bright stars up there. As he said this, Siron's eyes sparkled with faith and hope. Iruki also looked up at the vast sky. What do you think, guys? I've been training pretty hard lately. Should I start thinking about an advanced class profession? En sat up abruptly upon hearing that, exclaiming excitedly, yeah, that's a great idea. The three of us have to graduate together. Once we step out into the real world, after we graduate, I'm pretty sure there'll be tons of fun things waiting for us out there. Siron raised an eyebrow, looking over at En. He muttered, the real world, huh? Iruki sat up fully as he listened. He smirked. Sounds good. Isn't it about time we started living comfortably and confidently? He reached out his hand eagerly. "It's a promise," he declared boldly. "We'll reach the end together." Siron placed his hand over theirs and replied, "Yeah, we'll become the strongest." Iruki was the last to place his hand. He asked softly, "But what should we use to commemorate this pact and promise?" En replied vaguely, "I don't know. Use whatever's around." Suddenly, En had an idea. "All right." He pointed toward the brightest star in the sky and shouted, "Long live supernatural science." Iruki joined in immediately. "Don't you dare give up." The three sheep. Siron reached out, enthusiastically expressing his determination to graduate together. En suddenly pointed at Iruki, teasing him. "What kind of cheer is that?" Iruki laughed dryly. "I just meant we should try to be like the three sheep, that's all." Siron, sitting in the middle, laughed until he teared up, silently wishing, "Together, we will become the strongest mages." Tonight, the sky is truly beautiful, with starlight shining down on the academy grounds, promising such a bright future. The next day, in the boys' dormitory, En called out to Siron. "Siron, wake up!" He shook him while saying, "Are you really going to waste this precious suspension time like this? Let's go out and have some fun." Iruki stood next to En, observing Siron's expression. He guessed that Siron must be exhausted, but since he hadn't given up yet, he was probably just wiped out. He tried shaking Siron a few more times. "Siron?" But Siron still didn't respond. He lay perfectly still, eyes tightly shut. It wasn't that Siron didn't want to wake up, he just felt like he was experiencing sleep paralysis. He couldn't move a muscle. He thought to himself, "Right, I'm trapped in a nightmare again." And just like last time, he was heading toward the infinite, in the dark, hazy void, along with the movement of the stars. And the final destination was a giant galaxy with distorted light swirling around, waiting for him. But this time, something was different. I always wake up at this point. Something is slightly off. What Siron was referring to was a string of fantastical, golden glowing particles. They merged together, looking something like a shattered mirror. Siron wasn't sure what it was. He opened his eyes. Before him was a truly magical sight, almost impossible to describe in words. Siron's entire body suddenly vanished. He broke into a cold sweat and snapped awake. He was startled and amazed. The dream had changed. He wondered dazedly, what was that? Did yesterday's experience cause this change? On the wall, the clock hands were pointing to nearly 1 in the afternoon. Siron was still dazed, lying motionless on the bed, eyes wide open, lips trembling. But above his head, a string of brilliant, mesmerizing golden particles were coiling into continuous rings, spinning around him. His hands gripped the blanket tightly as he asked in confusion, "What is going on with these things?" Siron quickly got out of bed and picked up the note from En and Iruki. It read, "We're heading to the casino. As long as we calculate and predict Iruki's behavior, we'll be rich in no time." You could see 2 smug, grinning faces drawn at the bottom. Siron groaned helplessly. "Oh man, a casino?" he whispered. "I have a feeling they're going to walk back empty-handed again. Still, a 3-day suspension? What should I do now?" Siron thought of his parents back home and considered whether he should take this opportunity to visit. He was certain his mother would be shocked. Then they'd ask him a dozen questions. "What? Suspended? You're being punished?" Thinking of that, he firmly dismissed the idea. "Nah, forget it. I definitely need to keep this a secret." A while later, Siron was dressed smartly. He stood in front of the mirror, smiling as he carefully adjusted his cuffs. Siron smiled happily, feeling excited because he just remembered something he really wanted to do. For some reason, his heart was pounding like crazy. After saying that, Siron turned and left. He didn't notice that the mysterious glowing golden particles were now following his silhouette. They formed an image of Siron, standing proudly in front of the mirror, as if he were still standing there. Before long, Siron stopped in front of a fancy bookstore. He reached out to grab the doorknob, his heart fluttering. "I haven't stopped studying for the past few years. Now I want to buy a novel for myself. I miss those old days so much." Painful memories suddenly flooded into Siron's mind. The shopkeeper's bossy, shouting voice echoed in his ears as if it had just happened. "No. Where do you think you're putting those filthy fingers?" Back then, Siron was just a poor, pathetic kid in rags. Even though he was different now, the trauma of being looked down upon was still deeply ingrained in the young man's soul. Siron anxiously wondered what he would do if they told him he wasn't allowed to touch anything again. After a few seconds of hesitation, Siron finally made up his mind to enter the bookstore. It was the same owner as before, the same curly orange hair and blue dress, only her haughty attitude had been replaced by a warm, welcoming smile. Unexpectedly eager, she greeted him. "Oh my, welcome. Handsome customer, it is an honor to have you in this humble place. Are you perhaps here to sell some items? The shopkeeper's enthusiasm caught Siron off guard. Oh, no, I'm just here to buy a book, the shopkeeper said happily. Ah, I see. Please, feel free to look around. My, you really are quite handsome. Siron really wasn't used to being treated this warmly. He replied awkwardly, Thank you. Siron couldn't believe she didn't recognize him at all. It's only been 5 years. Looking at the shopkeeper's retreating back, he wondered, have I really changed that much? After picking out the book he wanted, Siron went to pay. Seeing the gold coins Siron handed over, the shopkeeper fawned, Oh my, you are so generous. Thank you so very much. Holding the book titled Raising a Dragon to Defeat the Demon Lord, the very book he had dreamed of since he was a child, Siron exclaimed happily, I finally bought my own novel. It's my first book. Thinking that, and clutching it in his hands, Siron happily spun around, causing passers-by to click their tongues in annoyance. Teesk, teesk. To think a young master would act so crazy. He hugged the book to his chest, smiling to himself. Lucky I saved the allowance money my family sent me. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Siron! A girl unexpectedly grabbed Siron's arm. She looked at him, smiling brightly, and asked, You're Siron, right? Caught off guard, Siron's face turned bright red, and he asked in a panic, Who are you? The girl didn't answer his question, but she didn't let go of his arm either. She turned around and waved to someone. It's really him, guys. It's Siron. After observing for a moment, Siron was stunned to realize the girl in front of him was an old friend. Her sweet voice hadn't changed at all. She was that same innocent little girl who used to watch him intently whenever he was busy reading. Siron, are you reading again? Back in the day, whenever Siron sat under a tree to read, a bunch of neighborhood kids would always tease him. Seeing them again, he recognized them immediately, and they knew him just as quickly. The broad-shouldered guy leading the pack called out to him loudly, Siron. Is that really you? Siron's eyes widened as he called out, Antho? He turned to the girl beside him and used her name. Wait, are you Lumina? Lumina was thrilled that Siron still remembered her. Exactly. Did you forget my face or something? Siron stuttered in reply, I honestly didn't recognize you. You've grown up so beautiful. Siron remembered that when they were little, Lumina had the nickname Janinos. Hearing that, Lumina looked a bit annoyed. She raised her fist and said, What? Back then you said I wasn't pretty at all. Siron quickly offered a sheepish smile. Well, not exactly. Their childhood friends crowded around Siron. Impressed and curious, they took turns bombarding him with a dozen questions. What's going on with you? You're dressed like a noble. Must be expensive, right? You've changed so much. Suddenly surrounded, Siron didn't know what to do. He was flustered. Just as he was struggling to find an answer, Antho, the leader of the village kids, spoke up. Siron, it's been ages. How have you been? He mentioned that he had asked Master Vincent about him, but the master hadn't said a word. Siron looked at Antho, unsure of how to explain. Ugh, what should I tell them? Siron hesitated for a split second. Yeah, he thought to himself, they'd eventually find out about my background anyway. If he lied now, it would just hurt them later. Ultimately, Siron decided to be honest. I've been studying at the Magic Academy during this time. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison. Magic? The Magic Academy? Antho's expression suddenly turned sour. Antho, Siron thought, reflecting on the distant past. Even as a child, Antho had a strong physique and a generous personality, which naturally made him the leader of the group. Back when Antho was 10, he and the village kids were heading into the forest when he suddenly looked into the distance and blurted out, Siron, he continued. Are you reading again? Siron, hearing that familiar voice, quickly turned his head and replied, Antho. Those memories flashed through his mind like written lines, but perhaps Antho's weakness was his pride. Their attention suddenly locked onto the thick book in Siron's hands, and they marveled at it. There's so much text. He must be super smart. We don't even know how to read books like that. Listening to the whispers filled with admiration, Antho just stood there in silence. Then, he lunged forward, snatched the book from Siron's hands, and shouted, You don't even go to school. Why bother reading this stuff? Against such raw strength, Siron couldn't do anything but let out a startled cry. Antho, with his small axe slung over his shoulder, looking mature and aggressive, declared, You have to train your strength to be useful to society. In a small, dangerous village hidden in the mountains, there was a rule everyone had to follow. Thinking of this, Siron's small, younger self appeared in his mind, and he smiled gently before replying, That's right. I understand now. Antho, the chain of memories seemed to pause, then continued to unfold. Following the leader's words, back to that scene, Antho looked grumpy. Seeing that reaction, he stayed silent. Then he let out a long, heavy sigh, as if he had just dropped a heavy burden. A second later, Antho returned the book to Siron and said, "As long as you understand, the leader protects the village, and everyone follows the leader. That's how we survive here." That was the philosophy Siron had gathered over the years. Then, Antho gave a bright smile, reached out, and offered, "I'm going to play soccer. Want to come along?" Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from afar. Lumina was holding a mop, charging toward them aggressively, questioning Antho. "I told you not to bully Siron." Antho, being pummeled by Lumina, complained, "Who's bullying who? You idiot." She ignored his excuse and continued shouting, "He just recovered from being sick, and you still say that's not bullying?" Antho, being scolded so relentlessly, snapped back in anger, "Keep acting like this and no one will ever want to marry you." Ending the flashback, Siron chuckled to himself. "Well, that was all a long time ago." Antho spoke up awkwardly. "It's hard to believe. You're actually going to school?" Lumina was just as surprised and asked him, "You know how to use magic?" Their friend next to them was also buzzing with excitement, blurting out, "Can you show us a trick?" Siron smiled shyly and replied, "Oh, no, I just started learning recently, so I'm not that good yet. Besides, using magic outside the academy is against the rules." Hearing that, their friend sighed in disappointment. "That sucks." Suddenly, Antho noticed the book Siron was clutching tightly and said with a grin, "Still keeping a book on you at all times, just like before, huh?" He reached out to grab the book, saying, "Let me see what the Magic Academy books are written like." Seeing this sudden move, Siron gasped, "Wait a second." Inside, he was panicking. "No, this is a novel I just bought for fun." Antho's grip grew stronger. He successfully yanked the book from Siron's hands, but because he was so hasty, his hand slipped, and he dropped it. Seeing that, Siron reflexively cried out, thinking to himself, "My precious book." He lunged forward to catch it. Just as his hand was about to touch it, memories flashed through his mind again, but he luckily managed to grab the book. That fleeting memory felt so real that Siron, feeling a sudden sharp pain, clutched the book tightly and collapsed to the ground. Everyone around him was worried, asking, "Siron, what happened all of a sudden? Are you okay?" Lumina immediately turned to confront Antho. "Why are you doing that again? You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still bullying him?" He stammered in response. "I didn't even do anything." Siron spoke up. "It's not that. It was just an accident. Don't worry," Lumina said, panicked. "You just collapsed. And you're telling me not to worry? Usually, you're not like this." Antho watched them talk, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. Seeing he was okay, Lumina happily suggested, "Let's stop standing here. Do you want to come eat something delicious with us?" Antho added from behind. "Yeah, come on, Siron," he added excitedly. "To celebrate the store-wide sale, we're all throwing a party at Lumina's place. Let's go make some noise. What do you think?" The group of friends agreed immediately. Amazing. Seeing them so pumped up, Siron smiled back. "All right then, let's go." At the same time, he quietly considered that since he had nothing else to do, it would probably be fine. A second later, the chubby friend and another one pulled up in a carriage and stopped in front of them. Antho gently lifted Siron up and said happily, "You take the front seat." Caught off guard by how sudden it was, he cried out, "You can just lift me up like that?" Hearing this, Antho laughed heartily and replied, "You're so light, it's nothing." Witnessing his feat of strength, Siron thought to himself, "Antho, you jerk. In the time we haven't seen each other, you've become a monster, haven't you? And now you're even doing business." He stared at his friend, guessing that there was a high chance Antho would become the new village leader. Just like that, Siron and the others traveled to Lumina's house together. A moment later, Lumina's mother's voice rang out. "Oh my, who is this? Is that you? Siron, you're getting more handsome by the day." Lumina must be fluttering. Hearing that, her face turned bright red, and she hurriedly shouted, "Mom, don't talk nonsense." After the warm greeting from Lumina's mother, Siron's group continued their fun. They raised their glasses together and said excitedly, "To our Siron." Seeing the feast spread out before him, the brown-haired friend couldn't help but exclaim, "This looks so delicious." Lumina picked up her drink and said, "Eat up, Siron." He heard her and immediately replied, "Thank you. I'll enjoy every bite." At that same moment, the brown-haired friend was very curious and asked, "But is this drink before he could finish?" The chubby friend quickly denied it. It's nothing like that. It's just sparkling barley water. On the other side, Antho slowly took big sips, silently observing everything that was happening. Then, the brown-haired friend suddenly shouted, Siron, tell us more about school. You must be the best student there, right? Hearing that, Siron started coughing violently, and the drink in Antho's mouth sprayed out because of that comment. The friend continued, I'm so curious. Did you become a mage? The rest of the friends chimed in excitedly. I heard only nobles go to that school. So doesn't that mean you're studying with nobles? Hearing these questions, Siron was incredibly flustered inside. He prayed, Please, guys, stop praising me in front of Antho. With the slight buzz from the barley drink, his friends kept on talking. I bet the noble scene is full of beauties, right? Tell us, we're dying of curiosity. Faced with their aggressive barrage, Siron waved his hands and reluctantly replied, How would I know? Just studying is busy enough as it is. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lumina sighed as if she had just survived a disaster. Immediately after, Antho slammed his glass on the table and spoke up. Siron, school is fine, but have you thought about your next steps? Hearing this, he was startled and stammered. Next steps? Antho continued. Right now, Mr. Vincent is taking care of the family's life. Next, it will be your turn to take responsibility, and you'll have to get married too. After you finish school, will you have the strength to shoulder all that? Hearing these words, Siron fell into a deep silence. There was no guarantee he would even graduate. Seeing his reaction, Antho took a sip of his barley drink and said, That's right, you need to be realistic too. No sooner had he finished than thoughts began to race through Siron's mind. Reality, now that he thought about it, he had spent so much time studying that he had never really thought deeply about this. All his friends were already helping their families with their businesses, but his father still had to work so hard. He silently asked himself, When will I ever be able to support my father? Seeing him like that, Lumina felt a bit worried. At this point, Antho started speaking. I didn't mean to bring down the mood. Then he issued a challenge. Hey Siron, want to try arm wrestling with me? You were really good back in the day. Siron was surprised arm wrestling. The chubby friend saw this and got excited. That's right. Antho and Siron used to be evenly matched. The brown-haired friend agreed wholeheartedly. Siron is stronger than he looks, now that I remember. Hearing this, Siron thought back to the past. It's true, we used to do that all the time when we were kids. The match from that year made the brown-haired friend shout, Siron, you're amazing. Antho insisted on a rematch. This one doesn't count. Let's go again. But today, saving face for Antho was the right choice for the sake of the village. Thinking that, he got into position and replied, All right, how about we make a bet today? Seeing that, Antho smiled playfully and replied, The loser pays for this round. Agreed, he responded. With the intensity between the two of them, the atmosphere heated up once again. The friends around them cheered excitedly. The battle between the mage and the warrior was about to begin. Siron gripped Antho's hand tightly, thinking that, to save Antho's face, he had to hold out for a long time before losing. Then, a voice suddenly shouted, Start! Immediately, the hands of the two men tensed up, straining against each other. Then, a loud noise made even the barley glasses shake. Lumina and the friends witnessed a hair-raising moment. In the end, Siron lay sprawled on the chair, smoke rising from his body. Everything happened so fast that he wondered, what just happened? The friends, seeing that, couldn't help but ask out of concern. Siron, are you okay? Lumina shouted. Antho, why did you use so much force? He hurriedly replied, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He wasn't this weak back in the day. Lumina sighed helplessly. Oh, Antho. Seeing him like that, Antho felt a bit guilty. Then he offered, Sorry, let me pay for the meal today. Siron heard that and refused immediately. No way, I'm the one who lost today, he added with an awkward smile. You're much stronger than before. Having said that, Siron pulled a gold coin from his pocket to pay, but an accident happened that left him panicked. Because he was so worried, he accidentally dropped his money pouch, revealing several gold coins. The friends saw it and huddled together, shouting, Gold coins, you have 5 of them? Lumina was no less surprised. She picked up a gold coin and asked him, Siron, why do you have so much money? 5 gold coins is as much as my business makes in a whole month. Seeing Antho's expression, he told himself, What do I do? I'm dead. Lumina held the gold coin and asked, Siron, where did you get all this money? Hearing this, Siron stammered, I got a scholarship. No sooner had he finished speaking than the brown-haired friend quickly added, What? Does that mean you can live the rest of your life without worrying about money? That question left Siron stunned, and he denied it. Ah, it's not like that. At the same time, he thought to himself, this is bad. This really did provoke Antho. His face flushed red with a hint of frustration. But then, Antho let out a long, weary sigh. The next second, he sprang up like a startled cat and shouted, "Why are you all making such a fuss over a few gold coins?" Seeing that, the chubby boy flinched and stammered, "I'm sorry." Lumina watched his reaction and thought to herself, "Oh, I'm only just now thinking about that with Antho." The group of friends huddled together, suddenly lost in memories of the past. They all shared the same thought. That's right, ever since we were little, whenever we were around Siron, he'd get a bit sensitive. Seeing this, Antho gradually tried to compose himself. Then, he clapped his hands, breaking the tension in the air. "Oh, that's right. Have you guys heard about this?" The chubby boy, like he'd just caught a lead, eagerly jumped in. "There's a man-eating beast appearing in the mountains." The brown-haired boy joined in. "I heard about that too. Lately, all the wildlife has been disappearing." Lumina felt relieved inside. "You're a lifesaver, kid." Thanks to this, everyone gradually regained their initial excitement and began discussing it heatedly. Dad said it's almost like a bear, right? Siron was no exception. He spoke up hurriedly. "Right, I heard that from my dad too, but why would something that lives in the north come all the way down here?" Hearing that, Lumina replied, "I know." "Right, is it mating season or something?" "Regardless, they say it goes out to hunt every day. So everyone needs to be careful, but since it's hiding pretty deep in the forest, it might not be dangerous if we don't go in there." At that moment, Antho's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He brought up the topic. "How about we go hunt it ourselves?" Hearing this suggestion, everyone was stunned and exclaimed in unison. "Us?" Antho insisted. "Yeah, we'll be helping the villagers. You guys know about it, right? My skills?" Antho continued, full of confidence. "If it's just a bear, the adults don't even need to lift a finger. Let's go take it down together." Seeing his overflowing spirit, the brown-haired boy also chimed in enthusiastically. "You'll finally get to hunt a bear on your own. Antho, a regular bear should be easy." Siron, unable to believe his ears, repeated in shock. "Whoa, seriously? A bear?" Observing his friend's look of pure admiration, Antho smiled triumphantly and decided, "All right, we leave tomorrow morning." Then he glanced over at Siron. "You're definitely coming with us, right, Siron?" Hearing that, Lumina's eyes sparkled as she chimed in. "Siron's coming too?" Antho confirmed. "Of course, he's gone with us before, right?" Siron didn't hesitate. "If I can help, I'll join in." Seeing this, Antho happily raised his glass. "Great, we'll meet in front of Lumina's house tomorrow morning." Lumina, sitting nearby, shouted, "All right." Then they all toasted and cheered together. "It's a bear hunt." "Man, we're going hunting with Antho." Siron took a small sip of his barley ale, thinking to himself that he couldn't wait. Even though this wasn't part of his plan, it was still going to be fun. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Lumina opened the door and called out, "Siron, did you sleep well? Let's go." Siron secured his short blade to his thigh and replied, "Yeah, I'm ready. Let's head out." The two of them stepped out of the house. Lumina excitedly waved forward, "Everything's good on this end." The other friends waved back happily. Seeing them, Antho chimed in with a gentle warning. "If you've been away from this so long that you start falling behind, we're leaving you behind, okay?" Hearing that, Siron smiled. "Don't worry." Then, they headed deep into the forest, shrouded in morning mist. A while later, they started working, dropping the gear right there. "All right, flip it over." At the same time, the chubby boy diligently secured the net to a tree branch. Once done, he signaled to the two friends below. Seeing how well they worked together, Siron couldn't help but admire them. "Setting up nets and traps so fast, you guys are amazing." The blue-haired boy laughed. "We've only just set the traps." The hardest part had to be left to Antho. He was scouting the surroundings and noticed scratch marks on a tree, and guessed to himself, "It seems like the bear is nearby." Then Antho shouted, "From now on, we're scouting this area. If you spot it, don't provoke it. Retreat and report to me immediately." The group of friends immediately acknowledged the order. Seeing this, Siron couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. "Man, he's a real pro. How cool." At the same time, Antho turned to look closely at someone and smiled. It was Lumina, excitedly humming a tune, looking adorable. After walking a few steps, Siron realized, if they were just searching, "Oh, wait. If I use my domain, maybe I can help out." He closed his eyes tightly, focused his energy, and thought to himself, "Let's see if I can help Antho find that bear faster." In an instant, Siron sank into a state of deep concentration. But what appeared in his mind wasn't a bear at all. It was the carcass of a beast with a massive chunk of flesh ripped out of it. Siron startled, asking himself, "What is that?" He turned to look at his friends and realized something was wrong. "I have a bad feeling about this." Using his senses, Siron instinctively took a step forward. He put his hand over his eyes, looking absolutely stunned. Siron brushed the leaves aside. A stream of thoughts flashed through his mind, repeating endlessly, "No way. There's no way." The moment he got close to the image that appeared when he used his domain, a large hand slammed onto his shoulder, and a voice shouted, "Siron!" It was Antho. He pulled Siron's shoulder hard and demanded, "What are you doing? How could you just disappear from our sight without saying a word?" He continued, loud and angry. "Because of you, but before he could finish his sentence, the scene before them forced Antho into silence. At their feet lay the massive carcass of a beast, and a string of animal corpses scattered all over the place. Antho, startled, asked himself, "What is all of this?" The friends behind them had caught up. The bodies weren't just on the ground. They were hanging from the tree branches too. The chubby boy shouted, "What is that?" Antho turned to reply, "That's—" But before he could say anything, Siron interrupted him. "Retreat, this isn't something a normal bear could do." Hearing that, Antho exclaimed in shock. "What?" Siron continued. "We need to tell the adults and seal off this mountain. We might even need to send a request to the city for the soldiers to handle it." Seeing this, Antho hurriedly grabbed his shoulder, stammering as he interrupted. Wait, Siron, hold on." "Soldiers, what are you talking about?" he insisted. "We don't even know what it is yet." "What do you mean? We can handle this ourselves, right?" Siron heard him and turned his head. "Didn't you just say it yourself? This isn't a bear that we can handle." Seeing his firm stance, Antho shouted in anger, "What do you know? I'm the leader, and giving orders is my job." Watching the two of them clash, Lumina nervously clasped her hands and said softly, "Antho, Siron knows this isn't normal, so he's just trying to stop you. No, listen to me. Just listen." Antho didn't care and kept yelling, "You've always been like this. You never accept me as the leader, do you? I told you not to treat me like a fool." Hearing this, Siron looked stunned, but a rustling sound behind him made him freeze, and a chill ran down his spine. The others felt it too. The chubby boy cried out in fear, "Guys, are you seeing that? It was closing in." Antho immediately reacted, drawing his bow. He tried to pull the string back as far as he could, bracing himself. The others followed suit, aiming their arrows toward the noise. The brown-haired boy was no exception. He tremblingly pulled his bowstring, but his aim kept drifting higher. What he saw terrified him, and he stuttered, "Antho, what? What is that monster?" Before them stood a massive, bloodthirsty wolf. Siron bit his lip, thinking, "A monster. A mystical life form that doesn't follow the laws of evolution." Thoughts raced through his mind. "I saw it in the monster manual I read earlier. That thing." In that moment, Antho let out a yell, fired an arrow, and screamed, "Die!" But the beast quickly tilted its head to the side. Seeing this, the brown-haired boy panicked. It dodged the arrow?" Siron's expression was no different. He had realized it was a werewolf. After its move, he confirmed it was a monster with intelligence. As far as Siron knew, monsters were generally stronger and faster than normal beasts. In fact, some of them even possessed high levels of intelligence. The origin of monsters was still being researched, but it was currently hypothesized that they evolved in their own unique way due to living in an environment completely different from other life forms. Everyone stammered in fear. It really dodged the arrow? The wolf bared its savage fangs, eyeing the people hungrily. It observed them with sharp eyes and moved in nimbly. The boy's face was full of panic, and he could only manage one word: run. Knowing there was no chance of winning, the group scrambled to escape in the opposite direction. But the hardest part now was not knowing where to run. One of them said that if they ran down, the monster would. Just then, someone shouted, run up the mountain!" While everyone else was scattering, trying to get away, Siron didn't budge. With his weapon in hand, he stood his ground, facing the beast head-on. The size difference was undeniable, but Siron didn't back down. His teammates saw this and shouted his name. "Siron, don't tell me he's planning to be the bait," Antho thought. Siron remained hyper-focused on the fight, firing arrows one after another. But against a beast of such size and thick hide, those shots from the crossbow didn't affect it at all. It used its claws to counterattack. But Siron utilized his small stature and agility, successfully dodging the blow. The beast growled in frustration. Siron panted heavily, thinking, "It's too fast, and its hide is too thick. There's only one way to keep everyone alive. I have to lure it somewhere else." Facing the giant beast, Siron remained committed to his decision. It was incredibly risky, but the beast lunged again, and he narrowly escaped. Siron dodged and retreated a good distance. The fact that he kept dodging its attacks only made the beast lose control. Its eyes burned with rage. Something Siron hadn't expected, however, was that it suddenly lost interest in attacking him. He turned his head and collapsed, realizing he couldn't stop it in time. The beast was already charging toward the group. They had no idea what horror was about to unfold. Following the leader's command, they dropped all heavy items. The others just hoped to run as fast as they could, but Antho hesitated. He said, "You guys go ahead." Seeing this, Lumina turned back and asked, "Antho, what are you doing?" Antho's eyes welled up with tears, his body trembling, but he held it together and replied, "Siron, I can't just leave him behind." Lumina felt like she'd been struck by lightning, tears streaming down her face as she was left speechless. She shouted Antho's name. Now the beast was closing in fast, a moment where the line between life and death was paper thin. Antho turned back to witness it all, but all he could care about right now was, no way. Is Siron dead? The more he thought about it, the more he lost his composure. Antho blamed himself. "It's my fault. I'm the one who told him to come along. If only I had listened to Siron when he told us to run down." Suddenly, a powerful light shone down on the savage beast. Antho didn't understand what was happening, but it was easy to see the beast was in immense pain from the light. Lumina ran over, cheering, "It's dead." The group looked on, wondering, is that magic? Siron came running over, wiping sweat, and only had time to say, "Run, run quickly." It seemed things weren't over yet. The danger was still looming, which was the only reason he would be this rattled. The monster that seemed dead just a moment ago started to move slowly. It sat up, recovering its spirit rapidly, radiating a sinister, malevolent air. Lumina was stunned. Was that just a flash of light earlier? In a blur, the massive form lunged at them. It was too late to run now. Antho realized something was wrong. He tried to move his legs to be sure, but it was the same result, his body wouldn't budge. Lumina tried her hardest to sprint. Under the beast's claws, unfortunately, she lost her footing. In that moment of death, she could have escaped, but she carelessly tripped. Beneath the sharp claws, Lumina seemed to have no hope left. Tears flowed freely. Siron, determined not to let his teammate get hurt, did everything he could to hold the monster back. Antho anxiously shouted Siron's name. Just as Siron's guard was down, the beast whipped its claws back to strike him. His face was full of terror. Siron quickly used a teleportation spell. The beast looked up in confusion, and that burst of light appeared again, followed by a loud explosion. Lumina screamed, "Siron!" The light contained an incredibly powerful energy. It surged forward and pierced deep into the beast. The beast's power was fading. Siron felt disoriented. "Okay, what do I do now? I plan to unleash it after emitting the photons, but if I do, it'll claw me to pieces. I can't just force it into my position either. Right now, both of us are outside the range of clarity." Siron had a sudden idea, a way to toss it and send it crashing down. The options he considered were, one requiring a photon burst, one creating gravity, and one disrupting symmetry. Siron reached out, gently touching his own hand from the other side. He felt the connection, their hands clasped, triggering a blinding flash of light. This is the omniscience of nameless knowledge. The two-dimensional space dissolved, leaving only Siron standing there. He realized, it's mass. The beast grew furious, staring at Siron in confusion. Before it could even process what happened, Siron struck, sending it flying backward. Not stopping there, Siron pressed his attack. The beast let out a gut-wrenching howl. In the brief seconds, Siron made contact with the wolf. A spark of realization flashed in his mind. Why does this world even exist? Questions flooded Siron's head. What does it mean to exist? What is mass? Why does matter have mass? He couldn't help but wonder. Before him, a golden light began to expand, revealing the void he had seen in his dream. "It's an asymmetric world," he spoke. At that moment, cracks suddenly appeared in the space where the light resided. The light surged more violently. Siron continued. "If the universe existed before all things were born, then the way for everything to exist is by breaking the universe's equilibrium." He reached out to touch a small crack in space. The fissure widened rapidly, pieces of the sky shattering like glass, revealing a hazy void before Siron's eyes. Mass is what does that, and it can be infused into photons of light. Returning to the moment, he struck the wolf, creating a thunderous boom and a powerful shockwave that shook the entire cliff. Amidst the thick dust, a blinding golden light appeared in midair. From the light, a reverse flow emerged. Siron's silhouette appeared, kneeling on the ground, having moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He quietly observed the scene ahead. The rumbling from the shockwave had not yet died down. Siron waited tensely, eyes narrowed in vigilance, his breathing ragged. Ha! It stopped moving. He cautiously watched the giant wolf, now lying completely still on the ground. Siron's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had finally grasped it. I understand now. Symmetry can be broken by a form of spatial knowledge. A nameless knowledge. There is a mechanism to create mass for matter. If I use that mechanism, light can be given mass. Joy lit up Siron's face. I finally get it. He stared at the beast before him. Why would such a dangerous creature appear in these mountains? Siron mused. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Suddenly, a terrifying, savage roar cut through his train of thought. Wolves. Siron spun around, suspiciously looking up at the cliff's peak. But I'm not the only one here, he thought. Meanwhile, above the cliff, Antho and the others were paralyzed with fear. Some couldn't hold back their tears. Before them, a pack of dire wolves was closing in. Leading them was another alpha wolf. Its eyes glowed with a sinister red light. Antho's group was pushed to the very edge of the cliff, everyone trembling uncontrollably, instinctively looking to Antho as their only hope. Martini tremblingly called out to Antho, while Lumina sobbed in sheer terror. Antho didn't look any better, suppressing the rising panic in his eyes. He growled, I'll run to the other side. You guys get down the cliff. The red-haired boy shouted in a panic. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Antho yelled back tensely. It's the only way right now. He turned to his friends, tears welling up. You have to survive so that my sacrifice and Siron's aren't in vain. As the situation reached a breaking point, a ray of hope flashed above them. Diving down from the high blue sky was Siron, who had used magic to teleport just in time, leaving the group stunned. Are you okay? Everyone rushed toward him in a mix of relief and worry. I thought you were dead. Lumina, overwhelmed, couldn't stop crying. Siron quietly looked at his friends before speaking. I'm sorry, everyone. Antho's voice echoed, his lips pressed tight, trying to maintain a calm facade even though his expression betrayed him. Sorry for making you worry. Siron gently patted Antho's shoulder. Leave them to me. Antho watched in shock as he stepped toward the wolf pack. Seeing him walk toward the beasts, Antho screamed, Run away too! Siron didn't seem concerned, replying, It's fine. He answered calmly. This wasn't against the rules. He resolutely moved forward, his steps steady as he faced the danger. Opposite him, the bloodthirsty wolves continued to let out guttural roars. They lunged at Siron and his friends with incredible speed. The distance between Siron and the alpha wolf shrank as it charged madly at him. Siron didn't flinch. Instead, he was eerily calm, gathering energy into a sphere of light in his palm. It's light, Lumina shouted in awe. The red-haired boy confused, but it looks different than before. Before them, Siron let his mana flow freely. A magic circle appeared on his forehead as he focused. Mass. Infused into photons. The sphere of light in Siron's hand grew larger. Feeling his mana sufficiently concentrated, he readied himself. In an instant, Siron swung his arm and threw the orb forward. It zipped through the air, leaving a trail of light and a whirlwind in its wake as it aimed straight for the alpha. Before it could react, the sphere of light slammed into its neck. Immediately, the light pierced through the beast's body like an arrow, followed by a pained howl. This is my magic. He widened his eyes in shock. I actually did it. Another wolf, seeing its companions sent flying, roared in fury. One after another, they became agitated, charging straight at Siron. They viciously extended their razor-sharp claws, waiting to tear him apart. But Siron wouldn't let that happen. He quickly concentrated his mana, suddenly dodging the attack and teleporting high into the air, leaving the wolves to stare up in confusion. Siron began to create another sphere of light. In a flash, a spark ignited in his eyes as familiar images flickered by. Boom! Waves of light pierced through the werewolves' sturdy bodies like a meteor shower, leaving them no chance to counterattack. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, constant howls of pain and helplessness echoed from the werewolf pack. This scene left Antho and his friends in complete shock. One of them instinctively whispered, That's a mage. Antho quickly filled in the rest. Before their eyes, Siron wielded magic, moving fluidly through the battlefield, taking down one werewolf after another. However, this level of magic was draining a massive amount of his mental energy. Siron couldn't help but pant, yet he forced himself to hold on. Just as he paused to catch his breath, a werewolf suddenly lunged, aiming to ambush him from behind. Without a second's hesitation, Siron channeled his power and blasted it away with a burst of light. The werewolf's body trembled as it let out whimpers of pain after the strike. Even so, the creature quickly realized that the power behind the attack wasn't enough to cause the heavy damage it had dealt before. A flicker of panic crossed Siron's eyes. His magic power was fading. Across from him, the cunning werewolf wore a triumphant smirk. It quickly regained its composure, letting out a powerful roar to summon its pack. The other werewolves, having recovered, acted as if they'd been injected with a stimulant and charged forward in unison. This sudden shift turned the mood for Antho and the others grim. "Siron, it's dangerous!" Antho shouted a warning. Lumina screamed out, "Run!" Siron watched the werewolves charging at him with fierce momentum, ignoring the terrified cries of his friends. Exhaustion now blanketed Siron, making his breathing increasingly heavy. There was only one way left. He frowned, refusing to give up. Siron gritted his teeth, gathering his mental energy once more to prepare for the fight. "Can I actually pull this off?" Siron gasped for air, narrowing his eyes as he thought to himself, "I still have one more option." His eyes shimmered with a turquoise glow, looking at the churning whirlpool before him. He wondered, but can I really do it? Can I maintain the balance amidst this turbulent vortex? In front of him, a massive horde of monsters was running toward him in a frenzy. Antho and Lumina were terrified. Antho yelled, "Siron, it's too dangerous." Lumina cried, urging Siron, "Please, run away." She called out his name, Siron. However, Siron seemed to ignore it all. He stood still, fearlessly facing the oncoming beasts. His gaze sharpened, though he couldn't hide the tension on his face. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips pressed tight. Suddenly, Siron's pupils flared with a chilling blue light. In the depths of his subconscious, he connected to an immortal energy, a supreme power as vast and boundless as a black hole. From that black hole, a terrifying force was unleashed, pushing even Siron back with its sheer pressure. He bit his lip, holding his arms in front of him, struggling to contain the overwhelming magical surge. Siron's body began to disintegrate into dust under the influence of such immense power. Yet, he persevered, focusing his mind and channeling his magic to battle the beasts. In an instant, a supernatural stream of power erupted from Siron's hands. The beasts kept lunging aggressively. Suddenly, they were all torn apart by the abundant spiritual energy emanating from Siron. His power crystallized into beams of blue light, incinerating the werewolves on contact. Even though the werewolf pack was numerous, they were held back by Siron's power. They had no way to advance. Witnessing Siron's terrifying strength, Lumina and the village children were stunned. Antho was also deeply shaken by what was unfolding before his eyes. How is this possible? He thought to himself. Even seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard to believe. Suddenly, a dark gray werewolf took advantage of the others, darting forward and reaching out with sharp claws toward Siron. Fortunately, he managed to blast it away with his magic just in time. However, Siron himself began to feel that he couldn't hold on much longer. His energy couldn't take any more. If this continued, his spiritual power and his mind would scatter away like the wind. He suddenly remembered something. That's right, just like that time. Siron recalled the moment he channeled his immortal energy into a crystal orb. His power flowed through as if through a tube. Back then, Siron had almost vanished too. He tried to recall the actions he had taken to escape the deadly peril when he placed his hands on the glass orb. "I need to release all the energy within me," Siron suddenly shouted. With every ounce of his remaining willpower, he committed himself. "I will release it all with this move." Siron reached out his hands, decisively unleashing his most powerful blast at the werewolf pack. The force was so immense that the surrounding trees shook, sand and dust swirled in a tornado, and the enraged werewolves were completely incinerated by Siron's power. From Siron, a brilliant golden beam of light shot forward, sweeping away everything in its path. After a while, everything gradually returned to a state of calm. A single leaf fell gently to the ground, leaving an open, clear path ahead. In front of him, the surviving magical beasts were weak and trembling, unable to stand after taking the full force of the blow. There was one werewolf that still stubbornly growled with ferocity. Siron's figure gradually became clear through the lingering dust. He stood there coldly, glaring at the stubborn beast. His voice carried a killing intent. "Get lost!" Siron widened his eyes, warning it. "Don't ever come back here." The pack was instantly terrified. They turned and fled, carrying the few survivors with them, running for their lives without daring to look back. Siron stood still for a moment, but immediately after, he grew exhausted and staggered. Finally, Siron couldn't hold on anymore. He fell backward. Antho rushed over to catch him. The village children saw this and immediately ran to surround Siron. Lumina's eyes were red and swollen, tears rolling down her cheeks. She reached out to gently stroke Siron's forehead. Antho sadly told everyone, "Let's go home." He looked at Siron, who was gasping for air, and said with a touch of shame, "This childish hunt is over." Night fell, and lights flickered dimly in the simple thatched houses. On the grass, Siron looked up at the sky, admiring the ethereal, shimmering stars. Antho slowly walked over to his side, a small smile playing on his lips as he asked Siron, "When did you come out here?" Siron looked at Antho, smiling as he replied, "After such a deep sleep, I just suddenly felt like watching the stars." Antho sat down next to Siron. He nodded. "Oh," Siron reminisced, "it's been so long since I slept that soundly. I don't even remember the last time I slept peacefully without nightmares or supernatural visions." Yet, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw the village children huddled around his bed, sobbing miserably as soon as they saw him wake up. Siron asked blankly, "Where is this?" Lumina sniffled. "We thought you wouldn't wake up again." Siron felt deeply moved. He had slept like the dead. The others hadn't left his side for a single second until he woke up. With that thought, he turned to Antho and asked about the rest. "Where are they?" Antho explained that they were busy in the kitchen. Antho recounted to Siron everything that happened after he lost consciousness. Regardless, it was a huge relief. Other than Lumina taking a tumble, no one else had been hurt. "Even so, we were pretty shocked by your power, you know." Hearing that, Siron smiled gently, feeling truly relieved. Antho looked up at the sky, speaking absent-mindedly. "Tomorrow, I'll deal with everything with the adults. Monster skin and fangs are worth a decent amount." Antho asked Siron, "By the way, what did you say those things were called again?" Siron replied, "Watts. I heard their fangs are quite expensive." Hearing this, Antho laughed in admiration. "Right. Of course." After a moment of silence, Antho awkwardly said to Siron, "I'm sorry." Siron felt unnatural and confused when he heard Antho. "Huh? No. I also." Antho wouldn't look at Siron. His eyes gazed far into the distance as he said quietly, "To be honest, I was just jealous of you." Siron was stunned. "Huh?" Antho recalled a winter day, long ago, when the snow was falling heavily. Siron had been sitting alone, focused on reading a book. Antho, Lumina, and the other village children happened to pass by. A boy wearing glasses commented, "Did you guys know? Sometimes Siron looks incredibly cool." "Why is that?" Hearing what the boy said, Antho also glanced over at Siron. Siron's contemplative expression really made anyone looking at him feel he was someone special, and it stirred a bit of jealousy too. Antho spoke awkwardly to Siron. "Your dream?" Siron asked, bewildered. "My dream?" Antho nodded. "Yeah, the dream you're chasing." Saying this, Antho blushed, avoiding Siron's gaze, awkwardly adding, "I hope you achieve it." Hearing Antho's sincere words, Siron smiled brightly. He said happily, "Yeah, thanks a lot." The two sat together like that under the sparkling starry sky, the scene so peaceful. The next morning, at the small village, Lumina pleaded with Siron regretfully. "You're leaving so soon? Why can't you stay another day?" Siron shook hands with Antho, saying longingly, "I'd love to, but I still have a lot of unfinished research at the academy." Antho understood and didn't press him. "Well then, see you again." Antho, standing at the head of the village children, sincerely wished for Siron to become a great mage. Siron smiled and replied, "I'll come back to visit you all. See you later." Lumina suddenly ran toward Siron. She hugged him tightly, whimpering, "You must come back, okay? If you become a mage and pretend you don't know me, you're in big trouble." Siron laughed. "Got it." He waved goodbye to everyone. "Take care of yourselves." The village children stood waving at him. Antho placed a hand on Lumina's shoulder. He sighed. Good grief. Seeing his little sister crying with red eyes, Antho teased her. "If you miss him that much, do you need me to go catch him for you?" Lumina wiped away her tears and muttered softly, "What? It's not like he's gone forever, is he?" She looked up, following the back of Siron as he walked away. Her voice filled with admiration. "Siron is really cool." Whenever he chased his dreams, Lumina kept watching Siron's back until he disappeared behind the old trees in the distance. After leaving the village, Siron carried his bag to a place. The place Siron stopped at was called Estas. He pulled out a book to take a look. He reminisced. He had once asked Ne, "Hey Ne, I'm curious about something. How do we know which room is our research group's among the 89 rows?" So Ne explained, "Since you're the newest member of the group, I'll show you how to find your way." Ne pointed toward the corner of the wall. He asked him, "Do you see the number on the ceiling?" Siron replied, "It's 19. Ne continued guiding Siron. "And after that, you need to look at the color of the door." Remembering this, Siron turned his head to the right. There stood a yellow door. He took the opportunity to jot down the prominent features he saw while carefully reflecting. Room 19, yellow door, is number 5. He took a few more steps, muttering to himself, then I'll run into an intersection. Siron looked left and right, drawing a conclusion. So that means there are 3 other rows connected to this spot, right? He quickly recorded everything in his notebook and performed some calculations. After that, I need to substitute them one by one, 10y and z. Then create an equation. The answer is what we call the master key of. He still remembered his own surprised expression when hearing Ni's instructions. Who could have come up with this? Ni said. I heard one of the founding members had savant syndrome. That was the person who created this equation. That person memorized the entire Estas into something. Ni squinted and said, the first time I showed Jiruki this equation, he said. The flashback ended. Siron opened the purple door and peered inside. It was a hallway leading to a room with 2 paths branching off on either side. Siron marveled. Truly, a masterpiece of an equation. He walked toward the room at the end of the hall. In front of the room hung a sign. Supernatural Psychic Research Group. Before even entering the room, Siron heard someone loudly questioning, why are you revealing that now? Didn't I tell you there was a 57% chance of winning? The person being questioned didn't back down, immediately arguing back. Nonsense. I wasted so much time for nothing just by listening to you, the other retorted. Don't you understand that the bigger the specimen, the higher the accuracy? The other person angrily shouted back. That's only if you have infinite money, you idiot. Siron grabbed the doorknob and turned it gently. In his hand was the notebook with the equation. He told himself it was just like synthesizing all the clues to find the research group through Estas. The door slowly creaked open, and he reflected. I've also learned that I need the root causes, the precious bonds, and every moment spent by my side. Through that, I can take it one step at a time. Behind the door, Ne and Iruki were having a fierce argument. Siron greeted them both. So you guys came back after losing everything, huh? As soon as he saw Siron arrive, Iruki rushed to call out to him, but Ne loudly insisted on speaking first. Siron, listen to what I'm about to say, and then you'll understand. Siron smiled gently. Seeing Siron standing there silently with just a smile, Iruki asked in confusion, why is he just standing there grinning like that? Deep down, a wave of infinite gratitude surged within Siron. Thanks everyone, for everything. Thinking this, he smiled brightly. I'm back. At the 48th training ground, Siron used one hand to channel mana, crystallizing a magical orb that glowed with a golden light. Ni put both hands behind his head, curiously asking him, so, is that the light emitter you wanted to show us? Did you increase the output power or something? Iruki, standing next to Ne, shook his head. No, it's something else. Iruki pointed out the anomaly in the way Siron was channeling the light emitter. It was supposed to emit light outward, but this one was emitting it inward, which is why they only just noticed it now. With a flick of his wrist, Siron unleashed a blast of energy that shattered the boulder in front of him. The sheer power left Nate and Iruki wide-eyed, both of them gasping in total shock. Nate rushed over to examine the cracks in the rock, shrieking in disbelief. What on earth was that? You used light magic to punch a hole through it. That's definitely sorcery, real magic, Iruki exclaimed. Then what about the incantations I've been using all this time? Nate replied with a sheepish laugh. Oh, those? Just a little trick of mine. Siron explained. It's a spell I've been developing. I call it Photonic Blast. Iruki rubbed his chin, wearing a contemplative expression. Photons, huh? As far as I know, that involves fusion, the perfect combination of 2 different realities. But anything involving photons is incredibly difficult. What kind of spell is this exactly? Siron suggested, I'll explain. But can we go somewhere else first? I have something else I need to tell you both, he added mysteriously. At a restaurant outside the academy, Iruki wore an expression of pure disbelief. He stammered, Wait, is that for real? Nate, sitting beside him, looked just as stunned. He asked Siron, astonished, You added mass to photons? That's impossible. Can you do the same thing with electricity? Nate had completely lost his appetite. He set his fork down to focus on Siron. It was mind-blowing that someone could add mass to a particle that technically has none. Nate wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He still couldn't wrap his head around what Siron had just said. My head is spinning. You actually pulled that off? A new kind of knowledge, perhaps? Siron replied calmly. With that, the underlying unease had finally vanished. And at last, I've understood the meaning of the nightmares that have been haunting me. Hearing this, Nate couldn't help but feel excited. That's incredible. If you can reorganize all that knowledge and theory, and turn it into reality, This will be a discovery that shakes the entire world of magic. No, the whole world, period. Iruki, however, still seemed a bit doubtful. It's truly impressive, sure, but just because you understand the theory behind it doesn't mean you can just wield photonic magic. Even if you've reached some level of enlightenment, getting others to understand it the way you do is a completely different story. Nate was sweating now. This was bigger than they had imagined. Siron said slowly, "That's why I need to ask you two for a favor." He smiled as he began to share his plans with Nate and Iruki. "I want to research this more deeply, but we're on break, so I can't get into the library, right? I can't go into the noble library alone, so could you guys take me in?" Nate asked, worried. "Taking you in is fine, but why can't you get in yourself? Does this have something to do with what you wanted to tell us earlier?" Hearing this, Siron lowered his eyes and remained silent for a long moment. If I tell them the truth, will they still treat me the same way? But if he kept hiding it, they could never be true friends. He looked up at the two friends before him. After careful consideration, he made up his mind. "No, I'm not going to run anymore." Siron decided to tell them the truth. "I'm not a noble. I'm just a commoner." Nate was stunned, but for Iruki, the words hit like a bolt of lightning. "When I was just a baby, I was abandoned in a stable. My current parents found me and raised me. My father is just a regular hunter." After Siron finished recounting his past, all three, Nate, Iruki, and Siron, fell into a heavy silence. A moment later, Nate spoke up to break the awkward tension. "I was wondering why you'd been acting so gloomy lately." "But so what?" Iruki interrupted darkly. "So what? Are you kidding me?" Nate turned to snap at Iruki. "Iruki?" Iruki said coldly. "Don't you get what this jerk just said?" Veins bulged on Iruki's forehead as he shrieked in frustration. "Whether it's magic or academics, doesn't this mean the guy only just started learning a year ago? In just 3 months, he climbed all the way to the 5th class and even defeated me in front of the whole school." Nate and Siron stared at Iruki as he ranted. "And even with a handicap. Not to mention he's dating a genius mage." Nate firmly covered Iruki's mouth to stop him from causing a scene. Nate smiled brightly at Siron. "Siron, your background doesn't matter to us at all." Nate formed a heart with his hands. He winked at Siron. "To me, you're one of a kind. I like you so much." Siron was silent for a second, then he teared up, overcome with emotion. "Thank you guys." Iruki scoffed. "Like him so much? Are you gay or something? Wait, does Ami know about this?" Nate, curious, turned to ask Siron. "How long have you two known each other anyway?" Siron replied reluctantly. Since we were kids. At first, our relationship wasn't very good." Nate excitedly urged him. Tell us the story. I'm so curious." Flashback to the kingdom of Tomiya's capital, in the town of Basuka. Last year, in a slum called Radam, a young child, dressed in dirty, tattered rags and clutching a moldy piece of bread, was running for his life. Behind him, a group of men carrying knives and clubs chased after him aggressively. Shouts echoed through the alley. "You little brat! You dare steal from us? You want to die?" Canis gasped for air as he ran. Before long, he dragged his exhausted feet into a damp, foul-smelling hideout. He called out, "Aaron!" In a dilapidated room, a sickly girl lay on an old wooden board. Canis called out to her softly. Aaron's complexion was terrible. She was struggling to breathe. Canis asked in a panic, "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" As he checked on her, Canis handed her the piece of bread he had stolen. "Look, I got bread. You can't die, okay?" Canis cried out in desperate despair. "Please, is anyone there?" As he turned around, the 3 men who had been chasing him were standing right behind him. Their expressions were cruel. "Gotcha." Instantly, Canis was struck by a thunderous slap. His frail body was sent flying. He let out a tragic scream as the 3 inhumane men laughed savagely. "I shouldn't have been found here," he thought. Canis weakly tried to fend off the brutal kicks from the large man. As he struck him, the man cursed. "You little brat! Where did you think you could run to?" Canis thought helplessly. "I'm caught now." The violent man picked up the bread Canis had stolen, tore off a piece, and started chewing it greedily. He insulted Canis viciously. "Canis, you're nothing but trash. You dared to steal this precious meat to eat by yourself?" As he spoke, he laughed triumphantly. Behind him, a hulking brute hoisted Aaron up onto his shoulder. The man kicked Canis in the face, cursing him again. "You filthy scum!" Canis screamed in pure rage. "I'll kill anyone who dares lay a hand on Irene." He cursed them, his voice trembling with hate. "I'm going to slaughter every last one of you." The rough men just laughed, treating the boy's threat like a bad joke. They roared with laughter, as if they'd just heard the funniest thing in the world. "Did you guys hear that?" The brat thinks he can kill us. One of the men crouched down, mocking Canis. Keep dreaming, kid. See you in the afterlife. He shot a quick glance at the blonde guy next to him. What are you waiting for? Finish him. The blonde thug raised his knife, ready to plunge it into Canis. Watching the sharp blade, Canis thought bitterly, if only I had the power. Seeing her brother about to die, Aaron wept in agony. At that moment, Canis only wished for one thing. He stared coldly at all three of the bastards in front of him. Suddenly, all three thugs froze. A strange, eerie black mist erupted out of nowhere. The shadow smoke somehow claimed the lives of all three burly men in the blink of an eye. They shrieked in terror. What the hell is this? Canis lay still, eyes wide with shock at the twisted scene before him. As the blood of the three scumbags splattered onto Canis's face, he was stunned. What on earth just happened? Blood vessels pulsed in Canis's eyes, his pupils constricting, showing he was in a state of absolute terror. After dealing with the three men, the black shadow coiled around Aaron and lifted her up. Aaron lay still amidst the mysterious black smoke, which slowly lowered her into Canis's arms. The dark essence began to coalesce. Moments later, a figure stepped out from the darkness. Canis stared at the entity before him, a raspy, unfamiliar voice echoing in his ears. What do you think? The creature looked terrifying, empty white eyes, a blood-red mouth stretching to its ears. It asked Canis. Magic is fun, isn't it? Fresh blood dripped from the entity's mouth onto Canis's face. Suddenly, Canis broke into a crazed grin. His smile was his silent agreement with the darkness. In the capital of the Tomiya Basuka kingdom, night had fallen, and the city lights were ablaze. Atop a building across from the museum, a dark shadow stood silently, watching the museum from above. That shadow was none other than Canis. He noted that the security here was incredibly tight. Indeed, guards were, constantly patrolling around the museum. Aaron marveled. This is the first time I've seen so many holy relics. Their archaeological value is immense. Canis knew the value of those artifacts all too well. He asked Aaron, "What about our target?" Aaron replied, "Our target is the core of the museum's mana control system, the Dragon Heart." She revealed that it was located in the vault on the 3rd floor, guarded by 15 security personnel. Aaron specifically warned Canis, however, until you secure the core, you cannot use your spiritual power inside the building. Canis pondered. So, no magic allowed, huh? Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Aaron cautioned him. Yeah, be careful, Canis. Canis just offered a cold smirk. In a flash, he bolted toward the museum. In the dead of night, Canis moved like a ghost. He unleashed his dark mana. It surged like massive black serpents, easily piercing the museum walls. Canis lunged straight for the glass doors. He shattered them decisively, charging inside to the shock of the security guards. What the hell is this? We've got an intruder. Hearing their shouts, Canis's eyes sharpened, radiating a dense killing intent. He muttered, "Now?" Immediately, Canis used his magic. "I'll kill every guard standing in my way." Under the force of Canis's power, the guards were sent flying into the walls. They gasped, "How? How is he using magic?" In an instant, Canis had taken down nearly all of them. Only a few were left, making a pathetic attempt to stop him. "Intruder, hit the alarm, catch him." "He's a mage," Aaron urged. "Canis, hurry." Canis instantly picked up the pace. He didn't waste much effort taking down anyone who dared cross him. Before long, the door to the mana control core was right in front of him. He smashed through it. Found it, Canis thought. The core of the mana control system, Canis quickly grabbed it. Once he had the core in his hands, he scanned the room. Behind him, more guards flooded in, shouting, "Over there!" Seeing that Canis had taken the core, one guard panicked. "The mana control core has been." Before he could finish, the guard was knocked unconscious by a surge of mana. It wasn't just him. All the remaining guards fell one by one. Footsteps approached Canis slowly. A wave of heavy magical energy radiated from this person. Canis glanced over, saying calmly, "Right on time, Aaron." It was Aaron who had arrived. She looked around, then turned to Canis, asking, "Canis, wait, you didn't kill anyone, right?" Canis reassured her, "Don't worry." He pointed to the guards sprawled on the floor, adding, "I just knocked them out." Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the air. Outside, the military had surrounded the museum. A middle-aged man's voice boomed with fury. "I don't know how you bypass the mana control system to use magic, but it ends here." The man in the suit glared with eyes burning in rage, his hands charged with fire-type spiritual energy as he aggressively declared, "If you don't drop everything you've taken, you aren't leaving this place." Through the thick smoke, two dark silhouettes, symbols of their presence, Canis and Aaron stood cold and still, staring at the man in the suit. Canis gradually materialized, and soon, the two siblings stood fully visible before him. The man in the suit couldn't hide his shock, stammering, "Dark, dark mages." Immediately, Canis unleashed a blast of formidable shadow energy, completely overwhelming the man in the suit. He struggled, holding up his hands to defend himself. Soon after, as the man calmed down, Canis and Aaron had vanished. Stunned, he asked, "They just disappeared?" Below, a soldier rushed over to report to him. "Commander, the mana control core has been stolen." The suited man barked an order. "There's no sign of teleportation. They must still be around here. Find them. Now." The soldiers shouted, "Yes, sir." The commander furrowed his brow, unable to wrap his head around it. They're just kids. How could they bypass the mana control system and steal the core? He landed in front of the burning museum, deep in thought. Not to mention, they're incredibly intelligent. How could they possibly be using dark magic here? Suddenly, the man from the western region remembered there was only one person. Only one sorcerer capable of wielding this kind of magic. He recalled that this dark magic had the power to swallow the sunlight itself. A notorious mage, you plunged the entire kingdom into chaos with that darkness. A darkness that even the light could not dispel. As Grand Archmage Victor Asen thought of this, the man from the western region broke into a cold sweat. But wasn't he supposed to have died in that accident 40 years ago? Why was someone using his magic now? The city museum had endured a restless night. In the mountain range near Basuka, two figures in black robes walked side by side. Those two were none other than the ones who had just swiped the cores Canis and Arin. They entered a strange room with a glass coffin in the center. Holding the core in his hand, Canis said respectfully, "We have retrieved the final ingredient, Master." The person lying inside the coffin was none other than Grand Archmage Victor Asen. Canis placed the core into a mechanism and whispered, "With this ingredient." Arin swallowed hard. As they placed the core into position, Canis said, "You will reclaim your glory as a Grand Archmage." Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the room. Canis and Aaron scrambled to shield their faces. As the dust began to settle, Canis's expression was one of pure, unadulterated joy. A gnarled hand reached out from the coffin, gripping the edge tightly. Moments later, a raspy voice echoed through the room. 40 years. Finally, I return." Aaron trembled as she knelt in the corner. Asen growled, "The bastard who stole my power." Canis looked up, filled with joy. The master looked up, his eyes filled with seething hatred as he roared, "Anfas Mirham, you traitor!" 40 years ago, amidst a raging fire, Asen's cry of bitter resentment had echoed through the flames. "No," he screamed, refusing to accept it. "This research doesn't belong to you. I poured my entire soul into this." Asen shrieked in madness. "Anfas, how could you do this to me?" Anfas stood there, his back turned to Asen. Anfas remained silent for a long moment before slowly asking, "Why, you ask?" In the middle of the roaring inferno, Anfas turned back, tears streaming down his face, laughing like a madman. He declared coldly, "This research." Before he could finish his sentence, Anfas turned his back on him with cold indifference, leaving Asen to rot in the sea of flames. Asen screamed in desperation, "Anfas!" The fire began to char Asen's robes. Soon, the cruel flames swallowed him whole. He thrashed about in madness, but it was useless. His fate was sealed to be buried in that sea of fire. Now, resurrected, Asen looked down at his own hands, still covered in burn scars, the most vivid proof that he had indeed burned to death. Asen said with bitter hatred, "It took me 40 years to recover." 40 years? He squeezed his hand into a fist as he spoke. His eyes radiated an intense, suffocating aura. He gritted out every word. "Anfas Mirham, do you think you can live in peace after what you did to me?" Sitting upon the highest throne, Asen reigned supreme. Below, Aaron and Canis knelt respectfully before him. Aaron bowed her head. "Master." Beside her, Canis spoke with equal reverence. "It is thanks to you that we are alive today. We have also received such immense power, so please, use these humble lives of ours as you see fit." Asen glanced at Canis and Aaron, and said in a low, deep voice, "I shall place my trust in you." He looked down at Aaron's trembling face, then shifted his gaze to Canis. His voice was raspy, yet authoritative. "My dear disciples," Asen cautioned them carefully. "However, you must be careful. There was a time when Anfas was blinded by greed. He was prepared to kill anyone to achieve his goals. He is a mad murderer." Meanwhile, in Anfas's study, thunder crashed outside and rain poured relentlessly, streaks of water sliding down the glass window pane. Anfas slowly stood up from his desk. He moved to the bookshelf and paused for a moment, Finally, Anfis reached out and pulled a book, and immediately, the bookshelf split in two, revealing a secret passage. Carrying an oil lamp, Anfis slowly stepped inside. He set the lamp down beside a portrait. Anfis looked back toward the outside world and muttered, "The storm is brewing." His voice carried a sense of nostalgia, just like that day. As he spoke, Anfis placed the pocket watch he always carried on the shelf. Standing opposite the portrait of his old friend, Anfis said softly, "Never, ever forgive me." At the same time, in Basuka, black clouds blanketed the sky, and the rain turned the city into a dreary, somber landscape. At the weekly academic meeting organized by the kingdom's professors' union, the most prestigious figures gathered in the hall, deep in heated discussion. While everyone else was caught up in the debate, That sat quietly in his seat, idly scratching his head. I finally understand why all the professors try to delay attending these meetings. How can they argue for 3 days straight? That's face was gray, his eyes ringed with dark circles, his mind screaming, "I just want to go home." That was present at the academic meeting as the representative of the Onfus Magic Academy. Looking at the clusters of people, That couldn't help but admire them. Even though the official debate had ended a while ago, they were still arguing even after the evening banquet. Holding a glass of wine, That's face flushed not from being drunk, but from longing. He secretly thought, "The only reason I'm still here is for a chance to talk to her." That silently scanned the crowd. He whispered her name to himself, Rina Owen, he recalled. That started listing her remarkable qualities in his head. She was one of the 99 most elite artists and a royal court musician, a student of the arts. That snuck a glance at her, thinking to himself, "It's unbelievable that she doesn't show any annoyance while surrounded by that crowd. I can't even find a moment to talk to her. If only Sienna were half as graceful as she is." While That was lost in thought, Jenna suddenly turned around and looked at him, their eyes meeting by chance. That froze in his tracks. He accidentally spat out the wine he was drinking, and panicked. What is she thinking? She's looking at me. No way. Before he could even collect his thoughts, Jenna proactively started a conversation with him. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Professor That was completely taken by surprise. He stammered, "Huh? You? How do you know who I am?" Rena smiled and replied, "Of course. You're a professor from the Onfus Magic Academy, aren't you?" She even offered to invite That to her home. The Owen estate was in Greer, too. Hearing Jenna's invitation, That became flustered, his response a bit clumsy. "Oh, is that so?" Inside, his heart was bursting with joy. "Oh my God, I never thought I'd have the chance to talk to her. Don't tell me she's actually interested?" That's face turned bright red like a tomato. He began to daydream about a future where he and Jenna were happily married. After that, they'll have a child. He'll tenderly ask her, "What should we name our baby?" And she'll beam at him, replying with a smile that lights up the room, "Is Siron doing well?" The answer wasn't what he expected, and That felt his legs go stiff. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him out of the blue. He cursed under his breath. His mind started racing. The name Siron Ariam, he had seen it before. During the admissions period, he had specifically taken note of that name, because this kid is staying at Ozen's place. Thinking of this, That couldn't help but break into a sweat. So, this is meeting the parents, huh? Out of habit, That immediately flipped a switch and entered full professor mode. He struck an elegant pose like a true gentleman, choosing his words carefully. "You have entrusted us with an exceptionally talented student. He is the pride of our academy." Hearing That speak so highly of Siron, Rena was overjoyed. "Oh, is that so? I'm so happy to hear that. Does he have many friends?" That nodded, looking rather smug. "He's popular with both guys and girls. Even the upperclassmen have their eyes on him. I'm actually a bit jealous," he added. "Oh, and he's even got a girlfriend. She's quite popular among the students, too." Hearing this, Rena's expression suddenly darkened. That quickly added, "Oh, but he's studying very hard, so you don't need to worry about that." Rena tried to maintain her smile, but her voice couldn't hide her irritation. "I see. He's doing quite well for himself, isn't he?" she said. "How? Wonderful." That finally realized he might have said something he shouldn't have. "Is there anything you'd like me to tell him?" "If you tell me, I will." He hadn't even finished his sentence before she cut him off. "No, it's fine. Just knowing he's healthy is enough for me." Seeing Rena's complexion suddenly drop, That quickly tried to reassure her. No, you don't need to worry. I wasn't just bragging. The Onfus Magic Academy is a prestigious institution, officially recognized by the kingdom. That emphasized, "We will do our absolute best, so please, do not worry." Seeing That act so enthusiastic and dedicated, Rena was briefly taken aback. "Oh." But then, she smiled gently and softly said, "Thank you so much. Please, keep looking after Siron. Rena's smile was as warm as the morning sun, and it nearly knocked the wind out of that. He was completely lost in her sweetness. After a few seconds of hesitation, that finally mustered the courage to say, "Meeting like this must be fate. Would you like to head back to Chris with me tomorrow? I'd also like to invite you to lunch." Rena happily accepted. "Oh, that would be wonderful," she added, "but I have to attend a performance in Basuka first." That boldly asked, "I don't suppose I'm allowed to come watch?" Rena nodded. "It would be my pleasure if you were there." That was cheering internally. "This is amazing." Rena looked a bit worried. "To be honest, I'm concerned there won't be many people attending because of recent events in the capital." That asked, "What kind of events?" Rena replied, "Well, the most recent one." She frowned slightly, hesitating. "The Hell Prison was attacked and a Grade B prisoner escaped. The culprit is an unidentified dark mage. Because of that, the capital is practically under martial law." Hearing this, That's expression darkened instantly. His lips trembled. "Did you just say?" Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his voice broke. "A dark mage?" That asked. "Can you tell me more about what happened?" Rena tried to recall. Well, I heard it was an old man with white hair." Based on Rena's description, that immediately knew who that white-haired old man was. The world seemed to go dark. That quickly bowed and said urgently, "My apologies, I have something I must attend to immediately." Rena was bewildered. "Huh?" Without wasting a single second, that turned and bolted. Rena called out behind him, "That? Where are you going so suddenly?" "Professor That." He ran, piecing the recent events together. Dark mage, escaped prisoner. He gritted his teeth. There was no longer any doubt. This is his plan. Damn it, why now, of all times, when I'm away? The night before, at the Hell Prison, a massive fire had broken out. Inside the prison, bodies lay scattered everywhere. Someone was being choked by magical power. The man struggled in vain. Before long, the dark power crushed the life out of him. The dark energy transformed into sharp, spear-like blades, piercing right through the poor man. The one who had caused these horrific deaths was none other than Ozan and his two loyal disciples. Dark magic has two properties: absorption and integration. While pondering these teachings, Canis watched a small ant crawling on the ground. Darkness absorbs energy and integrates it into a single attribute. Canis Minmin reflected, his gaze slowly growing distant. He reached out a finger to block the ant's path. Canis was deep in thought. The dark energy my spiritual power absorbs can inflict minor damage. Thinking this, Canis unleashed his magic, instantly crushing the ant. He watched the remaining ants as they tried to crawl as far away from him as possible. The ants scrambled until they were out of the reach of Canis's dark, magical aura. In that moment, he realized that darkness could not defeat the light. An old, raspy voice sounded from behind Canis. "Well done, Canis." He jumped and turned around to find Ozan standing behind him. Canis softly said, "Master." In Canis's mind, this was their benefactor. "You saved me and Aaron from hell," thought the Grand Mage Ozan. The old man looked at Canis and said in a deep voice, "If you try just a little harder." With that, Ozan tapped his staff on the ground. Immediately, dark magic surged powerfully, spreading across the land. No matter how far the ants tried to crawl, they were wiped out by that overwhelming power. In an instant, darkness reigned supreme. In Canis's ear, Ozan's raspy, authoritative voice whispered, "You will be able to drown out the light." Hearing Ozan's teachings, Canis broke into a sinister grin, his eyes glowing with a heavy, deathly aura. That dark gaze and demonic smile grew along with Canis. Now, he had become a teenager, but the darkness in his soul remained unchanged. Before Canis, bodies lay in heaps, and agonizing groans filled the air. "Save me!" The desperate screams of the victims only served to excite the demon within Canis further. He grew increasingly brutal, killing without a shred of emotion. Shrieks of agony echoed everywhere. "Help!" Canis's magic cut through the victims like blades, leaving their bodies mangled. Witnessing her brother acting so cruelly, Aaron, standing behind him, whispered a reminder, "Canis, this place has nothing to do with taking revenge for our master. Is it really necessary to go this far?" Hearing Aaron's question, Canis didn't even turn to look at her. He simply replied in a cold voice, "Aaron, all we have to do is trust the master." The corner of Canis's mouth curled up. "You know that." He turned to look at Aaron, asserting without a hint of hesitation, "The master never does anything in vain." Hearing her brother, Aaron lowered her eyes and replied quietly, "Yes, I understand, Canis." In Aaron's eyes, Canis seemed to transform into a demonic figure with a cruel, wicked smile. Canis and Aaron stood perfectly still, watching the gruesome slaughter with cold indifference. Having eliminated most of the prison guards, the two disciples slowly stepped inside. The prison had been built to be incredibly secure, but with just a wave of Asen's hand, the sturdy iron bars were shattered instantly. The prisoners were set free, and one of them exclaimed in shock. "Your skills are top-notch," the prisoner said, acting cocky as he tried to strike up a conversation with Asen. "Thanks a lot. Are you a mage?" Seeing Canis and Aaron in tow, the prisoner mocked the old man. "Why are you bringing kids along? Going on a field trip?" He reached out to introduce himself with a mocking, "A pleasure to meet you. I'm Kaken the Night Cat. You know who I am, right?" Sienna looked at Kaken's dirty hand with utter contempt. Asen clicked his tongue. His eyes gradually turned icy cold, and a killing intent radiated with every word he spoke. "I finally had to step out myself, and all I find here are a bunch of nobodies." The prisoners, enraged by Asen's insults, started shouting and jeering. What was that? Did that old man just call us nobodies? The lot of them, having no sense of reality, dared to charge at Asen. "So what if you're a mage? We'll crush you with sheer numbers. Get him!" Before they could even get close to Asen, the surroundings suddenly went pitch black. The prisoners panicked, backing into each other, screaming in confusion. "Huh? Why did it get dark all of a sudden? I can't see anything. Hey, the walls. It feels like they're closing in." Indeed, the walls on both sides were slowly squeezing inward, crushing the prisoners in between. Before long, their desperate, horrific screams echoed through the room. "What the? It's real! What are you doing? Damn it, get me out of here! Stop pushing, I can't get out! Damn it all, this is way too gruesome." Erin bit her lip, bowing her head, unable to watch anymore. The prisoner's blood splattered everywhere. After a moment of silence, a person in leg irons sat in the corner of the room. Asen spoke up. "It was all a scheme," he emphasized. "You've been hiding very well." The shackled man furrowed his brow, staring at Asen, and clicked his tongue. His hands were chained, and a South American parrot was tattooed on his shoulder. It was Lucas. Realizing that Asen had discovered him, he stopped hiding. Lucas stepped out, sighing. "Oh no, caught already. You lunatics. Why are you doing this to the people here?" Canis and Aaron watched him silently, while Asen secretly observed Lucas. He asked, "Are you planning to defy the kingdom?" Getting no response from Asen, he chuckled. "Seems like that's the case, huh?" Aaron and Canis's expressions tightened. Lucas suddenly lunged, his eyes filled with killing intent as he charged straight at Asen. He swung an iron mace at him, but Asen remained calm, standing perfectly still. Lucas was momentarily startled. He felt as if he couldn't even touch the man. His mace had been held back by Asen's magic, yet Lucas couldn't detect any magical power. He made a judgment based purely on his instincts, feeling as though his critical strike had been completely absorbed. He wondered to himself, who in the world is this old man? Right at that moment, Asen spoke in a low voice. "You passed." Lucas laughed. "What's with you?" he asked, confused. "I wasn't applying for anything with you people." Asen said nothing, just turned to leave. His magic surged directly toward Lucas. Startled, he raised his hands to defend himself, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, this is bad." Unexpectedly, Asen's magic had no intent to kill him. Instead, it helped Lucas shatter the iron chains on his body. Asen's eerie voice echoed. "Money is your weakness." Asen made an offer directly. "I'll give you a job where you can earn a lot of money." He asked Lucas. "Are you interested?" Lucas gave a sinister grin. "Now you understand me." Canis watched Lucas silently. Unconsciously, a look of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Outside, it was raining cats and dogs, and a carriage was struggling to push through the downpour. That sat inside, impatiently urging the driver. "Can't you go any faster? Hurry up, I've already given you all the gold coins I had." The driver turned back, explaining his predicament to that. "No matter how fast I go, we won't arrive until tomorrow morning." Hearing this, that couldn't help but feel frustrated. He gritted his teeth, pounded the side of the carriage, and cursed. Damn it! The driver outside could only remain helpless. God, what am I doing at this hour? Inside the carriage, that rubbed his temples, his mind in a mess. Asen had been released from prison last night. He frowned, thinking that next, he would appear to take revenge for what happened 40 years ago. "I have to report this to my master as soon as possible." At the Anphis Academy of Magic, the rainy night made the surroundings feel even more lonely and desolate. Lucas had changed into a different outfit. He shivered. So cold. Standing from above, looking down at the Anphis Academy, Lucas complained. "It's raining so hard. Do we really have to do this?" Canis stood next to him, saying coldly, "Stop complaining." He told Lucas, "You just need to do exactly what was agreed upon." Lucas chuckled at Canis. "You'd better reward me handsomely." Lucas grumbled. If I had known you were going to do crazy things like ambushing a magic academy. While Lucas was rambling, he flew higher, silently looking over the entire Anfas Academy. His eyes radiated deep-seated hatred. Below, Lucas hadn't stopped grumbling. I wouldn't have followed you. In the rainy night, Asen flew high above, silently observing the Anfas Academy of Magic. His eyes radiated intense killing intent. The drizzle of the night made the academy's scenery feel even more secluded and cold. Lucas crossed his arms, annoyed. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it all, I have nothing to do. And I followed them because they promised a huge sum of money. But isn't this just treason and rebellion?" Lucas glanced at Aaron to strike up a conversation. "Hey, you don't look like someone who would do this kind of work," he teased Aaron. "You're too beautiful to be working like a dirty criminal. Have you thought about coming with me?" Hearing Lucas flirt with his younger sister, Canis couldn't help but interrupt. "Lucas, your mission is to guard the hostage," he coldly reminded Lucas. "Just finish the job you were hired for," Lucas retorted. "Ha, and who is this hostage?" Canis didn't want to waste words with him and responded vaguely. "You'll know tomorrow morning." Canis's attitude made Lucas unable to like him at all. He clicked his tongue in disgust. Canis didn't have a good impression of Lucas either. He felt a knot of annoyance in his gut. Why did the master bring someone like him along? A ghostly voice crept into Lucas's mind, sternly warning him, "Don't ask any questions. Everything is going exactly according to his will." He here was none other than the great archmage Asen. In the dark night, with the rain pouring down, Asen's dark magic silently dominated the entire grounds of the Anfas Academy. Meanwhile, at the Royal Library, notes from ancient books suggested that everything has its own weight. It is precisely because of this that the symmetry of the universe is broken. With countless situations playing out and the result of those mishaps, the world we know came to life from a mountain of books. As Nate cried out with dark circles under his eyes. So, in the end, the world we know wouldn't exist without weight, right? Currently, Nate is a fifth-year student with hair as messy as a crow's nest. He jumped up and asked loudly, "No. More importantly, why does weight even exist in the first place? I suspect it just popped into existence out of nowhere." Perhaps facing Iruki, another fifth-year student lying lazily on the table, he replied sluggishly, "It's just weight." Or something like that, he added, not satisfied with the answer. "Are you serious? Are you really saying God created everything? Did your blood pressure drop or something? Need to eat a few cookies to wake up?" Iruki ignored him completely and boredly picked his nose. "I was just guessing. I don't really know either." Iruki looked up at the library ceiling, where the chandeliers cast a sparkling golden light. His voice sounded weary and helpless. "We've spent all our available time in this library, researching everything related to weight. But in the end, we still can't grasp something that exceeds human understanding." Iruki sat up and offered his opinion. "I think we've approached it as closely as possible from an omniscient perspective." At this, Iruki looked toward Siron, who was lying motionless in a pile of books. He called out softly, "Siron." Iruki asked Siron, "From your omniscient perspective, what is weight?" Siron didn't say a word. It wasn't clear what he was thinking. According to the books, a mage's ability of omniscience helps them form an objective, unbiased perspective. However, a mage's omnipotent power is entirely individual. Siron is also a fifth-year student. After hearing Iruki's question, Siron pulled the book off his face, looking exhausted. He frowned and said, "It's hard to put into words." But Siron paused for a moment, his mind drifting to his own experience, connecting with immortal energy. Back then, he reached out his hand, and mystical crystals fell into his palm. In that moment, Siron felt a sensation of existence in his mind. Nate and Iruki asked in unison, "Existence?" Siron nodded. "Yeah, I could feel a will to exist. A very strong desire, too." He described it almost as if it were trying its hardest for anyone, anywhere, to know of its existence. Hearing Siron's explanation, Iruki rubbed his chin. "That sounds profound, a desire to prove one's existence." Nate suddenly shouted. "How about this?" Siron looked slightly puzzled. Nate said excitedly, "Siron, your omnipotence." Nate eagerly suggested, "What if we call it the God particle?" Hearing Nate's idea, Siron's eyes lit up instantly. Iruki also sat up, nodding. "That's a good name. It makes me think." Siron praised it. "That name is perfect for what I was thinking." "That's great." Praised by both his friends, Nate was thrilled. "Really? Awesome. That way, the omnipotence will become stronger. The visualization will be clearer, too." Siron held his spiritual energy tight in his hands, whispering the name Nate had given it, God Particle. Siron said happily, "Now I'm going to research it even more." The next morning, the morning sun rays shone over Anfas Magic Academy. On the school grounds, the three of them, Nate, Siron, and Aruki, walked together. Nate put his hands behind his head, sighing dejectedly as they walked. "Ah, I didn't expect our break to end like this," Aruki retorted helplessly. "You call being suspended a break?" Siron asked suspiciously. "You guys haven't forgotten yesterday's promise, have you?" Mentioning yesterday's bold promise, the expressions of Nate and Aruki turned grim. Both looked fearful and worried, saying, to graduate together, we really have to try hard to make it to the 4th grade this term." Siron urged them impatiently. "It's only been one day." Aruki and Nate were crying, terrified at the thought of a certain outcome, and asked Siron, "What if I have to repeat the 5th year alone?" Then Aruki continued, "Siron, it wouldn't be so bad if you stayed at school for another year, right?" Siron pouted and said, "But both of your grades are higher than mine. I'm the one in the most dangerous position here." Nate spoke up. "Since today is the last day, do you guys want to stop by the research lab?" Siron waved his hand and said, "I have to go somewhere. You two go ahead." After parting ways with Nate and Aruki, Siron walked leisurely, looking up at the clear blue sky. He reminisced. "Last month, I was still an ignorant first-year student. Now I've learned about the ancient god particle and gained precious friends." The wind blew gently, caressing Siron's blonde hair. He felt a bit emotional. He remembered the moment he walked alongside Ami. "He is my boyfriend." She had told everyone that about Siron. Beautiful memories played like a slow-motion film in Siron's mind. He remembered bringing a big basket of apples to give to Ami. He smiled at her and said, "It's all thanks to you. I thought I should thank you properly." She had been very surprised. "Huh? What is this? Me?" During the night, he played a prank with Nate and Aruki to scare the school. Ami had secretly admired him. And that evening, she had told him while crying, "Don't call me senpai anymore." Thinking back now, Siron felt grateful to Ami. "You helped me get here." At this moment, at the advanced class building, the students were preparing to enter the classroom. Ami and Serial were arriving for class as usual. Suddenly, Siron unexpectedly appeared before them. "Ami, Serial senpai." Ami and Serial were instantly startled. Siron smiled brightly and asked gently, "Did I scare you?" "Sorry. I just wanted to surprise you." Siron felt a bit shy, lowered his eyes to look at the 2 cups of coffee, and said softly, "Thank you, Ami." Thanks to her response, Ami acted cold and distant again. "Why are you talking to me so familiarly?" Siron was stunned. "What?" Even Serial showed contempt for him. "Do you know where you are?" She looked at him with murderous eyes, warning him, "I give you credit for your courage to come all the way to the graduation class. But aren't you overstepping your boundaries? Go be a student who focuses on studying." Serial told Ami to leave, thinking they would have some peace for a while. After speaking, Serial and Ami turned and walked away decisively, leaving Siron behind. He awkwardly called out, "Senpai Serial." Siron followed Ami and Serial, confused. He called after them, "Are you two angry with me, because I haven't visited in a long time?" Serial pushed Siron away directly. The 2 cups of hot coffee spilled onto the ground. Serial yelled at Siron, "I tried to push that aside, but do you know that this is called stalking? Get lost while I'm still being nice. Unless you want to be disciplined, get lost." Every word Serial said was like a sharp knife stabbing Siron's soul. Siron trembled, unable to get the words out. It's impossible. He couldn't understand why everyone was treating him like this all of a sudden. Seeing that Siron looked a bit pathetic, Ami tugged at Serial's arm and whispered, "That's enough, let's go. Lunch break is almost over." Siron couldn't believe it. He kept denying everything. "It's a lie." Siron tried to sit up. He turned and ran away, the words repeating over and over in his head, "It's a lie." Serial watched Siron's retreating figure, frowning as she said, "He's really strange. He looks innocent, but he's so stubborn." Serial reassured her, "Ami, don't worry too much. You already have a handsome guy." As soon as she said that, even Serial felt something was off. Ami looked blankly at her and asked, Who? Who are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Siron was devastated. He ran blindly without paying any attention to his surroundings, and accidentally slammed into March. Mar shoved him away, looking annoyed. "Ugh, what the hell are you doing?" Siron immediately recognized him. He called out, "Mar!" When Mar saw Siron wearing the advanced student badge, he instinctively bowed respectfully and said, "I am so sorry, senior." Siron was stunned. "Mar, you don't recognize me?" He quickly continued, "It's me, Siron. We did the teleportation test together." Hearing this, Mar frowned and replied, Yeah?" Mar scratched his ear, avoiding eye contact, and stuttered, "I'm not sure, but, I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Siron couldn't believe his ears. He asked Mar in shock, You don't know who I am? Just then, Sienna approached from a distance and asked, Hey, what's going on here? Siron recognized Professor Sienna's voice and turned to her with a pleading look. Oh God, please, Sienna asked him. Who are you? Are you a new student? I've never seen you before. Hearing Sienna's question, Siron froze. Sienna continued, What is your name? Seeing Siron acting like a stranger, Mar clenched his fists, looking ready for a fight. He demanded, Who is this guy? Students nearby began to swarm around Siron, whispering to each other, I've never seen him before. This is really suspicious. Is he a thief? Who the hell is he? Siron let out a sudden scream and turned to run. Mar immediately shouted, Hey, stop him, catch him. He's highly suspicious, Siron cried as he ran. He kept telling himself it wasn't real. This is fake. He ran without stopping, desperately trying to convince himself. Fake. It's all fake. Siron ran to the team meeting room and burst through the door. Ne and Iruki were sitting inside. Siron rushed in. He frantically asked, Ne, Iruki, you guys know me, right? Siron sobbed. It's me, Siron. Ne's expression turned cold. He asked, How did you get in here? Both Ne and Iruki glared at Siron. They asked coldly, Who are you? At that moment, Siron felt completely hopeless. A thought crossed his mind. Did I just imagine all of this? Have I never even appeared at this school from the start? Was I just dreaming? Ne sat behind the desk, staring at Siron, and questioned him in a cold tone. Wait, how does an outsider know the key to Estas? Ne's barrage of questions felt like blades surrounding Siron. Did another research group send you? Who are you? Siron burst into uncontrollable tears. He truly didn't know what to do. Even his only friends had forgotten him. He began to doubt his own existence, wondering if he really was just a delusion. Suddenly, Ne and Iruki broke into a bizarre smile. A moment later, they both started laughing hysterically. Iruki laughed while making an ugly face. I can't take it anymore. Ne was laughing so hard tears were streaming down his face. He pointed at Siron. Look at that face. Ne turned to Iruki. Did you hear him? Ne mockingly mimicked Siron. Ne, Iruki, you guys know me, right? It's me. It's Siron. Iruki joined in, laughing until he lost all composure. Stop it! My stomach hurts. Siron suddenly collapsed to his knees. He whispered, Do you actually remember me? Seeing Siron collapse, it was Ne and Iruki's turn to be startled. They jumped up to check on him. Siron, why are you crying? Iruki walked over to Siron's side, asking worriedly, What's wrong? Is something going on? Ne gently patted Siron's back, softening his tone. Sorry, we were just messing with you. Are you okay? After listening to Siron explain the whole situation, Ne finally understood. People don't remember you? He asked Siron. What do you mean by that? Iruki sat next to Siron, confused, saying it was strange that even Professor Sienna acted that way. Siron hid his face and whimpered. When I looked into their eyes, they weren't lying. They really didn't recognize me. Ne sat up and suggested, maybe we should go outside and check. Siron quickly stopped Ne. What if I go out there and you two forget me too? Thinking of a future where Ne and Iruki forgot him, Siron buried his face and cried. If that happens, I really don't know what I'll do. Iruki came up with an idea. What if we write it down? Saying it, he decided to do it. Iruki took a pen and wrote on Ne's hand. If we lose our memories, the person with the North Star symbol is our friend. He closed his hand, and on the back of Ne's hand was the North Star drawing. Ne smiled confidently. If we do this, it doesn't matter, even if we forget. Right? Siron hesitated. Yeah. Could this be some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Ne hesitated. I don't know. I can't think of anything that would cause memory loss. Iruki spoke up. Let's go outside and check now. Before long, the three of them, Ne, Siron, and Iruki, returned to the Anfas Magic Academy. The three walked carefully. Viewed from the outside, the Magic Academy looked the same as always, solemn and noble. Just as they reached the school gate, all three were shocked. What on earth is happening here? In the school courtyard, all the students were gathered together. The students' expressions were dark. Ne said in surprise, This is even weirder than what Siron described. Iruki asked curiously, What are they doing? Ne suggested getting closer to see. Siron quickly stopped them. What if we get close and end up just like them? Iruki didn't think so. He analyzed that the probability was low, saying, Didn't you have physical contact with them already? Siron found Iruki's logic sound and nodded. Yeah, I guess it'll be okay. Then, Ne suddenly shouted out, Hey, Gabe, where do you think you're going? Hearing Ne, Gabe looked up. blankly asking, "Huh? You know me?" Nay walked up to Gabe, stunned, saying, "Of course I do. Tell me. Where are you going?" Gabe's eyes widened, and he said in confusion, "Tell me." Gabe suddenly grabbed Nay's shoulders and demanded to know who he was, and what the sound he had been hearing this whole time was. Gabe clutched his head and screamed in agony. "I can't hear anything," Nay asked in horror. "What are you hearing right now?" Iruki carefully observed Gabe's reaction. He quickly pulled Siron's arm and said, "Hey, I don't think he even realizes that the voice he's hearing is his own." Gabe continued to scream frantically. Iruki guessed. He's even forgotten how to speak now. Gabe let out a howl, tears and snot streaming down his face. Iruki concluded, right now he's losing his memories continuously. Suddenly, Gabe went completely silent. Siron said in surprise, "Oh, it stopped." He glanced over to the side. The rest of the students, just like Gabe, had blank, lifeless eyes. They moved like puppets, marching in perfect unison. The students filed out of the academy one after another. It wasn't just the students under control, even the teachers couldn't escape that same fate. It felt as if an invisible hand was pulling their strings, guiding them into the woods. Deep inside the forest, Arin, draped in a black cloak, stood waiting. She turned to Canis and said, "I've gathered all of them." Arin signaled to Canis, "Let's go." Canis gave her a somber nod. Luca let out a cynical scoff. "This is terrifying." He stood among the students, arms crossed, mocking them. They've all turned into zombies, unable to think, yet somehow still alive. So, it wouldn't matter if I did whatever I wanted with them, would it? Luca stepped closer to Ami, teasing her. "Wow, I never expected to find such a pretty girl in a godforsaken place like this. Why don't we?" Canis coldly cut him off. "Lucas." He glared at Lucas with icy, sharp eyes. "If you ruin my master's great work with such filth," he warned in a chilling voice, "I will kill you." Lucas shrugged, sounding annoyed. "You're so uptight. Can't we have a little fun?" Canis repeated his warning ruthlessly. "If you dare to ignore my words again, I will kill you right here and now." Lucas's eyes flared with rage. That arrogant brat, he thought to himself. He secretly nursed a growing hatred for Canis. "I don't like him one bit. I want to kill him right now. But I'm not stupid enough to fight a mage on their own home turf. I'll take you out the second you let your guard down." Lucas's hand rested loosely on Ami's shoulder. He clicked his tongue in regret. Tisk. Then, Lucas turned away, feigning submission to Canis. "Fine, whatever. It's useless if I'm not getting paid anyway." Seeing that Lucas had stopped his nonsense, Canis turned and walked away. The students continued to shuffle deeper and deeper into the forest.